Qi Jinnuo found herself transmigrated into a novel, becoming the malicious first love of the deranged male protagonist who despises poverty and cherishes wealth. Initially, she had disdainfully rejected the male lead for his lack of financial means, but upon his transformation into a wealthy heir of the capital, she shamelessly sought to rekindle their romance. After being rebuffed, she resorted to drugging him, leading to a violent confrontation that left him injured. When Qi Jinnuo awoke, she discovered that she had inadvertently consummated their relationship. Fearing the tragic fate that befell the original character she embodied, she trembled in trepidation. To her astonishment, the male lead, upon regaining consciousness, inquired about her identity. Qi Jinnuo, bewildered, replied, "I am your girlfriend. How could you not recognize me after a single night's sleep?" From that moment, she clung to him, possessing a newfound space that allowed her to level up and vanquish adversities, all while basking in sweet affection. However, the tranquility was shattered when the male lead regained his memories, prompting Qi Jinnuo to flee under the cover of night. Enraged, the male lead, with eyes aflame, captured her and pinned her to the bed, coldly demanding, "Are you still planning to run?" In tears, Qi Jinnuo cried, "Husband, I won't run anymore. I promise." Chapter 1. Transmigrated as the male lead's malicious first love. Qi Jinnuo seemed to have perished. At that moment, her soul floated beside her body. She yearned to return but was repeatedly ejected, helplessly watching her grieving family. Her brother carried her, while her parents, clad in pajamas and slippers, stumbled along, collectively escorting her to the hospital. The doctor declared her a vegetable. Observing her weeping family, she too was engulfed in sorrow. Time and again, she attempted to return to her body, only to be expelled repeatedly. Amidst her tears, she suddenly noticed a golden light emanating from her chest. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as the jade pendant she had worn since birth. Born with a congenital heart condition, her health had always been frail, leading her family to fervently pray, fearing she might not survive. Fortunately, despite her delicate constitution, she navigated the trials of life and grew up. At 15, her mother took her to a temple where a monk foretold of a calamity in her destiny, gifting her a piece of water-patterned jade, claiming it would aid her in overcoming her tribulations. Since then, she had never removed it. Could the calamity foretold by the monk pertain to this ordeal? Was it finally manifesting? As she reached out, her fingertips sank into the jade pendant, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was drawn into its depths. When she opened her eyes again, a warm breath brushed against her face. Before her stood a magnificent visage, his features sharp and profound, dark eyes ablaze with primal desire, resembling a ferocious beast. Stunned, she gazed at him, yet before she could react, his imposing form descended, silencing her. After what felt like an eternity, Qi Jinnuo awoke, her body aching, particularly in her lower regions. As clarity returned, she found herself in an unfamiliar room and abruptly sat up. What had transpired? Her gaze fell upon the slumbering man beside her, and a sudden jolt of pain surged through her head, unleashing memories that did not belong to her. She realized she had transmigrated into a novel titled The Healing Wife of the Great Boss in the Apocalypse, embodying the characters sharing her name, the male lead's wicked first love. Qi Jinnuo, the male lead, Tung Yuan, was the illegitimate son born from his mother's violent circumstances, raised in a hostile environment that warped his psyche from a young age. During high school, he severely injured a bully, resulting in his transfer to the same school as Qi Jinnuo, who, though a silent outsider, garnered attention for his exceptional academic performance and striking appearance. Letters of affection flooded his desk, even capturing the heart of the school beauty, who secretly sent him love notes. Qi Jinnuo, a scheming and beautiful vixen, reveled in the admiration of her male peers, particularly enjoying the thrill of enticing those already in relationships. Her rival, the novel's heroine, was the school flower, Qi Yoxia. Despite the attention from boys, Qi Jinnuo's reputation suffered. They merely sought fleeting amusement with her, while idolizing Yoxia as their ideal. Harbored resentment towards Yoxia, Qi Jinnuo endeavored to outshine her, yet consistently fell short. Upon discovering Yoxia's affection for Tung Yuan, she slyly approached him, exploiting his vulnerability and lack of affection to ensnare him. Securing Tung Yuan became her instrument for proving her superiority over Yoxia, flaunting their relationship before her rival's eyes, relishing in her despair. However, after a particularly callous confrontation where she revealed her intentions to irritate Yoshia, Tung Yuan, overhearing her disparaging remarks, turned away in silence. Vanishing from her life, it wasn't until Qi Jinnuo enrolled in a prestigious university in the capital that she encountered him again, transformed into the wealthy heir of the Tung family. The man she once scorned had ascended to heights beyond her reach. Regret engulfed her as she shamelessly sought reconciliation. Chapter 2. The male protagonist has lost his memory. Tung Yuan could never forgive the woman who toyed with his emotions. However, Qi Jinnuo was unyielding, relentlessly pursuing him, causing a stir among everyone. She believed that since she had easily captured his heart before, she could undoubtedly do so again. Unaware that Tung Yuan was no longer the person she once knew. Upon returning to the Tung family, Tung Yuan faced ostracism from his brothers, was sabotaged by his stepmother, and ignored by his father. To survive, he became increasingly ruthless and twisted. At this time, the male and female leads had already crossed paths. The pure, warm, and kind-hearted Yoshia was like a ray of light in Tung Yuan's world. The male protagonist, who was harsh to others, displayed a markedly different demeanor toward her. They were at a stage of mutual affection, yet undeveloped, when Qi Jinnuo's incessant harassment threw them into a stalemate. A high school classmate, unable to bear it, exposed Qi Jinnuo's past misdeeds. Suddenly, she transformed from a beloved campus beauty into a despised green tea BTCH. Qi Jinnuo's mental state deteriorated, prompting her to resort to drugging the male lead, intending to forcefully create an intimate situation. However, Tung Yuan's self-control was astonishing, even under the influence of the drugs. He attempted to leave. In a moment of desperation, Qi Jinnuo struck him on the head with a vase. Injured and disoriented, he succumbed to the drugs, overpowering her, and they became intimate. Qi Jinnuo arrived just as their encounter unfolded. Fearing an accident, she had lit aphrodisiac incense in the room, which caused her to feel weak and unable to resist upon her arrival. Faced with this cataclysmic beginning, Qi Jinnuo felt utterly distressed. She had read this novel before. During her recent period of recuperation at home, she had stumbled upon it and found it intriguing. Yet, she never anticipated that she would one day become the malicious supporting character bearing her name. In the story, when the male protagonist awakens to find himself ensnared by the female antagonist's schemes amid an apocalyptic backdrop, he unceremoniously discards her, naked, onto the street. Subsequently, she is dragged into an alley by thugs and subjected to humiliation, ultimately forced to submit to a middle-aged security chief for survival. Soon after, as conditions deteriorated, she is traded for supplies and passed among various men, suffering untold degradation. The female antagonist endures multiple pregnancies and miscarriages, her health deteriorating, and ultimately succumbs to a fatal fate among the zombies. In her dying moments, she witnesses the male and female leads, resplendently attired and blissfully in love, walking past her without a glance. Such a conclusion is nothing short of tragic. Why has the jade pendant drawn her into this narrative, making her the detestable female antagonist? Could altering the antagonist's fate change her own? Qi Jinnuo was baffled. Nonetheless, she resolved to find a way to escape her current predicament. For the male protagonist's awakening marked a turning point in the antagonist's destiny. She attempted to rise and dress, but as soon as she moved, the man beside her opened his eyes. Qi Jinnuo met his dark, brooding gaze, her body tensing instantly. What manner of eyes were these? They were as impenetrable as the thickest night, suffocatingly dense yet eerily calm, devoid of emotion, leaving only a chilling silence. Qi Jinnuo felt as though her throat was constricted, and though she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. In a fleeting second, her mind raced with countless thoughts. Yet when the man spoke, it was utterly unexpected. "Who are you?" His voice was husky from sleep, a tantalizing rasp that sent shivers down her spine, his dark eyes fixated on her. Qi Jinnuo felt like prey under scrutiny, a chill creeping down her back. "You don't remember?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Why is this so different from the original text?" The man's brow furrowed, his silence suggesting he was attempting to recollect past events. Qi Jinnuo's gaze fell upon the dried blood on his forehead. Could it be that the female antagonist's actions had struck him so hard he had lost his memory? Glancing at him again, she noticed he was still straining to remember. Clearly unaware, Resolutely, she threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I caused your amnesia unintentionally. Suddenly embraced by a strange woman. Ting Yuan's expression darkened as he forcefully pulled her away. Speak properly. No need for hands-on actions. He warned sternly, yanking the blanket to cover her. Qi Jinnuo gasped, pulling the blanket aside to reveal her disheveled hair, looking at him timidly. Please don't be angry. It was not my intention. Tung Yuan's gaze swept across the scattered clothes on the floor, his frown deepening. The disarray of the room spoke volumes of the chaos that had unfolded. He cast a sharp look at the innocent-seeming woman beside him, perplexed by the situation. With his memory gone, he felt like a paper tiger. And Qi Jinnuo was no longer intimidated. She boldly fabricated a tale. You don't remember? You insisted on bringing me here, and were rather rough, which hurt me. In a fit of anger, I struck you with a vase. She pointed to the vase beside them, still stained with blood, carefully observing his expression. I didn't mean it. I never anticipated it would lead to your amnesia. Cautiously, she moved closer, her soft hand encircling his sturdy arm, gently shaking it. Please don't be angry, all right? At that moment, she was draped in a thin blanket, her eyes clear and bright, her delicate features radiant, with long, thick eyelashes casting shadows on her cheeks, resembling a finely crafted doll. Their connection seemed undeniable. Tung Yuan struggled to recall past events, but his mind remained a void. Frowning, he pressed, What is our relationship? What has happened? You must tell me everything. Qi Jinnuo noticed his lack of resistance to her touch and, emboldened, inched closer, her soft body leaning against him. Tung Yuan noticed her subtle movements, his frown deepening, yet he did not reject her. We are, of course, lovers. I am your girlfriend, and we have been together for nearly a year. How could you forget me after just one sleep? Qi Jinnuo dared not show any signs of her anxiety, maintaining a facade of calm. She was acutely aware of Tung Yuan's sharp intelligence. Any hint of inconsistency would betray her. For her, surviving was paramount. The apocalypse was imminent, and she had to cling tightly to him for her own safety. Chapter 3. The Joy of Space. We are lovers? Tung Yuan's expression was ambiguous. He felt a complete sense of unfamiliarity toward this woman. Even in his amnesia, he should have sensed some familiarity. If they were truly lovers, why did he feel no recognition? I'm sorry. Qi Jinnuo felt an even deeper pang of guilt, clinging tightly to his neck, pressing into his embrace. Her voice thick with emotion. It's my fault. I was too delicate to endure even a little pain. Shall I take you to see a doctor? The softness of her body in his arms made Tung Yuan's breath hitch, and he found himself at a loss for how to extricate her. Let go of me first, he commanded, his voice dark and slightly hoarse. Oh. Qi Jinnuo released him, casting a furtive glance in his direction, relieved to see he seemed not to question her. Tell me, what is my name? And yours? What is our relationship? Tung Yuan's brow remained furrowed, the sensation of his mind being blank, as though everything was slipping beyond his grasp, was profoundly unsettling to him. He always felt that circumstances should not have devolved into this. My name is Qi Jinnuo, and you are Ting Yuanya. We are both students at Capital University. Tung Yuanya inquired again. How much do you know about my family? Not much. Qi Jinnuo shook her head. You have hardly mentioned your family to me, and I didn't want to pry. Speaking too much could lead to mistakes, naturally. She must not reveal too much information, lest she inadvertently expose herself. Tung Yuanya pondered the credibility of her words. It was evident that they were in a hotel room, the carpet littered with torn garments. Aside from checking into a room, he could conceive of no other explanation. Furthermore, the ambiguous marks on her body corroborated her statements. Yet, he sensed something was amiss. But what exactly was wrong? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed down the corridor. Qi Jinnuo's expression changed. Had the apocalypse already begun? She hastily wrapped herself in a thin blanket and rushed to the door, peering through the peephole to behold a bloodied visage, which sent her into a panic. What is happening? Tung Yuanya frowned, picking up a bath towel to cover his lower half, striding toward the door. Through the peephole, he witnessed a man viciously biting into a woman's neck, her carotid artery bursting forth with blood, splattering the peephole crimson. He staggered back, his face pale, unable to believe the horror unfolding before him. Qi Jinnuo clutched her racing heart, grateful that this body was not her original, otherwise, she would have surely fainted. The end times appeared to have arrived prematurely, and it was clear that the outside world had transformed into a realm of cannibalism. The memories of the bloody zombie films she had once watched made her tremble with dread. Yuanya, what on earth is happening? What's going on outside? Qi Jinnuo looked at Ting Yuanya with a pitiful expression. Now that she was the male protagonist's girlfriend, even if he had not completely believed her, he surely would not abandon her, would he? All she wished was to survive. Ting Yuanya's face darkened, and he remained silent, leaning in once more to peer through the peephole. Unfortunately, it was now stained with blood, revealing only a few rigid silhouettes. Suddenly, a series of violent bangs reverberated against the door, accompanied by guttural growls, as a pool of blood began to seep beneath the door. The metallic scent of blood rapidly permeating the air. Qi Jinnuo's face turned ashen, and she hurriedly stepped behind Ting Yuanya, her eyes wide with terror as she watched the trembling door. What do we do, Yuanya? Are those monsters trying to break in? Are we going to die? Her voice quivered with fear. Those monsters were so grotesque and repulsive. She was genuinely terrified. Ting Yuanya fixated on the door, his gaze cold and filled with a hint of murderous intent, as he commanded Qi Jinnuo, "Put on some clothes." "All right." Qi Jinnuo responded eagerly, darting to the ground to gather the tattered garments, then scurrying barefoot into the bathroom. Upon closing the door, she turned to see a stunning reflection in the mirror. Momentarily taken aback, the female supporting character was indeed strikingly beautiful, with large, round cat-like eyes, their corners elegantly upturned, exuding both allure and innocence. A delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and full, crimson lips framed a finely sculpted chin, her eyes glimmering with a seductive allure, both enchanting and inviting. Particularly striking was her voluptuous figure, a stark contrast to the flat-chested Qi Jinnuo of reality, leaving her feeling considerably heavier in the chest, somewhat fatigued, and wholly unaccustomed. This sultry physique made her blush. It was no wonder she could be the first love of the male protagonist. She clearly possessed the allure. As she unveiled the thin blanket covering her, revealing the marks on her body, her face reddened even further. Suddenly, a jade pendant fell to the ground, and Qi Jinnuo picked it up, recognizing it as the very piece that had drawn her into the book. She examined it closely but found nothing particularly remarkable about it when a wave of dizziness struck her. A golden light emanated from the pendant, enveloping her entirely. Just as she excitedly believed she was about to return, she opened her eyes to behold a paradise unlike any other. Before her stood a majestic waterfall cascading from the heavens, with a pool below, capturing the falling water, its clear surface subtly pulsating with an unseen force. The cool mist splashed against Qi Jinnuo's face, sending a refreshing chill across her skin, the sensation astonishingly vivid. Could this be the ethereal spring often depicted in novels? Qi Jinnuo crouched down, dipping her hand into the pool. It was icy, yet pleasantly so, not bone-chilling. She cupped her hands to drink, savoring the crisp sweetness, as the aches throughout her body seemed to dissipate. Below the spring flowed a crystal-clear stream, unmarred by impurities, leading to a vast expanse of rich, black soil, visibly dampened. Pressing her fingers into the earth, they became moist, and she could sense the immense energy contained within the soil. Alas, it was barren above, devoid of any vegetation. Adjacent to the black soil stood a colossal warehouse, stretching into infinity. Could this be the fabled space? Qi Jinnuo surveyed her surroundings. The area was desolate, lacking any signs of life, a canvas awaiting cultivation. "Are you my master?" A shimmering apparition of a white-furred squirrel appeared before her. Its eyes a striking mismatched hue, golden on the left, blue on the right. Its eyes were elongated, adorned with a red line extending from the corners, creating intricate patterns. Chapter 4. The space must be unlocked by the male protagonist. Although it was merely a squirrel, it inexplicably exuded a certain charm. "Are you referring to me?" Qi Jinnuo inquired with curiosity. "What exactly are you?" The small creature huffed disdainfully. "I am, of course, the guardian spirit of this space." "How could you not know how you entered?" Qi Jinnuo replied. "I stumbled in by accident." She had no idea how she had arrived here. She had simply opened her eyes to find herself in this place. The little creature scoffed. "How unfortunate that it had to be you as my master." Qi Jinnuo felt momentarily speechless. "Perhaps it's just my good fortune?" "Enough of that," the little creature continued. "Since you have been chosen, I must accept it." "Come?" "Let us form a contract." A contract? What is that? Qi Jinnuo asked, confused. A master-servant contract. Without it, you cannot utilize this space. Upon hearing this, Qi Jinnuo immediately adopted a serious demeanor. No more talking. Let us proceed. I am willing to form a contract with you. The small creature looked at her with disdain. As if to say, as if I need your willingness. You must bite your finger, draw blood, and offer it to me. That is how the contract is formed. Without hesitation, Qi Jinnuo bit her finger, allowing the blood to flow forth. She extended her finger towards the little creature. Is this how I do it? The creature opened its mouth, capturing a droplet of blood. A flash of red light flickered across its forehead, revealing a red ripple-like mark, which quickly faded away. Qi Jinnuo felt a warmth radiate from her wrist, glancing down to discover a similar red ripple mark appearing there, only to vanish in an instant. The little creature proclaimed, "This is the mark of the contract. From now on, you are my master." Qi Jinnuo inquired with curiosity, "Does this mean I can use this space now?" As the guardian spirit of the space, she was now this creature's master. Surely, the space belonged to her as well? To her surprise, the creature replied, "No, you cannot." Confounded, Qi Jinnuo asked, "How can that be? You said forming a contract would allow me to use it. Accessing the space requires certain conditions, specifically the absorption of the fortune of the Chosen One." The Chosen One? That must be the male protagonist. Generally, the male lead was indeed the harbinger of fortune in such narratives. The little creature continued, "Because you have acquired the fortune of the Chosen One, this space has been unlocked." Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, "What on earth?" The condition to activate the space is actually the male lead? She was at a loss for words. Are you implying that in order to utilize the space, I must incessantly engage in intimacy with the male lead? However, it wasn't quite that. Proximity to him would allow for a gradual absorption of fortune, while intimacy was merely the swiftest method to acquire it. Suddenly, the light and shadow around her grew somewhat translucent. "What's wrong with you?" Qi Jinnuo hurriedly asked. "You're not going to disappear, are you?" The small entity's voice was faint. "This space is nourished by the fortune of the child of destiny. I have only just awakened and am too weak. I will soon fall into a deep slumber." It continued, "You must remember, you need to find ways to obtain the fortune of the child of destiny. The closer you are to him, the more fortune you will garner, and the items within this space must be unlocked gradually through that fortune." No sooner had it finished speaking than it vanished. "Hey, don't disappear, just yet." Qi Jinnuo wanted to inquire further, but she was abruptly ejected. When she attempted to re-enter, she discovered an invisible barrier had been erected, preventing her from accessing the space. This was ostensibly her domain, and even the small entity had acknowledged her as its master, yet the space relied on the male lead for nourishment. Was this reasonable? What a ridiculous setup. Furious, Qi Jinnuo gritted her teeth, just as Ting Yuanye's voice echoed, "Are you ready? The door cannot hold much longer. We must leave here swiftly." At the mention of the door's imminent failure, Qi Jinnuo felt a jolt of fear and hurriedly donned her clothing, only to realize it was torn. The garment was a tight, ultra-short skirt with an off-the-shoulder design, featuring a hollow cutout at the waist that revealed a sliver of her delicate waist. The skirt barely covered her rear, exposing her long, fair legs. With such minimal fabric and the neckline torn, she had to hold it down with her hands. Qi Jinnuo felt like crying. In her 18 years of life, she had never worn anything so revealing. She was aware the dress was damaged, but she hadn't anticipated the delicate positioning of the tear. The female antagonist certainly went to great lengths to allure the male lead. "Are you done yet?" Ting Yuanye's voice came again, now tinged with impatience and dissatisfaction. What if the male lead's annoyance led him to abandon her? Resolutely, Qi Jinnuo opened the door. Upon seeing her attire, Ting Yuanye's expression darkened. Her bare shoulders bore remnants of ambiguous marks, her skin like polished jade, glistening as if quenched with water, and dazzlingly white. One hand clutched at her chest, drawing immediate attention to her modesty, almost as if trying to conceal something but inadvertently revealing more. Ting Yuanye's expression darkened further. "What on earth are you wearing?" Qi Jinnuo's face flushed crimson. She couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze and muttered defensively, "It's the only outfit I have left." It was hardly her fault. She felt utterly innocent, suddenly thrust into the role of a wicked female antagonist, losing her virtue and now facing the apocalypse. With a stern expression, Ting Yuanye removed his t-shirt and tossed it to her. "Put this on." Qi Jinnuo instinctively caught the garment, still warm from his body, exuding a potent scent of masculinity that sent her heart racing. Blushing, she slipped it on. Given Tung Yuanya's towering stature, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, the t-shirt hung on her like an oversized nightgown, accentuating her petite frame. The hem conveniently draped over her thighs, surprisingly fitting. She glanced at his pants, wishing she could wear those as well. Tung Yuanya hastily donned a white bathrobe and turned to see her staring at him. Just as he was about to speak, the door to the room was suddenly burst open by a horde of zombies. A throng of grotesque, bloodthirsty creatures surged in, their foul stench overwhelming. Qi Jinnuo turned, her heart nearly leaping from her chest at the sight of the hideous beings, their jaws gaping wide, clamoring for flesh. Chapter 5. A Hell on Earth. Tung Yuanya reacted with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent the leading zombie flying, crashing into its companions behind. Seizing the moment, he swiftly pulled Qi Jinnuo into the bathroom. Once inside, he locked the door, but countless hands of the undead began to pound against the glass, clamoring to break in. This fragile door wouldn't withstand the assault for long. Qi Jinnuo felt a tingling terror, her legs trembling as she clutched the front of Tung Yuanya's bathrobe. Her voice quaking, "We aren't going to die here, are we? With so many zombies, how can we escape? Even if we managed to break out, we would surely be bitten." Tung Yuanya cast a grim gaze at the towel rack on the wall, forcefully pushing Qi Jinnuo aside before kicking it repeatedly until it finally came loose. He intended to use it as a weapon. Once the rod was freed, the bathroom door began to splinter, and Qi Jinnuo hurriedly ducked behind Tung Yuanya. He kicked a zombie aside and swung the rod with precision. He possessed a certain skill. She recalled reading in the novel that he had been bullied in his youth, honing his fighting abilities in the process. His ferocity in combat had earned him a fearsome reputation, becoming a local tyrant among his peers. In Tung Yuanya's capable hands, the rod seemed to come alive, moving with remarkable agility and delivering powerful strikes, toppling several zombies. Yet, it was futile. The undead rose once more, undeterred in their relentless pursuit. Aim for the head. That's their weak spot. We nos quoted urgently. Upon hearing her, Tung Yuanya swung the rod towards the zombie's head. Qi Jinnuo watched in horror as the creature's skull shattered like an egg, the sound sharp and clean, with brain matter and dark red blood splattering through the air. The stench of decay filled the room. Tung Yuanya's muscular arm, veins protruding, revealed raw power capable of striking down a child. His forehead glistened with sweat, his eyes cold and resolute, chiseled features accentuated by taut muscles, radiating an aura of raw masculinity. Qi Jinnuo's heart raced. She barely had time to voice her admiration before an overwhelming wave of nausea struck, and she leaned against the wall, retching. Although the male lead was undeniably handsome, the gruesome scene was far too repulsive. Having discovered the fatal weak point, Tung Yuanya fought with newfound vigor, effortlessly dispatching a cluster of zombies with the iron rod, leaving a gruesome mess of brain and blood splattered throughout the room. The floor was littered with the bodies of the fallen undead. In these early days of the apocalypse, the zombies moved sluggishly, making them manageable foes, but as they evolved, the challenges would surely escalate. Outside, the cacophony of screams echoed, the air thick with the nauseating scent of blood. Tung Yuanya turned to glance at Qi Jinnuo, who had just vomited and now appeared pale, seemingly burdening him. She had claimed they were lovers, a statement he regarded with skepticism, yet he felt a sense of obligation for having taken her virtue. He would not let her come to harm. "Stay close. We need to get out of here." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Qi Jinnuo, fearing abandonment, steeled herself against the nausea, carefully navigating around the corpses as she followed him. The corridor outside was nearly drenched in blood, the sickly sweet scent overwhelming, as hordes of zombies howled and gnashed their teeth amidst the chaos of panic screams and frantic movements. The floor was strewn with still warm severed limbs and entrails. A true hell on earth. Qi Jinnuo, a delicate and pampered young lady, raised in a sheltered environment, had never encountered such a terrifying scene. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. A wave of nausea swept over her, and she retched once more. A naked male zombie lunged at her, causing her to scream in terror. Tung Yuan, quick-witted and agile, yanked her behind him and swung a long pole with force, striking the zombie's head. The creature's skull burst like tofu, blood and gray matter splattering in every direction, leaving it motionless on the ground. The visceral shock was overwhelming. Qi Jinnuo's complexion turned pale. "Help! Save me!" Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from ahead. Turning her gaze, she spotted a mature and voluptuous woman clad only in lingerie, desperately pleading for assistance. However, Tung Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance, his expression unyielding, showing no inclination to help as he pulled Qi Jinnuo away in the opposite direction. Qi Jinnuo glanced back. Witnessing the woman being overpowered by a zombie, her heart-wrenching screams echoing as her smooth legs kicked frantically. But soon, her struggles ceased, her foot arched, her neck bitten, blood gushing forth, rapidly pooling on the floor. Accompanied by the sickening sound of gnawing, Qi Jinnuo felt a chill creep up her spine, as if insects were crawling over her, and a wave of bile rose within her. She dared not look any longer, and quickly averted her gaze. With her own survival at stake, she regrettably acknowledged her inability to assist others. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the hotel was bustling with patrons. Many were indulging in revelry as the apocalypse descended. Naked zombies and fleeing individuals were a common sight, an unsightly spectacle. As the crowd thickened, the stench of blood intensified. Trapped within the hotel, they were akin to birds confined in a cage, with more zombies surging in to hunt. They were on the 14th floor, and taking the elevator was out of the question. Descending the stairs amidst such a horde of zombies would pose an insurmountable challenge. Just the thought of it left Qi Jinnuo breathless, pondering how the male lead could possibly lead her to safety. Tung Yuan hurriedly led her to the stairwell, where they collided with another group. At the forefront was a couple. The man was a large, muscular brute, his physique exaggeratedly more developed than Tung Yuan's. His arms adorned with tattoos, exuding a rough demeanor. Qi Jinnuo found such exaggerated musculature distasteful, preferring Tung Yuan's more balanced build. The man was bare-chested, wearing only a white towel around his waist, gripping the hand of a petite woman with pink hair, clad solely in her underwear, her feet bare. Clearly, they had hastily fled with little thought for attire as the apocalypse struck. Behind them, a mix of individuals could be seen, some well-dressed, others in pants but lacking tops, and others still wearing just one shoe, each presenting a comical tableau. Qi Jinnuo discreetly adjusted her t-shirt hem, realizing that she was not much better off. Survival was paramount. Appearances mattered little in such dire circumstances, and no one would concern themselves with such trivialities now. The tattooed man, bloodied and battle-worn, glanced at Tung Yuan and Qi Jinnuo. "Proposing, bro, shall we fight our way out together? There are too many zombies. We need to unite." Without hesitation, Tung Yuan nodded. "Let us do it." No sooner had he spoken than a wave of zombies surged up from below. The men brandished their weapons and charged forward, while Qi Jinnuo and the pink-haired woman wisely retreated to the side. Standing against the wall, they inadvertently found themselves eyeing one another. Qi Jinnuo averted her gaze quickly, while the pink-haired woman scrutinized her from head to toe, her gaze unsettling. Frowning slightly, Qi Jinnuo opened her mouth to speak, but a zombie suddenly lunged from the corridor. Before she could react, the woman beside her shrieked like a boiling kettle, the sound ringing painfully in Qi Jinnuo's ears. "Ah, husband! There's a zombie. Husband!" The pink-haired woman, barefoot and voluptuous, ran towards the tattooed man, still screaming. In a panic, Qi Jinnuo sought Tung Yuan's presence, but in the next moment, a pole shattered the zombie's skull. A few droplets of blood splattered onto Qi Jinnuo's face. Her complexion turned ashen, her hands trembling, and she bit down on her lip, unable to suppress a scream. "Ah! So dirty! So filthy!" She wanted to wipe it away, but feared getting her hands dirty, her mind racing in distress. In a moment of desperation, she dove into Tung Yuan's embrace, rubbing her face against his chest to clean herself on his robe. Tung Yuan could only stare, momentarily speechless. The wave of approaching zombies had been dispatched, and the tattooed man shouted, "Let us move." The group rushed down the stairs. Upon reaching the 13th floor, they encountered another group of 5, 3 men and 2 women, all dressed quite scantily. Qi Jinnuo felt as though she had stumbled into some sort of den. This new group had already dealt with the zombies on the 13th floor, and the tattooed man invited them to join forces, which they accepted. At this juncture, numbers were indeed crucial for survival. Their ranks swelled, and a throng of over a dozen individuals charged down the 13th floor. Upon descending, they witnessed a stunning woman on the ground, wailing as a zombie clutched her foot. She clawed desperately at the floor, her exquisite face smeared with tears and mucus. Help! Help! Upon seeing them, she screamed as if they were her saviors, her voice melodious yet heart-wrenching. The tattooed man swung his iron pipe, obliterating the zombie's head. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the woman's face and body, eliciting a shriek from her that was akin to a pig being slaughtered, high-pitched and piercing. Painful to the ears. Qi Jinnuo cowered behind Ting Yuan, gripping the back of his robe tightly with one hand while rubbing her ear with the other. She felt a pang of sympathy for the woman. Had she been doused in blood and brain matter, she surely would have lost her sanity. Stop screaming. Do you want to attract all the zombies? The tattooed man scolded, lifting the woman effortlessly, his bicep bulging like a small mountain. Yet the woman, her legs trembling like overcooked noodles, sank back to the ground, quaking. I can't stand. Don't leave me. Please, I beg you, she pleaded, gripping his hand tightly, her voice quavering. Faced with the desperate plea of such a striking beauty, the tattooed man found himself momentarily captivated. The pink-haired woman's expression soured, and she rushed forward to shove the woman to the ground. What do you think you're doing? This is my boyfriend. Take your filthy hands off her. The woman lay on the ground, tears welling in her eyes, presenting a pitiful and frail appearance. Enraged, the pink-haired woman attempted to strike her, only to be restrained by the tattooed man. Now is not the time for infighting. We must focus on survival. We should unite. He turned to a robust man in the group and asked, "Can you carry her?" The man nodded, no problem. He promptly squatted before the woman and hoisted her onto his back. Though the apocalypse had just begun, humanity had not yet descended into chaos. A semblance of civility remained, with individuals still willing to help one another. However, Qi Jinnuo, having read extensively, understood that within a mere 3 days, the fabric of civilized society would unravel entirely. Humanity would be left with only the instinct for survival, willing to harm others and turn against one another, reverting to their primal nature. Human beings are, at their core, beasts, restrained only by the myriad rules of civilization, propriety, integrity, honor, and shame. In the apocalyptic world that is to come, the law of the jungle will reign supreme, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the powerful command respect. At this thought, Qi Jinnuo shivered, clutching tightly to Ting Yuan's clothing. Regardless of the circumstances, she must cling to this formidable ally. The higher floors of the hotel housed fewer guests, while the 14th floor teemed with zombies. As they descended, the number of zombies diminished, and those on each floor had mostly been dealt with by the survivors residing there. At this juncture, the zombies were still somewhat sluggish, requiring time to ascend the stairs. However, the lower the floor, the more numerous the undead became. This hotel, situated in the bustling heart of the city, was a 6-star establishment near a central business district. Those who could afford to stay here were either of considerable wealth or business professionals visiting for work, mature members of society, predominantly elites. The female antagonist had intentionally chosen this hotel, as its clientele was sparse and familiar faces were few. Had they opted for a hotel near the school, they risked being recognized. Qi Jinnuo felt grateful, as the lack of acquaintances meant her deception regarding the amnesiac male lead would likely remain undisclosed for the time being. The group pressed onward to the 7th floor, picking up additional members along the way, and now numbered over 20, comprising both men and women, students, and hotel staff, including cleaning personnel. The 7th floor was more populated with zombies, all meandering through the corridors and not a single survivor in sight. After battling so long, those in the group had gained experience, wielding their weapons to dispatch zombies with ease, swiftly delivering fatal blows. Yet, the zombies at the onset of the apocalypse resembled the novice creatures of a gaming tutorial. There was no need to wait until the next day. By tonight, the zombies would level up. Especially as night fell, the zombies would become more active, their speed and attack power increasing alongside their sheer numbers, making them significantly more formidable. Qi Jinnuo had grown accustomed to the pungent scent of blood and the grotesque appearance of the zombies. She had become somewhat desensitized. However, her aversion to filth remained strong, and she could not abide the thought of these revolting creatures touching her, lest she succumb to panic. After hastily reaching the 7th floor, Qi Jinnuo found herself utterly spent, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Previously, her heart condition had prevented her from engaging in vigorous activity, and now, having transitioned into this body, She found herself equally unfit. "Can we take a break?" she pleaded, tugging on Tung Yuanya's sturdy hand, her complexion paling. Breath shallow as if she might faint at any moment. Chapter 7. The space can be used. Upon noticing her state, Tung Yuanya turned. A flicker of disdain crossing his features, which Qi Jinnuo perceptively detected. She felt a twinge of grievance. The exertion she had endured today surpassed all her previous physical activity combined. Not to mention, this body had just experienced a significant ordeal, leaving her feeling quite unwell. She slowly reached forward, gripping his arm tightly, leaning gently against him, her face contorting into a cute pout as she whimpered, "I'm truly exhausted." Suddenly, she sensed a refreshing aura emanating from Tung Yuanya, causing her to shiver. It felt as though this cool essence penetrated her being, bringing her comfort and alleviating her fatigue. What is this? Could it be the fortune the little creature mentioned, his luck? Like a cat drawn to catnip, Qi Jinnuo instinctively leaned closer to Tung Yuanya, wishing to meld into him entirely. The more skin they shared, the greater the influx of fortune that flowed into her, circling through her body and ultimately being absorbed into the water ripple mark on her wrist, nourishing her space. Looking down, she noticed the water ripple mark faintly shimmering at her wrist. She sensed that the barrier to her space was gradually weakening, a little more fortune, and it would be unlocked. Just as she contemplated getting even closer to Tung Yuanya, he suddenly turned, creating distance between them, frowning at her. Displeased, she pouted and leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "Honestly, we're just one step away from opening the space. What are you doing?" "I'm tired. I can't walk anymore. You carry me," she insisted with conviction. The softness and delicacy of her body, akin to a lump of dough, was strikingly pale, causing Tung Yuanya to momentarily hold his breath, his frown deepening. A woman with pink hair turned and, upon witnessing the scene, could not restrain her derision. Some women are simply too delicate. They cry exhaustion after such a short distance, as if they've been asked to battle zombies. "If you can't contribute, at least don't hinder others." Her words caught the attention of several onlookers. Tung Yuanya was a formidable force against the zombies.
Now,
with a woman in his arms, did this not imply a reduction in their fighting capability? Many harbored discontent, but given that she was his girlfriend, they held their tongues. The cleaning lady rolled her eyes. "You city folks are just spoiled. Needing a man to carry you? Back in our village, no one would want you." Qi Jinnuo paid no mind to their remarks, remaining firmly nestled in Tung Yuanya's embrace, basking in the continuous flow of white fortune invigorating her. She was so close. Just a little more, and the barrier to her space would vanish entirely. Though Tung Yuanya felt a hint of annoyance, he recognized her as his girlfriend and felt it inappropriate to voice his displeasure. Thus, he silently placed his large hand on her slender waist, holding her gently. His palm nearly enveloped her petite waist, creating a scene imbued with a certain allure. Not only was Qi Jinnuo fatigued, those who had been battling zombies alongside her were equally exhausted. One individual could no longer contain himself and suggested, "Shall we find a room to rest for a bit? There are still 7 floors to go, and the zombies below are more numerous. We shouldn't wait until we're too weak to continue." Indeed, shouldn't we take a break? After all, we've cleared this floor of zombies. They seemed to look to the tattooed man for leadership, as he appeared the most robust and capable, and most of the group had joined at his invitation. He pondered briefly before nodding, "All right. Let us rest and regain our strength." At that moment, the hotel staff quickly interjected, "This floor's rooms are quite clean. Previously, a high-end foreign tour group stayed here. They checked out this morning, and the rooms were just cleaned this afternoon, with no one else yet checked in." Upon hearing this, the group felt that this floor was indeed a suitable place to rest, especially since the other rooms were drenched in blood. Moreover, it was already nearing 6 in the evening, dusk approaching, and they sensed that darkness would bring greater peril. With over 20 individuals, it was clearly impractical to crowd into a single room. They would need to separate. "Let go." Tung Yuanya frowned, gently patting Qi Jinnuo's lower back. Feeling the barrier had completely dissipated, she joyfully released her grip. Wonderful. The space can be utilized. Yet, she still clung to Tung Yuanya's hand, whispering, "Yuanya, let us rest in a room together." Tung Yuanya regarded her with a glance and acquiesced with a soft sound. Some were less than pleased with the idea of resting, exclaiming, "What time is it to be resting now? We should rush out." One retorted, "Did you not see? The streets are crawling with zombies. To rush out is to seek death. Just look out the window. The streets are filled with them." Indeed, someone ventured to the end of the corridor, peering out the window, only to find the streets devoid of life, overrun by wandering zombies. As the apocalypse erupted, the streets descended into chaos. Now, 2 hours have passed, and scarcely anyone remains wandering outside. All have sought refuge. The sun gradually begins its descent, casting a magnificent and blood-red hue across the sky, imbuing the atmosphere with an eerie quality. A figure at the window gazes out for some time before suddenly exclaiming, "Doesn't it seem like the zombies are moving with a certain glee?" Another person, puzzled, replies, "Is that so? I don't think so. Could I have misjudged?" At this moment, Qi Jinnuo timidly interjects, "I've read in a novel that zombies tend to become more active at night, moving faster than during the day. I wonder if that is true." Upon hearing this, the faces of those present shifted dramatically. If it is indeed the case, how will they manage when night falls? Especially with such a large number of them? Some timid women began to weep in fear. "What shall we do? Are we doomed to perish here? Is there no one to rescue us? I want to go home. I want to find my parents." A bespectacled man in a suit spoke calmly, "This virus spreads rapidly. One bite or scratch and you become infected, transforming into a zombie. I fear that those in charge are overwhelmed and in disarray. Our only option now is to save ourselves." The tattooed man's expression darkened as he added, "If what she says is true, then nightfall will be perilous. Let us divide into groups and take shelter in separate rooms. The number of zombies in this hotel is currently low. We must remain vigilant tonight and look out for one another. Do not only think of your own survival. If trouble befalls you, who will care?" His words bore a semblance of authority, and the crowd nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting their apprehension. Chapter 8. We shall not enter. The woman who had been rescued could not contain her thoughts. "Why don't we take refuge on the upper floors? The zombies have been cleared from there, and its height would provide us with safety." Tung Yuan concurred, "Staying here is unsafe. The doors are wooden and won't withstand much force." "Then, where can we hide?" Another man exclaimed in panic. Just then, a hotel staff member interjected, "Let us go to the 5th floor. There's a storeroom with an iron door, spacious enough to provide safety." No sooner had he finished speaking than a chilling roar from downstairs sent a shiver through the group. "It's almost dark. We are on the 7th floor. Descending to the 5th floor is risky. What if we encounter many zombies there? What guarantees our safety? We must take the chance. Hiding here is tantamount to waiting for death." Nightfall complicates everything. Suddenly, the janitor exclaimed, "I know a place. There's a small storeroom on the 7th floor for cleaning supplies, and it has an iron door, solid and secure. We can hide inside." Grateful glances were exchanged among the group, and the tattooed man quickly urged, "Lead the way." The janitor guided them to the end of the corridor, but unexpectedly, 2 zombies lunged at them, causing the janitor to scream and flee. 2 men reacted swiftly, striking the zombies' heads, but to their horror, one of the zombies moved with surprising speed, lunging directly at one of the men. The group was momentarily stunned until the man let out a cry, prompting them to rush in to dispatch the zombie. However, it was too late. The man bore 3 deep scratches on his arm. The group stared at the wounds, their faces pale with dread. The woman with pink hair pointed accusingly at him. "He has been scratched. He'll soon turn into a zombie. He can't stay with us." The man gazed helplessly at his injury, weeping, I don't even know how it happened. I don't want to become a zombie. Please help me. Don't abandon me." A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. No one spoke. They were reluctant to be heartless, yet with his infection, the potential danger loomed over them all. Each harbored the same fear, but no one dared to be the first to voice their intentions to forsake him. Seeing the silence, the janitor grew anxious. "You've been scratched. You'll soon turn into a zombie. How can you expect us to save you? You need to leave and not put us in jeopardy." A seemingly innocent girl stepped forward. "How can you say that? He got hurt saving you. Have you no conscience?" The janitor shot her a glare. "What is it to you? I didn't ask him to save me." The girl, furious, turned to the tattooed man. "We can't abandon him. It would break our hearts. He fought alongside us. How can we be so cruel?" The man looked at her with gratitude, tears brimming in his eyes. "Thank you. Thank you." The pink-haired woman rolled her eyes. "You're so virtuous. If you're not afraid of dying, why not join him? Let us see how kind you remain when he turns into a zombie and bites you. Although the group hesitated to leave the man behind, the moral dilemma stifled their voices. With the janitor and the pink-haired woman speaking in unison, no one felt inclined to support the man or the girl. Self-preservation is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Qi Jinnuo clung tightly to Ting Yuan's hand, seizing every chance for survival, despite his repeated glances at her. Even when he attempted to withdraw his hand, she grasped it tighter, prompting him to regard her quizzically once more. Time was running out as darkness approached. Qi Jinnuo suggested, "Let us tie him up with a rope and assign someone to watch over him. If he turns into a zombie, we can handle it immediately." Having read about the possibility of not necessarily transforming into a zombie after a bite, this proposal garnered agreement from the group. The tattooed man nodded. "Let us proceed with that plan." Tung Yuan glanced at Qi Jinnuo again, and she looked back at him innocently. "What's wrong?" He replied with a neutral expression, "Nothing." Despite the janitor's reluctance, she was outvoted and begrudgingly led them to the storeroom. She produced a key and unlocked the heavy iron door, embedded in the wall. Due to the hotel's futuristic design, the door appeared quite high-tech. However, upon opening it, the sight of cleaning supplies like mops and detergents dispelled any sense of sophistication. Once inside, the space felt cramped, yet clean, though the scent was stifling. Even with an exhaust fan, the odor of cleaning supplies was overwhelming. One girl, unable to bear it, asked, "Isn't there a cleaner place?" The janitor rolled her eyes. "Having a place to hide is already a luxury. You should be grateful. Have you forgotten the times we live in? If you city folk are so sensitive, feel free to leave and find your own refuge." With that, the girl fell silent, entering the storeroom without further protest. Compared to death, what did this faint odor matter? Was it worse than the stench of blood? The storeroom was small. With over 20 people inside, it quickly became packed, barely accommodating each person with a spot on the floor. Qi Jinnuo stood at the door, repulsed and unwilling to enter. "I don't want to hide here," she pleaded with Ting Yuan. "Let us find a hotel room to stay in, shall we?" The woman with pink hair also expressed her disdain for the place, but resigned to the necessity of survival. Upon hearing Qi Jinnuo's words, her temper flared. "What time do you think it is? Do you still see yourself as a delicate little princess? The apocalypse is upon us. What are you pretending for?" "Exactly. If you don't want to come in, then don't. There's barely enough space as it is, and I certainly don't want you inside. It would be best if you fed the zombies outside, so they don't come to bite us." The cleaning lady muttered curses under her breath. Tung Yuan's expression darkened. He was perplexed by her spoiled temperament. Seeing Tung Yuan's face fall, the pink-haired woman coldly scoffed, "Even your boyfriend can't stand you. If he's so formidable, how did he end up with a girlfriend who drags him down? If you want to die, don't drag him down with you." After saying this, she turned to Ting Yuan. "Handsome, why not just leave her outside? Come join us instead." Naturally, Qi Jinnuo had her own plans. She leaned closer to Ting Yuan and whispered something in his ear, prompting him to glance at her. "We won't be going in. You all can do as you please." Chapter 9, revealing the existence of the space. The crowd was taken aback by Tung Yuan's declaration of not entering. "What? You're not coming in? Don't be foolish. Are you really planning to stay outside with your girlfriend? The zombies will tear you apart. Let her be outside if she doesn't want to come in. Why indulge such a woman?" Tung Yuan disregarded their protests, taking Qi Jinnuo's hand and walking away. "Hey!" The crowd lamented. "What a fine young man, strong in combat. Yet he's being dragged down by such a drama queen." The tattooed man impatiently exclaimed, "Enough, enough. Let South just close the door." With a heavy clang, the iron door slammed shut. The sounds of zombies echoed outside as Tung Yuan pulled Qi Jinnuo into the nearest room, his expression dark and brooding as he fixed his gaze upon her. "You better have something very important to tell me." Qi Jinnuo pouted and extended her hand. The sofa before them vanished into thin air, absorbed into her space. Tung Yuan's pupils constricted as he realized it was Qi Jinnuo's doing. He fixed his gaze on her. "What have you done?" "I just discovered this." Qi Jinnuo blinked innocently. "It seems I possess an invisible space that can contain everything." That sofa was absorbed into it. With a flick of her hand, the sofa reappeared. If this weren't happening right before his eyes, Tung Yuan would hardly have believed it. It was simply too bizarre and miraculous. However, given the current state of the world, nothing seemed surprising anymore. Tung Yuanya narrowed his eyes. What triggered your discovery of this space? Did anything extraordinary happen before? Or did you have some peculiar feeling? Qi Jinnuo felt a shiver under his keen gaze. He was too perceptive, too intelligent, able to discern even the slightest hint. She dared not breathe too loudly, feigning ignorance. I didn't feel anything. It just appeared naturally. Tung Yuanya ceased his inquiries, emotions concealed within his deep-set eyes, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Describe this space. He suddenly spoke. Qi Jinnuo replied with a huff. I've only just discovered it, so I'm not very familiar with it, but it seems quite expansive, and time within the space is static. In truth, she had just unlocked it. The original area was vast, but the usable space was only about 50 square meters, which was sufficient for now. The space would gradually unlock further functionalities like farming and breeding, so she chose not to disclose this to him. She would inform him later, once it was upgraded. A flicker of ambiguous emotion crossed Tung Yuanya's somber face. This was indeed a valuable asset. If this situation continued, with humanity perpetually fleeing and battling zombies, then resources would become the most precious commodities. The future was uncertain, but amassing supplies would always be wise. Tung Yuanya promptly declared, let us head to the 5th floor storage. Seizing the moment before darkness fully descended, though the zombies were more active than before, they could still manage to rush to the 5th floor storage. Are you confident? Qi Jinnuo hesitated, a hint of worry creeping in. Although he was the protagonist, she was an unpredictable variable. Having suddenly appeared, the protagonist would survive. But her fate was uncertain. However, her earlier refusal to let him enter was also a strategy to find an opportunity to gather supplies with him. Being with the group would draw too much attention, and the existence of her space must remain a secret to avoid complications. Tung Yuanya seemed to understand her thoughts. Effortlessly shifting the long pole behind his back, calmly stating, protecting you is no problem at all. Qi Jinnuo gazed at his muscular arms, struggling to suppress the desire to touch them, and smiled as she grasped his hand. I believe you can protect me well. Her sparkling eyes radiated full trust and dependence, causing Tung Yuanya's heart to flutter as if brushed by a feather. He averted his gaze, suddenly alert to the hissing sounds from outside, his eyes instantly cooling. He gently pushed Qi Jinnuo aside, whispering, stay in the room. I'll go out and deal with the zombies first. Okay. Qi Jinnuo quickly stepped aside, not wishing to be a hindrance. Tung Yuanya approached the door cautiously, listening for any movement outside, yet heard nothing. His hand rested on the handle as he slowly twisted it, carefully opening the door a crack. A bloodied hand lunged in suddenly, slapping against the wall and leaving a crimson handprint, startling Qi Jinnuo to the brink of a scream. She quickly covered her mouth and retreated into the room. The zombies outside roared, crashing against the door. Tung Yuanya swiftly backed away as the door was forced open and a fearsome zombie lunged at him. Seizing the moment, Tung Yuanya delivered a kick, toppling the zombie to the ground, then swiftly followed up with a strike that obliterated its head. At the onset of the apocalypse, zombies moved sluggishly and were exceptionally frail. At this stage, they had yet to evolve. Their flesh was still fresh and uncorrupted, appearing grotesque. The once pristine floor was now stained with blood, and the pungent metallic odor assaulted Qi Jinnuo's senses, making her feel somewhat breathless. Though she had grown accustomed to the smell, her disdain for it remained. Come here. Tung Yuanya glanced back at her. Qi Jinnuo hurriedly ran to his side, gripping his hand tightly. Tung Yuanya noted her grasp, already accustomed to it, and led her out of the room. The outside was eerily quiet. Although the lights blazed brightly and there was still electricity, the communication systems had been destroyed, rendering phone calls and internet access impossible. Their footsteps echoed through the empty corridor, amplifying Qi Jinnuo's unease. At that moment, twilight was gradually descending. Though a sliver of light remained on the horizon, the interior had grown dark. Tung Yuanya, I'm a bit scared, Qi Jinnuo murmured, pressing closer to him. She truly felt frightened. The silence felt laden with unknown dangers ahead. Even though the protagonist was by her side, she trembled with fear. If it weren't for the supplies, she would have hidden away in the room. It's all right, he responded in a hushed tone, one hand tightly gripping Qi Jinnuo's, while the other grasped the long rod firmly. They cautiously approached the stairway. Strangely enough, they encountered neither zombies nor any peculiar sounds until they reached the stairwell. Qi Jinnuo felt a twinge of confusion, Where had all the zombies gone? They slowly descended to the 6th floor. As soon as they arrived, they were confronted by 2 zombies with gaping mouths. Before Qi Jinnuo could emit a scream, Tung Yuan lunged forward and swiftly dispatched them. Chapter 10. Encountering the security team. Qi Jinnuo's scream caught in her throat. Upon witnessing Tung Yuan effortlessly eliminate the 2 zombies, she silently swallowed it back. One of those zombies had even attempted to evade Tung Yuan's attack, indicating that they were indeed evolving, their speed astonishing. Tung Yuan wiped the blood from the rod, turning slightly to reveal a resolute jawline and cold, piercing eyes that resembled those of a seasoned assassin. He gazed ahead into the emptiness, where, aside from the bloodstains, lay the corpses of zombies. No other signs of life were evident. The other zombie bodies were likely the handiwork of someone else. Qi Jinnuo hastily trotted to his side, whispering, "It appears there are no zombies here. Let us hurry to the 5th floor. Hopefully it won't be too crowded with them." Tung Yuan nodded and was about to descend when suddenly the door to a nearby room swung open, revealing 2 short, dark-skinned men clad in security uniforms. "Brother, so you are human," they exclaimed, visibly relieved. "You startled us just now. Are there no zombies left?" Tung Yuan replied in a measured tone, "There should be none." The men breathed a sigh of relief. One of them giving Tung Yuan a thumbs up, praising, "I just saw your skills. You're quite formidable. A martial artist, perhaps?" His expression bore a hint of cunning as he spoke to Tung Yuan, his eyes darting around, eventually landing on Qi Jinnuo, who instantly caught his attention. Qi Jinnuo's beauty was striking, even among the multitude of entertainers, with her alluring figure and delicate, fair skin. She felt the man's gaze slither over her like a serpent's tongue, sticky and repugnant, prompting her to frown and retreat slightly behind Tung Yuan. Tung Yuan noticed this and, with a cold demeanor, positioned himself like an imposing mountain, shielding her from view. "Do you need something?" he inquired. The man hastily averted his gaze, mumbling, No, it's nothing. Did you two just escape here?" Noticing Tung Yuan's silence, he continued, "We are security from the neighboring shopping mall, a group of over 10. We just arrived. The outside is swarming with zombies, but it's relatively safe here. I see you possess commendable skills. Why not join us?" At that moment, an older man emerged from the room, also clad in a security uniform, but with a slightly darker hue, suggesting a rank of authority, perhaps the head of the security team. He was robust in stature, but emanated an inexplicable air of sleaziness. The 2 men immediately greeted him respectfully, "Brother Qin." The man, referred to as Brother Qin, nodded, stepping directly in front of Tung Yuan, sizing him up before extending a hand politely, "Greetings, young brother. My name is Qin Cheng, the head of security." His voice, sharp and unpleasant, was discordant with his appearance, inducing a sense of discomfort. Hiding behind Tung Yuan, Qi Jinnuo's eyes widened. Qin Cheng. He was the first man to follow the female character into the alley after she had been dragged there. At that time, the female character was in a state of panic, pursued by zombies, and was rescued by Qin Cheng and his team, who took her back. Thereafter, she served those men, initially belonging to Qin Cheng but later passed around as a reward to others, reducing her to a mere object. As more formidable teams emerged and resources dwindled, Qin Cheng traded her for supplies, plunging her into a hellish existence of humiliation. Qi Jinnuo felt a wave of revulsion wash over her at the sight of Qin Cheng, instinctively clutching Tung Yuan's robe tighter. Tung Yuan sensed her discomfort, glancing back slightly before turning his attention back to Qin Cheng with his usual icy demeanor. "Do you need something?" Qin Cheng seemed unperturbed by his coldness, merely smiling. "We are all compatriots here. If you haven't found a safe haven, why not join us? The greater the number, the easier it will be to fend off the zombies. What do you think?" "No, thank you," Tung Yuan declined. Qin Cheng subtly glanced behind him, nodding nonchalantly. "Very well, we won't press you. Should you change a mind, you're always welcome to seek us out." Tung Yuan remained silent, shifting sideways and protectively wrapping an arm around Qi Jinnuo's shoulders, guiding her toward the stairway. Qi Jinnuo kept her head lowered, yet it did not prevent Qin Cheng from admiring her profile and the delicate curve of her neck, his gaze lingering with greedy fascination. Once the 2 descended, the other 2 men approached, whispering, "Brother Qin, why not keep them here? We have over 10 men, he's just 1, and he's got a burden. Surely he can't refuse us?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. With our numbers, he wouldn't be able to resist." That girl is a real catch. Taking her would be ideal. Qin Chung narrowed his eyes, unhurried. Right now, the outside is teeming with zombies. They won't dare venture out. We'll take our time. That girl will eventually be mine. Just as he finished speaking, a woman's piercing scream echoed from inside the room, followed by a harsh rebuke. Stop screaming. We just saved you. Isn't it fair that you serve our brothers? This woman has such tender skin, another voice remarked. I'm an internet celebrity. I'm very wealthy. Please, spare me. I'll give you anything you want. What does being an internet celebrity matter now? In this chaos, no one cares about your status. Just behave and serve us well. Qin Cheng's tongue grazed his teeth as he strode into the room, the two men hastily following suit, slamming the door shut behind them. The fifth floor lay in an eerie silence, devoid of any zombies, though outside. The occasional roars of zombies and the frantic cries of people being pursued by them could be heard. Qi Jinnuo noticed a group of men and women running down the street, their commotion drawing the nearby zombies towards them. Were they courting death, making such noise? However, their distraction worked to their advantage, leading the zombies away. Tung Yuan guided Qi Jinnuo forward, discovering zombie corpses scattered on the ground, likely cleared by the security team that had invaded from above, inadvertently aiding them significantly. The fifth floor was expansive, and locating a storage room proved challenging, but they stumbled upon a restaurant. The six-star hotel restaurant boasted an exquisite environment and top-tier cuisine, and with the apocalypse still in its early stages, the food, although laid out, remained untouched. It was a buffet, offering a dazzling array of dishes that dazzled the eyes. After a harrowing afternoon, Qi Jinnuo felt famished. Upon seeing the food, her eyes lit up, and she dashed over to grab a small cake, promptly popping it into her mouth. The sensation of cream and cheese melting in one's mouth is simply exquisite, with a rich dairy flavor that dissolves effortlessly, truly befitting the offerings of a six-star hotel. Chapter 11. Delicate. Delicious. Qi Jinnuo could not help but exclaim, turning to beckon Tung Yuan, come over. You must be hungry too. Let us replenish our energy. Tung Yuan approached, taking a small dessert and biting into it, only to furrow his brow in discontent. Not fond of sweets? Qi Jinnuo queried. Then I shall indulge while you select something else. She promptly snatched the treat from his hand and popped it into her mouth. Tung Yuan raised an eyebrow at the sight of her cheeks puffed out, white cream smudged at the corners of her mouth, accentuating her plump, rosy lips akin to jelly, evoking an inexplicable desire to taste. His gaze darkened, and with a slight movement of his throat, he averted his eyes to search for other food options. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly proposed, could you possibly gather all of this? Of course, Qi Jinnuo replied, continuing to savor her cake while simultaneously collecting the remaining food into her storage space. Even having witnessed it firsthand, Tung Yuan felt a surge of astonishment. He gathered several items in hand and requested Qi Jinnuo to store everything. After all, time within the space stood still, and no matter how much was collected, nothing would spoil. This buffet was impressively vast, catering to an international clientele with a wide array of food options available, including a cornucopia of fruits and desserts. Qi Jinnuo unabashedly collected everything in sight. After emptying the external food, they ventured into the kitchen, which housed an abundance of ingredients and unfinished dishes. A tank brimming with fresh seafood, lobsters, king crabs, alongside various ingredients in the refrigerator, finished desserts, bread, and an assortment of beverages awaited. Qi Jinnuo delightedly gathered a substantial collection. Tung Yuan, meanwhile, was drawn to an array of knives, selecting a long watermelon knife and a few other practical tools for Qi Jinnuo to store as well. Having scoured the kitchen, they proceeded to search for the warehouse. By now, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the distant roars of zombies, interspersed with the occasional scream, rendered the quiet night even more eerie. Qi Jinnuo stood by the window, witnessing a group of men and women desperately pedaling bicycles beneath the dim streetlights, attempting to evade the horde of zombies trailing behind. A shiver ran down her spine, and upon seeing Tung Yuan approach, she hastily grasped his hand. How terrifying. Do you think the zombies will come inside? She whispered. Tung Yuan fixed his deep gaze on the scene below, before replying solemnly, it's hard to say. Once we locate the warehouse, we can take refuge inside. Generally, warehouse doors are quite sturdy, and zombies should not be able to breach them. Based on his assessment, the warehouse was likely situated not far from the restaurant, and indeed, he soon discovered it. The warehouse door, Embedded in the wall was a thick iron barrier with a key inserted, stained with blood. Listening intently, he perceived some noise emanating from within. With a serious demeanor, Ting Yuanya placed himself in front of Qi Jinnuo, commanding, "Step back." "What's wrong?" Qi Jinnuo inquired, startled, as she retreated a few paces. "Is there a zombie inside?" Ting Yuanya gripped the watermelon knife tightly, speculating that perhaps the warehouse manager had been injured, sought refuge inside, and had subsequently turned into a zombie. Upon hearing this, Qi Jinnuo stepped back several more paces, exclaiming, "Be careful, don't get caught." Ting Yuanya remained silent, waiting until she was safely out of the way before opening the door. As soon as it swung open, a blood-soaked zombie lunged at him, which he swiftly kicked aside, wielding the watermelon knife to decapitate it in one fluid motion. The speed of his action was so swift that not a drop of blood splattered. Only the gleaming blade bore the crimson marks. Qi Jinnuo watched as the muscles in Ting Yuanya's arm bulged, her heart racing at the undeniable sense of safety he exuded. The zombie's corpse fell at their feet, but Ting Yuanya didn't spared a glance as he stepped inside. Qi Jinnuo noticed the zombie was clad in a hotel uniform, indicating it was indeed the warehouse manager. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sheer size of the hotel's warehouse, rivaling that of a medium-sized supermarket. Countless shelves were stocked with an array of everyday essentials, aromatherapy products, shower gels, shampoos, skincare items, household goods, carpets, blankets, and pillows. In addition to these necessities, there were also various food items, canned goods, rice, and a large storage of frozen foods at the back, all prepared to the standards of a 6-star hotel, comprising only top-quality items. Just as she prepared to store these treasures, a sudden roar of zombies pierced the air. Behind one of the shelves, 2 zombies lurked, lunging toward Qi Jinnuo with menacing growls. "Ah!" Startled by the grotesque creatures, Qi Jinnuo screamed, turning to flee but collapsing to the ground, paralyzed with fear as she helplessly watched the zombies approach. Just as they were about to pounce on her, a swift kick sent one flying, and the watermelon knife swiftly severed its head. Due to the proximity, blood splattered onto Qi Jinnuo, causing her to tremble and unleash a more piercing shriek. Ting Yuanya dispatched the other zombie, turning back to her as he rubbed his ears, his voice tinged with exasperation. "It's taken care of. Blood. Blood." Qi Jinnuo sprang to her feet, flailing her arms helplessly in the air, anxiously stamping her feet in disgust. Ting Yuanya observed her red-eyed, frantic, and furious demeanor, which struck him as both pitiable and amusing. He turned to lock the warehouse door before addressing her. "If it's too disgusting, then you should clean yourself up." Qi Jinnuo initially contemplated a retort, but held back. After a moment of restraint, she couldn't help but complain. "Could you not have kicked it farther away before killing it? I hate having blood splattered on me. I dislike it." Ting Yuanya could only respond with, "Next time, be more careful." With a huff, Qi Jinnuo turned to leave, but the fear of another zombie emerging made her pivot back, glaring at Ting Yuanya. "You lead the way." Ting Yuanya cast her a sidelong glance before stepping forward to guide her. In addition to the daily necessities and various foodstuffs, the warehouse also contained bathrobes, towels, and bottled water, all from high-end brands. Qi Jinnuo gathered everything, leaving behind a set of silk pajamas, a clean towel, and disposable undergarments. She instructed Ting Yuanya to open several bottles of water, pouring them into a bucket to carry to the back of the warehouse. At the very back, shelves were stocked with tightly packed bags of flour. Qi Jinnuo took refuge behind one of the shelves to wash herself with the towel. Ting Yuanya stood guard nearby, the quiet of the warehouse amplifying the sound of her washing, which resonated clearly in his ears. Memories of the breathtaking sight he beheld upon awakening flooded his mind, igniting a sense of warmth within him. Chapter 12. A single tease can unravel everything. Her cleansing was rather slow, using shower gel that emitted a faint, alluring fragrance, mingling with the sound of water, creating an enticing atmosphere. Suddenly, he felt parched. From behind him, her sweet voice called out, "Yuanya, I'm running low on water. Could you please bring me a few more buckets?" "Of course," Ting Yuanya replied, moving to the bottled water, effortlessly lifting a bucket with one hand, his arm muscles bulging as he transported it to the flower shelf. He paused momentarily. "Can I come over?" "Just a moment," her melodious voice chimed, the soft inflection at the end tugging at his heartstrings, igniting a flutter of desire within him. He heard a rustling sound, followed by her voice once more. "All right." As he approached with 2 buckets of water, He lifted his gaze to behold her, her form enveloped in a white bath towel, her skin glistening and translucent. Having just washed her hair, which was also wrapped in a white towel, her exquisite and enchanting visage resembled that of someone who had quenched their thirst. Her fair skin radiated with a dewy glow, tinged with a blush, while her sparkling, watery eyes shimmered beautifully. Just one glance darkened his eyes, astonishingly. He hastily lowered his head, too timid to look further, and efficiently poured the 2 buckets of water into the larger basin. At first, Qi Jinnuo found the male lead's gaze somewhat intimidating, as though he were about to devour her. A flicker of fear arose within her, wondering if he was displeased with her for making him do chores. But the moment he bowed his head, revealing his ears flushed crimson, she instantly realized that he was merely shy and dared not meet her gaze. Reflecting on the fact that prior to his involvement with the female lead, he had only ever had a girlfriend who was a supporting character, and their relationship had only progressed to holding hands, she concluded that aside from being drugged and manipulated, he was indeed quite innocent. Though Qi Jinnuo had never been in a romantic relationship in modern times, her striking appearance had attracted countless admirers throughout her life. However, due to her frail heart, she had always prioritized her health over romantic pursuits. Yet, she had a friend, a true heartbreaker, who would regale her with tales of every relationship, including the intimate moments with each of her boyfriends. This friend often lamented that Qi Jinnuo's health was poor, proclaiming that she was too delicate for such matters. Thus, although she had never experienced love, she was not entirely ignorant. Suddenly, she felt the urge to tease him. Qi Jinnuo slowly sauntered up to Ting Yuanya, deliberately saying, "Why do you keep your head down and avoid looking at me? Am I that frightful?" Ting Yuanya paused in his task of pouring water, hastily emptying the buckets into the basin, and then set down the empty containers, his voice hoarse as he replied, "The water's been poured. You may continue your wash." As he turned to leave, Qi Jinnuo feigned stumbling, abruptly falling into his embrace. Instinctively, Ting Yuanya wrapped his arms around her waist, his breathing quickening. He lowered his head, his voice rough and barely audible. "You." Qi Jinnuo looked up at him with an innocent expression, claiming that she had merely lost her footing. The glint of mischief and a fleeting sense of triumph in her eyes clearly indicated her intention to playfully provoke him. Ting Yuanya tightened his grip around her slender waist, spinning her around and pinning her against the wall, fiercely capturing her lips with his. An hour later, when Qi Jinnuo finally finished her bath, Ting Yuanya had already laid down a mattress on the floor, along with 2 pillows and a thin blanket. Qi Jinnuo sat on the mattress, her cheeks flushed and her lips swollen, clad in a silk nightgown. As Ting Yuanya tended to himself behind the shelves, she seized the opportunity to stow away the remaining items into her space. Upon checking her storage, she discovered it was nearly filled to capacity, with little space remaining. However, the abundance of supplies provided a profound sense of security. In a post-apocalyptic world, such resources were the only guarantee of safety. At that moment, the ethereal shadow of the white squirrel reappeared. It glanced at the nearly full storage, seemingly pleased, and remarked on the progress made in unlocking the space. "Have you regained your energy?" Qi Jinnuo inquired, curiosity piqued. "What exactly are you? A squirrel?" The little creature retorted angrily, "You're the squirrel. I am an ancient divine beast." "A divine beast? You?" Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but laugh, not out of disdain, but because she had never encountered a divine beast that resembled a squirrel. Other divine beasts exuded an aura of majesty, but this one possessed none of that grandeur. The little creature, incensed by her mockery, stamped its foot and declared, "How dare you look down on me? You will rely on me to survive in this apocalypse. Your words are audacious. I am your master. Is this how you address your master?" Qi Jinnuo scoffed. The little creature dismissed her with a wave. "What of being a master? You possess no magic. In critical moments, you will still depend on me." "Very well, then tell me, what abilities do you possess? How can you assist me?" Qi Jinnuo was too fatigued to argue further. The little creature stammered, "I am currently too weak to aid you, but once I recover, I will be of service." "Then what is there to boast about? You dare speak so grandly?" Qi Jinnuo retorted, exasperated. The little creature hopped in frustration, "But I will recover soon. At that time, I will." "All right. Enough of your noise. Be quiet. Why not simply tell me when you will regain your strength?" Qi Jinnuo interrupted and added, "Do you have a name?" The little creature huffed, "No. I cannot say when I will recover. It depends on how hard you work. Then let me give you a name. How about Xiao Bai or Bai Bai? Qi Jinnuo pondered. What atrocious names. They sound dreadful. The little creature protested vehemently. Ignoring its complaints, she suggested, how about Enin? I believe it suits your essence quite well. Dreadful. I refuse. Fine, Enin. I am going to rest now, so keep quiet, Qi Jinnuo declared. The little creature seemed ready to protest further. But as soon as she uttered those words, it abruptly vanished. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Jinnuo surmised that the master-servant contract had taken effect. Since they had signed this pact, it should, to some extent, restrain the little creature. Emerging from her space, she noticed the sound of water had ceased. After a while, she saw Tung Yuanya emerge. Clad in a dark silk nightgown, his damp hair falling over his forehead and the deep neckline revealing glimpses of his well-defined chest. Tall and slender. He was the epitome of a figure that appeared slim in clothes, yet robust without them. What are you staring at? Tung Yuanya felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze, recalling their earlier impulsive embrace and passionate kiss. This loss of control was unfamiliar to him, evoking a sensation of being unmoored. Chapter 13. A Peaceful Night. Qi Jinnuo blinked, admiring his appearance. You look splendid. Without waiting for his response, she patted the space beside her, urging, come here. I can't sleep unless you're here. Tung Yuanya frowned slightly, feeling the intimacy was a bit excessive. Yet, remembering their status as lovers and that they had already crossed certain boundaries, he felt that hesitating now would seem pretentious. He approached, and as he lay down, Qi Jinnuo nestled into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. Seizing the opportunity to absorb the auspicious energy while sleeping, she intended to make the most of the entire night, especially since her space required unlocking to accommodate all the supplies. Noticing Tung Yuanya's gaze, she boldly leaned against his chest and pouted, I'm scared. Tung Yuanya said nothing, resting his hand on her waist and softly murmuring, sleep. After all the commotion, Qi Jinnuo was indeed fatigued. Finding solace in the male lead's embrace, she closed her eyes and quickly drifted off to sleep. However, Tung Yuanya found himself unable to slumber. Listening to her rhythmic breathing and holding her soft form, an internal fire seemed to ignite within him, and his hand involuntarily caressed her waist, creating a sense of torment. He shut his eyes, patiently awaiting the extinguishing of this inner flame. Time passed, and amidst the haze of slumber, he was startled awake by the sound of banging on the door. The iron door of the storage room was being pounded with a resounding clatter. His expression instantly hardened as he turned his gaze toward the door. Qi Jinnuo, groggy from sleep, murmured, What's happening? Something is banging on the door. Tung Yuanya whispered, Keep sleeping, I'll go check. Gently prying her hand away, he stood and walked toward the door. In such circumstances, Qi Jinnuo could not possibly remain asleep. She instantly awakened and followed him. Ting Yuan stood by the door, intently listening to the sounds outside, faint voices wafting in. Were they truly hiding within? Where else could they conceal themselves? It was certain. A couple of loud thuds against the door echoed again. Stop banging, stop banging. Such commotion will surely attract the zombies. We must hurry. A cacophony of wails erupted outside, followed by a chaotic din and the sinister hissing of the undead. After a brief silence, the banging resumed, this time in a disorganized frenzy, a clear indication that it was the zombies attempting to break through. Qi Jinnuo leaned against Tung Yuan, her heart racing, instinctively gripping his hand tighter. Tung Yuan placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The two awaited in hushed anticipation. After a prolonged assault on the door, the zombies eventually retreated, leaving the surroundings eerily calm once more. Qi Jinnuo let out a quiet sigh of relief that had been far too perilous. Had they been in a hotel room, that flimsy wooden door would have surely succumbed. I'll take a look, Tung Yuan murmured softly. No. Qi Jinnuo, gripped by fear, pulled him back, whispering, I'm scared. Please don't go out. Let us wait until dawn. Observing her pale visage, Tung Yuan finally nodded in agreement. However, a sudden chorus of wails erupted from upstairs, accompanied by the sound of thumping above them, prompting both to instinctively glance at the ceiling. Zombies. There are zombies. Run. Ah. Don't leave me behind. In the midst of such turmoil, one couldn't help but wonder just how many zombies were present. Qi Jinnuo exchanged a glance with Tung Yuan, a shiver coursing through them. If memory served correctly, the upper floor housed the security guards. Was this the end for them all? After a prolonged wait, silence enveloped the space, and they finally returned to their slumber. She was roused from her dreams by Teng Yuan's soft opening of the door. Hastily sitting up, she noticed the dawn had arrived and sighed in relief. Teng Yuan cautiously cracked the door open, ensuring the outside was safe before fully opening it. A pool of blood lay at the entrance, partially congealed and dark crimson. Leaving her uncertain whether it belonged to a zombie or a human, he leaned towards the latter. Perhaps it belonged to one of the two who had been banging on the door last night. The day was brightening, though the sun had yet to rise, casting an air of desolation over the disheveled dining area, mingling with a faint scent of blood that evoked a chilling stillness. He closed the door again. Turning to Qi Jinnuo, "Go wash up. We'll assess the situation shortly." "All right," she nodded, moving to the back of the warehouse to freshen up. From her spatial pocket, she retrieved a mirror, a comb, and a hair tie. After smoothing her hair, she fashioned a high ponytail. Her character's hair was styled in soft curls and dyed a light chestnut, making her appear a vibrant, youthful beauty. She admired her reflection, pleased, and let loose 2 strands of hair by her forehead, accentuating her already delicate features. Once her hair was secured, she extracted a small table and 2 chairs from her spatial pocket. Setting them up, she pulled out 2 sandwiches, 2 cups of juice, and a fruit salad. After they finished breakfast, they headed to the cold storage, intending to store its contents in her spatial pocket. After a night spent in Teng Yuan's embrace, Qi Jinnuo noticed her pocket had expanded slightly, though the pace was still too slow. Indeed, it seemed that closeness with the male lead accelerated the process. Teng Yuan opened the freezer door, a rush of icy air enveloping them, causing Qi Jinnuo to shiver. "Let us make this quick," he said, noticing her discomfort. "All right," she agreed, stepping inside the freezer to collect all the stored ingredients, quickly exiting afterward. The freezer housed an array of fine steaks, various cuts, frozen seafood, assorted meats, and dairy products. However, after gathering such a bounty, her spatial pocket had compressed further, now only about 10 square meters in size. Nearby, a high-end shopping mall housed an imported supermarket and various luxury brand stores, providing essentials for living. With her spatial pockets so limited, it was evident it wouldn't suffice. She wished it could expand further. Still clad in the hotel's pajamas and slippers, she needed to gather some clothing and shoes from the mall. "Let us go," Teng Yuan declared, seeing they had collected everything here. He instructed Qi Jinnuo to store the watermelon knife in her spatial pocket while he wielded a long pole. Though the knife was sharp, the pole offered better reach. Carefully, Teng Yuan opened the warehouse door. Finding no zombies outside, he stepped out confidently, with Qi Jinnuo cautiously trailing behind. In the corridor, they stood by the window, observing the dwindling number of wandering zombies below. You're still alive?" A voice called from behind them, and they turned in unison to see the tattooed man and his group descending from upstairs alongside the security guards. Qi Jinnuo raised an eyebrow, puzzled at how these 2 factions had come together. Chapter 14, Parting Ways with the Tattooed Man's Group. She discreetly observed the security guards and noticed their numbers had diminished. Yesterday, Qin Cheng mentioned they had over 10 individuals, yet only 10 remained now, one of whom was a woman. This woman had swollen eyes, clearly having wept extensively, her lips bruised and red, suggesting a harsh treatment. Disheveled and clad in a white dress, her exposed skin bore dark bruises, exuding an aura of desolation and terror, her gait awkward. It seemed she had been violated by the security guards. A twinge of sympathy flickered in Qi Jinnuo's heart as she saw the guards leering at her, their expressions reflecting disdain. She discreetly positioned herself behind Teng Yuan. As for the tattooed man's group, they all bore heavy dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly drained. A clear sign they had not rested well last night. This was hardly surprising, confined in such a small, closed space, rife with unpleasant odors. It would be a miracle if anyone managed to sleep soundly. Among the crowd, Qi Jinnuo spotted the man who had been scratched by a zombie the previous day. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed, vibrant even. Had he survived the virus and awakened some latent abilities? The woman with pink hair noticed that the 2 were seemingly fine and pursed her lips in distaste. The tattooed man approached Teng Yuan with a grin. "Brother, I knew you'd be all right. It's dawn. How about we all leave together? Some of us have gained special abilities." Tung Yuan raised an eyebrow at the mention of special abilities.
Xiao Su, come here.
The tattooed man beckoned cheerfully to the crowd. The man scratched by a zombie stepped forward and delivered a punch to the iron railing of the corridor, causing it to crumple instantly. Tung Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The tattooed man chuckled. He was scratched by a zombie last night. We all thought he'd turn into one. But after a night of fever, he somehow gained special abilities. Isn't that remarkable? Tung Yuan, having experienced Qi Jinnuo as spatial events, was not overly shocked. It was indeed fascinating. And them, the tattooed man gestured towards the security guards. They were attacked by zombies last night, losing several of their number. Thankfully, we assisted them, allowing them to survive, which is why we're now together. They're quite capable, being security guards. Qin Chung stepped out from the group, smiling as he nodded at Tung Yuanya. Little brother, we meet again. However, his gaze slid past Tung and landed on Qi Jinnuo, who furrowed her brow and promptly hid behind Tung. Tung Yuanya declined to accompany them, stating, we shall part ways. We have matters to attend to. The tattooed man understood and did not press further, nodding in agreement. They descended from the 5th floor to the ground level, encountering only a sparse few zombies, which were swiftly dealt with. Yet, it was evident that the zombies had become somewhat swifter, and their skulls had hardened, making headshots a more formidable task. Upon reaching the ground floor, their opinions diverged on where to proceed next. We should seek a refuge, a place to hide and gather supplies, suggested the elite man. But I wish to return home, a girl murmured softly. The janitor rolled her eyes at this remark, exclaiming, you want to go home? I wish to go home too. If you want to return, you may do so alone. We certainly will not accompany you. The girl fell silent, her eyes reddening with distress as she gazed pitifully around. Outside, the streets teemed with zombies, and lacking the means to protect herself, she feared that straying from the group could lead to her swift demise. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they resolved to heed the elite man's advice and find a safe place to hide. At this moment, the tattooed man spoke up. My uncle is in the military district. I have a villa in Haojuan Star, quite spacious. If you don't mind, perhaps we could retreat there? Upon hearing the name Haojuan Star, the group's expressions shifted, their gazes toward the tattooed man laden with newfound interest. That area was renowned as a wealthy district, suggesting that this man's background was not to be underestimated. The woman with pink hair proudly intertwined her arm with the tattooed man's, declaring, he's my boyfriend, and his family has military connections. Following him will ensure your safety. His uncle will surely dispatch troops to protect us. The group's admiration for the tattooed man intensified, and they unanimously agreed to head to his villa. He extended another invitation to Tung Yuanya. Brother, are you truly not coming? It is certainly safer in numbers. Tung Yuanya replied nonchalantly, you all may go. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. The tattooed man expressed a hint of regret. Very well, I hope to encounter you again in the future. He led the group outside, and as Qin Chung reached the door, he glanced back at Qi Jinnuo, his gaze venomous and greedy, sending chills down her spine. Yuan Yi, where shall we go next? Qi Jinnuo inquired, turning to Tung Yuanya. I do not recall my past. Hence, I am uncertain of our destination. Do you have a place in mind? After some contemplation, Qi Jinnuo suddenly remembered that Tung Yuanya had a luxurious apartment nearby, a duplex on the top floor. Her knowledge stemmed from the memories of the female antagonist who had relentlessly pursued Tung Yuanya upon their reunion in college, even acquiring the access code to his residence. You have a place nearby. Why don't we go there? Qi Jinnuo proposed. Tung Yuanya had no objections. Very well. Lead the way. As they exited the hotel, Qi Jinnuo recalled that the male protagonist had a vehicle parked here. He had come to the hotel on business. As the Tung family intended for him to engage with the family business, he was here to negotiate with a collaborator. The female antagonist had resorted to drugging his drink and following him into the hotel room to achieve her nefarious ends. It would not suffice to walk over, as even the short distance posed a risk of encountering zombies. Qi Jinnuo racked her brain, remembering the protagonist's license plate number, and hurriedly pulled Tung Yuanya toward the parking lot. You have a car parked there. Let us drive. Arriving at the parking lot, Qi Jinnuo spotted the protagonist's luxury vehicle. But alas, there were no keys. Just as frustration began to set in, Tung Yuanya produced a key from his pocket. How do you have this? She exclaimed in surprise. It was in my pants pocket. I stashed it away while changing clothes, he replied. Fantastic. Quickly, unlock the door. Qi Jinnuo urged. Though Teng Yuanya had no recollection of the past, his instincts and muscle memory remained intact. After a tentative press of the button, the car emitted a loud noise. And the door unlocked. Chapter 15. Arrival at the residence. As the locks clicked open and they prepared to enter the vehicle, a few zombies suddenly materialized in the parking lot, drawn by the scent of flesh and beginning to advance swiftly toward them. Quick, get in the car. Qi Jinnuo's face paled in fear as she hastily opened the door and scrambled inside. Teng Yuanya took the driver's seat, staring at the steering wheel, momentarily unsure of how to operate it. With the zombies drawing nearer, Qi Jinnuo urged, "Hurry, start the car." Yet Teng Yuanya remained perplexed, as everything felt foreign to him. Qi Jinnuo watched in horror as a zombie lunged at the window, its grotesque visage enough to instill terror, causing her to instinctively lean back. At this critical moment, the engine roared to life, and the car shot forward like an arrow, flinging the zombie off the window. Qi Jinnuo, still shaken, exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death." She patted her chest, unable to suppress her complaints. Had she still possessed her modern physique, she would have surely suffered a heart attack. "It's my first time behind the wheel. I'm not very familiar yet," Teng Yuanya replied. Qi Jinnuo silently thanked her stars that he remembered how to drive. Otherwise, they would have been doomed. The car sped past rows of upscale shopping stores, and Qi Jinnuo longed to grab some clothes or shoes. But upon seeing hordes of zombies roaming the streets, she abandoned the idea. Moreover, some zombies, alerted by the sound of the engine, began to pursue them. However, their sluggish pace allowed them to quickly fall far behind. Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but marvel at their speed. "Take your time. There's no rush." With so many zombies around, it would be challenging to handle them. She guided Teng Yuanya along the route etched in her memory, successfully leading them to his residential community. Though it was an upscale area, it had succumbed to the apocalypse. The sole advantage was its heightened security, making it somewhat difficult for ordinary zombies to breach. The entrance was automated. As long as the vehicle's license plate had been previously registered, it would automatically grant access upon scanning. Inside the community, an eerie silence prevailed, with only a few zombies wandering about. Upon sighting their vehicle, the zombies began to chase, surrounding it and pounding on the sides, howling in a ghastly manner as they sought to bite. Qi Jinnuo recoiled in disgust, exclaiming, "These hideous creatures are utterly revolting." "Stay inside the car," Teng Yuanya instructed, gripping the long rod tightly as he swiftly opened the door, kicking away the zombie that had latched onto it, then promptly shutting the door behind him. The remaining two zombies lunged toward him, but Teng Yuanya dispatched them with a swift strike of the rod, turning it to obliterate the skull of another that approached from behind, quickly resolving the threat. Brain matter and blood splattered across the car window, prompting Qi Jinnuo to turn her head away in revulsion. Teng Yuanya wiped the blood off the rod, knocking on the car window, "Get out." Only then did Qi Jinnuo exit the vehicle, hastening to follow Teng Yuanya into the building. The elevator in this community was still operational. To ensure the residents had access to electricity, there was an independent generator for emergencies. Qi Jinnuo concealed herself behind Teng Yuanya, waiting for the elevator doors to open. Once she confirmed that there were no zombies inside, she stepped in. Upon reaching the top floor, she exited the elevator and promptly approached the door, entering the code to unlock it. This floor housed only a single resident, thus sparing her the nuisance of neighbors transformed into zombies. It was Qi Jinnuo's first visit to Teng Yuanya's abode, and she was immediately taken aback by the opulence within. Her family was well off, operating an interior design firm, and she had never lacked for anything throughout her life. However, compared to Teng Yuanya, their wealth seemed rather modest. Securing a penthouse duplex in the city center would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge for her family. Having temporarily escaped the threat of zombies, Qi Jinnuo felt an immediate sense of relief, collapsing onto the sofa in a state of utter relaxation. Teng Yuanya surveyed the apartment, and fleeting images crossed his mind, almost too swift to grasp, causing a slight pain in his head. Noticing his unusual expression, Qi Jinnuo sprang up in alarm, momentarily forgetting that this was the residence of the male protagonist. What if he began to recall something? "Are you all right, Yuanya?" she hurriedly inquired, rushing to his side. "Is your head hurting? You should sit down." After helping him to a seat, she regarded him cautiously, wondering if he had indeed remembered something. Teng Yuanya furrowed his brow. Pausing for a moment before replying, "No, I haven't recalled anything. It just feels somewhat familiar here." Qi Jinnuo exhaled in relief. "That's fine, take your time. Even if you can't remember, you still have me, right?" Suddenly, she recalled the wound on Tung Yuanya's forehead. "Let me see your injury." She leaned in closer, her faint scent wafting through the air as her delicate fingers gently sifted through his hair, causing Tung Yuanya to hold his breath involuntarily. Qi Jinnuo rummaged through his hair several times, but found no trace of the wound. "Strange. Has it healed so quickly? What's wrong?" Tung Yuanya asked. "Nothing," she replied, withdrawing her hand with a smile. "I didn't see your injury. Perhaps it has already healed. If you experience any headaches or remember anything, make sure to tell me. All right?" She seized the opportunity to discreetly retreat. Tung Yuanya merely nodded. With midday approaching, Qi Jinnuo asked, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Something hot or cold?" She had an abundance of food from hotel buffets in her storage, although it was all cold, as she wasn't particularly skilled at cooking. "Anything light will suffice," Tung Yuanya replied, his culinary preferences modest. Qi Jinnuo promptly retrieved a portion of pasta, a dessert, beef salad, seafood salad, pineapple fried rice, and 2 cups of juice from her storage. After their meal, Qi Jinnuo explored the expansive apartment, marveling at its 2 levels and exquisite design. She discovered the master bedroom, Tung Yuanya's room, adorned in a stark black and white aesthetic that conveyed a sense of coldness and dominance, coupled with an inexplicable feeling of oppression, perfectly mirroring his usual demeanor. "Is this my room?" Tung Yuanya suddenly appeared behind her. Startled, Qi Jinnuo quickly smiled. "Yes, it's your room. Would you like to take a look?" She eagerly pulled him inside. Tung Yuanya scrutinized the room meticulously, peering into the wardrobe and examining the bathroom with great care. Qi Jinnuo felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might uncover something amiss. After his inspection, he casually inquired, "Why are there no belongings of yours here? Haven't you been here before?" "Of course I have. How else would I know the code?" She feigned shyness. "I just haven't visited often, nor have I stayed here overnight." Tung Yuanya narrowed his eyes, uncertain whether to believe her, and chose to remain silent. "What about your family? Are they not in the city? Given the current circumstances, wouldn't you want to find them?" he suddenly asked. Qi Jinnuo's thoughts drifted to her parents and brother, her expression dimming. "What happened to your family?" Tung Yuanya noticed her change in demeanor. Qi Jinnuo shook her head. "I have no family. They are all gone." The female antagonist's mother was a mistress, leading a reckless life from a young age, engaging in escapades like drinking and dating while mingling with unsavory characters. After failing to enter university, she took a job as an escort in a nightclub, where her beauty garnered her significant earnings. Eventually, upon encountering the father of the female antagonist, she schemed to become pregnant with Qi Jinnuo, hoping to elevate her status through the child. Unbeknownst to her, the man's legitimate wife was formidable, prompting her to flee back home after giving birth to Qi Jinnuo. Lacking maternal affection, she viewed Qi Jinnuo merely as a means to financial gain, instilling in her a superficial mindset that prioritized marrying well over academic achievement. Consequently, Qi Jinnuo became disinterested in her studies, her thoughts consumed by the pursuit of wealthy partners. Though she maintained a modicum of restraint compared to her mother, such a mother was not one Qi Jinnuo wished to acknowledge, especially since she was not her biological mother. Tung Yuanya fell into a contemplative silence, his character ill-suited to utter comforting phrases, such as "I will be your family." Instead, he offered a reassuring pat on her head. They occupied the 22nd floor, an elevation neither particularly low nor high. However, with communication infrastructure compromised and signals lost, they felt isolated from the outside world. Tung Yuanya rummaged through an old radio, attempting to catch a signal, but after much effort, he was met only with static. Eager to venture out and gather supplies, Qi Jinnuo was thwarted by her limited storage space, forced to wait until it expanded. She gazed at Tung Yuanya's silhouette, resolutely deciding that she would seize the opportunity to get closer to him that night. As night fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once tranquil day gave way to an increase in the chilling howls of zombies, their frequency escalating. Qi Jinnuo stood on the balcony, observing the illuminated windows of neighboring apartments, indicating that many still resided within, hiding from the horrors outside during the daylight. Across from them, she witnessed a zombie breach an apartment, the female occupant being swiftly overpowered and bitten, while the male residents selfishly retreated, leaving their young daughter to weep on the floor. Soon to meet a similar fate. This gruesome scene was too brutal for her to bear, compelling her to turn away. The echoes of their screams resonated throughout the complex, and no one dared to peek outside. Everyone remained hidden within their homes. Suddenly, Tung Yuanya spotted a zombie leap from the ground to the second-floor balcony, deftly shattering the glass door to invade the apartment. The ensuing screams were horrific. His expression darkened as he recalled the tale of a man who had awakened powers after being scratched by a zombie. What if the zombies possessed abilities as well? Qi Jinnuo, witnessing the event, felt a chill run down her spine and urgently pulled Tung Yuanya back inside, securing the glass door. "Did you see that?" Tung Yuanya asked. Qi Jinnuo, her scalp prickling, replied, "I did. I once read in a book that zombies evolve, acquiring various abilities and formidable combat skills. That one we just saw is likely evolved." She couldn't help but curse under her breath. The speed of their evolution was alarmingly rapid. Had they already developed the ability to leap? In just a few days, even if they were on the 22nd floor, would they still be safe? Tung Yuan's expression was as cold as water. "You have evolved spatial abilities, yet that person who is injured has become immensely powerful. Does that imply that everyone bitten by a zombie might possess a certain probability of acquiring superpowers?" Qi Jinnuo nodded, affirming that, in principle, it is indeed the case. But if one does not survive the ordeal, they will turn into a zombie. Tung Yuan furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. "Let us rest for now. There's no use in overthinking. We can discuss it tomorrow." Qi Jinnuo interjected quickly, hoping to prevent him from spiraling into distress. Tung Yuan glanced out into the thickening night and replied softly, "You should rest. I'll join you later. Then I shall wait for you in the room," Qi Jinnuo said, nodding before turning to leave. She entered the master bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and retrieved a white shirt from Tung Yuan's collection before stepping into the bathroom. As she lay in the bathtub, a wave of comfort enveloped her. The water was still usable, but soon resources would dwindle. She recalled that in a few days, a blood rain would fall, causing the zombies to evolve, while some people would begin to suffer from high fevers throughout the night, eventually awakening their own abilities. This rain would also contaminate the water supply, rendering it unusable. It was imperative to gather more water resources. Expanding the spatial area could not be delayed. Rising from the bath, she spritzed herself with perfume. Admiring her porcelain-like skin in the mirror, satisfied with her appearance, and donned the white shirt, intentionally leaving the top 2 buttons undone. This body possessed a deadly allure for men. After all, the male lead was just a man, and she refused to believe that this would not captivate him. She lay on the bed, waiting for Tung Yuan to come in. However, as time passed, he did not arrive, and she nearly drifted off to sleep. Glancing at her watch, she realized it was almost midnight. What was he doing outside? Unable to contain her curiosity, Qi Jinnuo stepped out of the room, finding the hallway eerily quiet, with no sign of Tung Yuan. Where could he have gone? Walking barefoot down the corridor, she noticed a guest room door ajar, light seeping through the crack. Her brows arched in surprise. Was he planning to sleep apart from her? Not a chance. Qi Jinnuo pushed the door open, finding the room empty. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, she headed straight there. The frosted glass revealed the silhouette of a strong, tall, and well-built man. With her hand on the doorknob, she twisted it and found it unlocked, boldly entering. The scene inside took her breath away. His powerful arms and fit physique were captivating, not an ounce of flab in sight. In that moment, she understood what her friend had meant by a perfect man. To have her first experience with such a man was indeed a stroke of luck. Hearing movement behind him, Tung Yuan turned, momentarily stunned upon seeing Qi Jinnuo. Before frowning, "How did you get in here?" He instinctively grabbed a towel to cover himself. The corners of Qi Jinnuo's mouth curled into a smirk as her slender, alabaster fingers traced her chest, deftly unbuttoning her shirt. The white fabric fell to the floor, quickly drenched and becoming translucent. "You!" Tung Yuan's eyes darkened as he stared at her, his throat tightening, and he abruptly turned away. "You need to leave." His voice was hoarse, strained with emotion. Qi Jinnuo raised an eyebrow, refusing to retreat. Instead, she stepped closer to him. Finally, he lost control and pressed her against the wall. Outside, the night was silent, occasionally interrupted by the distant growls and screams of zombies. Qi Jinnuo was awakened by the persistent urging of a small creature in her spatial area. Wake up! Wake up! The jade marrow liquid has appeared. Confused, Qi Jinnuo stirred, questioning the significance of this jade marrow liquid. The little being hopped excitedly, pointing at the wall of the spring pool. She looked and saw a jade pendant, its surface glistening with a milky, viscous liquid. A single drop was on the verge of falling. The creature chattered, "The jade marrow liquid is a treasure. Just one drop a day. Incredibly precious. Hurry and find something to catch it. Don't let it go to waste. Drinking it can strengthen your body, cleanse impurities, and enhance your beauty. Its uses are manifold. Is it really that miraculous?" Qi Jinnuo felt her spirits lift as she hurried to the storage area, finding a glass to place beneath the jade pendant, catching the precious drop. Upon drinking it, she was greeted with a sweet, refreshing taste that swept away her fatigue. However, her skin began to exude a foul-smelling black substance. "Oh no! I smell terrible." Qi Jinnuo jumped from her bed and dashed into the bathroom for a quick shower. Afterward, standing before the mirror, she marveled at her skin, which now shimmered with a silky, milk-like glow. Unable to resist, she touched her skin, enamored with the sensation. Though her skin had been beautiful before, it now seemed to radiate with an even more exquisite quality, as if a soft filter had been applied, leaving her glowing. "This jade marrow liquid is truly extraordinary," Qi Jinnuo mused. The little creature scoffed, "Of course. Anything produced in this space is bound to be exquisite." Qi Jinnuo raised an eyebrow. "You suddenly vanished before. How come you're here now?" The creature replied, "I disappeared because you made me. When I ran out of energy, I couldn't manifest. Now that I have energy again, I'm back." Noticing that the creature's form seemed more substantial than before, Qi Jinnuo reflected on how useful the male lead was. "The storage area has expanded. You should go collect supplies. Don't starve before I can revive you," it remarked. "Do I need your reminder? I'll go shortly. By the way, you mentioned before that I do need your help to survive in this apocalypse. What life-saving abilities can you offer me? In a few days, everyone will gradually awaken their powers, and even the zombies will evolve. How will I stand a chance?" The creature looked at her with disdain. "When have you ever fought zombies? Haven't you always hidden behind the male lead? That was because I lacked the capability. Besides, zombies are revolting. I find them disgusting," Qi Jinnuo retorted, but then she suddenly felt something was amiss, narrowing her eyes. "You just referred to the male lead, didn't you? Do you know why I ended up in this book?" The creature appeared flustered, its gaze evasive.
I didn't say that.
"You must have misheard. This little creature." Qi Jinnuo was convinced it knew something. "What male lead? What book? What are you talking about?" The creature feigned ignorance. "My energy is running low. I must enter a sleep state now. You should focus on absorbing more luck." With that, its form vanished. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Qi Jinnuo realized that the creature had indeed mentioned the male lead and luck from the very beginning. At that time, she had been too shocked and pressed for time to pay attention. It now appeared that her arrival in this book was not mere coincidence. She resolved to interrogate the creature at the first opportunity. Qi Jinnuo tidied herself up, donning Tung Yuan's white shirt, and barefoot, she stepped outside. The corridor was eerily quiet, save for the sounds coming from a room at the end. Approaching, she discovered a gym. Tung Yuan was there, lifting weights, his muscles taut and glistening with sweat, a magnificent sight. As she watched, her cheeks flushed. It seemed her friends had indeed influenced her too deeply, turning her into a little minx, devoid of any modesty. All of it was her friend's fault. Tung Yuan sensed someone behind him, turning to see Qi Jinnuo, his expression suddenly awkward. Uncertain if it was merely his illusion, he felt that she appeared somewhat different today compared to yesterday. Her skin had become more luminous and delicate, radiating a vibrant glow. Her gaze was enchanting, with a flirtatious glimmer that captivated, hinting at a mock displeasure. He had intended to gradually uncover her origins, yet last night, he succumbed to temptation and truly made her his own. The incident at the hotel was negligible, as he had no recollection of it. "You're up so early. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Qi Jinnuo asked with a cheerful smile. Tung Yuan replied, "You go ahead. I'll take a shower and join you shortly." "All right," she responded, turning to leave. After breakfast, she expressed her desire to venture out for supplies, and Tung Yuan concurred. Uncertain of what lay ahead, They aimed to gather as many resources as possible. Lacking women-esque clothing at home, Qi Jinnuo simply took a new pair of black casual pants and wore them. The waistband was too loose, so she tightened it with a belt. And the pant legs were excessively long, requiring her to fold them up. She tied a white shirt at her waist, creating a casual, oversized look that accentuated her slender figure, while the classic black and white ensemble remained timeless. She styled her long hair into boxer braids, projecting a fresh, innocent appearance with a hint of edginess. Satisfied, Qi Jinnuo stepped out of her room, determined to present herself beautifully even amidst the apocalypse. Upon exiting, she spotted Tung Yuan clad in a black windbreaker, the zipper pulled up to his chin, complementing his stern visage. She was taken aback by his handsomeness and impulsively threw her arms around him, exclaiming, "Why do you look so dashing today?" Tung Yuan raised an eyebrow, his strong arm encircling her slim waist. Though he perceived her sweet words as mere flattery, he found the compliment unexpectedly delightful. Chapter 18. An unexpected calamity. They took the elevator down to the first floor, only to encounter two zombies, one large and one small. Qi Jinnuo recognized them as the mother and daughter duo from the previous night. Before Tung Yuan could charge forward, a robust figure suddenly appeared, wielding a baseball bat and swiftly dispatching the zombies with ease. Qi Jinnuo marveled at the man's exaggerated muscles, finding him even more impressive than the tattooed man from before. After eliminating the zombies, he wiped the blood from his bat and turned to face them. "Are you heading out to gather supplies?" he inquired. "Yes," Tung Yuan replied nonchalantly. "Would you like to join us? The more people we have, the easier it will be to deal with zombies. Our community has formed a team. Would you like to join?" The man's gaze shifted to Tung Yuan. Tung Yuan declined, "No need." The man appeared slightly disappointed but replied, "All right, should you change your mind, feel free to find me. I'm the captain and reside in apartment 505 across the hall." He gestured in a direction and, upon turning back, noticed Qi Jinnuo standing in the shadows. Momentarily taken aback. "Is that your girlfriend?" Tung Yuan frowned, a flicker of displeasure surfacing within him as he subtly blocked the man's view. "Do you have any business with us?" "None at all," the man muttered awkwardly, scratching his nose before departing. After he left, Qi Jinnuo and Tung Yuan resumed their previous vehicle, making their way to a nearby shopping mall. The streets were less crowded with zombies, and those they encountered were merely ordinary ones. After Tung Yuan dealt with them, he led Qi Jinnuo into the mall. Inside, remnants of battle were evident everywhere. Dried blood, severed limbs, entrails, and the bodies of zombies scattered about, evoking a sense of horror and an overpowering stench of decay. Qi Jinnuo felt a wave of nausea and clung tightly to Tung Yuan, fearing that zombies might lurk within the mall. Spotting a branded clothing store, Qi Jinnuo immediately tugged at Tung Yuan's hand, and he understood, guiding her inside. The store was filled with women's apparel, and she greedily collected everything in sight. After last night, their storage had expanded considerably, so she was unconcerned about running out of supplies. As they continued, they came across shoe stores, handbag shops, and jewelry boutiques. Items that were once prohibitively expensive had become as affordable as cabbages in this new world, and Qi Jinnuo seized a plethora of sparkling jewelry. She also gathered numerous perfumes, cosmetics, and skincare products, taking whatever she could find. They reached an imported supermarket and filled their bags with snacks, chocolates, various fruits and vegetables, fresh meats, and instant meals. Whether for consumption or utility, Qi Jinnuo collected everything, believing they may prove useful in the future. The shelves were nearly empty, a truly spectacular sight. However, Qi Jinnuo refrained from taking everything, leaving some for those who would come after them. After their thorough scavenging, they exited the supermarket, ready to continue their search. To avoid drawing attention, Qi Jinnuo grabbed a large backpack and filled it with food. Just as they were about to leave the mall, a group of people burst in, about a dozen, creating a ruckus that attracted zombies.
Hurry!
Run faster. They're catching up. Stop screaming. It's all your fault. Two girls were blaming each other, and as zombies lunged at them, they screamed and raced up the stairs. The men in the group were preoccupied with the zombies, but the sheer number was overwhelming, leaving them exhausted. Qi Jinnuo's sharp eyes caught sight of the muscular man they had encountered earlier, valiantly battling the zombies with his baseball bat. This implied that this group of people were residents of their community. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Jinnuo glanced at the fleeing individuals. The first woman to reach the top noticed them, her eyes lighting up as she rushed towards Tung Yuan. Ting Xiao, is it really you? I can't believe I'd find you here. Are you alright? Are you hurt? I wanted to check on you, but you live on the top floor, and I would need permission to enter. Tung Yuan turned to Qi Jinnuo. Who is this woman? I have no idea. Qi Jinnuo replied, her gaze flickering as she avoided eye contact, feeling a twinge of guilt. Could she be an old acquaintance? Was it possible to run into her here? The woman's attention shifted to Qi Jinnuo, and upon seeing her delicate and radiant appearance, she suddenly appeared defensive.
Who are you?
What is your relationship with Ting Xiao? What relationship? Qi Jinnuo arched an eyebrow, intertwining her arm with Tung Yuan's and lifting her chin defiantly. Of course, we are lovers. Do you know my boyfriend? Lovers? I've never heard of Ting Xiao having a girlfriend. Where did you come from, imposter? The woman's eyebrows shot up, her tone adamant. Ting Xiao doesn't have a girlfriend. Qi Jinnuo scoffed. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it isn't true. May I ask how well you know my boyfriend? Are you intimately familiar with his affairs? The woman was momentarily stumped, sputtering. In any case, Ting Xiao doesn't have a girlfriend. Now he does, Qi Jinnuo replied coldly. The woman glanced at Tung Yuan, noticing that he did not refute Qi Jinnuo's claim. Her expression twisted with frustration.
Run.
We can't hold them off any longer. There are too many zombies. At that moment, people from downstairs began rushing up. The woman promptly abandoned the discussion, turning to flee up the stairs. The mall had 7 floors, with the top level housing a cinema. The cinema was well secured, featuring iron doors and soundproofing, befitting a high-end establishment. Once they reached the top, realizing there were no hiding spots available, the crowd hurried into the cinema, locking the door behind them. Tung Yuan and Qi Jinnuo were also forced into hiding, caught in an unexpected calamity, having drawn in so many zombies and inadvertently involving themselves in the chaos. The atmosphere in the screening room was stifling, exacerbated by the sweltering heat outside, which made Qi Jinnuo feel quite uncomfortable with the oppressive scent. Quietly, she retrieved a bottle of perfume from her belongings and sprayed it around her. The woman who had earlier glared at her immediately turned, casting a disdainful look. What are you doing spraying perfume at a time like this? Our lives are on the line. You look just like a pampered princess. Before the apocalypse, who didn't care about their appearance? However, after enduring so many harrowing experiences in the past few days, her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of evading zombies and surviving. She had no time for skincare or makeup, not even the inclination to coordinate her clothing. She had emerged looking disheveled and, due to stress, had even developed acne. Yet this woman appeared well cared for, still spritzing perfume. If it weren't for her fortunate encounter with Ting Xiao, would she have been so well protected? The woman clenched her teeth, utterly disbelieving that Qi Jinnuo was Tung Xiao's girlfriend. Reluctantly, she stepped closer to Ting Yuan. Ting Xiao, we met at an event once. I represented a product from your company. I was the model you spoke to, do you remember? Before Ting Yuan could respond, Qi Jinnuo had already positioned herself protectively in front of him. What are you doing? Trying to ingratiate yourself? Can't you see he already has a girlfriend? Have some decency. The woman glared furiously at Qi Jinnuo. Qi Jinnuo, feigning innocence, sat on Tung Yuan's lap, saying, how is this not my business? My boyfriend claims not to know you. Yet here you are, desperately trying to flirt. How embarrassing. This woman clearly harbored ulterior motives towards Ting Yuan. Women know each other best. And her intentions were as transparent as day. Qi Jinnuo was unaware of how much the woman knew about Ting Yuan, but to prevent her from uttering any inappropriate remarks, she had to keep her distance. You. The woman was at a loss for words, biting her lip and casting a pitiful glance at Ting Yuan. However, he merely frowned and gave Qi Jinnuo a light pat on the waist. Get off, what are you doing? There are so many people here, and you choose to sit on my lap? Qi Jinnuo stubbornly refused to budge. Not only did she not get off, but she also wrapped her arms around his neck and nestled closer, playfully saying, are you smitten by her beauty? Are you feeling sorry for her? The words dripped with envy. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up as she eagerly looked at Ting Yuan. Ting Xiao. Stop spouting nonsense. Tung Yuan replied with a wry smile, allowing her to remain on his lap. A nearby muscular man couldn't restrain himself any longer and approached, glancing between the woman and Ting Yuan. Do you two know each other? The woman exclaimed. We do. Tang Yuanya coolly interjected, "We do not." The muscular man looked at the woman, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Xiao Shuiyu." Suddenly, another woman chimed in with sarcasm, "Wei Rong. I told you this woman is nothing but a floozy, yet you refuse to believe it. You worry about her safety, bringing her into the community and catering to her needs, only for her to turn around and chase after another man. What is the point?" Liang Shui became incensed. "Wu Ningjing, who are you calling a floozy?" Wu Ningjing shot back, "Am I wrong? She just met you and already has you buying her clothes and bags. She's nothing but a sugar baby. Only someone as naive as Wei Rong would fall for her tricks. If you hadn't screamed and attracted all those zombies, would we be trapped here now? You should stay home and mind your own business." "Ningjing," Wei Rong snapped, warning her with a glance to temper her words. Wu Ningjing, her eyes reddening with anger, retorted, "Go ahead and protect her. Just wait until she latches onto a man more powerful than you, then you'll see her kick you to the curb."
Fool.
She huffed and stormed off to a corner. The remaining onlookers merely watched the spectacle, having grown accustomed to such drama. Wei Rong glanced at Wu Ningjing before ultimately deciding to comfort the tearful Liang Shui. Qi Jinnuo shook her head, sighing at the scene. How could someone of Wei Rong's stature be so easily manipulated by a woman? Suddenly, a loud banging echoed at the door, causing everyone to tense up instantly. Zombies were outside, battering the door. A heavy silence fell as they held their breath, eyes fixed on the door, fearing it might not withstand the onslaught. After what felt like an eternity, the banging ceased. Just as the group began to relax, the iron door was suddenly torn apart, and a hideous zombie burst in, emitting a terrifying roar. Everyone screamed in terror, and even Qi Jinnuo nearly toppled off Tang Yuanya's lap. How could a zombie be so formidable, tearing through an iron door with its bare hands? This zombie had evolved. Tang Yuanya's expression changed immediately. He grabbed a nearby long pole and set Qi Jinnuo down. "Find a place to hide." Qi Jinnuo surveyed the screening room with dismay. Realizing there was nowhere to hide, the muscular man, Wei Rong, swiftly armed himself and, along with the other men, charged at the mutated zombie. However, behind the evolved zombie, a horde of others followed, sending the defenseless people into a panic. Qi Jinnuo felt her skin crawl at the sight. How could they possibly fend off so many zombies? Was this where her journey would end? "Enin! Enin!" Qi Jinnuo frantically called in her mind. "Are you there? If you don't help me now, I'll die here today." The little creature replied helplessly, "I can't assist you. I'm too weak and left with only an afterimage. How can I help?" "You're on your own." "What the hell?" Qi Jinnuo cursed in her mind, just as a zombie lunged at her, causing her to scream and hastily dodge aside. But the zombies kept pouring in, overwhelming her defenses. In a panic, Qi Jinnuo retrieved a long knife from her space, but at the sight of the grotesque zombies, she trembled and hesitated. Meanwhile, Tang Yuanya was preoccupied battling the evolved zombie, unable to spare her a glance. Just when she resolved to charge forward, the long knife was suddenly yanked from her grasp. "Useless. Let me handle this." "You step back." Qi Jinnuo watched in astonishment as Wu Ningjing wielded her knife, swiftly decapitating a zombie. She quickly joined the fray against the other zombies, her agility indicating she possessed some martial skills. The evolved zombie was exceptionally ferocious, its roar injuring a man's face. He screamed in terror, stumbling backward as the scent of blood excited the other zombies, making them more aggressive. The zombie lunged at Wei Rong, who defended himself with a baseball bat, but the foul breath of the zombie nearly made him retch. Tang Yuanya kicked the zombie away, and Wei Rong sighed in relief. "Thanks." Suddenly, someone shouted, "There's an exit." A small escape route was spotted on the other side of the screening room. "Quick, get out," Wei Rong urged. "I'll cover you." While the other zombies were manageable, the priority was to hold back the evolved one. Everyone scrambled toward the opening, but Qi Jinnuo remained rooted in place. "What are you waiting for?
Go."
Wu Ningjing tugged at her. Qi Jinnuo gritted her teeth, glancing at Tang Yuanya. "You go ahead first." She then turned and dashed toward Tang Yuanya, exclaiming, "Yuanya." As she retrieved another long knife from her space, she handed it to him. As Tang Yuan swiftly turned to intercept with his blade, the mutated zombie lunged at him once more. With a decisive swing, he severed one of its arms. Enraged, the creature howled fiercely, growing even more ferocious. Meanwhile, the ordinary zombies surged toward them, their massive hands encircling in a threatening manner. "Hurry!" Tung Yuan urged as he grasped Qi Jinnuo's hand, urging her to flee towards the exit. In her haste, Qi Jinnuo stumbled and fell to the ground, trembling in fear. She noticed the evolved zombie seizing the opportunity to pounce on her. Closing her eyes in anticipation of the pain, she was instead met with an unexpected silence. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Tung Yuan standing before her, wielding his long knife to shield her, though he bore 3 fresh claw marks on his arm. Chapter 20. Tung Yuan sustains injuries. Qi Jinnuo stood in shock. Tung Yuan was injured. Gazing into his cold yet determined eyes, a tightness gripped her throat. Tung Yuan kicked the zombie away and swiftly decapitated it. Without time for further words, he pulled her hand and insisted, "We must go." Exiting through the small opening, they found themselves on a deserted street, momentarily free of zombies. The group breathed a sigh of relief, their legs weak from fear, collapsing onto the ground in heavy breaths. As they collected themselves, they soon realized that several among them bore injuries. Everyone was acutely aware that wounds from bites or scratches could lead to infection and transformation into zombies, instinctively distancing themselves from the injured. The wounded, in their horror, could not accept the grim reality. "Help me. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die," cried a young man, kneeling and weeping. The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy, unable to bear witness to such despair, knowing that they too could face a similar fate. "Ting Xiao, you're injured too," Liang Shui exclaimed in terror as she stared at Tung Yuan's wounds, instinctively stepping back. Qi Jinnuo, observing her reaction, felt a surge of disdain. Such cowardice. Wei Rong hesitated, glancing at Tung Yuan's injury. Tung Yuan's expression remained indifferent, aware that time was of the essence. He knew lingering outside could bring danger. He turned to Qi Jinnuo. "Perhaps you should stay with them?" He was injured, and there was a possibility he might awaken supernatural powers or succumb to becoming a zombie, making it ultimately unsafe for her to remain by his side. Qi Jinnuo shook her head resolutely. "No need. Let us go back." Wei Rong, unable to hide his concern, looked at Qi Jinnuo. "You must think this through. He is injured now and could turn into a zombie." "Such pretense," Liang Shui muttered under her breath. She had indeed spoken with Tung Yuan during the event, surprised to hear others mention he was the future heir of the Tung family. Young and handsome. She couldn't help but harbor thoughts about him, intentionally spilling wine on his suit to strike up a conversation. Though their interaction was brief, she had distinctly felt his gaze linger on her several times, suggesting he had some interest. Afterward, opportunities to engage with him were scarce. With the apocalypse looming, she speculated on why he was not with his family, but given the Tung family's resources, she believed they could weather the storm, leading her to entertain thoughts of aligning herself with him. Alas, he claimed not to remember her. Now that Tung Yuan was injured, Liang Shui naturally abandoned her hopes. The woman before her appeared unwaveringly loyal, which Liang Shui found insufferable. What advantage was there in feigning devotion to a dying man? Such theatrics were excessive. Wei Rong, stop concerning yourself with her, Liang Shui retorted sarcastically. Look at her, so devoted, unwilling to part from her precious boyfriend. They might even become a pair of zombie lovers one day. Wu Ningjing interjected coldly. Your words are truly distasteful. You were flirting with him before, and now you've changed your tune faster than the weather. Liang Shui, stung by the truth, shot her a glare. What is it to you? Qi Jinnuo, disinterested in their bickering, firmly grasped Tung Yuan's hand and softly said, Let us go back. Tung Yuan gazed at her, words unspoken. I understand your concerns. It's fine. Qi Jinnuo reassured him. He was the male lead. Surely, he would be unharmed. Seeing her confidence, Tung Yuan reluctantly agreed to leave with her. Wei Rong watched their retreating figures, feeling a hint of regret. Once in the vehicle, Qi Jinnuo retrieved disinfectant and bandages from her space, tending to his wounds. Even with the bandaging, it may be futile, as the virus had likely already infiltrated his system. Tung Yuan observed her tying the bandage into a butterfly knot, momentarily at a loss for words. But it will hurt, he protested. If we bandage it, the pain will subside and you'll feel better, she replied matter-of-factly. Tung Yuan watched her nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but ask, Are you truly not going to join them? What if I become a zombie? You won Qi Jinnuo interrupted, her gaze unwavering. I believe in you. You will conquer the virus.
Who are you?
You are Tung Yuan, the male lead. How could a prominent male lead be defeated by something as trivial as a virus? Tung Yuan, taken aback by her conviction, felt an unfamiliar warmth swell within him. Very well, he conceded, deciding not to let her leave. Upon our return, bind me with a rope and confine me to a room. It will be safer that way. All right, Qi Jinnuo replied obediently. Upon arriving home, she followed Tung Yuan's instructions, retrieving a rope from her space to bind him. However, instead of confining him to a room, she allowed him to sit on the living room sofa. There's no need to lock you away. This way, at least I can keep an eye on you. Qi Jinnuo explained, wishing to monitor his condition. Tung Yuan stared at her, a softness blossoming in his heart. He hadn't anticipated that this girlfriend would care for him more than he had imagined. Qi Jinnuo, observing the look on the male lead's face, sensed he might have misunderstood something, but she dismissed it. The potential for him to awaken supernatural powers rested upon this moment. Surely, it would be fine. As night fell, the living room was enveloped in silence. Qi Jinnuo lounged on the sofa opposite Tung Yuan, engrossed in a mobile game. Bound and seated, Tung Yuan closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he opened them to find her eyelids drooping, her head bobbing as her phone nearly slipped from her grasp. With no other recourse, he called out, "Qi Jinnuo." She stirred, blinking sleepily at him. Her drowsy demeanor was endearing, reminiscent of a lazy cat. "You should go to bed," he suggested. "And remember to lock your bedroom door." Qi Jinnuo snapped awake, moving closer to scrutinize him, only to find no signs of him turning into a zombie. Tentatively, she reached out to check his forehead, retracting her hand in shock. "Your forehead is so hot. Don't you feel it?" Tung Yuan paused, shaking his head. "Am I really that hot?" He attempted to touch his forehead but remembered he was bound. "Very hot. You have a fever." Qi Jinnuo quickly untied the ropes binding him, realizing that a fever could signify gene recombination and the potential awakening of supernatural powers. "Don't!" Tung Yuan tried to stop her, but it was too late, and he frowned. What if he wasn't awakening powers? Wouldn't that put her in danger? She never considered her own safety. "Don't worry, I told you. You'll awaken your powers. You surely will. You have a fever. Go lie down in your room while I fetch you some medicine," Qi Jinnuo reassured him, patting his shoulder. Although the medicine may be ineffective, it was better to at least pretend. Tung Yuan contemplated her words and stood, intending to return to his room. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window, causing both individuals to turn their heads. On the balcony, a red-eyed zombie bared its teeth and smashed its fist through the glass door. Chapter 21 Fever. The zombie moved with astonishing agility, swiftly navigating through the shards of glass, roaring as it lunged toward them. Qi Jinnuo was momentarily paralyzed with fear. She had believed that this place would at least be safe for the next few days, but she was unprepared for the swift arrival of a mutated zombie.
Dodge.
Tung Yuan also pushed Qi Jinnuo aside and seized a nearby stool, bringing it down with great force upon the zombie's head. To his surprise, the zombie suddenly tilted its head aside to evade the blow, its sharp claws reaching for Tung Yuan. He instinctively raised the stool as a shield, but the zombie's claws penetrated through it, letting out a ferocious roar before violently tossing the stool aside. Tung Yuan staggered back a couple of steps, appearing somewhat unsteady. This was dire. He was still feverish. Why did a mutated zombie have to appear at this moment? Qi Jinnuo swiftly retrieved a long knife from her spatial storage and tossed it to him.
Knife.
However, the mutated zombie cast a sidelong glance at Qi Jinnuo, kicking the knife away with a single swift motion. Frustration surged within her. That wretched creature. Perhaps sensing her hostility, it shifted its target and lunged toward her instead. Terrified, Qi Jinnuo attempted to flee but stumbled over a chair, falling to the ground. Tung Yuan quickly picked up the fallen knife and swung it at the zombie. Yet, the mutated zombie had gained intelligence, dodging the vulnerable spot of its head, causing Tung Yuan's strike to land on its shoulder. In a swift retaliation, the zombie bit down on Tung Yuan's arm. Blood gushed forth, and the scent of flesh roused the zombie's fervor. "Yuan!" Qi Jinnuo screamed, scrambling to her feet. Gritting his teeth, Tung Yuan endured the pain as he pulled the knife free and, with a swift motion, severed the zombie's head. The corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Tung Yuan fell back as well, his face pale as death, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. "Yuan!" Qi Jinnuo rushed to his side, realizing that his temperature had escalated alarmingly, now scorching to the touch. How could someone survive at such a temperature? Panic set in as she hurriedly helped him up. We need to return to the room. I must tend to your wounds. Tung Yuan gritted his teeth and managed to stand, leaning heavily on Qi Jinnuo. Unfortunately, he only made it to the door before he suddenly fainted. Gritting her teeth, Qi Jinnuo dragged him into the room, locking the door behind them, and retrieved medicine and bandages from her spatial storage. The injury on his arm was gruesome, nearly a chunk of flesh bitten away, with bone faintly visible. Trembling, she steeled herself to disinfect and bandage the wound, the metallic scent of blood nearly overwhelming her. She felt his forehead again. It was even hotter than before. At this temperature, would he truly be all right? Qi Jinnuo hastily gathered the fever-reducing patches and medication she had collected from the pharmacy, along with a bottle of water. She placed the patch on his forehead and attempted to administer the medicine, but he stubbornly refused to open his mouth. With no other option, she held the pill in her mouth and transferred it to him through a kiss, then employed alcohol to physically cool him down. After nearly 2 exhausting hours, she collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. The room was eerily silent. Even Tung Yuan's breathing was inaudible. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Qi Jinnuo jolted upright, scrambling to the balcony, only to witness 2 more mutated zombies emerging from the night, mercilessly attacking the 2 families below. Qi Jinnuo's face paled. With Tung Yuan now unconscious, should the mutated zombies approach, she would have no means of defense. Recalling a detail from the book, she remembered that zombies were drawn to human scents. She hurriedly pulled down the floor-to-ceiling window and drew the curtains, retrieving the strongest-smelling perfume from her spatial storage and spraying it around the window and door. To her astonishment, the perfume served such a purpose. Once finished, the room was filled with an overwhelming fragrance, almost dizzying her. Yet, sleep eluded her. She remained vigilant by the bedside. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she succumbed to slumber beside the bed. In a hazy state, she felt a warmth drawing near. Waking abruptly, she opened her eyes to meet Tung Yuan's crimson gaze, fierce and fervent like a wild beast.
Ah!
She screamed in fright, fearing he had turned into a zombie. Her body instinctively recoiling. A strong arm encircled her waist, and with a forceful motion, he tossed her onto the bed. Before she could process the situation, Tung Yuan flipped over, pinning her beneath him. It was then she realized he had not transformed into a zombie. Rather, his high fever had driven him to madness, the heat within him becoming frantic. He rubbed against her like a cat before capturing her lips in a fierce kiss. His temperature was alarmingly high. Qi Jinnuo suddenly grasped his intentions, a surge of fear rising within her that he might harm her in his delirium. His eyes glowed even redder, as if he intended to swallow her whole. Tung Yuan opened his eyes, feeling something soft and delicate in his embrace, and looked down to find Qi Jinnuo sleeping soundly against him. A rare look of embarrassment crossed his face. She must have been utterly exhausted last night. He carefully withdrew his hand, wishing not to wake her, but she abruptly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Tung Yuan felt awkward, unsure of what to say. Qi Jinnuo glared at him. Do you even know what you did last night? Tung Yuan cleared his throat, a vague understanding dawning on him. You were utterly excessive. You disregarded my well-being entirely. I could have been killed by your antics. Did you plan to exhaust me to death just to find a new girlfriend? Tung Yuan's expression hardened, scolding, What nonsense are you spouting? How could you even think that? Qi Jinnuo remained furious, her eyes reddening as she choked back tears. You simply don't care about me. You don't love me at all. For the first time, Tung Yuan found himself at a loss, staring at her helplessly. Until finally he relented, speaking softly, yet somewhat stiffly. I was wrong. I wasn't in my right mind. I promise it won't happen again. Please stop crying. Given his somewhat sincere apology, Qi Jinnuo begrudgingly forgave him, though she still felt achy all over. I'm so sore, you need to massage me. She collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 22. Awakening of Abilities. Tung Yuan gazed at her smooth back, her skin so pale it reflected light, his eyes darkening. Hurry, my waist is killing me. Qi Jinnuo complained with a hint of melancholy. Reluctantly, Tung Yuan complied and began to massage her. Suddenly, he heard distant commotion. Voices were raised in argument. What use is our team? We're still going to die. 2 families perished yesterday. I heard their screams last night. It was terrifying. The zombies have evolved. I saw 2 leaping zombies that jumped incredibly high. We stand no chance against them. Are we just going to wait for death? Let us all stay together. At least we can face the zombies as one when they come. What do you all think? I think that's a good idea. Let us live together for safety. Yes, yes. I'll hurry home to gather my things. Tung Yuan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the floor, where the intricate patterns and dust appeared as clear as if viewed through a magnifying glass. His senses had sharpened remarkably. Could it be that he had awakened some extraordinary ability? Qi Jinnuo felt the pressure at her waist lighten and couldn't help but exclaim, "Put some effort into it. You feel as though you haven't eaten at all. Your pressure isn't firm enough." Tung Yuan replied, "I seem to be a bit different." He noticed the bandage on his arm and recalled being bitten by a zombie the previous night. He couldn't help but marvel at her audacity. Trusting him to share a room without restraining him, did she truly believe he could conquer the virus? Yet, he felt no pain at the wound. Qi Jinnuo paused, quickly turning around. "What do you mean by different? Have you awakened your powers?" Tung Yuan's eyes briefly darted to her chest before he awkwardly looked away. "You should put on some clothes first." Qi Jinnuo hastily pulled the blanket over herself and asked, "What exactly is different?" He remained silent, unwrapping the bandage, and was astonished to find the skin on his arm unblemished, devoid of any scars. Such a deep wound had miraculously healed overnight? Qi Jinnuo was utterly astounded by this terrifying regenerative ability. Tung Yuan pondered for a moment, clenching his fist, feeling a surge of strength even greater than before. Suddenly, his fist was enveloped in a layer of frost, causing him to pause and release his grip, the frost dissipating instantly. He sensed a peculiar power within him, brimming and vibrant. Could this be his supernatural ability? He directed his attention to a decorative vase in the room, concentrating intently. The vase instantly froze into ice, subsequently shattering with a loud explosion. The sharp sound startled Qi Jinnuo. "It's a supernatural ability," she exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. The male protagonist had finally awakened his powers. Tung Yuan rarely displayed a smile, but he did so now. "Yes, I can feel a formidable force within me." Qi Jinnuo suddenly leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I knew you would awaken your powers. What ability did you awaken?" Tung Yuan contemplated. "One is the ability to freeze, and the other, I'm not quite sure yet." Qi Jinnuo was already aware of what he had awakened. The book mentioned that he possessed two powers, one of freezing and another of mental manipulation. "Can you suddenly hear distant sounds?" she probed. Tung Yuan looked surprised. "How do you know?" "I read about it in a book," she replied. "That's the mental ability. If wielded wisely, it can be incredibly powerful." In the novel, Tung Yuan became a dominant force thanks to his mental ability. This power was the most formidable of all, allowing him to control others and even command zombies. In the later stages, he evolved to the point where he could manipulate the zombie king, making it his greatest weapon. Qi Jinnuo's heart soared, and she embraced him tightly again. "This is fantastic. We won't have to fear zombies anymore. You can protect me." Tung Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes, indeed. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Qi Jinnuo eagerly retrieved a plethora of food from her spatial storage. Having just awakened his powers and undergone genetic alteration, he must be starving. Tung Yuan noticed the blanket slipping from her shoulders, the alluring sight causing him to cough awkwardly. "I'll go wash up first." With that, he hurriedly retreated into the bathroom. Qi Jinnuo, initially puzzled, looked down to see the blanket had fallen, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. He truly was quite innocent. Suddenly, a tinkling voice echoed in her mind. "The planting area has been unlocked. You may begin planting." Qi Jinnuo observed the glimmer of light around her, raising an eyebrow. "You have energy again?" The little creature replied cheekily, "That's all thanks to you. Keep up the good work." You call me your master, but you seem more like mine. Why should I toil while you enjoy the fruits of my labor?" The little creature, feeling guilty, pointed to the nearby spring pool wall. "Would you like to drink some of the jade essence? It would make things less exhausting." "Do I really need your suggestion?" Qi Jinnuo retorted, taking the jade essence and drinking it, instantly feeling refreshed, all fatigue dissipating. She glanced at her arm, noticing it seemed to radiate an even brighter sheen. Her skin was already fair and delicate. If it became any whiter, it might truly glow. However, she was quite satisfied with the current level of her skin's refinement, relishing the sensation as she touched it. "I won't disturb you any longer. You should hurry and gather some seeds today to start planting." Fearing Qi Jinnuo might trouble it, the little creature quickly vanished after speaking. After lying on the bed for a while, Qi Jinnuo saw Tung Yuan emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, his muscular physique quite the sight to behold. She reached out, playfully saying, "Carry me to the shower. My legs are weak, and I have no strength left." Aware of his shortcomings, Tung Yuan approached and swept her into his arms. Qi Jinnuo wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. "You still need to help me wash." Tung Yuan hesitated for a moment, exasperated. "Stop messing around." He gently placed her in the bathtub, filled it with water. And when Qi Jinnuo enthusiastically invited him to join her, he made a hasty retreat. Qi Jinnuo leaned back in the tub, laughing heartily. After her bath, she donned a sporty outfit she had acquired from the mall yesterday, a white t-shirt paired with a short skirt that had safety shorts underneath. The white color accentuated her youthful vivacity, the clothing fitting her form perfectly, her ample bust tapering down to a slender waist and shapely hips, her legs long and fair. Considering she would soon head out to gather supplies, Qi Jinnuo tied her hair into a high ponytail, braiding it, and slipped into a pair of white knee-high socks and sneakers. She admired her reflection in the mirror, thoroughly pleased, and spritzed a bit of fresh grass-scented perfume, instantly lifting her spirits. Her complexion required no makeup. Her skin was a rosy white, reminiscent of an ethereal being, radiating a mesmerizing allure from having been well nurtured, making her hesitant to look too long. Chapter 23. Black Rain. As Qi Jinnuo stepped outside, she saw Tung Yuan dressed in black jeans and a black t-shirt, his tall and upright figure standing out remarkably. The black attire accentuated his features, imbuing him with an air of coldness and aloofness. Upon seeing her emerge, Tung Yuan gazed for a moment before saying, "Let us go." Qi Jinnuo jogged over, taking his hand. He glanced at her and she responded with a sweet smile. In Tung Yuan's garage sat a jeep, and the pair set off to find a farmer's market. They were in search of fruit saplings, vegetable seedlings, and fish fry. Qi Jinnuo sat in the passenger seat, counting on her fingers. "Why are we looking for these?" Tung Yuan inquired. "Shouldn't your space have plenty of food?" Qi Jinnuo replied, "It does have a lot of food. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My space has upgraded and unlocked the planting area, which means I can now cultivate and breed." Tung Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. "Is it possible for all spatial abilities to cultivate and breed?" "Of course not," she retorted. "This is a golden opportunity brought by the Jade Pendant. Other spatial abilities can only store a few items, and their space is limited and scarce, incomparable to mine." Nevertheless, before Tung Yuan, she could only shake her head and say, "I'm not sure, but my ability allows it." Tung Yuan appeared contemplative. After meandering through the streets, they finally discovered a farmer's market in a rather secluded area. "Hold on, don't get out of the car yet." Tung Yuan also thoughtfully reminded her to take the long knife and disembarked from the vehicle first, after surveying the surroundings to ensure there were no zombies. He then opened the car door for Qi Jinnuo to step out. "How considerate," Qi Jinnuo praised. Tung Yuan led the way, with Qi Jinnuo following closely behind, allowing him to take the lead. As they entered the farmer's market, a zombie suddenly lunged at them from the side, but Tung Yuan swiftly dispatched it with his blade. The creature's head rolled onto the ground, oozing a pool of thick, dark red blood that emitted a foul stench. Despite having witnessed much since the apocalypse began, Qi Jinnuo still found it hard to acclimate, wrinkling her nose in disgust and stepping aside. Days had passed, and the vegetables in the market were beginning to wilt, yet some still appeared quite fresh. She gathered the more durable produce such as broccoli, potatoes, tomatoes, and cabbages into her space. Upon reaching the seafood section, Qi Jinnuo noticed that the tanks were still aerated, and the fish and shrimp were quite lively, all of which she also stored away. As they ventured deeper inside, she came across numerous fruit and vegetable seedlings. Without discrimination, she collected all of them, confident that she would discern their nature once they grew. Approaching a section with fish and shrimp fry, Tung Yuan waved her over. Qi Jinnuo jogged towards him and indeed spotted a variety of small fish and shrimp, which she effortlessly gathered into her space. The farmer's market was abundant with produce. Despite the apocalypse, water and electricity had not yet ceased, allowing her to sweep through the refrigerator stock and the relatively fresh items without hesitation. Seeing that they had nearly finished, Qi Jinnuo suggested, "Let us head back." Tung Yuan nodded in agreement, and the two returned to the vehicle. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few scattered zombies wandering about, creating an eerie sense of desolation in the once bustling city. The streets were littered with severed limbs, decaying flesh, and dried bloodstains, a horror that even cinema could not capture. This was the true hell on earth. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed, and the previously clear sky was quickly shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning cleaved the heavens, and an ominous feeling of impending doom hung in the air. "What is happening?" Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, rolling down the car window to peer outside, only to be met by a fierce wind that made her face tremble. The gale intensified, causing the trees by the roadside to sway violently, debris swirling in the air as the howling wind filled her ears. She quickly retreated into the car, her expression grave as she rolled up the window. The sudden change in weather foreshadowed that something significant was about to occur. What could it be? Qi Jinnuo frantically recalled the plot of the original story when a piercing scream echoed from ahead. A group of young men and women were sprinting down the street, pursued by a horde of zombies. Teng Yuan's countenance darkened, and he swiftly turned the vehicle around, attempting to escape. However, a red-eyed zombie suddenly descended from above, crashing onto the hood of their car, which crumpled instantly, shattering the windshield. Glass shards flew everywhere, but Qi Jinnuo could only focus on the gaping zombie, her mind going blank with fear. In the next moment, the red-eyed creature was encased in ice, shattering into countless pieces scattered across the ground. Regaining her senses, Qi Jinnuo cast a grateful glance at Teng Yuan. Salvation had arrived. However, this delay allowed the zombies to close in on them. Teng Yuan quickly restarted the vehicle, only to find it malfunctioning and unable to start. "Get out, now." His expression was tense as he grabbed the long knife, taking Qi Jinnuo's hand as they exited the car. As they stepped out, zombies swarmed towards them, but in the blink of an eye, they were all encased in ice. The group of young men and women stood in shock, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. What on earth was happening? "Ah! Help me! Someone save me!" Suddenly, a young woman was tackled by a zombie, and before her companions could react, she was bitten on the carotid artery. Blood sprayed onto a nearby boy, who was left petrified in horror. The zombies lunged forth menacingly, their numbers overwhelming. Teng Yuan activated his powers, freezing the foremost group, and then pulled Qi Jinnuo into a nearby office building. The others, regaining their senses, hurriedly followed suit. "What are you waiting for? Run!" someone urged, pulling the dazed boy along, who finally snapped back to reality and fled into the office building. Just as they entered, a flash of lightning split the sky, and torrential rain began to fall. The zombies that had been in pursuit suddenly halted, standing still as they lifted their heads, as if accepting a holy baptism. Qi Jinnuo, standing in the corridor on the second floor, witnessed the scene and suddenly recalled that the zombies were about to evolve. In the original text, it was due to a sudden downpour of black rain that water sources were contaminated, leading to the mutation of flora and fauna, and the zombies began to evolve. It was this black rain that introduced numerous impurities into the earth. The rain seeped into rivers, polluting the water supply, which then irrigated the plants, causing them to bear impurities in their flowers and fruits. Ultimately, these impurities would be ingested by humans, leading to the accumulation of toxins within their bodies. As the impurities built up to a certain level, individuals would develop black rain disease. In its early stages, this affliction would induce irritability and a loss of rationality. And as the toxins increased, various degrees of skin ulceration and odor would manifest. The more impurities one harbored, the grayer their skin would become. In the brains of the evolved zombies, two types of crystals, known as sun crystals and moon crystals, would form. Sun crystals, golden in hue, were utilized for the evolution of abilities. The higher the energy level, the more vibrant the gold. Moon crystals, which were closer to transparency, served to purify the impurities within the body, with the purifying effect improving as their clarity increased. This black rain marked the official onset of the apocalypse for humanity. Chapter 24. The Military District's Young Lady. What is happening? The rain is black. It stinks. What are those zombies doing? Why do I feel like something significant is about to happen? The young men and women were filled with trepidation, casting anxious glances at Teng Yuan. They had all witnessed his powers. His strength and composure made him stand out remarkably. One boy approached Teng Yuan, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for saving us just now. May I ask what you did? How did you freeze those zombies in an instant?" Upon his inquiry, others gathered around. "Yes, How extraordinary. How did you accomplish that? I've heard that some people awaken special abilities. Have you awakened yours? Tung Yuan frowned at the crowd that had gathered around him. Noticing his reticence to speak, Qi Jinnuo interjected, "Indeed, it is a special ability." At this moment, everyone finally noticed Qi Jinnuo standing beside Ting Yuan, their eyes lighting up with astonishment. In their haste to escape and the panic incited by the black rain, they had overlooked her presence, but now, a strikingly beautiful woman stood before them, captivating their attention. They were students from a nearby art academy, accustomed to seeing beautiful faces, yet even in their school, these two would be considered extraordinary. The male figure was tall and imposing, with sharp, chiseled features reminiscent of a drawn sword, reflecting a cold, glimmering edge that exuded a sense of danger. The female figure was statuesque, her skin as luminous as snow, appearing flawlessly polished, standing in stark contrast to the others around her. Despite the abundance of beauty within the art academy, the young men and women were left speechless. The leading boy's face flushed suddenly, unable to maintain direct eye contact with Qi Jinnuo. May I ask what kind of special ability it is? Tung Yuan observed the boy's bashful demeanor, reminiscent of a budding romance, and suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation. He wrapped his arm around Qi Jinnuo's waist and said coolly, "Let's go." Before Qi Jinnuo could fully comprehend the situation, he led her up the stairs. "What's wrong? Do you dislike crowds?" she inquired with curiosity. Surprised to encounter so many people, exchanging information with them could be beneficial. Tung Yuan replied, "It's unnecessary, too noisy." So it was merely the disdain of a superior. After they departed, the remaining crowd could not contain their chatter. Who on earth was that man? He was astonishingly powerful. He had frozen a horde of zombies. And he was quite handsome. Was that woman his girlfriend? Can we accompany them? One person couldn't help but ask. The previously vocal boy sighed. It seems he doesn't wish to engage with us. Let's focus on surviving today. The lower floors still posed a danger. We should ascend. Thus, a group of over 10 people began their ascent. However, just as they stepped onto the staircase, a raucous crowd burst in from the first floor, cursing loudly. What is this rain?
It stinks.
They hoped it wouldn't touch them. Who knew what harm it could cause? How could it not get on you? That's utter nonsense. The rain is pouring. A delicate voice exclaimed angrily. "Miss, let me wipe that off you," a young girl, appearing pampered, said as a middle-aged man, resembling a butler, attempted to dry her clothes. The remaining men, dressed in black suits, looked like bodyguards. One girl muttered, "Which family's young lady is this?" Once the young lady finished wiping off her clothes, she disdainfully sprayed herself with perfume and, upon noticing the group on the second floor, demanded, "Who are you people?" The leading boy replied, "We are university students from the nearby art school." "Oh, art students," the young lady scoffed, her gaze dismissive. "You're blocking the stairs. Are you going up or not? If not, move aside." Before the university students could clear the way, the bodyguards rudely pushed forward, shoving the students aside. Some, feeling indignant, wanted to confront them but were restrained. Better to avoid trouble, they appeared formidable. "Miss, you should hurry upstairs. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if zombies break in," the butler said with a sycophantic smile. The young lady huffed and ascended the stairs. "You all did well. My father is a major general in the military district. If you protect me well, he will surely reward you." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard's eyes lit up. Were it not for her father's military connections, they would not be so dutiful in their protection during this apocalyptic time. The naive university students were taken aback, whispering among themselves, "She must be someone of great significance." A military family? If we stick with her, perhaps. The office building had only 6 floors, and when they reached the 6th floor, they spotted a man and a woman standing by the window, engaged in quiet conversation.
Who are they?
The butler shouted, and the bodyguards immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of the young lady. Qi Jinnuo turned in confusion, her delicate features illuminated by the light. The bodyguards were momentarily taken aback. Ting Yuan's icy gaze swept over them as he discreetly shielded Qi Jinnuo behind him. The young lady stared at Ting Yuan, seemingly taken aback, and asked, "What is your name?" Ting Yuan remained silent and replied, "Is there something you need?" At that moment, the group of university students caught up, fearing a confrontation, and hurriedly explained, "They mean no harm. They are from the military district, just seeking shelter from the rain." Military district? Qi Jinnuo glanced at the young lady, realizing why she had such an arrogant demeanor. She must be from a military family. Recalling characters from the original book who were associated with the military district, she was still pondering when Ting Yuan pulled her away. The young lady, feeling slighted by Ting Yuan's disregard, wore an annoyed expression and scoffed. What's so special about it? Ting Yuan opened one of the rooms, ushering Qi Jinnuo inside, and locked the door behind them. It was a small office furnished with a few desks and chairs, but unfortunately, there was no restroom or bathing facility. With the relentless rain, it seemed they would have to spend the night there. Qi Jinnuo approached the window and observed the zombies standing motionless outside. She recalled that the rain had seemingly been falling for 3 days and nights. Ting Yuan joined her by the window and asked, "Is what you said earlier true?" "I'm not certain," Qi Jinnuo whispered, "but it should be. I dreamt it." She shared with Ting Yuan the details of the day crystal, the night crystal, and the zombies' evolution, explaining that it all came to her in a dream. Ting Yuan gazed at the zombies, his expression darkening. If that were indeed the case, they were in serious trouble. Chapter 24. To have her boyfriend as a bodyguard. As night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. The university students and bodyguards initially felt anxious, fearing that zombies might suddenly invade. However, as several hours passed and the zombies remained as statues in the rain, they gradually relaxed. Yet, the night was fraught with unknown dangers, and they dared not let their guard down. After deliberation, they decided to huddle together in a large office for the night. The male university student approached Qi Jinnuo and Ting Yuan, asking if they wanted to join them. Qi Jinnuo opened the door, and upon seeing her, his voice softened. After Qi Jinnuo declined, he couldn't help but say, "There's strength in numbers. You two alone in one room. What if zombies come at night?" "No need to worry," Qi Jinnuo smiled. "My boyfriend is capable of handling them." The boy paused, realizing the truth in her words. That man was indeed formidable. "Sorry to disturb you," he said with a hint of regret as he turned to leave. Once the door was closed, Qi Jinnuo complained. "This place is so inconvenient. There's no private restroom or shower. I can't even take a bath." She felt unpleasantly sticky from sweat, longing for a hot shower. Ting Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at her words and suggested, "Find an empty office. You can bathe inside while I stand guard outside." "Good idea," Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, pulling Ting Yuan up. "Let us go now." As they exited, the corridor was eerily quiet, with everyone huddled in the large office, too afraid to move freely. Qi Jinnuo found an unoccupied office and entered, with Ting Yuan standing watch outside. Moments later, the door creaked open again, and Qi Jinnuo poked her head out, playfully asking, "Would you like to join me for a shower?" Ting Yuan cleared his throat and replied, "No need. You go ahead." Qi Jinnuo giggled as she closed the door. "Miss, have something to eat." The butler offered a crumpled piece of bread and a box of milk. Yan Huan glanced at it, feeling disgusted. "This bread looks so unappetizing. How can I eat it?" The butler awkwardly explained. "It was squished to fit in my pocket. It's better than nothing. There's no other food here." "How annoying. I'm not eating." Yan Huan frowned, stood up, and, glancing out at the dark rain, felt even more irritated as she left the room. The butler attempted to call her back, but was stopped by a nearby bodyguard. "She's spoiled," the bodyguard scoffed. "A few missed meals will tame her." The butler ultimately refrained from pursuing her. As Yan Huan stepped outside, she spotted a tall figure leaning against the wall, eyes closed in repose. She gazed at his face for quite some time. This man was undeniably the most handsome and virile man she had ever encountered. She had seen countless popular idols and male celebrities who, upon learning of her identity, treated her with sycophancy. Initially, she would be enamored by their appearances, but over time, her interest would wane. There always seemed to be something lacking in them, though she could not articulate what it was. However, upon meeting this man, she finally understood what was missing. It was the essence of male hormones, the raw masculinity that radiated from him. It was a primal allure that could ignite a visceral desire at first glance. The moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed a wildness about him, both savage and enchanting, enticing one to tame him. Even without extravagant clothing or ostentatious styling, one could feel the latent strength and vitality emanating from beneath his attire. Drawing from her experiences with numerous men, she was certain that this man was exceptionally capable. Just the thought of it made Yan Huan's heart race with anticipation. Unable to restrain herself, she approached him and inquired, "Hey handsome, what are you doing here alone? Where is that woman from before?" Tung Yuan opened his eyes, revealing deep, indifferent orbs that instantly enveloped Yan Huan in a wave of palpable pressure. Yet, this only heightened her excitement. This man exuded strength at first glance. "I am Yan Huan. What is your name?" She leaned in deliberately closer, her shoulder brushing against Tung Yuan's arm. He cast her a fleeting glance, his expression indifferent. "How about you be my bodyguard? I believe you're quite capable. You wouldn't regret it, my father is." Tung Yuan shifted slightly away. "You smell. Don't come closer." Yan Huan's face flushed crimson. It was the first time someone had called her smelly. Ordinarily, she would have erupted in anger, but for some inexplicable reason, before this man, she only wished to please him. "It's all because of that damned black rain. I've applied perfume. There's no reason for me to smell bad." She pulled out her perfume and spritzed it again. Tung Yuan's expression of disdain was even more pronounced as he covered his nose. "Stay away from me." The young lady's face stiffened at such blatant rejection. Just as she was about to respond, the door behind her swung open. "Oh, what is this?" Qi Jinnuo emerged, clad in a pink bunny onesie, exuding a refreshing scent of shower gel, and she casually bumped into Yan Huan, linking her arm with Tung Yuan's. "Are you looking for something from my boyfriend?" Qi Jinnuo cast a sidelong glance at her. Yan Huan noticed her flushed complexion, radiant like exquisite jade, and felt an unfamiliar pang of jealousy for the first time regarding another woman's flawless skin. "How did you manage to bathe?" She peered into the room. "Is there even water in there?" "No, my boyfriend brought in the water," Qi Jinnuo replied with a cheerful smile. "If you want to bathe, just have your bodyguard fetch it for you." Watching her intimately cling to Tung Yuan, Yan Huan felt inexplicably irate. Looking down at Qi Jinnuo, she said, "I was just proposing that your boyfriend serve as my bodyguard, but unfortunately, he declined. However, I still urge you to reconsider. We are in an apocalyptic world. Filled with zombies, survival is challenging, especially since your boyfriend must protect you. Who knows when he might be bitten? Having me as your bodyguard would be different. My bodyguards are all trained special forces. My father is a major general in the military district. Once I reunite with him, you will want for nothing. This is an opportunity that others would envy. Not just anyone can be my bodyguard." Qi Jinnuo snorted. "Oh, so you mean being your bodyguard is an honor?" "Something like that," Yan Huan retorted, casting her a glance. "If your boyfriend manages to keep me safe, I might even share some food with you out of gratitude." At this, Qi Jinnuo could no longer contain her laughter. "Do you think you're some kind of savior? Just because you claim to be a military district princess. You are? Who are you trying to impress with this lofty demeanor? It's the apocalypse. No one is going to coddle you. Don't take yourself too seriously." Yan Huan's face flushed with anger. My boyfriend will only serve as my bodyguard, and as for you, go back where you came from." Chapter 26, Blood Moon. After saying this, Qi Jinnuo pulled Tung Yuan away. "Ungrateful." Yan Huan seethed. "When the time comes, even if you beg me, I won't help you." The only response she received was the sound of the door closing. It was the first time the young lady felt so humiliated, and in her fury, she stomped her foot and turned back to the main office. "Crazy, ignore her," Qi Jinnuo said as she shut the door. "She still thinks this is before the apocalypse, where everyone must indulge her, just a sheltered princess from her ivory tower. She'll have her share of hardships ahead." Noticing Tung Yuan's silence, Qi Jinnuo eyed him suspiciously. "You don't really intend to be her bodyguard, do you?" "Not interested," Tung Yuan replied. "That's more like it," Qi Jinnuo beamed. "You are only my boyfriend, so you must protect me. You once promised to love me forever and always be by my side. Although you may have forgotten, it's all right, I remember." Qi Jinnuo subtly tried to implant this notion in his mind. Tung Yuan remained silent, feeling that such words did not seem like something he would say. "I'm hungry. Let us eat something," Qi Jinnuo suggested, retrieving a small table, 2 chairs, 2 hamburgers, 2 cups of juice, a fruit salad, and a beef salad from her space. These were leftovers from the hotel restaurant, sufficient for them to enjoy for a while. In such a cramped space, cooking was not feasible. They sat down to eat, and afterward, Qi Jinnuo had Tung Yuan move the table and chairs aside, pulling out a mattress, blanket, and pillows. Once the bed was ready, she turned to Tung Yuan. "Would you like to take a shower? It seems a bit improper to get into bed without one."
All right.
Tung Yuan nodded. Together, they found an empty office where Qi Jinnuo provided him with 2 buckets of water and some toiletries before stepping outside to wash up herself, returning only after she was done. The rain continued to pour outside. A foul odor wafted in, stirring unease within. Qi Jinnuo approached the window and gently opened it, observing the zombies standing motionless below. In the sky, a blood-red moon emerged, its hue unnaturally vivid. Qi Jinnuo's expression shifted instantly. When had this red moon appeared? She recalled that such a scene was not depicted in the original narrative. The moon grew increasingly crimson, and in the darkness, something seemed to writhe. Terrified, Qi Jinnuo dared not gaze any longer and hastily shut the window, her complexion paling. When Tung Yuan returned and saw her standing by the window, looking unwell, he immediately approached her. "What is wrong?" "A red moon has appeared in the sky," Qi Jinnuo said anxiously. "I have a feeling something is about to happen." Tung Yuan looked up, his countenance darkening. "Let me probe with my psychic power." He closed his eyes, releasing his psychic energy, which flowed like fine strands of hair, swiftly settling on a zombie before penetrating its body. Noticing Tung Yuan's sudden frown, Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but wonder what he had seen. His mastery of psychic abilities was still in its infancy, and given that he had just awakened his powers, they were not very potent. Overuse would lead to exhaustion. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he opened his eyes wide in shock. "What happened?" Qi Jinnuo hurriedly asked. "What did you see?" Tung Yuan's expression was grim as he gazed into the depths of the darkness. "Something is devouring those zombies." "Devouring?" Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. Turning her gaze towards the window, a grave situation was at hand. The only beings capable of devouring zombies were the evolving ones, particularly the advanced zombies. Only these advanced zombies possessed the ability to consume their kind, while the lesser zombies continued to feed on humans. It had barely been a short while since the onset of the Black Rain, and already advanced zombies were emerging. It was likely that an advanced zombie was undergoing evolution, for only they could feast upon others of their species. Qi Jinnuo furrowed her brow. Tung Yuan also lifted his gaze to the blood moon, pondering how many advanced zombies might be birthed this night. "Do not fret," Qi Jinnuo reassured him. "They will not attack humans until this black rain ceases, as they require time to complete their evolution. In other words, the real trouble would arise only after their transformation was complete." There was no use in overthinking. Better to rest. "I feel quite weary," she yawned. "You should sleep," Tung Yuan responded. "But I cannot rest alone," she replied softly, shaking his hand gently. "Will you lie down and keep me company? I feel a bit frightened." Outside, hordes of zombies lingered. And although it was true that they would remain dormant until the rain ended, the thought was still chilling. Reluctantly, Tung Yuan lay down, and Qi Jinnuo quickly nestled into his embrace, rewarding him with a kiss on the cheek. "Good night." Tung Yuan glanced down at her, holding a delicate figure in his arms, feeling a stir of restlessness within himself, unable to find sleep. He closed his eyes, continuing to train his mental focus. His control over his mental energy was still lacking, sometimes slipping away from him. He needed to master it before the black rain ceased. In truth, Qi Jinnuo was not asleep either. She had entered her space to organize the storage. She meticulously categorized meat, snacks, vegetables, fruits, cooked food, beverages, and daily necessities. The storage was overflowing, sufficient for her and Tung Yuan to sustain themselves for several lifetimes. Additionally, she had gathered seedlings and fish fried a day. Suddenly, a white shadow appeared. "Master, you have arrived." Qi Jinnuo glanced at it. "What have you been doing while I was away?" The little creature replied, "I was cultivating." "Cultivating? You can cultivate?" Qi Jinnuo asked, somewhat surprised. The little creature huffed, "Of course. Previously, without energy, I could only sleep. Now that energy is available, I must cultivate a physical form as soon as possible." "If you cultivate a physical form, can you then leave this space?" Qi Jinnuo inquired curiously.
"Certainly."
"Moreover, my true form will also be restored. I am exceptionally handsome and imposing." Qi Jinnuo looked at the little squirrel with disdain. "Keep dreaming." "I am not dreaming. It is the truth," the little creature retorted angrily. Disregarding it, Qi Jinnuo took the fish fry and shrimp fry outside, placing them in the stream. As soon as she set them down, she felt as if they had grown a bit larger. "Do they seem bigger to me?" she wondered. "Of course not. This stream flows with spirit water, which is far from ordinary. Anything nurtured here is extraordinary, the little creature explained. The spirit water imbues the nurtured beings with energy, purifying impurities within and rapidly replenishing energy. Upon hearing this, Qi Jinnuo turned her gaze towards the moist black soil, sensing a greater abundance of energy emanating from it. Chapter 27. Thank you for calling me beautiful. Qi Jinnuo planted the seedlings and saplings into the black soil. To her astonishment, the seedlings visibly grew taller, and the previously yellow leaves transformed into a vibrant green, brimming with life. The energy is so potent, Qi Jinnuo marveled. The energy is still considered weak at present. It will only grow stronger in the future, the little creature remarked. How will it grow stronger? Qi Jinnuo asked, intrigued. That depends entirely on you, it replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Qi Jinnuo rolled her eyes and continued to transfer the saplings and seedlings one by one. After completing her task, she was too exhausted to stand upright. She glanced at the spirit spring and noted that 2 drops of jade liquid had accumulated. Can this jade liquid increase energy? She pondered aloud. The little creature answered, of course. 1 drop of jade liquid is equivalent to the energy of an advanced zombie's sun crystal. Is it truly that impressive? Qi Jinnuo was astonished, realizing she had stumbled upon a treasure. Clearly, it should not be consumed casually, but rather saved for later. Once she had organized the space, Qi Jinnuo emerged and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she first noticed the pitch-black room. She lay in Tung Yuan's arms, her back to him, as he embraced her from behind, his breath tickling her neck. Looking out the window, she observed that the blood moon had vanished. Yet the sky remained shrouded in dark clouds, the black rain pouring down. Has the night passed? Qi Jinnuo took out a watch from her space, discovering it was already 7:30 in the morning. Although night had waned, the world outside remained dim, suggesting that daylight would not break until the black rain ceased. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the adjacent room, causing Tung Yuan to open his eyes. What is happening? Qi Jinnuo shook her head. It seems to be coming from next door. In the neighboring space, there was only the large office, indicating that something was amiss there. Tung Yuan rose and approached the door, hearing a cacophony of chaos outside. Just as Qi Jinnuo moved closer, he raised a hand to stop her. Do not go out. I will check first. Be careful, Qi Jinnuo whispered. Tung Yuan nodded, opened the door, and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. As soon as he emerged, he heard the growls of zombies.
Ah! Don't come near me. Ah!
Don't pull me. Help me. Amidst the chaotic cries, Tung Yuan saw a zombie clad in a bodyguard suit, its mouth agape as it lunged towards a group of university students. The students appeared as docile lambs, unaware of the need to resist as the zombie charged at them. Meanwhile, the other bodyguard shielded Yan Huan, showing no intention of aiding the group of students. One male student spotted Tung Yuan and immediately cried out, "Boss,
Help me!"
A cold glint flashed in Tung Yuan's eyes, and in the next moment, ice spread from the zombie's feet, swiftly encasing it in ice, which then shattered into pieces. With the crisis averted, the onlookers turned pale, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. We are saved, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their tears. Yan Huan and the butler stared incredulously at Tung Yuan. What did you just do? Yan Huan asked in disbelief. Tung Yuan cast a cool glance at them before turning to leave. Don't go. Yan Huan panicked, attempting to follow him. Suddenly, the bodyguard to her left tilted his head, eyes glazing over, and lunged towards her with a growl.
Ah!
Startled, Yan Huan shrieked and darted behind Tung Yuan. Save me. As the bodyguard charged, Tung Yuan merely cast a glance and the bodyguard froze in place, motionless, as if under some form of control. Initially, Tung Yuan had intended to test his mental powers, but revealing his second ability in front of so many people felt perilous. Thus, he opted to freeze the bodyguard instead, reducing him to shards. 2 ferocious zombies were dispatched effortlessly by Tung Yuan. Yan Huan's impression of him, which had been that of a handsome and strong man capable of combat, was now transformed. His abilities far surpassed those of any professionally trained bodyguard. Previously, I had invited him to be my bodyguard, merely captivated by his physique, yet I never anticipated his remarkable prowess. What exactly did you just do? What transpired? Yan Huan could scarcely contain her excitement as she grasped his hand. It was you, wasn't it? Tung Yuan indifferently withdrew his hand. One of the boys nearby explained. He is a big shot, incredibly formidable. He possesses extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities. The bodyguard and steward gasped. Although they had heard rumors that some individuals acquired miraculous powers after the apocalypse, they had yet to witness it firsthand. To think this man possessed such abilities. The steward could not resist inquiring, "What kind of extraordinary abilities do you have?" "I am under no obligation to disclose that to you," Tung Yuan retorted as he turned to leave.
Wait.
Yan Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "With your extraordinary strength, come protect me. If you ensure my safe passage to the military district, I can persuade my father to promote you to team leader. How does that sound? If you perform well, a higher position could certainly be within your reach." "Not interested," Tung Yuan frowned. "Do not obstruct my way." "Not interested? You show no interest in your own future? Do you merely wish to guard your feeble girlfriend?" Yan Huan could hardly believe it. Apart from her beauty, what qualities did she possess? Could she provide you with support? Could she offer you a bright future? With power and status laid before you, a rational person would surely know what to choose. "And you flatter me for my looks." "I truly appreciate it," Qi Jinnuo scoffed, striding over to latch onto Tung Yuan's arm, unabashedly declaring, "Could you stop clinging to my boyfriend like a leech? Haven't you heard that he has already turned you down?" Yan Huan's face turned ashen. "I am speaking to your boyfriend. What does it have to do with you?" "How could it not concern me? My boyfriend's affairs are my affairs. He listens to me." Qi Jinnuo replied with a smile directed at Tung Yuan. "Isn't that right?" Tung Yuan merely nodded. Yan Huan's expression darkened further. Let's go. Don't waste time with her." Qi Jinnuo promptly pulled Tung Yuan away. Yan Huan, infuriated, yelled, "I never expected such a masculine man to have such a soft backbone, obeying a woman in everything. I misjudged you." Qi Jinnuo turned back and made a face at her, further inciting Yan Huan's fury. "This is infuriating. How can there be such a despicable person?" The steward sighed. "Miss, if he is unwilling, then so be it." Upon returning to their room, Qi Jinnuo looked at Tung Yuan with a hint of grievance. "If I prevent you from going, will you blame me for restraining you and hindering your future?" Tung Yuan replied coolly, "I have no interest in being someone else's bodyguard." Chapter 28. Harvesting at Night. "I knew it." Qi Jinnuo beamed, snuggling closely against Tung Yuan. "I sensed your thoughts, which is why I helped you decline. We truly share a connection." Tung Yuan had long grown accustomed to her fanciful chatter, hardly bothering to lift his eyelids. Sometimes, her words flowed as sweetly as honey. But 9 times out of 10, they were insincere. "I wonder what was up with those 2 bodyguards," Tung Yuan mused, slightly furrowing his brow. "It's easy to understand. They must have been exposed to the black rain yesterday. The virus infiltrated their bodies, and they couldn't endure it, thus turning into zombies. What if they had endured? Then they would awaken extraordinary abilities." Tung Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "You seem to know quite a bit. How are you so knowledgeable about the apocalypse?"
Well,
"I dreamt about it. Perhaps the heavens, seeing my beauty, couldn't bear for me to perish so soon, hence they provided me with some hints," Qi Jinnuo boldly asserted. Tung Yuan let out a scoff as he approached the window. "What does your laughter signify? Do you believe I am not beautiful?" Qi Jinnuo pursued him with a question. "Sure, beautiful," Tung Yuan replied dismissively. "Such indifference." Qi Jinnuo huffed. "In this apocalypse, you managed to find a beautiful and adorable girlfriend with spatial abilities. You should be secretly delighted." Observing her puffed-up expression, Tung Yuan couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Aside from anything else, her thick skin was unparalleled. "If you provoke me, do you wish to forego dinner?" Qi Jinnuo complained.
eat.
He released her and absent-mindedly ruffled her hair, tousling it further. "You messed up my hair," Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, dodging away. She retrieved a small mirror from her spatial pocket to tidy her disheveled locks. Watching her act so vainly, Tung Yuan's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. He gazed down at the zombies below, his expression gradually turning serious. After a night of black rain, he could sense that within the zombies' brains, solar and lunar crystals were gradually forming. He perceived the yellow as solar crystals and the transparent yet murky ones as lunar crystals. Some solar and lunar crystals were on the verge of taking shape, albeit at a low level. Qi Jinnuo, having put away her mirror, noticed Tung Yuan staring out the window in a daze.
What are you looking at?
She inquired, approaching him. "A few solar and lunar crystals are about to take shape. Is there a way for me to harvest them without coming into contact with the black rain?" Upon hearing this, Qi Jinnuo's eyes lit up. He actually thought of harvesting at such a time, truly deserving of being the male lead. She immediately retrieved a set of rain gear, gloves, and knee-high rain boots from her spatial pocket. Wearing these will ensure the black rain does not touch you. Oh, and this. She produced a helmet from her space. Tung Yuan glanced at it and nodded. That seems fine. So when will you go? Qi Jinnuo asked, her excitement barely concealed. Ting Yuan looked out the window once more. No rush. At least wait until nightfall. By then, the solar and lunar crystals should be fully formed. Each time they take shape, we can harvest a wave. Then we have to wait. Let's have breakfast first. I want something warm, Qi Jinnuo declared. Let's find an empty office next door to cook something, Ting Yuan suggested. The two sought out an unoccupied office, and after freshening up, Qi Jinnuo set up a table with a portable stove, attaching a small gas canister. She had collected numerous portable stoves and gas canisters during her last trip to the mall, ensuring they could enjoy hot meals anytime, anywhere. She took out a pot, filled it with spring water, and lit the fire. Once the water boiled, she added noodles, and after cooking them to softness, she fished them out and heated the meat sauce from the hotel buffet, pouring it over the noodles, immediately filling the room with a delicious aroma. She also boiled some greens and fried 2 eggs, mixing the noodles with the sauce, topping them with fried eggs and vibrant greens, and adding 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice along with a beef salad. She prepared a perfect breakfast. Qi Jinnuo was quite satisfied. Breakfast is ready. Coming, Tung Yuan, who had been doing push-ups nearby, approached upon hearing her call. The day after the black rain, the power had gone out, and the tap water had turned black. Others had not had the time to prepare food, having gone hungry all night, their stomachs grumbling. Seeing someone munching on snacks from their pockets, they couldn't help but swallow. The previously scorned tasteless snacks had now become a lifeline. Even the delicate young lady Yan Huan was silently gnawing on dry bread. Suddenly, the aroma of meat sauce wafted through the air, causing a stir among the crowd. Wait, who is cooking something? Where is that coming from? It seemed to be over there. Someone could no longer contain themselves and stood up. Yan Huan swallowed the last bite of her bread, gritting her teeth. Let us go see. A group of people followed the enticing scent, eventually stopping at the door of a room. With a mere glance from Yan Huan, the bodyguard forcefully kicked open the door, only to discover Tung Yuan and Qi Jinnuo seated at a table, relishing bowls of noodles. The noodles, drenched in a rich meat sauce, glistened with a vibrant red hue and exuded an enticing aroma, accompanied by fried eggs, fresh vegetables, fruit juice, and beef salad. The sight made everyone involuntarily swallow hard. Where did you procure that food? Yan Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi Jinnuo blinked innocently. We gathered our own supplies. Is that a problem? That's a lie. Just yesterday, you had nothing in your possession. How do you know? Perhaps we simply placed our goods here in advance. Qi Jinnuo retorted, raising an eyebrow. And as for you all, what does it mean to kick down the door with such aggression? Are you attempting to snatch our food? Tung Yuan slowly lifted his head. Immediately, the group felt intimidated. We merely came to take a look, they stammered. I suspect that you wouldn't intentionally seek your own demise. Qi Jinnuo offered a friendly smile, slurping a generous mouthful of the meat sauce noodles. The sound of growling stomachs echoed in response. Yan Huan gulped, gritting her teeth. How much do you want? I'll buy some from you.
Buy?
My dear young lady, we are in an apocalyptic world where money has become mere scraps of paper. What use do I have for money? Qi Jinnuo shook her head, emphasizing that resources were paramount in their current reality. It's pouring black rain outside. We cannot venture out to gather supplies, a voice murmured. That is your concern. Not mine, Qi Jinnuo replied nonchalantly. After a brief pause, she added, however, I did collect some small bread earlier, if you don't mind. You may take some to stave off hunger. She bent down, discreetly retrieving a few pieces of bread from her space, then handed the bag to them. Here. You can divide it amongst yourselves. Thank you, sister, exclaimed a nearby female college student, eagerly accepting it. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. You're welcome.
Graciosly.
Yan Huan continued to gaze longingly at Qi Jinnuo's bowl of noodles. What must I do to persuade you to share a bit with me? After 2 days of subsisting on dry rations, the sight of noodles makes me feel nauseous. We don't have enough to spare, Qi Jinnuo flatly refused. The butler, too, stared longingly at their meal, Had he not witnessed Ting Yuan's abilities, he would have already attempted to seize it, despite the presence of several bodyguards. "Miss, let us leave. We can search the building for food," the butler quietly suggested. Yan Huan retorted, "Even if there were any, that group would have found and consumed it last night. What could possibly remain now?" She shot a resentful glare at Qi Jinnuo. "I will remember this." Qi Jinnuo blinked innocently. "Indeed, I am rather unforgettable." "Just wait," Yan Huan huffed. Departing with a threat, Qi Jinnuo, uninterested in her antics, shut the door and resumed her enjoyment of the meal. The group remained trapped by the relentless black rain. While the small bread Qi Jinnuo provided could sustain them temporarily, it was not a long-term solution. Yet, the thought of venturing outside to gather supplies was daunting. With zombies lurking beyond, they could only sit idly, conserving their energy. As night fell, the office building was enveloped in silence. Tung Yuan donned a raincoat, boots, helmet, and gloves, preparing to venture out for crystal harvesting. "Be careful," Qi Jinnuo urged, unable to suppress her concern. "Safety first. Do pay attention to your surroundings. Rest assured." Tung Yuan replied. Qi Jinnuo retrieved a tang knife from her space and, together, they quietly descended the stairs. "I will remain here on the first floor, awaiting your return," Qi Jinnuo said as she escorted him to the door. "If anything seems amiss, prioritize your own safety," Tung Yuan cautioned her. His words touched Qi Jinnuo deeply. "Very well," she affirmed. Tung Yuan stepped into the torrential rain, his figure gradually disappearing into the downpour. The zombies outside remained eerily still. Tung Yuan unleashed his mental energy, detecting that a sun crystal had already formed within one of the zombies' heads. He approached, wielding the tang knife to sever the zombie's head. The head rolled away, emitting a foul stench that permeated the air, overpowering even the protection of his helmet. With a swift motion, he plunged the knife into the zombie's skull, prying out a pale yellow sun crystal, which he pocketed before continuing his search for the next target. Meanwhile, Qi Jinnuo retrieved a chair and a PSP gaming console from her space, settling down to play games while awaiting Tung Yuan's return. Half an hour passed without a sound from the rain. Qi Jinnuo began to worry. What if something had gone awry? However, logically speaking, that seemed improbable. The male protagonist bore an aura that propped up this world. If he were to perish, the world itself would surely collapse. Another half-hour slipped by, and the sound of footsteps outside jolted Qi Jinnuo from her thoughts. She quickly hid in a shadowy corner, emerging only when she confirmed it was Tung Yuan entering. "You're finally back. Why did it take so long? I thought something had happened." "No issues. Collecting crystals proved a bit challenging," he replied, discarding his helmet, raincoat, gloves, and boots carelessly to the side. "Let us return." "All right." Qi Jinnuo hurriedly followed him back to the office. As soon as the door closed, Tung Yuan poured the crystals into a basin. The sound of the yellow sun crystals and the transparent moon crystals clattering together sparkled like jewels, illuminating the room.
Wow.
"This is a crystal? It's beautiful," Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, stepping closer. "We must first clean them," Tung Yuan stated. Upon hearing this, Qi Jinnuo immediately responded. "Leave it to me." Drawing forth spring water from her space, she poured it into the basin, hoping it would eliminate impurities, though she was uncertain of its effect on the crystals. After several washes, the crystals were finally clean, yet impurities remained, showing no significant change. The sun crystals were predominantly pale yellow, indicating their lower grade, while the moon crystals were transparent with a cloudy hue, semi-translucent, and likewise of a lesser quality. However, this was understandable. After all, the black rain had only just begun, and higher-grade zombies required time to develop. Nevertheless, having this many sun and moon crystals in the early stages was undoubtedly advantageous. "Why don't you try absorbing one?" Qi Jinnuo suggested. "Perhaps it will enhance your abilities." Tung Yuan held a sun crystal in his hand, pondering. "How does one absorb it?" I am uncertain. Perhaps you should hold it in your palm and focus your mind on absorbing it?" The original text did not elaborate on the absorption process. Following her suggestion, Tung Yuan placed the sun crystal in his palm and closed his eyes. Before long, Qi Jinnuo noticed the pale yellow crystal in his hand fading to transparency, ultimately transforming into powder. Tung Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at the powder thoughtfully. "This is truly remarkable. Do you feel any changes?"
Uy, yun no inuired.
Tung Yuan replied. I sense a slight increase in strength. Excellent news.
Qi Jinnuo.
Continue. Absorb them all. This time, Tung Yuan picked up 3 sun crystals at once. Closing his eyes again. After absorbing 10 sun crystals, he suddenly heard a sound resembling the crunching of glass shards from a distance. Focusing intently, he spotted a red-eyed zombie digging into the heads of other zombies, extracting their crystals to consume. Suddenly, the red-eyed zombie seemed to sense the scrutiny and turned sharply in his direction. Tung Yuan quickly retracted his mental energy and opened his eyes. What's wrong? Qi Jinnuo, noticing his troubled expression, quickly asked, Did you absorb too much at once for your body to handle?
No.
Tung Yuan spoke in a low voice. I encountered the zombie I saw earlier. It is currently excavating the skulls of other zombies to consume their crystal cores. A chill ran down Qi Jinnuo's spine. While the other zombies remained immobile, this one was hunting for crystal cores, just like Tung Yuan, indicating it was undoubtedly a high-level zombie. How far is it from us? She inquired. Approximately 1 kilometer, Tung Yuan replied. Qi Jinnuo gasped in shock. 1 kilometer? Does that mean it could reach us very soon? It wouldn't suddenly break in while we are asleep and devour us, would it? Hard to say, Tung Yuan remarked, gazing out the window. Tonight, I will keep watch. You should rest. He picked up a pale yellow sun crystal. This crystal core should provide you with some enhancement, shouldn't it? Qi Jinnuo felt a twinge of guilt. Her ability was more like a cheat code, not a supernatural power. And the only one whose abilities enhanced her space was him. Mine is rather unique. This type of crystal core is of no use to me. So you should keep it, she smiled. Tung Yuan pondered. Space-type abilities cannot be upgraded by absorbing crystal cores? I am uncertain, but mine cannot. Qi Jinnuo averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes as she spoke. Chapter 30. The rain had ceased. It was already the latter half of the night. Tung Yuan sat nearby, absorbing the sun crystals to enhance his energy, while Qi Jinnuo, initially reluctant to sleep, ultimately succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep on the bed. Tung Yuan absorbed 20 sun crystals in one go, but when he attempted to absorb more, he realized his body had reached its limit and could only refine his mental strength. The reason the advanced zombie had detected his previously released mental energy was that his mental ability level was still too low. After this refinement, he distinctly felt his mental abilities had ascended to a new level. When he released his mental energy again, he could clearly perceive the surroundings within a 2-kilometer radius and accurately track the movements of the advanced zombie. He stealthily followed it, but this time it seemed unaware of his presence, continuing its search for crystal cores. However, it showed no inclination to approach their location, moving in the opposite direction instead. Tung Yuan opened his eyes to find himself gazing at Qi Jinnuo's exquisite face. She was peacefully asleep, albeit not very soundly. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she occasionally murmured in her sleep. Tung Yuan felt that the night should be devoid of danger, so he quietly climbed into bed. As soon as he settled in, Qi Jinnuo sensed the warmth beside her and instinctively nestled into his embrace, finding a comfortable position before drifting back to sleep. Tung Yuan gently stroked her head and closed his eyes. Qi Jinnuo awoke to the blinding sunlight. The rays filtered through the gaps in the curtains and landed on her eyelids. After fluttering her eyelids a few times, she opened her eyes to the dazzling light outside. Momentarily stunned. Hadn't it been overcast? Was it not raining? The sun was shining? Qi Jinnuo abruptly sat up, inadvertently waking Tung Yuan beside her. What's wrong? He asked, his voice raspy with sleep. The sun is out, Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, pointing outside. Look, the rain has stopped. How can it stop after just 2 days? Weren't we told it would rain for 3 days? Has it ended prematurely? Suddenly, Qi Jinnuo realized that her entrance into the story had caused a butterfly effect, leading to many plot changes that deviated from the original narrative. Was this a blessing or a curse? When Tung Yuan observed the bright sunlight outside, he too was momentarily taken aback. He rose and approached the window, noticing the streets below were spotless, with no zombies in sight. Let us tidy up. It's time for us to return, Tung Yuan suggested. All right, Qi Jinnuo replied, getting out of bed and storing the mattress and bedding in her space, along with the other items in the room. Once they were dressed and exited the room, they spotted a group of college students intending to leave with Yan Huan. Upon seeing them, a young man approached eagerly, saying, Boss, we want to accompany Miss Yan to find her father. He is a major general and very safe in the military district. Would you like to come with us? Yan Huan appeared indifferent but was discreetly observing them, deliberately raising her voice to say, once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. So, think carefully. The military district is very secure now. No need. Tung Yuan coldly declined. The young man was momentarily stunned, about to persuade them, but Tung Yuan simply took Qi Jinnuo's hand and walked away. Yan Huan, furious at his straightforward refusal, gritted her teeth and said, don't regret it later. As they exited the office building, a putrid stench filled the air, causing Qi Jinnuo to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Tung Yuan noticed a parking lot nearby and said, let us go check over there.
Ha. Oh.
Qi Jinnuo replied, unsure of his intentions, but followed him nonetheless. The parking lot was desolate, imbued with a chilling aura. As they entered, a sudden roar echoed, and two zombies lunged out from the shadows at high speed, causing Qi Jinnuo to instinctively hide behind Tung Yuan. Yet before the zombies could reach them, Tung Yuan froze them in place, shattering them into pieces. Qi Jinnuo breathed a sigh of relief. This was the evolution of zombies, more specifically, it was the evolution of ordinary zombies, which were far more challenging to deal with than their pre-evolved counterparts. Before evolution, an ordinary person armed with a weapon could manage. But now, even with a weapon, it was considerably arduous. If they encountered a higher-level zombie, it would be essentially hopeless. Qi Jinnuo noticed two milky white moon crystals on the ground. Look, moon crystals, she exclaimed. Tung Yuan approached, picked them up, and had her wash them with water before she stored them in her space. Qi Jinnuo felt particularly grateful that one of Tung Yuan's abilities was freezing. Compared to other powers, this one was the cleanest and least violent, leaving no bloodshed or messy remains. When zombies were frozen, even their brain matter was solidified. And under extreme freezing conditions, their bodies became dry, hard, and brittle, ultimately shattering spectacularly, truly an art form. In the parking lot, Tung Yuan selected a few sturdy vehicles for Qi Jinnuo to store in her space. He then chose a jeep, pried open the door, and fashioned a key from ice to start the vehicle. Qi Jinnuo was astonished. Is that even possible? Will the ice key not melt? No, Tung Yuan replied. I can control the melting point of this ice. As long as I don't let it melt, it won't. Qi Jinnuo secretly lamented how incredible this ability was, truly befitting of the male lead. However, my energy is currently insufficient. It can only remain intact for 3 hours. That's plenty of time. 3 hours is enough for us to drive back home, Qi Jinnuo quickly assured him. As they drove past, they spotted Yan Huan, her bodyguard, and the group of college students standing by the roadside. Upon seeing that they had a vehicle, Yan Huan's frustration boiled over, and she glared at her butler. Hurry and have them find a vehicle to bring back. Otherwise, am I supposed to walk all the way? The butler could only reply, I will have them search immediately. They had left in such haste that they hadn't even had time for breakfast. Qi Jinnuo retrieved a sandwich and a bottle of milk from her space, taking a sip of the milk and a bite of the sandwich, before recalling that Tung Yuan hadn't eaten either. She brought the sandwich to his lips. Have a bite. Tung Yuan looked down at the bite mark on the sandwich, and then glanced at Qi Jinnuo. What's wrong? Do you find me distasteful? She retorted, a bit of milk clinging to her lips, making her look like a ripe strawberry. Tung Yuan gazed at her lips for a fleeting 2 seconds before bowing his head to take a bite of his sandwich. Qi Jinnuo chuckled, retrieving it to take a mouthful herself, and then offered it back to him. Tung Yuan took another bite, savoring the exquisite sweetness of the sandwich. They continued this delightful exchange until the sandwich was entirely devoured. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, they were met with a crowd standing there, accompanied by several parked vehicles. Qi Jinnuo spotted Wei Rong and immediately lowered the car window. Wei Rong, what has transpired? Chapter 31. Journey to the Military District. Wei Rong was taken aback to see Qi Jinnuo and Tung Yuan, exclaiming, Are you both unharmed? What could possibly happen to us? Qi Jinnuo replied, puzzled. Wei Rong sighed in relief. As long as you are safe. After the black rain ceased, several advanced zombies attacked the community, resulting in numerous fatalities.
Now,
only we few remain. His expression darkened as he glanced behind him. Fewer than 20 people were left in the entire community. Moreover, the buildings have been ravaged. We are preparing to relocate. Would you like to join us? Ravaged? Does that mean their residences were also destroyed? Qi Jinnuo exchanged a glance with Ting Yuan and inquired, "Where do you plan to go?" "We heard over the broadcast that there is a military district in City C, which is quite secure. We intend to head there."
Oh.
"By the way, I have awakened my abilities." Wei Rong extended his hand, a sphere of fire coalescing in his palm.
Behold, I possess 4 abilities.
Though not yet formidable, I can manage against advanced zombies. Would you like to accompany us? Wei Rong, why are you wasting breath on them? Liang Shui suddenly approached, linking her arm with Wei Rong's. She glanced at Qi Jinnuo and deliberately remarked, "You are now an ability user. Bringing along so many ordinary individuals without powers will only hinder you." Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but laugh. Did she consider herself an ordinary person devoid of abilities? Or did she think Ting Yuan was as well? "Please don't say that," Wei Rong interjected. "We are all from the same community and should support one another." He looked at Ting Yuan and Qi Jinnuo. "Shall we all go together?" Qi Jinnuo turned to Ting Yuan, awaiting his response. Ting Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Whatever you prefer." Liang Shui's demeanor brightened, practically beaming with delight. "Just to make it clear, if we are to travel together, you must heed our instructions. My boyfriend is the captain, and you mustn't cause us any trouble. Otherwise, if zombies come for us, we won't be responsible." Having previously attempted to flirt with Ting Yuan only to be rebuffed and humiliated, she was determined to regain her dignity. "Swear," Wei Rong frowned slightly, "please refrain from speaking that way. We should assist each other, as we are all from the same community." Liang Shui scoffed, "If I call you foolish, you truly are. Do you not comprehend? Now that you possess abilities, you are no longer the same as them. When faced with advanced zombies, it will be you who must protect them. And they should listen to you. Show a bit of captain-like authority." Liang Shui loathed his accommodating demeanor. Wei Rong, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her reprimand, did not retort but turned to Qi Jinnuo and Ting Yuan with an apologetic look. "She doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take it to heart."
Oh.
"Why are you still explaining? It's so annoying." Liang Shui grew angrier at his words and yanked him away. "Look at her ostentatious demeanor. Utterly tasteless." A sudden cold scoff interrupted them, and Qi Jinnuo turned to see Wu Ningjing, gripping a tang sword, standing with her arms crossed. Dressed in all black, her hair tied up, she resembled a formidable heroine from a martial arts film. "Hello," Qi Jinnuo smiled at her. "Do you remember me?" Wu Ningjing glanced at her, finding it difficult to forget. "You lack abilities?" Qi Jinnuo mused. "That seems surprising, as you appear quite formidable." Wu Ningjing narrowed her eyes, sneering. "Are you mocking me?"
No. No.
Qi Jinnuo protested, shaking her hands. "How could I mock you? I simply find it curious, as you seem powerful." "Thank you for the compliment. But I truly possess no abilities," Wu Ningjing admitted, feeling disheartened by her lack of powers. However, it was the reality, and there was little she could do about it. "It's all right. I believe you will awaken your abilities eventually," Qi Jinnuo reassured her. Such words carried a tone of perfunctory consolation and sympathy, which Wu Ningjing, not one to consider herself weak, found unappealing. After casting a glance at Qi Jinnuo, she turned and walked away. Qi Jinnuo realized she had misspoken and felt regretful, saying to Ting Yuan, "I think I upset her." Ting Yuan replied indifferently, "If she is unhappy, so be it. There is no need to concern ourselves with someone inconsequential." "You do have a point," Qi Jinnuo chuckled. Soon, the remaining residents of the community gathered together, many burdened with large bags filled to the brim, likely overflowing the car. Wei Rong frowned. "Aunt Liang, your family has brought too much. Will it fit in the car?" Others chimed in. "Indeed, we are fleeing for our lives. Bringing so many items is quite impractical, isn't it?" "I will bring what I want. It's none of your business." Aunt Liang retorted loudly. "My daughter-in-law just gave birth. And all these items are essential. How could there be too many? Moreover, since we all belong to the same community, if my car cannot accommodate everything, can I place some in yours?" Some could no longer contain themselves. "We have our own belongings to carry too. Surely there must be some space left? We are all from the same community. Why not help each other out?" Aunt Liang vociferously chastised, entirely oblivious to her imposition on others. "Helping you is no problem. But what on earth are you bringing? Tables, chairs, vases, nightstands. What purpose do they serve?" One man questioned. "These are antiques, valuable items. Of course, I am taking them. In this apocalypse, such things are useless. They are merely trash. You ought to discard them." You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. How are these items useless? Are you trying to make me throw them away so you can secretly reclaim them for yourself? Aunt Liang retorted furiously. The others were left speechless, having lived so long. She still could not discern the weight of significance. Aunt Liang's son could not hold back any longer. Mom, they are right. We are escaping. Bringing these items is indeed burdensome. What fear do we have with the car? Aunt Liang snapped back at her son. How could you side with those outsiders? These are antiques left by your grandfather. How can we simply discard them? After receiving a scolding, her son fell silent. Ultimately, Aunt Liang loaded all her belongings into the car, refusing to let anyone else store their items, fearing they might claim them as their own. The others were relieved for the quiet, as it was not their burden to bear. Unfortunately, her daughter-in-law and child suffered, as the car was crammed full, leaving the four of them to squeeze into the front seats, nearly turning into human sardines. Chapter 32. On the road. Qi Jinnuo felt that they were merely reaping what they sowed. A domineering mother and a timid son, though aware that their mother was in the wrong, lacked the courage to resist. His wife and child were pitiable. If confronted by zombies, he would undoubtedly prioritize his own safety. Wei Rong counted the number of people, preparing to set off, but the wails of a child erupted from Aunt Liang's vehicle. The daughter-in-law was drenched in sweat attempting to calm the child, while Aunt Liang's voice could be heard berating, with her son standing nearby, utterly at a loss. The driver of the vehicle ahead, unable to bear the sight, asked his daughter-in-law to hold the child and sit in his car, which had available space. With this matter resolved, everyone set off. Wei Rong led the way, with Tung Yuan and Qi Jinnuo following closely behind. I had thought you would prefer not to accompany them, Qi Jinnuo remarked, curiously resting her chin on her hand. Do you wish to visit the military district as well? Tung Yuan replied, since I have nowhere else to go. After a brief pause, he added, there are many people in the military district. Perhaps I might encounter someone who knows me. This statement sent a shiver down Qi Jinnuo's spine. Was he trying to reclaim his lost memories? Or had he recalled something? Suddenly, Tung Yuan turned to her and asked, do you want to find your family? Qi Jinnuo, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, I don't have any family. Is that so? I can hardly remember. Tung Yuan spoke slowly. Qi Jinnuo hurriedly changed the subject. Oh, let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? She retrieved a cup of milk tea from her space, inserted a straw, and eagerly offered it to him. Would you like a sip? Tung Yuan bent down to take a sip. How is it? Is it good? Qi Jinnuo inquired, having procured the milk tea from a store in the mall. At the time, the shop had prepared hundreds of cups, neatly arranged on the counter, likely for a corporate order. Unfortunately, they hadn't had the chance to deliver them before the apocalypse struck, which turned out to be her good fortune. It's a bit sweet, Tung Yuan remarked. You don't like sweet things? Not particularly. Then I shall drink this cup. Qi Jinnuo took it back, sipped, and then retrieved a bottle of water from her space. After unscrewing the cap and inserting a straw, she offered it to him. To alleviate the tedium of the journey, Qi Jinnuo took out a game console from her space to play for a while, and later, feigning sleep, she entered her space for some organization. Having planted the seedlings just a day earlier, they had already grown significantly, their leaves lush and vibrant, indicating a rich supply of nutrients. The little fish and shrimp had also doubled in size. By noon, they stopped to rest in an open field, taking the opportunity to eat. Given the difficulties of starting a fire in the wild and the cumbersome nature of pots and pans, they mostly brought dry rations. However, Qi Jinnuo and Tung Yuan prepared a small meal in the car, retrieving the steaming hot dishes they had cooked earlier from their space. Eating with the windows closed to prevent the enticing aroma from attracting suspicion. Qi Jinnuo, accustomed to luxury, had high standards when it came to food. She simply could not stomach dry rations. Yet, with a small appetite, she could scarcely finish half of a standard fast food box, leaving the rest forlornly gazing at Tung Yuan. Understanding her plight, Tung Yuan said, if you can't finish it, hand it over to me. Qi Jinnuo laughed, immediately handing it to him. You're so kind. After a brief rest, everyone resumed their journey. The road was exceedingly dull, and Qi Jinnuo could hardly remain still, fidgeting like a child with ADHD. Poking here and peering there. Eventually, feeling a bit hungry, she produced a fruit salad from her space, drizzled it with yogurt, and created a delightful fruit dish. Taking a fork, she had a bite before offering Tung Yuan a spoonful. He looked at the mouthful of honeydew dipped in white yogurt and opened his mouth to eat. They took turns feeding each other until the fruit dish was finished. Noticing a bit of yogurt on the corner of Tung Yuan's mouth, Qi Jinnuo reached out and wiped it away. Turning to face her, Tung Yuan watched as she displayed her finger coated with yogurt, saying, "You have yogurt on your mouth." Then, she extended her delicate tongue to lick it, exclaiming, "We shouldn't waste it." Tung Yuan's eyes suddenly darkened. The vehicles behind them, seeing the jeep in front pull over, were puzzled. As they slowly passed by, they heard a soft, cat-like hum emanating from inside, sweet and delicate. The couple exchanged glances, instantly understanding. Ah, young love, so passionate and fervent. Qi Jinnuo found herself pressed against the car window, feeling as if her waist might snap. Her tender lips being insistently caressed, tingling from the sensation. The air was thick with Tung Yuan's domineering presence, and through the thin layers of clothing, they could distinctly feel each other's warmth. When released, Qi Jinnuo's head spun, unsure of what had just transpired. Her ears filled with the sound of her own breath. She gazed at him with dazed eyes, her voice soft and alluring. Tung Yuan's expression darkened as he focused intently on her, suddenly covering her eyes with his hand, his voice low and commanding. "Do not tempt me." Qi Jinnuo. Wasn't it he who had kissed her out of the blue? She was completely bewildered. After a brief adjustment, their vehicle finally rejoined the convoy. As dusk approached, they arrived at an area resembling a development zone, with numerous vacant buildings, and encountered other groups. Their journey had been unusually smooth, devoid of any zombie encounters, but this marked the first time they had met other teams, and not just one. Wei Rong disembarked to communicate with them, confirming they were also heading for the military district and safe before allowing the others to exit the vehicle. As Qi Jinnuo stepped out, nearly every gaze in the vicinity turned toward her, and she could faintly hear gasps. Today, she wore a pair of light-colored jeans and a delicately designed lace blouse, simple yet exuding an aura of cleanliness and sweetness. The jeans accentuated her perfect curves and long, straight legs, while the white blouse made her skin appear even more translucent. Her simple bun hairstyle radiated youthful exuberance. She was bursting with vitality, akin to a gardenia blooming under the sun, so beautiful it compelled onlookers to steal a second glance. Though the apocalypse had only lasted a few days, everyone else, exhausted and grimy from fleeing the zombies, had little inclination for self-presentation. Qi Jinnuo stood out like a vibrant splash of color on a dull map, instantly captivating everyone's attention. One team, composed entirely of burly men, looked at Qi Jinnuo with predatory eyes. She felt as if something sticky and unpleasant had licked her all over, a wave of nausea rising within her, and instinctively, she edged closer to Tung Yuan. Without hesitation, Tung Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her closer to him as he cast a cold glare at the group. The men quickly averted their gazes, unfazed. Wei Rong suggested, "Let us make camp here for the time being. Traveling in the dark is unsafe." Liang Shui haughtily declared, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't wander about and cause us trouble, or you'll face the consequences." Look at her, acting all high and mighty. Someone beside her couldn't help but whisper, "Don't say that. Who told you her boyfriend is so formidable?" Chapter 33. Encountering Other Teams. Wei Rong conferred with the leaders of the other two teams and decided that everyone would stay in one building for mutual support. Nighttime shifts would be arranged, with the three teams rotating from 11 at night until 6 in the morning. Given their smaller numbers, each of the other teams would take turns for 2 hours, while Wei Rong's group, being larger, would stand guard for 3 hours. Excluding women and children, all the men would be required to keep watch. During Wei Rong's discussions, it was revealed that the all-male team had originally been a group of laborers from a nearby construction project. When the apocalypse struck, the contractor and boss fled, leaving them to fend for themselves in an underground shelter. However, due to the torrential black rain, the basement became infiltrated, leading to some transforming into zombies while others awakened their abilities. Ultimately, only 12 remained, 6 of whom possessed special powers. Hearing about a military base over the radio, they intended to seek refuge there. Another team consisted of a theatrical troupe, somewhat renowned, currently on a tour when the apocalypse abruptly struck. They, too, fled to this location. Comprising 18 members, half of whom were women. 7 among them had awakened extraordinary abilities, yet only 2 of these gifted individuals were women, possessing water-based powers that aside from generating water, lacked significant combat prowess. However, with the black rain contaminating the water supply, the water manipulators became particularly invaluable. In terms of strength, this troop was the weakest among the three groups. They shared their circumstances, and Wei Rong felt compelled to disclose their own, briefly mentioning they were from a residential complex. The bald captain of the engineering team suddenly inquired, "What is the relationship between the most beautiful woman in your group and the man beside her?" Wei Rong paused before responding. "They are in a romantic relationship." The bald captain stroked his chin, squinting as he asked, "Does that fellow possess any abilities?" Wei Rong's gaze deepened slightly. "What are you implying?" Sensing the shift in his demeanor, the bald captain chuckled. "Do not misunderstand. I was merely curious. That lad appears rather formidable. Harbor no ulterior motives. We are merely collaborating for tonight. If you intend anything inappropriate, we are numerous enough to deter you." Another captain, sensing the tension, hastily intervened. "Perhaps he is simply asking out of curiosity, with no ill intent. We must remain united in these trying times." Wei Rong huffed dismissively and turned away. The bald captain spat. "Impudent brat, quite temperamental." The other captain frowned. Were it not for the unusual circumstances, he would disdain collaborating with such individuals. As he turned to leave, the bald captain held him back, licking his lips. "Your group has many beautiful women. Care to join forces?" Initially inclined to refuse, the captain reconsidered. "What sort of cooperation do you propose?" The bald captain replied, "We merge our teams. I shall be the captain, and you will be the vice captain, but I expect you to let my comrades enjoy the company of your lovely women. What say you?" The man furrowed his brow, visibly torn. The bald captain scoffed. "In this apocalypse, women must rely on men for survival. They lack the means to protect themselves. The only thing they can offer is to satiate the desires of vigorous men. We protect them and provide sustenance. In return, they offer their bodies. What is unreasonable about that? Otherwise, how can we justify their sustenance?" With gritted teeth, the man acquiesced. "Deal." Tung Yuan's ears perked up, retracting his mental threads. "What did you hear?" Qi Jinnuo inquired softly. Tung Yuan replied quietly, "The other two teams are merging, and the women from one team are expected to cater to the desires of those men." Upon hearing this, Qi Jinnuo's teeth clenched in indignation. Yet in this harsh reality of the apocalypse, unless one awakened extraordinary powers to gain strength, the chances of an ordinary person surviving independently were exceedingly slim. Such is the cold truth. Wei Rong returned. "Night is swiftly approaching. Let us ascend quickly. For safety's sake, we should all reside on the same floor. And men will take turns keeping watch." He briefly explained the watch schedule and then led everyone upstairs. This area was a development zone, with many buildings freshly constructed, lacking doors and windows, and even tiles were not laid, revealing a bare concrete floor. Upon their arrival, the other two teams were already present. Qi Jinnuo scanned the engineering crew, noting their sun-kissed skin, robust physiques, and predatory gazes that seemed to appraise every woman from head to toe, making her uneasy. Tung Yuan appeared to sense her discomfort and subtly positioned himself protectively behind her. The other theatrical troupe, regardless of gender, bore pleasing features, yet all appeared disheveled and weary. The bald captain cheerfully beckoned, "Come, sit. Let us not stand on ceremony. Meeting here is a stroke of fate." While speaking, he cast glances toward Qi Jinnuo. But Tung Yuan blocked her from view entirely, allowing the bald captain only a glimpse of her slender, graceful legs. He licked his lips and turned back to greet others with a grin. Tung Yuan, however, had no intention of mingling with the crowd. He directly addressed Wei Rong. "I will take my girlfriend to the adjacent room. Please call for me during the night watch." Wei Rong was taken aback. "Aren't you joining us? If zombies attack at night, we may be unable to assist you in time." "My girlfriend is not accustomed to being crowded," Tung Yuan replied. Liang Shui scoffed. "How come everyone else can manage, but she cannot? Have you considered the current situation? Surviving is what matters most. Why maintain such a spoiled demeanor? Is she really that delicate?" Upon hearing this, Qi Jinnuo stepped out from behind Tung Yuan, her porcelain face flushed with anger. "I am indeed delicate. What of it? My boyfriend indulges me, and who are you to dictate otherwise? It does not concern you." Liang Shui, incensed, retorted, "How does it not concern me? The captain is my boyfriend. If something were to happen to you, wouldn't that implicate him?" She proudly clung to Wei Rong's arm, shooting a glance at Tung Yuan. Tung Xiao lacks any powers. Do not bring trouble upon him. At this, Wei Rong's expression darkened. Silence. Liang Shui stared at him incredulously. Are you scolding me? Wu Ningjing mocked. Fool. Liang Shui attempted to argue with Wu Ningjing but was restrained by Wei Rong. He cast a wary glance at the engineering crew and leaned closer to Ting Yuan. That bald captain seems to have some designs on your girlfriend. Be cautious. It might be wiser to stay with us. At least he would be less likely to act out. Ting Yuan's eyes darkened as he surveyed the group, spotting several burly men staring intently at Qi Jinnuo. Thank you for the warning, but I can protect my girlfriend, he assured. Wei Rong was about to speak again when Liang Shui tugged on his sleeve. If she is ungrateful, why continue to advise? When trouble arises, they will be the ones to regret it. Let it be known, if zombies come at midnight, we shall not intervene. Did I ask for your help? Qi Jinnuo shot back. Tung Yuan asserted. The watch arrangement is flawed.
What is flawed about it?
Wei Rong queried. One team takes turns during each time slot, and all the capable men are on watch. What becomes of the remaining women and children? Ting Yuanye gazed deeply at Wei Rong and inquired, have you never considered this? When you take your night watch, the men from the other teams will be present. It was only then that Wei Rong realized, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow. Thank you for the reminder. I shall seek them out to discuss this matter immediately. She approached the bald leader of the engineering team and Quan Can, the captain of the stage crew, to relay the night watch arrangements. After hearing her words, the bald leader and Quan Can exchanged a knowing glance. So, how do you intend to organize this? The bald leader asked. Wei Rong suggested, I believe we should have 3 members from each team during every time slot. What do you think? Ultimately, they reconvened and agreed that each team would assign personnel for every time period. As for the number of members and who would be selected, that decision was left to each captain's discretion. Wei Rong assigned Ting Yuanye to the time slot from 1 to 3 in the morning, when the zombies were at their most active, albeit the most inconvenient hours, shattering their sleep into fragmented pieces. Ting Yuanye had no objections to this arrangement and directly took Qi Jinnuo to the adjacent room. Look at her, so self-important. Liang Shui scoffed. I wonder how long she can keep up this act, as if she were the most delicate flower among us. Tung Yuanye, lacking any special abilities. How dare she pull him away from the group into a separate room? She said she doesn't need your protection. Wu Ningjing replied impatiently, casting a glance at Liang Shui. What is it to you? Liang Shui retorted, mind your own business. You're not even pretty, more of a tomboy, and no man would want you. Perhaps you should consider how not to become zombie fodder. Wu Ningjing's expression darkened. You.
Swear.
Wei Rong admonished sharply. That's enough. Humph. Liang Shui huffed, turning her head away, only to find a group of men nearby staring at her, their eyes gleaming with intent, as if they wished to strip her bare with their gaze. A shiver ran down her spine, inducing a wave of nausea, prompting her to hasten back to Wei Rong's side. The bald leader cast a lingering glance at Liang Shui before diverting his attention and murmured to the man beside him. That woman does have quite the allure. The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, squinting, but if we're talking about true beauty, that other woman from earlier is unparalleled. Her skin is so delicate and fair, her figure exquisite. One hand could barely encompass her chest. I've never seen such a gem before. If we could get a taste of her, it would be divine. Her boyfriend seems formidable, the bald leader remarked, narrowing his eyes. What is there to fear? Didn't that woman just say her boyfriend lacks abilities? No matter how strong he appears, can he truly contend with those of us who possess powers?
Besides,
we have numbers on our side. After a moment's contemplation, the bald leader whispered, then let's seize the opportunity when he is on night watch. Unbeknownst to him, a strand of mental energy had already settled upon his shoulder, undulating. Tung Yuanye let out a cold laugh, retracting his psychic influence. What's wrong? Qi Jinnuo noticed his sudden chilliness and turned to him. Curiosity piqued. Did you overhear something just now? Nothing of significance, Tung Yuanye replied, opting not to burden her with worries, confident in his ability to protect her. How about you accompany me during my night watch? He proposed suddenly.
Huh?
Qi Jinnuo blinked at him. Tung Yuanye looked down at her. Are you afraid? Not at all. She shook her head. With you around, what is there to fear? Are you worried about being bored alone? Very well, I shall keep you company. A subtle smile graced Ting Yuanye's lips as he gently tugged her cheek. Qi Jinnuo glanced at the dusty concrete floor, devoid of doors and windows, making any activity inconvenient. Everything in the space can't be taken out, she complained. I long for a shower, and I wish for a bed. After a day of travel, my body aches all over. After some thought, Teng Yuanya suggested, I'll keep watch while you go upstairs. Qi Jinnuo's eyes brightened.
All right.
She had always been fastidious. A day without bathing was simply unacceptable. They quietly ascended to a higher level, locating an empty room. Teng Yuanya instructed her to use items from her space to block the door and windows while he stood guard in the corridor. The night enveloped them like ink, and Teng Yuanya stood in the still corridor, listening to the sound of water echoing from within the room. Alongside the sound of running water wafted a faint scent of shower gel, reminiscent of Qi Jinnuo's own fragrance. Something within him stirred, parching his throat as he attempted to suppress an internal restlessness. Qi Jinnuo took her time in the shower, meticulously cleansing every part of her body, and afterward applied fragrant body lotion to maintain her skincare routine. Although the jade essence kept her skin exquisitely smooth, basic skincare was still essential. Her skin had become so refined that droplets of water left no trace upon it, and she was immensely satisfied. Once finished, considering she would be accompanying Teng Yuanya on night watch, she opted for a white athletic outfit instead of a dress. The gazes of those men were somewhat intimidating, and she preferred not to be scrutinized so closely. After her shower, she filled 2 buckets with water before stepping outside. A wave of refreshing fragrance wafted towards him, and Teng Yuanya turned to see Qi Jinnuo standing behind him, her face softened by the steam, appearing translucent. I'm done. I've set out 2 buckets of water for you. Hurry along. Qi Jinnuo spoke softly, retrieving a set of clothes for him from her space. Now, it's my turn to keep watch. In the room, she placed a small lamp, cautious not to set it too bright. The area had largely succumbed to darkness due to power outages, and a sudden bright light would draw attention. Teng Yuanya studied her for a moment before accepting the clothes.
All right.
Once inside, Qi Jinnuo reasoned that there would likely be no visitors for a while. She retrieved a table from her space, along with some fruit and yogurt, intending to prepare a fruit salad. She adored fruits and made it a point to consume them daily, particularly in the form of a salad. As for hot meals, there were provisions in the space that could be enjoyed once Teng Yuanya emerged from the shower. It was already 8 o'clock. Everyone had traveled a long day. Feeling fatigued and famished, they nibbled on some dry rations and prepared to rest. Given the barren rooms in the development area, some unbothered individuals simply lay on the dusty floor, while others leaned against the walls. Those with higher standards took sheets from the vehicles to lay down or spread paper on the ground. Although the space was not overcrowded, it was still quite cramped. The refugees were too preoccupied with their escape to maintain personal hygiene, and a peculiar odor lingered in the air. Especially the engineering team of 12 men, having spent too long in the basement, were grimy and bore a scent of sweat mingled with something far more rancid. Liang Shui found herself overwhelmed by the stench. Even with her clothing covering her nose, the foul odor assaulted her senses. After enduring it for some time, she begrudgingly realized that Qi Jinnuo and Teng Yuanya sharing a room was indeed a wise decision, sparing her from this olfactory assault. However, having previously mocked Qi Jinnuo, she felt compelled to swallow her pride and endure the discomfort. Once Teng Yuanya emerged from the shower, he found Qi Jinnuo had already prepared a fruit salad, 2 servings of hot meals, and 2 cups of juice. Should we eat inside the room? Qi Jinnuo whispered, wary of unexpected visitors. No need. I will be aware if anyone approaches, Teng Yuanya assured her. Remembering his ability to sense disturbances around him, Qi Jinnuo felt reassured and set out 2 chairs for them to enjoy their dinner. 2 servings of hot meals were laid before her. One was a savory beef rice dish, and the other, a fragrant pan-seared chicken thigh rice, which Qi Jinnuo had previously procured from a restaurant, still steaming fresh. She began by sipping half a glass of juice, followed by a few bites of the beef rice. Yearning for the chicken thigh, she reached out with her chopsticks to snag some from Teng Yuanya's portion. After indulging in a few mouthfuls of fruit salad, she tossed her chopsticks aside and pushed the box toward Teng Yuanya, declaring that she would no longer eat, preferring only the fruit. Teng Yuanya cast a glance her way, his brow furrowing. Have you barely touched your meal and already given up? I simply can't eat, Qi Jinnuo replied. You should eat more, you've worked hard. I'm content with just the fruit. This fruit is so fragrant and sweet. Would you like to try some? She offered a piece to Yuanya, who reluctantly opened his mouth to accept it. Once they finished, Qi Jinnuo tidied up, stowing everything away at her space before descending the stairs with Yuanya. As they reached the ground floor, they spotted a bald man and another man behaving suspiciously at their room's entrance, shining a flashlight around. "What are you looking for?" Yuanya inquired coolly. The two men jumped in surprise and turned to see Yuanya and Qi Jinnuo, awkwardly stammering, "We noticed you weren't in your room and were worried something might have happened, so we came to check on you. Where have you been?" The bald man continued, scrutinizing the two. Qi Jinnuo frowned and hid behind Yuanya, whose tall frame effectively shielded her. "Did you have any business outside?" Yuanya's gaze was icy as he regarded them. "Nothing at all. We were merely concerned." The bald man replied with a forced smile as he and his companion retreated. Yuanya sent out a thread of mental energy to follow them.
You startled me.
"You just returned out of the blue. Do you think they might grow suspicious? What does it matter? Even if they do, what can they do to us? What do you think they were up to?" I noticed they had changed clothes and looked quite clean, as if they had just bathed. In this rundown place, where would they find water to bathe? Unless that woman is a water-type ability user, I suspect they were off doing something. Doing what? Between a man and a woman. What else could it be? Just that sort of thing? Don't you think? That woman looked positively smitten, and that man is quite fortunate. Once I manage to get that woman, I'll make her weep. Yuanya's eyes darkened suddenly, a flash of white light piercing through them. The man speaking halted abruptly, his gaze unfocused, and with a violent motion, he struck his own face with a fist. "What are you doing?" the bald man exclaimed in shock. The man, undeterred, struck himself again. "What are you doing?" The bald man rushed to restrain him. "Have you lost your mind?" Ignoring him, the man pushed past and leaped from the second floor. The sound of a heavy thud echoed, sending up a cloud of dust. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the air, causing a commotion among everyone present. "What is happening?" Qi Jinnuo hurriedly turned to the railing, faintly seeing a figure sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. She was bewildered. Had someone just jumped? Yuanya withdrew his mental energy and approached Qi Jinnuo, gazing down at the man on the ground. Even in the dark, his vision remained unaffected, revealing the man's broken leg and the tension in his face from the pain. "This is bad. Tiezhi has jumped. Quick, let us see," the bald man shouted. And in an instant, a dozen people surged into action, their footsteps thundering down the stairs, shaking the entire building. Other teams followed suit, surrounding Tiezhi and engaging in a flurry of speculation. "How on earth did he end up jumping?" the bald man anxiously explained. "I don't know. He suddenly seemed possessed, punched himself twice, then shoved me aside and jumped." "Tiezhi, are you okay? Quick, lift him up. That commotion could attract the zombies." Qi Jinnuo sensed something amiss. This was reminiscent of Yuanya's mental control. She turned to him, blinking, and whispered, "Was it you?" Yuanya acknowledged with a nod. "Stop looking. Let us return to the room." Qi Jinnuo followed him, feeling that something was off. He should not act so casually against others. Had the man said something to provoke his ire? Yuanya found two pieces of door panels, one to block the window and another for the door. He dusted off his hands. "You can take out the items from your space now." "Such thoughtfulness." Qi Jinnuo complimented him, bringing out the mattress, 2 pillows, and a thin blanket. Though the days were warm, the nights could be quite cool. She eagerly flopped onto the bed, rolling around. "Finally, I can sleep on a bed. I've been so uncomfortable trying to sleep in the car." In the car, she could barely manage to rest, waking intermittently and ending up sore all over. Nothing compared to the comfort of a bed. Yuanya sat at the edge of the bed. "Go to sleep. We'll need to get up for the night watch." "Oh, right," Qi Jinnuo remembered, sitting up to retrieve her phone from her space to set an alarm. Yuanya pressed down on her hand. "No need to set it. I want to sleep. I'll wake you when it's time." "You're not sleeping?" Qi Jinnuo looked at him. "Take out the sun crystal. I need to refine and absorb it. Raising my strength is of utmost importance now." "All right then." Qi Jinnuo returned the phone to her space and retrieved the sun crystals. He had collected over a dozen. Though they were all low-grade crystals, they were sufficient for someone newly awakened to their powers. Qi Jinnuo watched as Yuanya closed his eyes, slowly absorbing the energy from the crystal in his palm, and she lay back down with the blanket. She too closed her eyes, entering her space. As soon as she did, the shadow of the little creature appeared. Qi Jinnuo observed closely, noting, "Your shadow doesn't seem to have changed much compared to a few days ago." The little creature lamented, "That's because you haven't been diligent. My energy is depleted and naturally I cannot cultivate." Qi Jinnuo was well aware of the source of its energy. "Let us not discuss that." She turned to check on the vegetables and seedlings she had previously planted, discovering they had not grown much at all. Why are they growing so slowly? Qi Jinnuo wondered, recalling how quickly they had sprouted when first planted. The little creature sighed, "Energy, energy. Without energy, how can this space operate? But I'm with the male lead every day. You're planting vegetables, growing fruits, raising fish and shrimp, and using jade liquid, besides maintaining the space as operation. You must also provide me with energy for cultivation. With so little energy, how can it suffice?" The little creature teased, "If you want them to grow faster, you should seduce the male lead into a battle of 300 rounds. Go away." Qi Jinnuo's face flushed. "I suspect you've hoarded all the energy for your own cultivation, which is why these things are growing so slowly." The little creature scoffed. "Such a meager amount of energy is beneath my notice." Ignoring it, Qi Jinnuo checked the jade liquid, only to find it had completely dried up. She had refrained from drinking it the past few days, hoping to save some for a crucial moment, yet it had inexplicably dried up. "Energy. Energy," the little creature lamented again. "Oh, just be quiet." Qi Jinnuo shot it a glare. There's been no choice these past couple of days. The situation was exceptional. "I'll check back in a few days." The little creature huffed and vanished. Honestly, its temper is growing worse. Just as Qi Jinnuo emerged from her space, she was startled by a woman's piercing scream from the next room. She abruptly opened her eyes and sat up. "What happened? Are zombies here?" "Not zombies," Tung Yuan replied, also awakening, his tone calm. "It's those men preying upon the women." It was an expected turn of events. "Let go of me. Help." A woman, her hair disheveled, struggled desperately, her eyes red as she pleaded with the troop leader. Quan Can, what are you doing? Hurry, make them release me." Quan Can pressed his lips tightly together, lowering his head in silence. "Are you even human? This is a betrayal of the trust we placed in you." Another woman shouted angrily, rising in an attempt to assist her. Suddenly, a fireball exploded at her feet, causing screams to erupt among the crowd. The woman's face turned pale, and she stood frozen in place. "If you don't want to die, don't move," the bald man warned coldly, a fireball hovering in his palm. "I've already spoken with your captain, Quan Kansas. The two teams are merging. I am the captain. Quan Can is the vice captain. We possess abilities that can protect you and provide you with sustenance, but in return, you must pay a price." The woman gritted her teeth. "This is utterly unreasonable. Did you consult us before making this decision? You disagree?" The bald man chuckled, stepping aside with a gesture. "Then you may leave at once. I'm curious to see how long you can survive without the protection of the team." The woman bit her lip until it bled, but lacked the courage to take her first step. The bald man snorted, exchanging glances with the other men, who swiftly seized the women they desired like ravenous beasts. The shrieks of terror rose and fell. Had this been before the apocalypse, they would never have dared to approach such women. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, they had awakened their powers and risen from the depths of society to enjoy a life akin to that of emperors. Wei Rong and Wu Ningjing's faces turned ashen, ready to stand up and intervene, only to be restrained by Liang Shui. "What are you doing? Have you lost your minds? What does this have to do with you? Stay out of it," she scolded softly. "But what they're doing is too excessive." Wei Rong gritted his teeth. "Don't provoke trouble. Can you handle so many by yourself? What if the conflict spills over to us?" Liang Shui was furious. Others chimed in, "Ignore it. It's none of our business. Wei Rong, you are our captain. You must ensure our safety." Wu Ningjing clenched her fists, unable to bear watching passively. Liang Shui rolled her eyes. "The priority now is self-preservation. If you can't protect yourself, how can you help others? You overestimate your capabilities." Wu Ningjing's face paled. Her lips pressed tightly together, her fists clenched even tighter. The others fell silent, huddling in the corners, looking down and saying nothing. The bald man cast a glance at them, pleased with their compliance. The commotion from the adjacent room continued unabated. Qi Jinnuo wished to cover her ears. She buried herself under the quilt, cocooning her entire body, including her head, and lay on the bed like a small arch bridge, closing her eyes and covering her ears. Unwilling to hear the sordid words. She felt a deep sorrow for the women suffering outside, yet she could do nothing to save them, only sigh in despair. Suddenly, the quilt was yanked away. Qi Jinnuo opened her eyes, staring blankly at Ting Yuan. Surely, hadn't he reacted to the noise? She didn't notice that her collar had slipped, exposing her shoulder. Coupled with her innocent, clear eyes, it was an unintentional yet pure temptation. Ting Yuan gazed at her, holding his breath. Initially concerned about her suffocating, he was taken aback by the unexpected view beneath the covers. At that moment, the noise from next door grew louder. Their eyes met, and an indescribable awkwardness filled the air. Qi Jinnuo hurriedly averted her gaze. Her words were cut short as Ting Yuan suddenly lunged at her. Chapter 37. The Despicable Man. She was caught off guard as he pinned her down on the bed, leaving her in a daze. Shoo, Ting Yuan whispered, there are people outside. Qi Jinnuo immediately fell silent, but their position felt rather awkward. She looked down to see her collar still open, her shoulder exposed. Yet, she found herself unable to move under Ting Yuan's weight. She could only inch her hand up, attempting to adjust her collar. Ting Yuan's head was near her face, his brows furrowed as he listened intently to the sounds outside. How did the door get blocked? Are they inside? What are we afraid of? Just barge in. What does it matter if they're in there? No, that guy seems unpredictable. He might not be easy to deal with. Let us hold off. We don't need more women right now. Outside, whispers and footsteps faded away. Qi Jinnuo's arm was too short to reach her collar, and Ting Yuan's warm breath brushed against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. What is happening? Have they left? She whispered, her breath grazing his ear, carrying a faint fragrance. Ting Yuan lifted his head, his gaze landing on her partially exposed shoulder, her skin pale and flawless. Her long hair cascading over the pillow, accentuating her delicate features. Her clear eyes and red lips resembled a soft, exquisite snowball, deepening the intensity of his gaze. He remained silent, simply staring at her. Qi Jinnuo pressed a hand against his chest, complaining, "You're too heavy. Get off me, or I can't breathe." Suddenly, he leaned down, silencing her with his lips. Outside, two men had moved away, but one abruptly halted. "Did you hear anything? What kind of sound?" The man replied with a lewd chuckle. "Isn't the usual noise on this floor? Not that. I can't quite describe it." "Can't describe it? Sounds like you're hearing things. Hurry back. Those people should be finishing up soon." The first group of night watchmen had returned, but the revelry was only halfway through, and the newly returned men quickly joined the fray. The air was thick with unspoken tension, lingering long after. It was time for the second group to take over the night watch. Wei Rong stood up with a solemn expression, while Liang Shui nervously grasped his hand. "Wei Rong, I'm scared. Please don't go. Stay here with me." The women who had been dragged away had yet to return, and the sounds of their screams, mixed with the men's jeers, sent shivers down her spine. She feared ending up like those women. Wei Rong cherished her, and even amidst the apocalypse, she hadn't felt its weight until tonight, when she realized how brutally unforgiving it could be for women. She understood the importance of having a protector. She dared not act recklessly. She would cling to him tightly. At least he wouldn't harm her or treat her as an object. Wei Rong was also worried about Liang Shui. He hesitated, glancing at Wu Ningjing, hoping she would help keep an eye on things. However, Wu Ningjing stood pale and distant, seemingly in shock, lost to her thoughts. Despite her usual strength, she was still a girl, and he didn't want to trouble her at that moment. He faced a dilemma as he looked at Liang Shui. "How about you come with me for the night watch?" "Okay, I'll go with you." Liang Shui nodded eagerly. Accompanying him for the night watch was certainly preferable to remaining there. Wei Rong took her hand and led her away, oblivious to the bald man's gaze fixated on Liang Shui. Wei Rong went to summon Ting Yuan, only to discover that the door and windows of his room were barricaded with a board. He knocked on the board, calling out, "Yuan, are you there? It's our turn to keep watch." After a moment, a faint sound emanated from within, the rustling of fabric, as if someone were getting dressed. He waited for a while, but the noise abruptly ceased, prompting him to knock again. "Yuan?" Suddenly, the board was moved aside, revealing Ting Yuan's tall figure. His lips appeared slightly flushed, his breathing somewhat rapid, and his clothes were wrinkled. Beside him stood Qi Jinnuo, who appeared even smaller in contrast to his imposing stature, her expression seemingly uneasy. Weirong thought little of it and stated, "We should head out for the watch." Teng Yuanya responded with a grunt, taking hold of Qi Jinnuo's hand. Qi Jinnuo seemed to be in a bit of a huff, turning her face away from him, instinctively trying to shake off his grip, but he held on tight. "Is your girlfriend coming as well?" Weirong inquired. "I can't leave her here alone," Teng Yuanya replied, his voice slightly hoarse, sounding different from usual. "That makes sense. I share your concern," Weirong said, his brow furrowing. He hesitated, clenched his teeth, and decided, "Let's go." He took Liang Shui by the arm and turned to leave. As Liang Shui pivoted, she caught sight of Qi Jinnuo emerging from the room, bathed in moonlight. She noticed that Qi Jinnuo's lips were somewhat swollen, resembling ripe strawberries, and her collar was disheveled. It was evident what the two had been up to. She scoffed quietly and turned her head away. Qi Jinnuo, with a serious expression, twisted her small hand in Teng Yuanya's large palm, like a nimble little snake attempting to break free from his grasp. Teng Yuanya firmly enveloped her tiny hand, commanding, "Don't move." Qi Jinnuo, her face contorted with frustration, finally blurted out, "Your hand is dirty." She felt uncomfortable. "Dirty?" Teng Yuanya raised an eyebrow. "Are you now repulsed by yourself?" "Don't say that," Qi Jinnuo retorted, annoyed at his teasing, realizing for the first time how irritating he could be. Teng Yuanya's lips curled into a slight smile as he tightened his hold on her hand, forcing their fingers to interlock. Upon reaching the ground floor, the rest of the team had assembled. The engineering team had dispatched 4 members, the theater troupe 3, while their group consisted of 5. The 4 men from the engineering team, with their dark complexions and disheveled attire, exuded an indescribable odor, their faces displaying a look of satisfaction. Upon seeing Teng Yuanya and Weirong approach, still holding a woman, they grinned widely, leering at them. "Oh, you've even brought your woman to keep watch. What's the matter? Afraid we might take advantage of your absence and, you know? Indeed, both of your girlfriends are stunning beauties. Such fortune. As men, I understand we all do, but this is the apocalypse after all." Chapter 38. Dawn broke. Weirong's expression darkened instantly. "Mind your words." "My apologies," one man chuckled nonchalantly, his gaze wandering over Liang Shui and Qi Jinnuo, his eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts. After assigning positions, they dispersed. Someone needed to remain on the rooftop, while the others spread out in the 4 cardinal directions on the ground floor. Qi Jinnuo and Teng Yuanya found themselves on a patch of grass, surrounded by an eerie silence, void of even the chirping of insects or birds, a stillness that set one's heart racing. Initially disdainful of Teng Yuanya, Qi Jinnuo clutched his arm tightly. "Why is it so frightening here? There won't be any zombies, will there?" Teng Yuanya extended his mental field to scan the vicinity and found nothing amiss. "That's a relief," Qi Jinnuo sighed. Teng Yuanya observed her holding onto his hand with a bemused expression. "Weren't you just expressing disdain?" Qi Jinnuo released his hand, mumbling awkwardly, "I just feel a bit unsettled." Although his hand was clean, the thought of it made her uncomfortable. She retrieved a bottle of perfume from her space and sprayed a couple of spritzes into his palm. Teng Yuanya raised an eyebrow but said nothing, tacitly allowing her actions. The night was windy and a bit chilly, prompting her to pull out 2 blankets from her space. She laid one on the grass and draped the other over herself. Sitting on the blanket, she beckoned Teng Yuanya, "Come here." He walked over slowly and sat beside her. She spread the blanket, struggling slightly as she tried to cover him with it. Teng Yuanya looked down and noticed the marks on her collar, his eyes darkening momentarily. He took the blanket from her and wrapped both of them within it. Qi Jinnuo found herself sitting on his lap, propped up against his chest, the softness of his muscles tempting her to squeeze a little. A muffled groan escaped him. "Are you trying to engage in some intimate activities here?" Qi Jinnuo, startled, quickly withdrew her hand, becoming as still as a mouse, wary of the outdoors. Initially, she was alert, fearing a sudden zombie attack during the night. However, as her eyelids grew heavier, likely due to the comfort of being with Teng Yuanya, she eventually fell asleep in his embrace. Time passed, and Qi Jinnuo awoke to the sound of voices. Startled, she opened her eyes to see several people around her, jolting awake. It was time for their shift change, and she realized she had been cradled in Teng Yuanya's arms while he had not disturbed her. Upon seeing her awake, Liang Shui remarked sarcastically, "Some people are truly useless, dragging everyone down while being unable to contribute. Can't you see the current circumstances?" still acting like a delicate little princess. The key point was that such a woman, who was utterly devoid of any capability aside from her beauty, was being so spoiled by Teng Yuanya. He would rather hold her while she slept than wake her. Qi Jinnuo initially felt embarrassed and considered getting down, but upon hearing Liang Shue's words, she resolutely clung tighter to Teng Yuanya's neck. I am indeed a delicate little princess. And what of it? Not satisfied? I'll see how long you can maintain that princess act. Liang Shue hissed through clenched teeth. Why was it that other women suffered through various hardships, emerging disheveled and worn, while she remained pristine? She could not believe that a man would consistently dote on a woman with no redeeming qualities. Upon reaching the upper floor, Qi Jinnuo hurriedly dismounted from Teng Yuanya. Are you tired? Why didn't you wake me? She playfully rubbed his arm. Let me give you a massage. Not tired, just a bit sore, Teng Yuanya replied, though it was nothing significant to him. He glanced at the time, noting they had 3 hours until dawn. Shall we catch a bit more sleep? All right. Qi Jinnuo laid out a mattress, pillow, and thin blanket, lying down beside Teng Yuanya. The latter half of the night passed without incident. When sunlight streamed in, Qi Jinnuo woke, still feeling drowsy, her eyes heavy. Nevertheless, she mustered the strength to rise, tidying the mattress, pillow, and blanket before retrieving her toiletries. Just as she was about to prepare breakfast, a knock sounded on the board. Are you awake? We need to leave. Liang Shue's impatient voice rang out from outside. Reluctantly, Qi Jinnuo followed Teng Yuanya out, her stomach rumbling. Upon descending, she spotted a bald man grinning at Weirong. So, you're heading to the military district next, right? So are we. Our destination is the same. Why not travel together? It would be mutually beneficial for support. We've merged with another team. Would you be interested in joining us? Strength in numbers, after all. I can make you vice captain. How does that sound? Weirong suppressed his disgust and refused. No need. There's no rush to decline. The bald man suddenly leaned in closer, whispering, Our theater troupe is filled with beauties. If you were to join us, you could indulge at your leisure. At this, Weirong did not attempt to conceal his disdain, retorting, No, thank you. Our paths do not align. Let us part ways here. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. The bald man spat in contempt. Pretentious. I wonder how long this kid can maintain his facade, as if he alone embodies nobility. Boss, what should we do since this kid refuses to join us? One of his followers inquired. The bald man replied coldly, What's the rush? Just because he won't join us doesn't mean we can't follow them. Ultimately, our destinations are the same. Just wait and see how I deal with this kid later. Teng Yuanya shot a dark glance at the bald man. Wei Rong instructed everyone to board the vehicle, preparing to set off. The group hadn't slept well, but they had no choice. The sooner they reached the military district, the safer they would be. Once aboard, Qi Jinnuo retrieved a sandwich from her space and took a bite, then offered it to Teng Yuanya. She yearned for something warm, but the circumstances were unyielding. After he took a bite, she retrieved it and nibbled again, finding it somewhat dry. She then produced a bottle of fresh milk from her space. Just as she inserted the straw, the car window was knocked upon. Turning her head, Qi Jinnuo was met with a bald man's grotesque visage, grinning widely, which nearly caused her to drop the milk. She immediately turned to Teng Yuanya. He pulled her closer, leaning over to lower the window. What is it? The bald man, eyeing Qi Jinnuo, noticed her leaning against Teng Yuanya. A delicate fragrance wafting from her. For a brief moment, he found himself distracted, but upon meeting Teng Yuanya's darkened gaze, he snapped back to reality and offered the bread in his hand. This is for you, a token of our encounter, having spent a night together. We might as well consider ourselves friends. I've also sent some to your captain. With Qi Jinnuo's space at her disposal, Teng Yuanya had little interest in the dry bread. No need, give it to someone else, he replied impatiently. The bald man shot a glance at Qi Jinnuo. Even if you won't eat it, surely your girlfriend will? Resources are precious right now. I advise you to keep it. We have plenty. Teng Yuanya's expression grew more impatient. I said no. Do you have anything else? Before the bald man could retort, Teng Yuanya rolled up the window. Qi Jinnuo stepped out of his embrace, quickly retrieving perfume from her space and spraying it a few times. He smells awful. I've been holding my breath. That person is so irritating. Chapter 39. Entering the city district, quickly open your window for some fresh air, Qi Jinnuo urged, fanning her hand. Tung Yuanya complied, rolling down his window. At that moment, Qi Jinnuo noticed the women from the theater troupe descending, each appearing haggard, disheveled, and walking with an odd gait. Many bore glaring marks around their necks. Seeing the men laughing and slapping the women's backsides caused Qi Jinnuo's heart to swell with discomfort. She withdrew her gaze and took a sip of milk, suddenly losing her appetite. As they traveled, Wei Rong noticed the bald man's team tailing them closely. Initially, he thought it mere coincidence, but when they stopped for lunch at noon, he realized the bald man's group had also halted. Wei Rong sought out Tung Yuanya to discuss a strategy. They've been following us. They likely harbor ill intentions. What do you think? Though Tung Yuanya lacked supernatural abilities, his calm demeanor and inscrutable presence instilled a sense of strength in others. His sharp features gave a first impression that he was formidable, evoking a natural fear in those around him. Thus, Wei Rong instinctively turned to him in times of trouble. Their intentions are certainly not benign, Tung Yuanya replied coolly. Did you accept the bread? Wei Rong hesitated. I did. Given the current scarcity of supplies, I took it, but I'm no fool. I suspect it may be tainted, and dared not eat it. Don't consume it. Remain vigilant, Tung Yuanya advised. You make a valid point. I will warn the others. Wei Rong said, his expression grave, rushing off to ensure no one else fell prey to the potential trap. Liang Shui could no longer contain herself. Why do you always consult Tung Yuanya? You're the captain. Why do you defer to him? She found Wei Rong's indecisive demeanor intolerable. He was kind, but it was evident he lacked the decisiveness and charisma of a leader, unlike Tung Yuanya, who exuded the ability to handle substantial matters. Wei Rong was taken aback. I believe he has sound ideas, which is why I sought his counsel. I hadn't considered it further. Can't you make your own decisions? You are the captain. He's merely a powerless individual who relies on your protection. What insights could he possibly offer? Liang Shui retorted sharply. That's not entirely fair, although he lacks abilities. He is part of our team, Wei Rong defended. Liang Shui, growing impatient, waved her hand. Forget it. Just go about your business. She was exasperated with Wei Rong's overly accommodating nature, which she found distasteful. After 2 days of travel, the group's supplies dwindled. Following Wei Rong's arrival, they voiced their concerns. Wei Rong felt cornered, as he too had little in the way of provisions left. Liang Auntie's grandson wailed in hunger, refusing to be soothed. They had been on the road for 2 days, and the child's mother, having recently given birth, had little milk to spare. Even if they had formula, there was no hot water to prepare it. Their dry rations were nearing depletion. Think of a solution quickly. You're the captain. Liang Auntie shouted at Wei Rong. At this rate, my grandson will starve. Yes, please think of something. Our food is running out too. If this continues, we'll all go hungry. Wei Rong could only respond helplessly. Everyone, hold on a little longer. We are about to enter the city, where food should be available. They were currently in the outskirts, desolate and sparse, which had allowed them to pass the night without incident. But they were on the verge of entering the city. The city held plenty of resources. But conversely, it was overrun with zombies. One of the bald man's subordinates overheard the conversation and immediately rushed to report back. No food left? The bald man scoffed. That kid is clearly not cut out for leadership. No need to rush. Once they're starving, they'll eat whatever we offer them. Qi Jinnuo quietly rolled up her window. Outside, others were lamenting their lack of food, and she didn't want to draw attention to herself. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? She asked Tung Yuanya. She no longer desired the sandwich, yearning instead for a warm meal, but fear being seen and having to explain. Anything is fine, he replied. After some thought, she retrieved a hamburger from her space and handed it to him. Uncertain of the outcome of their discussions, the journey resumed. After approximately an hour, they entered the city. The environment within the city was far more dire than the outskirts. Bloodstains, severed limbs, organs, bones, and corpses littered the streets. A putrid stench of decay permeated the air. In the sweltering heat, even a piece of rotting meat would quickly attract flies, decomposing into maggots. Upon entering the city, Qi Jinnuo immediately closed the window, yet the foul odor still penetrated the vehicle. Reluctantly, she produced a mask from her space, spritzed it with perfume, and donned it. Finally feeling somewhat revived. A few scattered zombies roamed the streets, but they were merely ordinary zombies. Upon spotting the vehicle, they began to pursue at a sluggish pace. Wei Rong dispatched them effortlessly with a few fireballs, prompting the group to once again marvel at the might of those with supernatural abilities. They decided to stop at the entrance of a supermarket. The group dispersed to gather supplies, urgency imbued in their actions. As Wei Rong commanded, move swiftly. The more we acquire, the better. At his signal, the others swiftly scattered. Although Qi Jinnuo had already amassed a considerable stockpile in her spatial realm, she nonetheless accompanied Ting Yuan into the supermarket. The group seized large bags, akin to ravenous hounds snatching up food, sweeping every item from the shelves into their cloth carriers. Several individuals assisting in the fray. With so many hands at work, Qi Jinnuo could only pretend to fill her bag, while discreetly storing everything within her space. Suddenly, Tung Yuan halted at a shelf. Qi Jinnuo approached him and inquired, "What are you looking at?" Upon glimpsing the items on the shelf, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily grasped his hand, urging him to peruse elsewhere. Yet, Tung Yuan remained rooted in place, his expression laden with meaning. "Shouldn't we stock up on such items? What are you thinking? Hurry and collect supplies." Qi Jinnuo insisted, forcibly pulling him away. "What nonsense! We have no need for those." Just as they were about to leave, two men approached. "Hey, little umbrella, are you considering stocking up?" They recalled the fervor of the previous night, their throats parched. Had it not been for Wei Rong's intervention, they would have eagerly joined in. "We should stock up. It's the apocalypse, after all. Who knows when we might get to enjoy beautiful women again." 20 minutes later, everyone emerged, with Qi Jinnuo and Ting Yuan being the last to exit. Once all had departed, Qi Jinnuo discreetly stored the remaining items in her space. Tung Yuan also discovered the supermarket's warehouse, which she had entirely ransacked, leaving no grain or oil behind. "We must collect all supplies for centralized management," Wei Rong proclaimed loudly. Some expressed discontent. "These are our own hard-earned supplies. Why should we surrender them?" Liang Shui retorted angrily, "We are a team. Team resources must be managed collectively. If you disagree, you are free to leave." Those who had voiced dissent were silenced instantly by Liang Shui's authoritative tone. After all, they had just witnessed the formidable powers of the ability users. Here, apart from Wei Rong, there were two others with abilities, but none as formidable as his. Reluctantly, everyone submitted their supplies. When it was Qi Jinnuo's turn, she was about to hand hers over when Tung Yuan intervened. "We will not hand anything over. Everyone else is contributing. Why should you be exempt?" Liang Shui erupted, her voice laced with sarcasm. "If you wish to pamper your girlfriend, do it on your own time. We have no obligation. All supplies must be submitted. For every task completed, you will receive a share of the supplies. We cannot afford to sustain those who do not contribute." As she spoke, her gaze pointedly flicked toward Qi Jinnuo. "Indeed, that is only fair. Look at her. All delicate and spoiled, she hardly seems capable of contributing. Aside from her looks, she is of no use and might just hold us back. In this apocalypse, beauty is utterly useless. Her boyfriend lacks abilities, yet at least he can fight. What can she possibly do?" Liang Shui crossed her arms, scoffing. "If you refuse to surrender your supplies, you must leave the team. With your kind, how long do you think you can survive, especially with a deadweight like her?" Qi Jinnuo's ire was ignited at this remark, and she was ready to argue back when Tung Yuan restrained her. "You seem to be mistaken," he stated coldly. "We have never been part of your team. I merely said I would travel with you, not that I would join you." Upon hearing this, Liang Shui's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you mean? You no longer wish to join us?" She laughed. "How amusing. Just because we called you young Master Tung, do you truly believe you remain the privileged heir of the pre-apocalypse era? Wake up. In this current climate, without strength, who will regard you as a master? We do not support freeloaders." The others chimed in, "Exactly. If he wants to leave, let him go. One without abilities and one who considers herself a princess will only burden us." Wei Rong hurriedly interjected, "Everyone, let us not be like this. We all come from the same neighborhood." "And what of it?" Liang Shui rolled her eyes. "Do not play the nice guy. You are enabling them. If they wish to leave, let them. I want to see how well they fare without us." Qi Jinnuo shot back with a cold smile, "Rest assured. We will undoubtedly fare better than you." She grasped Tung Yuan's hand and turned to leave. Wei Rong called out, "Don't act impulsively. Reconsider your decision." Liang Shui shot him a glare, silencing him. Once in the vehicle, Qi Jinnuo fumed, I am so infuriated. That Liang Shui is insufferably arrogant. She has no abilities herself, merely relying on Wei Rong's power. Don't waste your breath arguing with a fool, Tung Yuan replied. Qi Jinnuo regarded him suspiciously. Did you plan to part ways with them all along? I never intended to join them. I merely traveled with them for a time, Tung Yuan replied nonchalantly. Qi Jinnuo pondered this and realized it made sense. His lone wolf nature had always been his style. He was never one for benevolence. A team with so many members, half of whom lacked combat strength, would only bring him trouble. Then, where shall we head next? Qi Jinnuo inquired. Let us check out the military district first, Tung Yuan replied, starting the vehicle, for they had nowhere else to go. After driving a short distance, the vehicle suddenly halted. High-level zombies ahead, Tung Yuan said. His brow furrowed. What? Qi Jinnuo gasped. How many? Are they nearby? Tung Yuan lifted his gaze forward, a flash of white light crossing his eyes. Right up ahead. No sooner had he spoken than a red-eyed zombie appeared before them. Tung Yuan unleashed his mental domain, seeking to discern whether it contained a sun crystal or a moon crystal, only to find it impenetrable. The inability to see through meant this zombie was of a higher level than he. His expression grew grave as he drew his tang knife, warning, "Stay in the vehicle and do not exit." Seeing his troubled countenance, Qi Jinnuo asked anxiously, "Can you handle it?" Tung Yuan remained silent, exiting the vehicle and closing the door behind him. The red-eyed zombie, having caught the scent of flesh, erupted into a frenzied roar and charged at Tung Yuan. In a flash, a silver light streaked past, freezing the red-eyed zombie mid-stride. Tung Yuan lunged forward, seizing the opportunity to strike off the zombie's head. However, unexpectedly, the ice shattered, and the red-eyed zombie emerged unscathed, roaring as it lunged at him. His level was insufficient, resulting in an inadequate freeze that allowed the zombie to break free. Furthermore, his mental control was inadequate to manipulate a high-level zombie. Tung Yuan dodged the zombie's assault and engaged it in combat. From the vehicle, Qi Jinnuo watched, her heart racing with anxiety, feeling utterly helpless. Silver, are you there? What is it? The little creature responded. Hurry, something bad is about to happen. Think of a way to help your male lead. If he dies, you will lose your source of energy. Qi Jinnuo frantically called out in her mind. The little creature scoffed. He is not my male lead, and besides, you need not worry, he can handle it. Are you certain? How do you know? I just know, so sit back and watch. Qi Jinnuo saw Tung Yuan attempt another freezing attack, seizing the moment to strike at the zombie's head. However, the zombie had evolved, its body accompanying its enhancements, rendering ordinary blades ineffective against it. It swiped at Tung Yuan with its claw, instantly tearing through his chest, shredding his clothing. Qi Jinnuo was filled with trepidation. Although she was aware that he would not transform into a zombie, his injuries were grievous. At that moment, 3 more zombies emerged, their levels seemingly inferior to the red-eyed zombie. However, Tung Yuan was now fighting alone, truly a case of misfortunes piling up. What to do? Qi Jinnuo was so anxious, she felt like leaping out, yet fear held her back. Upon seeing the other 3 zombies, Tung Yuan immediately unleashed his mental power, manipulating them to engage in combat with the red-eyed zombie. If he could not control the red-eyed zombie, could he not also command lower-level zombies? 1 was insufficient. What about 3? 10? Tung Yuan summoned all nearby zombies, directing them to rush forth and tear apart the red-eyed zombie. Qi Jinnuo was utterly astonished. Was this how it was played? Ultimately, the red-eyed zombie was mauled and severely injured, allowing Tung Yuan to freeze it in place and deliver the final blow. The ground was littered with the corpses of zombies. However, Tung Yuan, having overexerted his mental energy, swayed unsteadily and fell. Qi Jinnuo hurriedly caught him, exclaiming, "Are you all right? You cannot collapse here. The ground is soaked with the grotesque blood and flesh of zombies. If you fall here, can this person still be saved?" Her shoes became glued with viscous blood and tissue, and Qi Jinnuo felt a wave of revulsion. The rancid stench was nearly enough to make her retch. Chapter 41. Time to level up. Help me to the car. Tung Yuan's voice was feeble. I lack the strength, and I might faint at any moment. You drive and protect yourself. No sooner had he spoken than his head drooped, and he fell into Qi Jinnuo's arms. She quickly embraced him, but he was too heavy. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, she could hardly bear his weight. Fearing the approach of zombies, She exerted tremendous effort to drag him into the vehicle, suppressing her nausea to retrieve the tang knife. Just as she turned, she felt she had forgotten something and glanced back at the headless corpse of the high-level zombie. Tung Yuan had expended considerable effort to slay it. She needed to retrieve the crystal core. She located the zombie's head, brandished the tang knife, gritted her teeth, and plunged it in. The blade pierced the skull with a texture reminiscent of penetrating flesh, producing an eerie, gritty sensation. The foul odor assaulted her senses, and she held her breath, quickly extracting a golden solar crystal that rolled out. The color and texture clearly distinguished it from low-level solar crystals. No wonder it had been so challenging to deal with. Qi Jinnuo first fetched a bottle of water from her space, cleaning the solar crystal before using a handkerchief to collect it and store it away. She cleaned the tang knife, discarded her soiled shoes, and only after getting into the car did she retrieve a new pair of shoes from her space. Tung Yuan was in the back seat, already lost to slumber. She glanced back and realized they needed to find a place to hide. Remaining in the car was not feasible. Firstly, there was the threat of zombies, and secondly, the potential danger posed by other humans. The current state of humanity was as terrifying, if not more so, than the zombies. Caution was essential. Moreover, Tung Yuan's wounds required treatment. Qi Jinnuo drove around, settling on a hotel, yet she hesitated to enter, fearing the presence of zombies. "Een, are you there?" she called in her mind. "What is it?" came the reply. "Help me check if there are zombies in that hotel." "How do I look?" "I am merely a flicker of light, without a physical form." "Don't give me that. You boast about your capabilities, yet you can't even manage this small task? Do you live up to the energy the male lead has bestowed upon you? Isn't it your fault for being so useless that I currently lack a physical form? Get lost. Useless thing. Although I cannot help you detect whether there are zombies inside, I can temporarily conceal your presence, preventing the zombies from noticing you. Why didn't you mention such a useful ability earlier? But I can only conceal you for 15 minutes. I am too weak to do more. That is sufficient." Once their presence was shrouded, Qi Jinnuo helped Tung Yuan out of the car, stowing the vehicle away in her space, and gritted her teeth as she guided Tung Yuan into the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, a zombie with its mouth agape approached, startling Qi Jinnuo into a frozen stance, afraid to breathe. The zombie's decaying visage and fetid breath nearly made her swoon. She held her breath, fighting the impulse to flee. The zombie, oblivious to their presence, shuffled past them without a second glance. Qi Jinnuo sighed in relief and hastily led Tung Yuan further inside. She needed to find a clean room, and after climbing from the second floor to the third, she felt utterly exhausted. "No time left, hurry," Een urged. "Forget about cleanliness. Just get inside before it wears off." Just as the countdown reached its final moment, she discovered a clean room and quickly ushered Tung Yuan inside, slamming the door shut behind them. She collapsed from fatigue, her arms aching, while Tung Yuan fell to the floor. She too sank down, gasping for breath, and it took a while for her to recover. "Een, you truly have done a great service this time. Remember this favor well. Provide me with energy, and as my strength grows, I will be of even greater use." All right, I got it." After resting for a while, Qi Jinnuo finally stood and exerted tremendous effort to move Tung Yuan onto the bed. His temperature felt abnormal. He was burning hot. She touched his forehead and then her own, confirming he had a fever. How could he have a fever? Could he have contracted the zombie virus again? Logically, that should not be the case. A voice echoed in her mind. His abilities are about to level up. Does leveling up cause a fever? Not necessarily. It might also be due to his injuries. Quickly, take that solar crystal and place it on his forehead. He will need it for the upgrade.
Oh.
Qi Jinnuo hurriedly retrieved the solar crystal and placed it on Tung Yuan's forehead. Is this sufficient? Can he absorb it? Yes, it will absorb automatically. How long will he remain unconscious? Qi Jinnuo fretted. What would she do if zombies suddenly appeared? If a high-level zombie came, they would be finished. It depends. It could be as quick as a day or as slow as 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. Just kill me now. Qi Jinnuo lamented. This was truly distressing. How could she ensure her safety before he awakened? She could only pray that during this time, they would not be discovered by zombies. She retrieved some medical supplies from her space and tended to Tung Yuan's chest wound. Gradually, darkness fell. Night was the most perilous time. Qi Jinnuo secured the windows and curtains tightly and sprayed perfume around to mask their scent. She had little appetite, only consuming a few bites of fruit salad, remaining vigilantly beside Teng Yuan, even refraining from bathing. She feared that while she bathed, a zombie might burst in. Or that upon finishing, she would open the door to find a zombie waiting with its mouth agape. Merely contemplating this was terrifying. Staying near the male lead provided her the greatest sense of security. Gradually, fatigue overtook her, and she unknowingly drifted into sleep. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted her awake. She sprang up like a startled bird, her senses heightened as she turned her gaze toward the door. However, she soon realized that the commotion did not emanate from that direction, but rather from the street outside. A cacophony of hurried footsteps accompanied by voices filled the air. Cautiously, she approached the window and delicately lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing a throng of people fleeing below, pursued by a red-eyed zombie accompanied by others of its kind. Run faster. It's closing in, she thought, frustration bubbling within her. Why is this advanced zombie so difficult to deal with? Suddenly, a lightning orb was hurled, crackling as it descended upon the red-eyed zombie, enveloping it in a fierce electrical charge. A flash of silver illuminated the scene as the creature howled, its skin smoking and exuding the acrid scent of charred flesh. Did we succeed? Several individuals halted in their tracks. Yet, in the next moment, the red-eyed zombie charged toward them with a terrifying roar. It's useless. Run, they screamed, their voices mingling with panic as they led the zombies from several nearby streets away. Chapter 42. A Stroke of Luck. Qi Jinnuo lowered the curtain, her heart swelling with gratitude for the goodness still present in the world. Thank you for drawing the zombies away. I should be able to sleep soundly tonight. She approached the bedside, glancing at Teng Yuan's forehead where the sun crystal lay, its hue seemingly faded. She reached out to touch his face, still warm to the touch. She then reclined on the nearby sofa. When she awoke once more, the melodic chirping of birds greeted her. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Morning had arrived. She sat up abruptly, casting her eyes toward Teng Yuan, who lay peacefully on the bed. Approaching him, she examined his wounds, which had astonishingly healed. The sun crystal now appeared semi-transparent. She hoped that once it became fully clear, he would awaken. Drawing back the curtains, she surveyed the tranquil scene outside, blue skies and fluffy white clouds, a perfect day that inspired a sense of serene contentment. Surely, it would be fine to take a shower now. She had endured the discomfort of not washing the previous night. Securing the door with a single armchair, she felt reassured enough to enter the bathroom. After spending a considerable time washing, she emerged in a fresh outfit, discarding her old clothes without a second thought, as she had plenty in her storage. Feeling rejuvenated post-shower, she prepared a bowl of noodle soup for breakfast, heating it on a portable stove. After her meal, with nothing pressing to attend to, she retrieved a gaming console and immersed herself in a game. Before she knew it, noon had arrived. She casually snacked on some lunch before taking a nap, awakening to the hues of dusk. Lying on the sofa, Qi Jinnuo felt a wave of despair wash over her. How dreadfully boring. Yet, she dared not venture outside. Encountering a zombie was far too perilous for her. When would Teng Yuan awaken? She approached the bedside once more to find the sun crystal still exhibiting a faint yellow glow, indicating it had not yet fully absorbed energy. As darkness descended, a sudden noise echoed from the stairwell outside, heavy footsteps, though it was unclear whether they were ascending or descending. However, based on her experience of staying in this room for an entire day and night, she surmised they were moving upward. People would not make such heavy footsteps unless they were reckless enough to attract zombies. Her heart raced with anxiety as she grasped Teng Yuan's tang knife, trembling as she stood by the door. Silver, are you there? Please help me. Is it a zombie? An ordinary one, or an advanced one? An advanced zombie. Oh no. I might manage an ordinary zombie, but an advanced one means certain death. Quickly, conceal our presence. We must hold out for as long as we can. The voice in her mind hesitated momentarily. Ah. This advanced zombie is injured. You must pursue it. Are you out of your mind? You expect me to chase after it? Will I be the hunter or the hunted? Seize the opportunity. Others have already severely injured it. It is weakened now. You must catch up and slay it for its crystal core. What makes this crystal core so special? There's no time for explanations. Hurry. If those people catch up, you will miss your chance. The urgency in Silver's voice was palpable, and Qi Jinnuo gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on the tang knife. Fine, I'll take the risk. You must protect me. Don't worry, it can't harm you. With determination, Qi Jinnuo moved the sofa aside and cautiously opened the door. Peering out into the void, there's nothing here. Where did the zombie go? Has it fled? It's hiding in a room at the end of the corridor.
What?
You want me to go into the room? No way, that's too terrifying. It's fine. It's currently weakened and cannot harm you. Hurry, it's healing itself. Can zombies even heal themselves? This was unprecedented. Advanced zombies can, and this one is particularly unique among them. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her brow. What kind of zombie was this? If you conceal my presence, I will go. It's done, now go. With her heart racing, Qi Jinnuo gripped her tang knife and ventured toward the corridor's end, taking a deep breath as she prepared herself mentally before resolutely opening the door. Inside was a pitch-black expanse. She stepped in cautiously, scrutinizing her surroundings. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a horror film, and she feared a ghost might suddenly appear. As she proceeded carefully, a hissing sound echoed, and glancing down, she discovered the zombie was right at her feet to her left. Stifling a gasp, she pressed her hand over her mouth. The burnt odor wafting through the air was unmistakably from the red-eyed zombie from the previous night. It leaned against the wall, a gaping wound in its chest, with a red halo swirling around the injury, seemingly mending its wounds. Now is your chance. Don't hesitate.
Go.
The voice in her mind urged her on. Gritting her teeth, Qi Jinnuo swung her tang knife, severing the zombie's head with a single stroke. The putrid blood splattered onto her, the stench overwhelming her senses, and she fought the urge to vomit as she swiftly split the head open to retrieve the crystal core. To her astonishment, it was a crimson crystal core, sparkling like a ruby, exquisite in its beauty. Without pausing to admire it, Qi Jinnuo pulled a thick cloth from her storage, picked up the core, and stowed it away. She hurriedly exited the room, only to hear footsteps and voices approaching. It's the group that injured the zombie. Quickly, she concealed the tang knife in her storage and dashed to the nearest room, seeking refuge. Who is there? A lightning orb crackled toward her, and Qi Jinnuo shrieked in fright. As the orb reached her, the flash illuminated her face. A man waved his hand urgently, causing the orb to veer off and collide with the wall, leaving a deep mark. Cold sweat dripped down her back. That had been a close call. 3 men stood before her, the one in the center with electricity swirling around his fingertips, clearly the one who had unleashed the lightning orb. They were tall, standing shoulder to shoulder like a wall, completely enclosing her. Is that a woman? The man in the middle spoke, his voice somewhat husky. What are you doing here? I am naturally hiding from the zombies, Qi Jinnuo replied. Did you happen to see a red-eyed zombie? Inquired the man on the left. We severely injured it, and it fled to this vicinity. Qi Jinnuo felt a pang of guilt. She hadn't seen it. The man in the middle scrutinized her with a profound gaze that exuded an overwhelming pressure, making her feel quite uneasy. Aren't you hiding from zombies? Why are you out here then? He pressed. I heard some commotion outside, so I came to take a look. Are you here all alone? The man on the right asked, his voice sounding rather youthful. Qi Jinnuo maintained her composure and responded, yes. Unsure if they were friend or foe. She wished to keep Ting Yuan's presence concealed. Chapter 43. The Mother Zombie. The man in the middle continued to assess Qi Jinnuo. She was dressed impeccably, her skin fair and delicate, exuding an air of someone accustomed to a life of luxury. Such women were abundant before the apocalypse. But to maintain such an appearance in a world ravaged by chaos was exceedingly difficult. Why are you alone here? Do you possess any abilities?
No.
I don't have any abilities. I'm merely fortunate. Qi Jinnuo sensed that this man was not easily deceived, or perhaps he was just quite formidable. She racked her brain for a plausible excuse when a sudden loud crash echoed from downstairs. Downstairs. Quickly. The 3 men dashed off in an instant. Qi Jinnuo hurried back to her room, dragging the sofa to barricade the door. How terrifying. Who on earth are those people? They are all ability users. And they seem quite formidable. Can you see through that? Wait a moment. Qi Jinnuo narrowed her eyes. How could you perceive that? Yesterday, I asked you to check if there were any zombies in this hotel, and you said you couldn't see anything. Well, I truly couldn't sense anything yesterday. But today I suddenly can. It might be because the male lead is leveling up, and his energy has intensified, thus increasing the energy I can draw from him. Is that so? Qi Jinnuo questioned skeptically. It should be, though I don't fully understand it myself. Never mind. Qi Jinnuo retrieved a crystal core from her space and entered the bathroom to clean it in the sink. It gleamed, a vivid red like fresh blood, and was truly beautiful. Why is this crystal core different? What makes it special? Qi Jinnuo asked. This is the crystal core of a mother zombie. Mother zombie? How can one distinguish it? Is it simply a female in life to be considered a mother zombie? Not quite. Here, mother refers to its attributes, not its gender. Advanced zombies can be male or female, with male zombie crystal cores being classified as sun or moon crystals, depending on luck. However, mother zombies exclusively possess red crystal cores, which are exceedingly rare. The red crystal core harbors immense energy, capable of elevating an ability user's powers by an entire level. You must understand that abilities are classified into 6 tiers, with level 3 being a critical threshold. Advancing beyond that becomes exceedingly challenging. Such power. Qi Jinnuo exclaimed in astonishment. That's why I suggested you seize the opportunity. However, this mother zombie likely has not fully formed yet, which is why those novice ability users manage to injure it so easily. The energy of this red crystal core may be somewhat diminished, but it remains vastly superior to the sun crystal. The male lead will undoubtedly find it useful in the future. Qi Jinnuo did not recall such a detail in the book, but she had not read it attentively, often skimming through. It was also possible she had overlooked it. Furthermore, upon seeing the character sharing her name perish, she had lost interest in continuing. Is it true that only mother zombies possess healing abilities?
Indeed.
They can not only heal themselves but also other advanced zombies, making them significantly more formidable. Mother zombies are the progenitors of zombie queens, capable of commanding and manipulating other zombies. For that group to encounter an unformed mother zombie and injure it to this extent is truly extraordinary luck. By your reasoning, it seems the luck should belong to me, considering I stumbled upon it. Qi Jinnuo felt an overwhelming sense of elation at that moment. Wait. What if that group cannot find the mother zombie and decides to come back looking for me? What is there to fear? Just firmly assert that you know nothing and have seen nothing. What can they do to you? That is true. Qi Jinnuo stepped out of the bathroom and approached the bed, noticing that the sun crystal on Tingyuan's forehead had completely turned transparent. Has he absorbed it all already? Why is he still not awake? It's not necessarily the case that he will awaken immediately after absorption. It also depends on his own condition. What if I place the red crystal core on his forehead now? What will happen?
Don't.
He won't be able to handle that much energy. It could cause his body to explode. That terrifying? He needs to reach level 3 before he can utilize the red crystal core. Otherwise, his body won't withstand such potent energy. I see. Qi Jinnuo tucked the red crystal core away and suddenly wrinkled her nose, realizing she had an unpleasant odor about her. The blood from the earlier encounter with the mother zombie had splattered onto her, and she needed to take a shower and change clothes immediately. She could not tolerate being foul-smelling. I can't continue anymore. I have exhausted my energy, and will soon fall into a deep slumber. After this, the voice in her mind fell silent. Sleep well, Qi Jinnuo murmured softly. She reached out to check Tingyuan's forehead temperature, feeling it had perhaps dropped slightly. Was it merely her imagination? She entered the bathroom, retrieving bathing supplies and hot water from her space. The hot water had been prepared earlier, as she anticipated the need for cleanliness during their escape. Though water had not yet been cut off, she was wary of using it due to contamination from the black rain. For those without resources, they had no choice but to drink and use contaminated water daily. The consequence of such actions would lead to the accumulation of impurities within their bodies, necessitating periodic purification with moon crystals. It was easy to envision that moon crystals would soon become highly sought-after commodities, even exclusive to ability users. Those without abilities would have to pay a steep price to acquire them. After her shower, Qi Jinnuo also took the opportunity to wash her hair. Just as she finished and wrapped her hair in a towel, she heard noises from outside. Could it be that zombies had entered? Startled, she dared not move, silently calling for Yinin, but received no response as it had fallen into slumber. She held her breath, listening intently to the sounds outside. She heard footsteps approaching the bathroom. Oh no! Qi Jinnuo felt her legs weaken. A silhouette suddenly appeared against the frosted glass of the door, and she hurriedly retrieved a dagger from her space, stepping back a couple of paces. The door was abruptly yanked open, revealing Tung Yuan's towering figure before her. "It's you?" Qi Jinnuo felt utterly drained, lowering her dagger. "I thought it was a zombie." Yet Tung Yuan appeared somewhat peculiar. His eyes fixed intently upon her as he slowly advanced. It dawned on her that she was not wearing any clothes, and she hastily grabbed a towel, only for her hand to be suddenly grasped by Tung Yuan. Qi Jinnuo's heart raced. His state resembled that of when he awakened his abilities. Surely, couldn't he be unconscious at this moment? She waved her hand before his eyes. To her surprise, he seized her hand and abruptly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. The overwhelming aura emanating from him enveloped her, and she felt herself being drawn closer, her mind swirling in a haze. The final memory is of collapsing onto the bed, utterly exhausted, and drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 44, Surrounded by Zombies. When Qi Jinnuo next opened her eyes, the sun was shining brightly outside, almost blinding her. She squinted for a moment, and then heard Tung Yuan's voice beside her. "Are you awake?" Her eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him. "You're awake?" He looked at her and replied slowly, "I woke up earlier than you." Qi Jinnuo thought to herself, "So this is why I am awake now." She retrieved her watch from her spatial dimension and was astonished to discover it was already past 4 in the afternoon. "I actually slept for so long?" she exclaimed in shock. Tung Yuan cleared his throat. "Are you hungry? Do you want to get up and freshen up before having something to eat?" Observing his somewhat guilty demeanor, Qi Jinnuo suspected it was he who was hungry, considering all the food was stored in her spatial dimension. She took out some ingredients and confidently instructed Tung Yuan to prepare boiled beef for her. It had been a long time since she had eaten anything spicy or enjoyed a hot meal, so this was the perfect opportunity to make up for it. To her surprise, Tung Yuan proved to be quite the chef, crafting a dish that looked and tasted exquisite, leaving Qi Jinnuo thoroughly satisfied. Given his pleasant demeanor, she reluctantly chose to forgive him. Once the meal was finished, darkness had already enveloped the sky. It felt as though she had merely opened her eyes and yet, without having accomplished anything, night had fallen, wasting precious time. Recalling the events of the previous night, Qi Jinnuo retrieved the red crystal core from her spatial dimension and briefly explained the situation to Tung Yuan. After all, the crystal core was intended for him, and he ought to be informed. Tung Yuan listened attentively, raising the red crystal core to reveal the immense energy swirling within. "This is a valuable item. Keep it safe," he said, returning it to her.
How is your ability?
"Has it leveled up?" Qi Jinnuo caught the red crystal core and stored it back in her spatial dimension. Looking at him curiously, "I successfully advanced to level 2, Tung Yuan replied. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed outside, resembling the call of a wild beast, creating an eerie atmosphere beneath the moonlit night. It was unsettling and somewhat spine-chilling. "What is that sound?" Qi Jinnuo turned towards the window, eager to investigate, yet afraid of what she might see. Tung Yuan extended his mental domain to probe the area. "There is an unusual energy nearby." "Unusual energy?" Qi Jinnuo mused, sensing an influx of phenomena that she had not encountered in her readings. What could this strange energy be? Tung Yuan continued his examination, his expression growing increasingly grave. Furrowing his brow, Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" It was rare to see him display such a demeanor, and it filled her with unease. "I want to go and take a look." Tung Yuan retracted his mental domain, gazing at her. "You stay here, and don't wander off." "You're going to leave me here alone?" Qi Jinnuo quickly grasped his hand. "Please don't. I'm scared. Let me go with you." Tung Yuan frowned. "No. We don't know what's happening over there. It could be dangerous, and I might not be able to protect you." "Then don't go. It's too dangerous." "Why go over there?" Qi Jinnuo jumped into his embrace, holding onto him tightly. "Would you really leave your lovely, gentle girlfriend here all alone? How cruel. What nonsense are you spouting?" Tung Yuan chuckled, playfully tapping her head. Qi Jinnuo nuzzled against his neck. "I don't care. You mustn't go. I've just scanned the area. There are no zombies nearby. It's safe. Most of them have congregated elsewhere, which is why I want to investigate." He spoke softly. "I'll try to return quickly, all right? But that's extremely dangerous. What if you don't come back?" "No, I can't let you go." Qi Jinnuo persisted. Clinging to him, But Teng Yuanye remained resolute, comforting her while leaving a strand of mental energy on her. If you're in danger, I'll come back immediately. You stay here, and don't go outside. He took up his dagger, pinching her pouting cheeks before heading out. As Qi Jinnuo closed the door, she sighed wistfully. Men are truly unreliable. It's the subordinates of that mother zombie from last night, gathering all the zombies to avenge her. A voice, Silver, suddenly echoed in her mind. You're awake? Qi Jinnuo quickly responded, so the horde of zombies gathering just now was because of this? Indeed. Then it added cheekily. Not only am I awake, but I'm also brimming with energy. You worked hard last night. Keep it up. Qi Jinnuo retorted. You sound like a brothel madam. Silver replied. Ahem. In any case, you are temporarily safe here, as all the zombies have concentrated in one place. But that group of people from last night is doomed. The zombies will seek revenge on them. There is nothing to be done. They injured their king. Qi Jinnuo suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, it was indeed them who injured the mother zombie, but I was the one who killed her. They won T come after me, will they? Silver hesitated. They probably won T, right? Who knows you did it? Feeling reassured, Qi Jinnuo agreed. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a thunderous sound resonated from downstairs, resembling a stampede of galloping horses. What is that noise? Qi Jinnuo hurried to the window, lifting the curtain, only to see a swarm of zombies rushing toward the hotel. The sight nearly made her faint. Didn't you say no one knew it was me who killed her? Didn't you say I was safe here? You said they gathered elsewhere. I'm not sure why. Perhaps they came because the mother zombie's corpse is here? You liar. What am I supposed to do with so many zombies? I'll be reduced to nothing but bones. Give me my life back. Quick, call the male lead. Qi Jinnuo hastily grasped the mental thread. Yuanya, brother, darling. Can you hear me? Are you there? Hurry and save me. I'm surrounded by zombies. Brother, where are you? There is no time. I'll conceal your presence for 15 minutes. You need to escape quickly. Damn it. None of you are trustworthy. If I die, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Qi Jinnuo stuffed the mental thread into her pocket, retrieved a dagger from her spatial dimension, gritted her teeth, and burst through the door. Silver remarked, feeling guilty, JPG. Just as she dashed out, she encountered the 3 men from last night in the hallway. It's you? You're here? Silver screamed frantically. Now I understand why the zombies are coming this way. They followed them here. Qi Jinnuo felt tears welling up. They were the true culprits. What are you? No time to explain, run. A young man with a slightly childish voice suddenly took her hand, pulling her upstairs. Chapter 45, Encountering Old Friends.
Wait.
Qi Jinnuo hadn't fully comprehended what was happening when she was dragged along. She had zero desire to run with them. They were practically a mobile source of danger. The sound of zombies surging upstairs was thunderous and urgent, shaking the entire building. Qi Jinnuo, unaccustomed to physical exertion, found herself struggling to keep up as the man forced her to climb 20 flights of stairs, her legs trembling with fatigue. I can't go on. I really can't. She felt as though she were suffocating. The fresh air that invaded her airways brought with it excruciating pain. Please, spare me, she gasped. The man, disdainful, retorted, Why are you so fragile? If not for her struggle to breathe, Qi Jinnuo would have lashed out, after all. It was they who had inexplicably brought her along. Throughout this ordeal, she had been attempting to break free from the man's grasp, but his hold was too tight, rendering her efforts futile. She had been forcefully dragged onto this treacherous vessel. Fine. I shall carry you. The man squatted down and hoisted Qi Jinnuo onto his back, sprinting up the stairs 2 at a time. The jarring motion made her feel as though she were riding a horse, her expression twisted in pain. How could someone carry another person and still move with such agility? Had he awakened an extraordinary strength? Finally, they reached the rooftop, where escape was no longer an option. Qi Jinnuo managed to dismount from the man's back, leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath. Enin, has the time for concealment expired? It has long since passed. You absorbed so much energy. Why can't you extend the time a little longer, you useless thing? Enin replied, feeling wronged. I am but a mere shadow of light now, lacking even a physical form. You cannot expect too much of me. Qi Jinnuo reached into her pocket for the spiritual thread, but once again, there was no response. This was it. Fate had truly conspired against her. The sound of heavy footsteps grew closer, and as the zombies were about to surge forth, a wave of tragic determination surged within her. The man with lightning abilities suddenly glanced at the man in black. Get ready. The man in black nodded, raising his hand, which was enveloped in a golden light, and struck the railing. A yellow metal plate materialized out of thin air, connecting to the railing of the building across from them. Qi Jinnuo was momentarily taken aback. An ability related to gold? Hurry. The youthful-voiced man immediately looked at her. Ladies first.
I
can't. Qi Jinnuo trembled at the height of the 40-story building, her legs quaking. She was acrophobic. The man shot her a look of exasperation, and, without further ado, he lifted her and jumped onto the metal plate. The wind howled fiercely, and as Qi Jinnuo caught sight of the abyss below, she nearly fainted, hastily shutting her eyes. The remaining two leapt onto the metal plate just before the zombies could reach them, successfully making it to the opposite building. As the zombies caught up and stepped onto the metal plate, the man in black swiftly retracted it, causing the zombies to plummet into the depths below. Qi Jinnuo was left astounded. 40 stories down, they would surely be reduced to pulp. The remaining zombies snarled and bared their teeth, but soon turned away. They will likely pursue us again. We should hasten our escape, remarked the man with lightning powers. I can't run anymore. Qi Jinnuo sat on the ground, her complexion pale, waving her hand dismissively. You go on without me. As long as she could distance herself from them, she would be safe. The youthful man frowned. What are you saying? We cannot leave a girl behind. It's really fine. I don't blame you. I just can't run anymore. You don't have to worry about me, Qi Jinnuo insisted with great effort. No way. I cannot bear to see such a delicate beauty meet her end at the hands of the zombies. I'll carry you. Without waiting for her response, he hoisted her onto his back once more.
No.
Really, you don't have to. Qi Jinnuo protested as she was carried away yet again, her face reflecting her agony. This must be the punishment for having inadvertently acquired their crystal cores. As they reached the second floor, a throng of people suddenly appeared ahead. They looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Qi Jinnuo realized they were old acquaintances. She recognized members of the theater troupe and the bald-headed group, as well as some familiar faces from the neighborhood. They appeared to have taken refuge there, but curiously, the bald man and Liang Shui stood together, both disheveled, with a hickey visible on Liang Shui's neck, while Wei Rong was nowhere to be found. Had they been conscripted by the bald-headed group as well? What on earth was happening? Why such a commotion? Had the zombies arrived? What? The zombies are here? Upon seeing the four descending from above, the others were taken aback. When did you go up there? Liang Shui, however, immediately spotted Qi Jinnuo on the man's back. Qi Jinnuo, is that you? At her words, the bald man followed her gaze, and upon seeing Qi Jinnuo, his eyes lit up with excitement. Set me down, Qi Jinnuo whispered urgently. The man complied, releasing her. Liang Shui, noticing Qi Jinnuo's pristine appearance, radiating vitality without a hint of distress, felt a wave of intense resentment surge within her. While she had to humiliate herself to appease the bald man for survival, Qi Jinnuo remained untouched after just one day. Why did she still get to live so unblemished? Even her escape involved being carried by a man. How could that be? Liang Shui's eyes burned with hatred as she sneered. What is this? Have you abandoned Teng Yuan? Is it because he lacks abilities? He once held you in high esteem, yet you unhesitatingly cast him aside. Qi Jinnuo, you truly are a heartless and ungrateful woman. Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. Who said I abandoned him? You Haven Tea? Then where is he now? Why aren't you with him, but rather with these three men? And this man is carrying you. The implications are clear. In this apocalypse, do you really think no one can see through it? Liang Shui scoffed. That's a question for him. I, too, wish to know where he is now. Qi Jinnuo retorted angrily. She recalled how he promised to return immediately if she were in danger, yet now he was nowhere to be found. Oh, so he abandoned you? Liang Shui laughed. He wouldn't sacrifice you to these men just to save his own skin, would he? It seems you, too, cannot escape the fate of being abandoned. Just as Qi Jinnuo was about to counter, the bald man suddenly fixed his gaze on her, declaring, Why follow those young boys when you could join us? Our team has plenty of abilities. We can definitely protect you. What do you say? If you come with us, I'll ensure you're well fed and cared for. Cradled in my hands.
Baldy?
Liang Shui looked at him in disbelief. Didn't he say my status was unparalleled? You promised to cherish me.
What do you mean by that?
You really believe the sweet nothings I whispered in bed? The bald man replied, his patience wearing thin. The youthful man turned to Qi Jinnuo. Do you want to go with him? Chapter 46. He descended from the sky. Qi Jinnuo quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Of course not. The mere sight of the bald man's face made her lose her appetite. She would have to be mad to consider it. The man instantly positioned himself in front of her, stating sternly, Did you hear that? Doesn't he wish to go with you? The bald man scrutinized him from head to toe, scoffing, Kid, have you grown enough hair to speak to me like that? Today, if you don't hand over this woman, don't even think about leaving here. At his command, the others rushed forward, encircling them. The man with lightning abilities narrowed his eyes. Sir, I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. We are currently being pursued by zombies. If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to flee, as they will be upon us shortly. The bald man sneered. You think you can scare me? That tactic won't work. Even if the zombies arrive with so many abilities in our midst, we can handle them. But you lot. If you don't leave this woman behind, don't expect to leave here alive. Qi Jinnuo took 2 steps back. Inin, do you have any solutions? I am powerless. I am but a fleeting shadow, she lamented. All right. Inin implored, do not abandon me. Qi Jinnuo, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at the man of the lightning affinity. He must be their leader. I truly do not wish to join them. The lightning affinity man regarded her in silence. A youthful voice quickly sought to reassure her, do not worry. As long as you are unwilling, we will certainly not hand you over. The bald man growled. So there's no room for negotiation?
Charge.
As his subordinates prepared to rush forward, a cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed ominously. In the next moment, a horde of zombies surged in like a swarm of locusts. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle with dread, terror gripping their hearts. Zombies. How can there be so many? What do we do? Are we to perish here today? The bald man's face paled. The boy had spoken the truth. The lightning affinity man coldly remarked. Now, do you believe? There's no point in further discussion. We must first eliminate these zombies. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to engage. The zombies roared as they charged, and the ability users sprang into action. Yet, the sheer number overwhelmed them. One woman was seized by a leaping zombie, and after a piercing scream, she was devoured, leaving nothing but remnants. These were merely novice ability users, their energies limited. Once they exhausted their strength, they would truly face annihilation. Think of something. The bald man shouted at the lightning affinity man. These zombies are your doing. The youthful voice retorted, if we had a plan, would we be fleeing? Qi Jinnuo stumbled backward, her hand reaching into her pocket to grasp the thread of spiritual essence, desperately calling out, Darling, brother, give me a sign. Come save me. I am truly on the verge of becoming zombie fodder. Can you bear it? With me gone, who will keep you company? So clever, gentle, and beautiful. Suddenly, Liang Shui glanced at Qi Jinnuo. What was she murmuring about? Silently, she crept behind Qi Jinnuo and gave her a forceful shove. Qi Jinnuo toppled over the balcony railing of the 2nd floor.
Ah!
The youthful voice saw her push down and attempted to rescue her, but it was too late. Qi Jinnuo quickly shut her eyes, resigned to her fate. Ice and snow world. A familiar voice rang out, and Qi Jinnuo opened her eyes to see Tingyuan descending from above. Simultaneously, a flash of silver light swept by and countless snowflakes cascaded down, instantly encasing the zombies below in ice, transforming them into sculptures. Tingyuan released a thread of spiritual essence that enveloped her, allowing her to descend gently into his arms. I apologize for my tardiness. Qi Jinnuo gazed at his sharp features, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Tingyuan, disregarding her sobs, carried her upstairs. Liang Shui, upon seeing Tingyuan, was taken aback. Did he possess abilities? How could that be? Tingyuan set Qi Jinnuo down. She buried her face against his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. He gently patted her head and waved his hand, causing the ice sculptures to shatter into fragments. The others were left dumbfounded. Had he resolved it so effortlessly? They had struggled mightily, yet he had dispatched the threat with a mere flick of his wrist. The youthful voice turned to Tingyuan and whispered, Who exactly is this man? He is formidable. The lightning affinity man furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Enough, Tingyuan said, patting her head softly. I was late this time, It was my fault, and I promise it will not happen again. Qi Jinnuo glared at him, her eyes and nose reddened, appearing pitiable and devoid of intimidation. In that fleeting moment of falling, she had truly thought she was doomed. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time, otherwise, she would never forgive him. The bald man observed Tung Yuan with a dark expression. How had this boy suddenly grown so powerful in just a few days? Liang Shui interjected, "You're still here, babying your girlfriend? You may not know, but during your absence, she has entangled herself with 3 men. She pointed at the trio, asserting, the man in the white t-shirt even carried her while fleeing, claiming nothing happened between them. Who would believe that? The man in the white t-shirt quickly retorted, "Do not slander me. I merely could not bear to abandon her, so I helped her escape. Is kindness now a crime? Stop your excuses. You fear her man will kill you, so of course, you dare not admit it. Can you honestly say you feel nothing for her?" The man in the white t-shirt faltered, glancing at Qi Jinnuo before evasively looking away.
See?
I told you they were involved. You think your girlfriend is a treasure, yet she has already put a green hat on you. You are simply slandering me. Qi Jinnuo, furious, lunged to grab Liang Shui's face but was restrained by Tung Yuan. He fixed Liang Shui with a dark gaze. I know who my girlfriend is. I trust her. However, you will answer for pushing her down the stairs. Liang Shui, her face pale with fear, protested, I did not push her. In a flash of silver, snowflakes swirled, and Liang Shui became an ice sculpture, frozen mid-sentence. The scene fell into a hush, the onlookers aghast as they witnessed a living being transformed into ice, chills creeping down their spines. Fear flickered in their eyes as they looked at Tung Yuan. The lightning affinity men turned pale, and even the bald man was left gaping. Though he had not yet grown tired of Liang Shui, he dared not intervene at this moment. Qi Jinnuo was also dumbstruck, her mouth agape, wanting to say something. In the next instant, a glint of silver flashed in Tung Yuan's eyes, and Liang Shui's icy form shattered, becoming mere shards, indistinguishable from the remnants of zombies scattered below. Chapter 47. The future leader of Chuan Mountain Base. The atmosphere was once again thick with silence. Qi Jinnuo felt a chill. Tung Yuan's ease in taking a life was akin to dispatching zombies. Yet, recalling Liang Shui's malicious intent in pushing her, she felt the woman had brought this fate upon herself. A killer must be prepared for death. Ting sir. Ting sir. Suddenly, someone called out, breaking the tension. Qi Jinnuo turned to see Aunt Liang, her face haggard and clothes disheveled. They had not spared even her? Aunt Liang hurried over, her face alight with excitement. Tung sir. It is truly you. Thank goodness. Please help us. That treacherous Liang Shui betrayed Wei Rong, colluding with the bald man to kill him. Wu Ningjing went missing while trying to protect Wei Rong, and the bald man captured us. Over these past few days, we have endured inhumane torment. Please, save us. We are willing to follow you, and let you become our new leader. Qi Jinnuo recalled how, when Liang Shui had demanded supplies, Tung Yuan had refused. And Aunt Liang had been quite vocal then, unwilling to concede an inch. She had derided Tung Yuan for lacking abilities, urging them to leave. She had even mocked. Those two will likely be devoured by zombies on their first day outside the team. Now, however, she was willing to bow and scrape. Qi Jinnuo looked to Tung Yuan, eager to see his response. As expected, Tung Yuan flatly declined, I have no interest in becoming your new leader. Aunt Liang's expression shifted dramatically. Then, at the very least, help us. Everyone resides in the same community. You cannot be so callous and unfeeling. Previously, Wei Rong had at least protected you. Now that you possess extraordinary abilities, shouldn't you safeguard Wei Rong's original team? Otherwise, you would be a heartless ingrate. Qi Jinnuo could no longer endure the conversation. What protection is there to speak of? Their journey had been remarkably smooth, encountering not a single zombie. The lack of zombies might be due to the fact that they sense Wei Rong's powers and dared not approach. Aunt Liang could not restrain herself and exclaimed, regardless, isn't it incumbent upon you to lend a hand? A community should support one another. Others, seeing a glimmer of hope, gathered around. Mr. Tung, please help us. We beg you. We truly do not wish to accompany these individuals. The bald man's expression darkened, and he barked. What are you all doing? Get back this instant. I have provided you with food and drink over the past few days, and you dare express dissatisfaction? You have been spoiled. In a fit of fury, He signaled to his subordinates to drag the group of women back to their quarters. He then turned to Ting Yuan, delivering a stern warning. Though you are quite formidable, these people are already mine. Should you dare to snatch them away, I shall not be polite. We possess numerous power users here, in a one versus many scenario. You may not stand a chance. He assumed a defiant posture, prepared for confrontation. Ting Yuan, however, couldn't even spare him a glance, taking Qi Jinnuo's hand and turning to leave. Wait, please, the man with lightning abilities suddenly interjected. Ting Yuan halted, casting a dispassionate glance at him. What is it? I have just witnessed your prowess. You are quite impressive. Would you consider joining our team? We are now beginning to take shape, with 15 ability users among a total of 40 individuals. The lightning man regarded him. If you join, I can offer you the position of vice captain. I have no interest in joining any team, however. Ting Yuan responded slowly. Given your 15 ability users, perhaps we could collaborate. Collaborate? The lightning man's interest peaked. What form would this collaboration take? Ting Yuan glanced at the eavesdropping bald man. This is not a suitable place for discussion. After pondering briefly, the lightning man suggested, why don't we return to our location? It is quite secure there. Agreed, Ting Yuan replied. The lightning man and his companions possessed a modified off-road vehicle, robust in appearance and exuding a sense of futuristic technology, with impressive performance and speed. Due to the presence of outsiders, Qi Jinnuo refrained from utilizing her spatial vehicle and instead squeezed into the car with the three men. The man in black drove. The man in a white t-shirt occupied the passenger seat, while the lightning man sat in the back with Ting Yuan, who positioned himself between Qi Jinnuo and the others. During their conversation, Qi Jinnuo learned that the lightning man was named Lu Xingzhou, a former executive at a foreign enterprise with a penchant for racing in his spare time. He had personally modified the vehicle. After the apocalypse, he awakened his lightning abilities. The man driving, Qin Ziyu, was his cousin, a taciturn recent graduate yet to find employment, who had awakened metal abilities. The man in the white t-shirt, Yuan Xian, was a physical education teacher, newly appointed, who had been bitten by a zombie and subsequently rescued by Lu Xingzhou, awakening superhuman strength thereafter. The trio journeyed together and eventually encountered other ability users, gradually forming a team that reached its current scale. Qi Jinnuo found the name Lu Xingzhou increasingly familiar. Was he not the leader of the Chuan Mountain Base? Their team must be the embryonic form of the Chuan Mountain Base. No wonder she perceived Lu Xingzhou as extraordinary. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of an upscale villa area, where someone peered out and, upon recognizing Lu Xingzhou's vehicle, promptly opened the iron gate. The car drove through, stopping before a villa. Lu Xingzhou introduced, the security facilities in this villa area are quite comprehensive, with personnel on duty 24 hours a day. Should a zombie be spotted, immediate reports will be made, ensuring safety here. Qi Jinnuo surveyed the surroundings. The villa resembled a manor, extensive in land area, with a large garden surrounded by a high wall topped with barbed wire, likely electrified. Although power outages were widespread, Lu Xingzhou, as a lightning ability user, would likely manage. Soon, someone emerged from the villa, leading a graceful woman with exquisite features. She rushed to Lu Xingzhou, her face beaming with joy. Xingzhou, you're back.
I was so worried about you.
Lu Xingzhou's demeanor was somewhat aloof. He merely nodded before turning to the others. Let us go inside. The woman's gaze shifted to the newcomers, her smile dimming a touch.
Who are these two?
My guests, Lu Xingzhou replied. Qi Jinnuo nodded in acknowledgement as they followed him inside. The woman lingered for a moment, scrutinizing Qi Jinnuo's figure before finally entering. Lu Xingzhou led them to a study, where tea was served. He sat down and turned to Ting Yuan. Now, discuss your proposal for collaboration. 3 kilometers from here, in the outskirts, there exists a nest that harbors the future zombie queen, Ting Yuan stated. His words caused the expressions of those in the study to shift dramatically. What? Are you serious? Even Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. He had discovered the future zombie queen. No wonder he had been delayed in returning. Yet, why did she recall no such plot in the book? Was this the consequence of her inattentiveness? A voice echoed in her mind. It seems the strange energy he sensed must be linked to the zombie queen. The zombie queen's nest is fraught with peril, guarded by numerous high-level zombies. Obtaining the zombie queen's core will grant access to her powers. What? Qi Jinnuo nearly exclaimed, hastily inquiring in her mind. Is that true? Indeed, but the zombie queen is exceedingly formidable, not to mention the multitude of high-level zombies guarding her. Attempting to breach with just a handful of ability users is nothing short of delusional. Qi Jinnuo regarded Ting Yuan, pondering what he intended to achieve. Did he comprehend the significance of the zombie queen's core? Lu Xingzhou frowned, his expression grave. What do you propose? Ting Yuan leaned back against the sofa, exuding calm confidence, his sharp brow resembling a gleaming sword. Naturally, we shall eliminate the threat in its infancy. Lu Xingzhou remained silent for a moment. How can you be certain we can handle it? The future zombie queen will undoubtedly be surrounded by numerous high-level zombies. Should we fail, we would merely serve as nourishment for her evolution. However, should we succeed, we could acquire several solar and lunar crystals along with the zombie queen's core, while simultaneously eliminating a significant threat to humanity. Lu Xingzhou did not respond, seemingly weighing whether this was a worthwhile venture. But do we stand a chance against so many high-level zombies? Ting Yuan replied calmly, of course, we will not recklessly charge into battle with the high-level zombies. I already have a plan in mind. If executed successfully, our odds will be greatly improved. Now, it rests upon whether you dare to take a gamble. Lu Xingzhou could not help but inquire, what is this plan? The plan is still in its infancy. For specifics, I must assess your ability users here before making adjustments. Ting Yuan inclined his head slightly to meet his gaze. Do you dare to gamble? Lu Xingzhou did not provide a definitive answer. Then let us reconvene once your plan is fully fleshed out. I shall do my utmost to assist you in gathering all the ability users for your evaluation.
Tung Yuanya,
being rather straightforward, agreed without hesitation. The night was already deep, and Lu Xingzhou had arranged a room on the same floor for Qi Jinnuo and Ting Yuanya to stay. The villa was equipped with electricity and water, yet Qi Jinnuo dared not use the water available there. Instead, she retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space, boiled it, and then took a bath. Although there was still hot water stored in her space, she decided to save it for a time when boiling water would be inconvenient. After finishing her bath, Qi Jinnuo emerged clad in a delicate pink silk camisole nightgown, her skin a radiant white tinged with rosy hues, making her appear entirely enchanting. She noticed Ting Yuanya lounging on the sofa, his legs crossed, one hand propping up his chin while the other idly toyed with a dagger. His profile was sharp and profound, akin to a sculpture, his deep-set gaze fixed upon the window, lost in thought. An unfamiliar aura enveloped him, causing Qi Jinnuo to feel an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. She hurried over and embraced his neck from behind, nuzzling her face against his neck. What are you thinking about? The dagger in his hand stilled as he inclined his head slightly to glance at her. Finished bathing? Yes, I'm all fresh and fragrant. Qi Jinnuo replied playfully. With a sudden, firm tug, Ting Yuanya effortlessly drew her from behind and seated her upon his thigh, his dark eyes gazing deeply into hers. A sense of unease crept into Qi Jinnuo's heart, though she could not fathom why. What's wrong? She feigned calmness, her mind racing. Something about his demeanor felt amiss. Is it because of what Liang Shui said? She hastened to clarify, I didn't mean to disregard your words. I was staying put in the room, but then I saw a horde of zombies rushing toward me. When I called for you, you didn't respond.
So, I thought I had to escape for my life.
During my flight, I encountered Lu Xingzhou and his companions. They were quite kind and helped me escape. Eventually, I could no longer run, and the man in the white t-shirt, Yuan Xin, who awakened an extraordinary strength ability, carried me on his back. She earnestly explained. He meant well, but I assure you, there's nothing between us. Liang Shui is just trying to sow discord. Don't believe her. Just think about it. You're tall, handsome, with a remarkable physique and 8-pack abs, not to mention your 2 advanced abilities. And you've even leveled up to rank 2. When you came to rescue me today, you looked breathtaking. Other women must be envious of me, absolutely green with jealousy. With a boyfriend as exceptional as you, how could I possibly fancy anyone else? Unless I were blind. Please don't be angry. Tonight's circumstances were exceptional. It won't happen again. I promise to keep my distance from them in the future, alright? You are the most handsome and formidable. As she spoke, a hint of grievance crept into her tone. You said that when I'm in danger, you'd rush back to save me. Yet when I called for you, you didn't respond, and now you're sulking here. How is that fair? Seeing her eyes glisten with unshed tears, Ting Yuanya let out a sigh. What did I say? I let you finish speaking. I'm not angry. Qi Jinnuo remained unconvinced. You truly aren't angry? Not at all, Ting Yuanya assured her. Then what were you thinking just now? Your expression was rather frightening. Tung Yuanya's gaze darkened slightly as he fell silent. The reason he had discovered the lair of the zombie queen was due to an encounter with a zombie possessing psychic abilities. He had not been outside for long when he ran into it. It manipulated him with its psychic power and brought him back to the lair, intending to use him as nourishment for the queen. As a rank 2 ability user, he had a crystal core within him, which he sensed upon awakening. Thus, advanced zombies hunted ability users to extract their cores for the queen's awakening. The reason that particular zombie did not extract his core after failing to control him was that he had been attempting to escape its grasp. Consequently, Qi Jinnuo's calls went unheard by him. Under the zombie's psychic control, he had witnessed some peculiar images. In a bar, he saw Qi Jinnuo boastfully addressing another woman. Yes, I'm with Ting Yuanya, and I did it on purpose to overshadow you. Don't think I'm unaware of your feelings for him. Only someone like you would be drawn to a psychologically troubled individual. He is poor and dull. If it weren't to provoke you, I wouldn't even acknowledge him. I managed to win him over in just a month. He is so easy to pursue. But someone with such a flawed mindset, if anyone shows him a modicum of kindness, he comes running at the slightest beckoning. It's truly no challenge. Chindex Weiwa. In this round, you've lost to me. Tung Yuanya watched as the boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to him turned away, his expression despondent after hearing those words. The final image froze on Qi Jinnuo's triumphant face, her beautiful eyes shimmering with mockery and derision, yet devoid of affection. This scene was so vivid that, once he broke free from the zombie's psychic control, he felt a pang of pain in his chest. Suddenly, he realized that this could potentially be a memory from his past that he had forgotten due to amnesia. Now, gazing at Qi Jinnuo's delicate and lovely visage, with her eyes clear and sincere, radiating nothing but love, he found himself momentarily lost between dreams and reality. Did she truly love him? Was that dream genuine? How much deception and concealment lay within? Was it merely an illusion born of the zombie's psychic manipulation, or something that had indeed transpired? What's wrong? Qi Jinnuo tilted her head, observing him with concern. You seem troubled. Ting Yuanya's eyes remained deep and contemplative as he regarded her. After a significant pause, he reached out to caress her face. Do you truly love me? Qi Jinnuo laughed lightly, nuzzling her face against his palm like a kitten. Of course. I'm your girlfriend. Who else would I love? A smile crept upon Ting Yuanya's lips as he abruptly lifted her chin, kissing her fervently. His strong arms encircled her waist, deepening the kiss with increasing intensity, as if he wished to consume her entirely. It was not the loss of control from previous temptations. Rather, it felt like an urgent quest for solace. Amidst the fervent intimacy, an undercurrent of unease lingered. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Qi Jinnuo turned her head to evade his kiss. Yuanya, what's wrong? Yet, Tung Yuanya offered her no opportunity to speak, once again sealing her lips with his. Just as she felt on the verge of losing her breath, he suddenly released her, sweeping her up in his arms and striding towards the bed. Qi Jinnuo was awakened by a cacophony of sounds, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with a discomforting ache throughout her body. By the end of the previous night, she had completely lost consciousness. Instinctively, her hand reached out beside her, only to find the coolness of the sheets. Tung Yuanya was not there. For a moment, Qi Jinnuo was taken aback, sitting up to recollect the events of the previous night. Had she said something wrong? Had she committed some error? It seemed not. So what was the matter? What had gone awry? Qi Jinnuo pondered deeply, yet she could not arrive at a conclusion. The door to the room swung open and Ting Yuanya entered, carrying a tray. He had changed into a set of black clothing, his tall frame accentuated by well-defined muscles. His veins subtly visible, and his profile remained as stern as a sword. You're awake. Come eat something, he said, his tone cool and detached. A wave of grievance welled up within Qi Jinnuo as she turned her head away, ignoring him and refusing to meet his gaze. Tung Yuanya paused, setting the tray down and sitting at the edge of the bed. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qi Jinnuo continued to remain silent. Come here. Let me massage you, he offered once more. She remained obstinately turned away. Tung Yuan, with no choice but to forcibly turn her around, was met with the sight of her reddened eyes. I don't want you anymore, leave. Qi Jinnuo cried, pushing him away. What have I done wrong that you treat me like this? You have no compassion for me. You don't love me at all. If you don't love me, so be it. I will find a man who loves and cherishes me, one who is 100 or even 1,000 times better than you. I will break up with you. Ting Yuan's expression darkened. You dare. Qi Jinnuo froze, crying even harder. You still dare to scold me? Get out. All you do is torment me and give me that look. I despise you. Leave. Tang Yuan stubbornly locked her in his embrace, frowning as he said, You little liar. Just last night you praised me for being tall, handsome, and capable. Unless you are blind, it is impossible for you to be attracted to another man. Now you are shouting about finding someone else, so was last night just a game to you? Who made you treat me like this? I don't like you anymore. No way. Tung Yuan pressed her firmly against him, his voice softening. All right, stop causing a scene. I was wrong last night. Please don't be angry anymore. I lost control, and from now on, even if you are upset, such words must not be spoken again. Humph. Qi Jinnuo pushed him away. Don't think that I will forgive you just because you say this. I am still furious. What will it take for you to calm down? I just don't want to see you right now. Get out. Qi Jinnuo pointed to the door, her demeanor icy. Your presence here only makes me angrier. Tung Yuan stared at her for a while, noticing her unwavering stance, and, with no other option, he stepped outside. Qi Jinnuo seethed with anger. Indeed. She had previously been too kind and compliant towards him. What did he take her for? Men should not be indulged too much. Such creatures are inherently insatiable. She needed to show him a lesson. After washing up and getting dressed, Qi Jinnuo went directly to find Lu Xingzhou. You want your own room? Lu Xingzhou asked, surprised. Aren't you living with your boyfriend? Qi Jinnuo huffed. I don't want to live with him anymore. Please arrange a room for me. Lu Xingzhou hesitated, but there were no extra rooms available. All the women in their team were crammed into shared spaces. That's fine. I can share with them. Qi Jinnuo replied. She wanted Tung Yuan to experience the loneliness of an empty room and see if he would dare to torment her again. Lu Xingzhou hesitated. Have you discussed this with Tung Yuan? Why should I discuss it with him? As an independent individual, can I not make my own decisions? What's wrong with that? Qi Jinnuo's temper flared. All right, don't get worked up, I will make arrangements. He led her to meet the woman they had encountered the previous day. This is Tao Ai Ling, who serves as our housekeeper, responsible for all daily affairs. After the introduction, he added, This is Miss Qi Jinnuo. Hello, Miss Qi. Tao Ai Ling said, observing her thoughtfully. Please see which room has an available bed and arrange one for her. Lu Xingzhou instructed.
Tao Ai Ling, sublit, diplit.
Isn't she your guest? She was here last night. I want to live with you now. Qi Jinnuo interrupted. Just arrange it for me. Thank you. Tao Ai Ling smiled. I mean no offense, but our beds are wooden, the conditions are quite rudimentary, and the space is small. I worry that Miss Qi, being so delicate, may not be able to adapt. It's fine, I can get used to it. You needn't worry, Qi Jinnuo quickly assured her. Very well then. Tao Ai Ling hesitated for a moment before nodding. You can share a room with me. I happen to have an available bed. Great, thank you. Please show me the way, Qi Jinnuo replied. Chapter 50. Throwing a Tantrum. Tao Ai Ling led Qi Jinnuo into a room. Indeed. It was a small space with 6 wooden bunk beds, each merely covered with a thin sheet. Pointing to one of the lower bunks, Tao Ai Ling said, You can sleep here, is that all right? Qi Jinnuo glanced at it. The bed had no sheets and was quite narrow, leaving little room to move. Given her restless sleeping habits, she might very well roll off the bed while asleep. However, having made her declaration, she couldn't back down now. No problem. She gritted her teeth and replied. Tao Ai Ling smiled. I'll get you a clean set of bedding. You can make your own bed. No need. I have my own, Qi Jinnuo hurriedly said. I can manage. Thank you, Sister Ai Ling. Can I call you that? You seem just a year or 2 older than me. Tao Ai Ling smiled back. Of course, I am 28 this year. You look to be around 20? The supporting character had just entered college, having repeated a year, making her exactly 19 in reality as well. What a young sister. Tao Ai Ling laughed. I'll be on my way now. If you need anything, just come find me. All right, go ahead, Qi Jinnuo nodded. After Tao Ai Ling left, she took out a soft mat from her belongings and laid it down. Then covered it with a silk quilt and pulled out a silk pillow and comforter. She favored pink, and these bedding items were all in soft shades, transforming the simple wooden bed into a princess's bed, looking invitingly soft and comfortable. Qi Jinnuo patted the sheets and sat down to test them. They were soft, and she was quite satisfied. After Qi Jinnuo left with Tao Ai Ling, Lu Xingzhou went to find Ting Yuan and relayed the situation. You two had a fight? Tung Yuan remained silent, taking a long while before finally saying, perhaps it's best to cool off for a couple of days. Lu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow, realizing it was indeed a serious quarrel. He had distinctly heard their affectionate sounds the previous night. How had it suddenly escalated into a fight? Are there any men here? Tung Yuan suddenly frowned. Don't worry, I will keep them in line. Your girlfriend won't be harmed in the slightest, Lu Xingzhou assured him. That is the best course of action. Lu Xingzhou checked the time. Let us go. I'll take you to meet those with abilities. At noon, Tao Ai Ling came to take Qi Jinnuo to lunch. As they descended the stairs, she explained, Here, we have a division of labor. The men are responsible for ensuring everyone's safety and gathering supplies, while the women handle the household chores and cooking. When they reached the kitchen, Qi Jinnuo saw several women fervently preparing lunch. On the other side, a group of men were devouring their meals. Upon noticing the two of them approach, the men looked up, their gazes fixated on her. With her translucent, fair skin, rosy complexion resembling a ripe peach, and wearing a fitted white dress with her long hair cascading down, she was radiant and alluring, like a flower blooming vibrantly in the sunlight, particularly striking. Even before the apocalypse, such a beautiful woman was a rarity. After the onset of the apocalypse, women typically appeared haggard and dirty, losing their once pampered demeanor. Yet she had managed to maintain her pre-apocalyptic appearance. Qi Jinnuo frowned, finding the men's stares distasteful. She was all too aware of what those unabashed gazes implied. She felt no desire to eat any more and wanted to return, but upon turning around, she saw Ting Yuan and Lu Xingzhou approaching, prompting her to sulkily turn back. Sister Ai Ling, please take me to eat. I'm hungry, she said. Tao Ai Ling smiled, of course, seeing Qi Jinnuo turn away upon spotting him. Tung Yuan's expression darkened. Lu Xingzhou glanced at him, lost in thought. Let us go. The dining areas for men and women are separate. Tao Ailing led her to another dining hall and brought her a meal. When Qi Jinnuo glanced down, she saw a bun, curry potato beef, scanty on the beef, and a few strips of greens. The sight of such meager fare extinguished her appetite. Nevertheless, she smiled at Tao Ailing and said, Thank you. Sister Ailing, you're welcome. If it's not enough, just let me know. I'll be busy for now, but you can come down to eat on your own when mealtime arrives. Okay. Qi Jinnuo nodded. After she left, she looked at the contents of her plate, broke off a piece of bun, dipped it into the curry sauce, and took a bite. The curry sauce had a peculiar taste, not quite palatable. She set the bun down and suddenly noticed a thin, gaunt little girl staring intently at her plate. Do you want some? She asked, lifting her plate. The little girl's eyes sparkled with longing as she nodded. Qi Jinnuo gently ruffled the girl's hair, lifted her onto a chair, and said, Go ahead and eat. The little girl immediately began to devour the food voraciously. Qi Jinnuo felt a pang of sadness and quietly retrieved a piece of chocolate from her space, handing it to her while whispering, This is for you. Keep it hidden. Don't let anyone else see. The little girl's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she nodded. After patting her head once more, Qi Jinnuo stood up to leave. As she exited the hall, she caught sight of Tung Yuan and Lu Xingzhou departing as well, likely preoccupied with the task of surrounding the zombie queen's lair. She ambled out the door, where the sun shone brightly and the flowers in the garden bloomed splendidly, free from the disturbance of zombies, as if returning to a time before the apocalypse. Spotting a swing in the garden, she walked over and sat down. On the second-floor corridor, Yuan Xian suddenly halted, gazing at the figure in the garden. Qin Ziyu, puzzled by a sudden stop, followed his gaze and discovered Qi Jinnuo swinging on the swing. He patted Yuan Xian on the shoulder and said, Give it up. Her boyfriend is far superior to you. What nonsense are you spouting? Yuan Xian's face flushed slightly as he hurriedly replied, You misunderstand. I meant she is simply beautiful. Qin Ziyu nodded, I see. It was my misunderstanding. Let's go. The boss is waiting for us. Yuan Xian cast one last glance at her figure before following Qin Ziyu away. The women who had finished lunch were washing clothes in the garden when they noticed Qi Jinnuo had dozed off on the swing. They began to chatter among themselves.
Who is she?
She seems to be the guest the boss brought back last night, accompanied by that man. Is that so? The man the boss brought back is incredibly handsome. I wanted to strike up a conversation with him during dinner, but he was too cold, and I was too intimidated to speak. What is their relationship? I don't know. At first, I thought they were a couple, but I heard today that she moved into Sisterling's room. So she shares our status? She must have been abandoned by that man. I see the boss holds that man in high regard. Then isn't she just like us? Why do we toil all day while she swings here without a care? Chapter 51. She is simply spoiled. Shoo, she is the boss's guest. It's not the same, is it? She just arrived and hasn't he figured out the situation yet. We should be cautious, one bystander advised. A round-faced girl pouted, expressing her discontent as she scrubbed the clothes. Suddenly, a tall man approached the swing, causing several women to nudge each other and gaze intently at him. Is he the man the boss brought back? That's him. He lives on the same floor as the boss. He's so handsome. The man walked up to the woman, gently bent down, and lifted her into his arms. Striding steadily inside, the woman leaned against his shoulder, sleeping soundly. The onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort. Before the apocalypse, they had been recipients of such tender care from men, but in this new world, women had become mere tools for venting frustrations. They felt like insignificant objects, subject to bullying and humiliation. Yet, to survive in this harsh reality, they had no choice but to endure. Once, they thought that despite the toil and lack of dignity, it was better than the fear and uncertainty of life outside, where they could become fodder for zombies at any moment. Here, it felt like paradise.
But now,
with Qi Jinnuo as a point of comparison, they could not help but feel a sense of imbalance. Qi Jinnuo, feeling the gentle sway, opened her eyes to see Ting Yuan's sharp jawline. From her vantage point, his high nose, thin lips, and Adam's apple appeared irresistibly handsome. In terms of appearance alone, he was indeed flawless, fitting perfectly within her aesthetic preferences. Yet, recalling her lingering anger, she promptly adopted a frosty demeanor and commanded, "Put me down. I don't want you to carry me." Ting Yuan paused momentarily, remaining silent as he continued to carry her toward the room. "Did you not hear me ask to be set down? I refuse to return to your room." Qi Jinnuo grew increasingly agitated. With no other option, Ting Yuan changed directions. "Which room do you stay in?" he inquired. Qi Jinnuo glared at him. "Can't you just put me down? I can walk back myself." "No," he replied nonchalantly. "You either let me carry you there or I take you back to my room. Choose one." "That's unreasonable." Qi Jinnuo reluctantly pointed in a direction. Ting Yuan carried her into the room, and upon seeing the cramped quarters with 6 bunk beds, he immediately frowned. One of the lower bunks was adorned with a soft pink comforter. He knew without a doubt it belonged to her, as she had an affinity for pink. Moreover, it was rare to find anyone else still using silk bedding, aside from her, who possessed a spatial ability. Her delicate skin required clothing and bedding made from the softest materials, or else it would chafe and leave her skin irritated. He placed her gently on the bed. "You can leave now," Qi Jinnuo said. Ting Yuan hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "You should return to your own room, all right? This bed is so small. You might fall off in the middle of the night. That's none of your concern. You don't care about me anyway. So why worry about whether I fall off at night?" Qi Jinnuo retorted provocatively, "Even if I did fall, it wouldn't be you who gets hurt." Ting Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. "I'm tired of your rambling. Just go. I want to sleep." Qi Jinnuo began to usher him away. Ting Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated by her lack of gratitude. Just as he turned to leave, a round-faced girl entered, glancing at Qi Jinnuo's pink bedding with suspicion. "Where did you get this? Is it Sister ailing us?" Her tone was accusatory, as if Qi Jinnuo were a thief. Qi Jinnuo, unfazed, retorted, "Why shouldn't I have it? Do you believe it must belong to someone else?" Taken aback by her response, the girl stammered, "I was just asking. Is it necessary for you to react so aggressively?" "I simply answered your question truthfully. Why do you have to target me?" The girl, incensed, clenched her teeth and spat, "With a mouth like yours, you'll drive your boyfriend away in no time. He left you here. You brought this upon yourself." She had overheard the gentle words exchanged between her boyfriend and Qi Jinnuo and was dismayed by how Qi Jinnuo had treated him.
Who does she think she is?
Acting like a princess from the pre-apocalypse? Since the apocalypse, Which woman would dare to show such disdain towards men? Each one of them is terrified of being abandoned, striving tirelessly to please the opposite sex. Yet she appears to embody an ethereal purity, standing apart from the rest. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Qi Jinnuo retorted coldly. She was being obstinate. After all the sweet words she had uttered to placate him last night, only to be met with his cold indifference. What was wrong with her acting out a little? Having been pampered by her parents since childhood, she had never experienced such indignities. Wrapping herself in her blanket, Qi Jinnuo buried her head and fell asleep. The round-faced girl seethed with frustration. Outside, the sun blazed brightly, and she still had to go weeding, tending to the land, and planting new seedlings, yet here she was, sulking in bed. Cursing under her breath, the round-faced girl grabbed her hat and stormed off. The room fell silent, leaving Qi Jinnuo alone. She hadn't eaten lunch, and feeling famished, she retrieved a sandwich from her space, took a few bites, but soon lost her appetite. Discarding it felt wasteful, and just as she pondered this dilemma, she noticed a little girl peeking in at her. Qi Jinnuo's eyes brightened as she beckoned, "Come here." The girl dashed to her side, eyes wide with anticipation for the food in Qi Jinnuo's hand. "Here you go," Qi Jinnuo smiled as she offered the sandwich. The little girl eagerly snatched it and devoured it hungrily, mumbling, "Thank you, sister. Take your time, don't choke." Qi Jinnuo gently ruffled her hair. The sandwich was quickly consumed, leaving the girl wanting more. "Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" Qi Jinnuo inquired. The little girl spoke softly, "I don't have a daddy. He turned into a zombie." Qi Jinnuo was taken aback, feeling a pang of sympathy. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. What about your mother?" "My mom is weeding. I'll be planting vegetables soon," the girl replied.
How old are you?
Qi Jinnuo asked. "I'm 5, the girl answered. "Do you often go hungry here?" Qi Jinnuo pressed further. The little girl explained, "The food here has to be earned through labor, but my mom is weak and can't work much. So we have little food." Qi Jinnuo understood. One was frail, the other too young, and with no man to support them. Acquiring more food was an insurmountable challenge in these times of scarcity. "Sister, I have to go work now," the little girl said reluctantly. Qi Jinnuo nodded. "Go on." She glanced at the scorching sun. She wouldn't go out. Her skin couldn't bear such harshness. Chapter 52. It feels wrong to eat without working. As dusk settled, those who had gone to work returned, and Qi Jinnuo sat on the bed, lost in thought. Upon seeing them enter, she greeted them with a smile. "Hello. I'm Qi Jinnuo. I'll be staying here for a while.
Please take care of me."
The round-faced girl curled her lips and turned away. The others greeted Qi Jinnuo but lacked enthusiasm, likely too fatigued. "Why does it smell so good in here? Did someone spray perfume?" one girl suddenly asked. "Who would spray perfume? Who has the leisure to do that now?" The group exchanged glances, all eyes turning to Qi Jinnuo. Startled, she realized, "I didn't spray anything. It must be the scent of my blanket and pillow. I apologize, I didn't know you disliked it. Oh, by the way, I have some chocolate to share with you all," Qi Jinnuo said, pulling out a bag filled with chocolates she had earlier retrieved from her space. "Chocolate?" The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. "Yes, since I'll be here for a while, I thought I'd treat you all to something. Don't be shy." Qi Jinnuo beamed. The girls quickly surrounded her, and in no time, they eagerly divided the chocolates, ripping open the wrappers to indulge. In the pre-apocalyptic world, they would have dismissed chocolate as too sweet and calorie-laden, but now, living on meager rations, it had become a rare luxury. While the others savored the rich sweetness, the round-faced girl watched with cold eyes. Qi Jinnuo could tell she wanted some, perhaps waiting for an invitation, but she chose not to call her over. Picking up the last 2 chocolates, she deliberately said, "There are 2 left, who wants them?" "I want them." In an instant, 2 girls claimed them. The round-faced girl gritted her teeth and turned away. Seizing the moment, Qi Jinnuo engaged the others in conversation, learning that the round-faced girl was named Linyu, a university student with a notoriously bad temper. The other 3 girls were in their early 20s, either current university students or recent graduates. As for Tao Ailing, it was said that her family had been quite wealthy before the apocalypse, but both her parents had perished at the hands of zombies. She had been abducted due to her beauty, only to be rescued by Lu Xingzhou in her moment of despair. The classic hero saving the damsel trope. Qi Jinnuo now understood why Tao Ailing looked at Lu Xingzhou differently. It was evident she had feelings for him. However, when they mentioned Tao Ailing, they spoke cautiously, as if afraid to say too much. Qi Jinnuo thought Tao Ailing seemed quite kind, and it didn't seem right for them to be so fearful. She wanted to ask more, but they all claimed they needed to prepare dinner. In the study, Tung Yuan and Lu Xingzhou had just devised a plan. Currently, we still lack sufficient ability users, Tung Yuan remarked. Although the zombie queen hasn't awakened, her subordinates are formidable. Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment. A large troop will arrive in a few days. A large troop? One of my uncles is a high-ranking military officer. I contacted him recently, and he is bringing people this way. It should be in the next few days, Tung Yuan replied. A high-ranking military officer would undoubtedly have many ability users among his ranks. That's perfect, Tung Yuan continued, but I must reiterate. I only want the zombie queen's crystal core. Everything else is yours. Lu Xingzhou, puzzled, asked, May I inquire why you are so fixated on the zombie queen's crystal core? In my view, the sun and moon crystals are far more important. The sun crystal is used for upgrades, while the moon crystal is for purification. This was what his uncle had told him. Tung Yuan replied coolly, You don't need to know. Just understand that I only want this. That is certainly acceptable. As we agreed from the start, Lu Xingzhou had no objections. To him, acquiring a substantial amount of sun and moon crystals was far more advantageous. By the way, just a couple of days ago, we were pursuing a high-level zombie that possessed the ability to control other zombies, and it gave us quite a bit of trouble. We fought it for 2 days and nights before managing to injure it, but it escaped before we could retrieve its crystal core. It fled to the hotel where you were at the time, Lu Xingzhou said, looking at him. We only saw your girlfriend then. We didn't see you. Were you not there? It turned out that the red crystal core they had found was an unexpected treasure. Though they were unaware it belonged to a mother zombie and that the core was nestled within her brain. I was unconscious at the time, undergoing an upgrade, Tung Yuan replied flatly. Lu Xingzhou was taken aback. Your ability has already reached level 2? No wonder you displayed such prowess when you appeared that day. Between the novice and the second-tier abilities, there seems to exist an insurmountable barrier. Though merely a single rank higher, the disparity in strength is profound. Lu Xingzhou recalled that among my uncle's subordinates, there were indeed second-tier ability users, rumored to possess crystal cores. Tung Yuan concurred, stating that while they do have cores, they are not located in the brain but rather in the dantian, akin to the process of forming a dan. Such a marvel piqued Lu Xingzhou's interest, and he yearned to inquire further, yet Tung Yuan merely glanced out the window, noting that night had fallen and it was time for dinner. Lu Xingzhou then realized it was indeed time to eat. Tomorrow, you should lead a few individuals to investigate ahead with me, Tung Yuan added. Lu Xingzhou nodded in agreement. No problem. As dinner time approached, the aroma of food wafted from downstairs. However, Qi Jinnuo did not descend to partake in the meal, with resources so scarce. She felt it inappropriate to compete for food when she had not contributed. Instead, she retrieved some canned fruits and meats from her spatial storage. Canned goods, while highly coveted during times of scarcity, could never compare to the allure of fresh produce. Qi Jinnuo found herself disdainful, as she was accustomed to fresh food and could scarcely stomach a few bites of the canned offerings. Miss Qi, a knock sounded at the door as Tao Ailing entered. Why haven't you gone to eat? Upon approaching, she noticed the 2 open cans and paused momentarily. Sister Ailing, you can just call me Nono. Or even sister if you prefer, Qi Jinnuo smiled. I'm not going. I haven't worked at all, so I feel embarrassed to take food from you all. I'll just have a little for myself. Tao Ailing replied, You were brought back by our leader. You are a guest, which makes it different. Did someone say something to you? No, it's just how I feel, Qi Jinnuo explained. Would you like some? I have plenty. I can't eat it all. She pushed the cans forward. Chapter 53, Departing for 2 or 3 days. Tao Ailing hesitated, but how can I? It's fine, let us share. It would be wasteful if I can't finish it, Qi Jinnuo urged. She genuinely feared waste. Tao Ailing finally relented. All right then, thank you, Nono. It had indeed been a long time since she had eaten canned food. Previously, she had looked down upon it, but now, while not entirely deprived, it was not something one could casually enjoy. Better supplies were prioritized for the ability users since they required substantial nourishment after battling zombies, whereas the women merely labored within the base and could eat whatever was available. Seeing her eat, Qi Jinnuo felt a surge of relief. grateful that nothing would go to waste. She suddenly thought of Teng Yuan. Since acquiring her spatial storage, she had never had to compromise on his provisions.
Now.
Without her mobile pantry, she wondered how he would fare with the coarse grains outside. At that moment, other girls returned and were taken aback upon seeing Tao Ailing consuming canned food. Sister Ailing you? Qi Jinnuo explained, these cans are mine. I can't finish them. So I invited Sister Ailing to share. They are fruit and meat cans. The other girls expressed envy. No. Did your boyfriend give you these? Qi Jinnuo initially intended to deny it, but fearing suspicion, she simply nodded, yes. Your boyfriend is really good to you. The girls marveled. The round-faced girl, Lin Yu, remarked sarcastically, your boyfriend gave you those and you immediately share them? Opening 2 cans at once, how extravagant. Aren't you worried about exhausting him? Her words rendered Tao Ailing awkward, caught between eating and not eating. Eating such good things daily, it's no wonder you look down on our food. You and we are simply not of the same ilk. Lu Jinnuo replied nonchalantly, I'm not eating because I haven't worked. Is it a crime to eat my own food? But is that even yours? Isn't it from your boyfriend? Lin Yu shot back with derision. Qi Jinnuo chuckled. It is my boyfriend's. Why should I feel embarrassed? What concern is it of yours? I simply can't stand you. Lin Yu exploded, adopting an air of superiority. Who do you think you are, coming here to flaunt your privilege? Do you take pleasure in seeing us struggle?
Shall you?
Tao Ailing interjected, what nonsense are you spouting? No is genuinely kind. You should apologize. Others chimed in, yes, No is a good person. How can you say such things? You're free to fawn over her if you wish. I simply can't stand her. Lin Yu shouted before storming out of the room. The remaining girls felt a wave of awkwardness, hastening to comfort Qi Jinnuo. Yet, she remained unperturbed. Such petty attacks meant little to her. As night deepened, the girls prepared to bathe together. The hot water was sourced from solar energy, but to conserve resources, they could only bathe in a communal facility. They enthusiastically invited Qi Jinnuo to join them. Qi Jinnuo hesitated, troubled by the bathing situation, but eventually followed them. Upon arriving, she discovered there were no partitions. Everyone stood naked under the showers. Qi Jinnuo felt uncomfortable with this arrangement, primarily because she didn't wish to bathe in tainted water that could leave her contaminated. She waited until everyone had finished before stealthily slipping in to pour the spiritual spring water she had prepared in her spatial storage into the tub. Once she had bathed, the surroundings had darkened further, and the others had long since returned to rest. In the distance, the sounds of zombies could be heard, sending a chill down her spine. She quickened her pace, only to be suddenly yanked into the darkness by a pair of hands at the corner. Nearly screaming, she stifled the sound upon recognizing the familiar scent. In the dark, while she could not see his face, she felt the warmth of his breath. A fiery gaze seemed to fall upon her. After a moment of silence, she spoke first. What's the meaning of this? You dragged me here, without a word. After a while, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Qi Jinnuo nearly kicked his shins, struggling. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't get handsy. Stay still. Let me hold you for a moment, he murmured, pressing her closer to him. Qi Jinnuo ceased her struggles. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. Tomorrow, I will accompany Lu Xingzhou and the others to investigate the zombie queen's lair. I will be gone for 2 or 3 days. What? 2 or 3 days? Isn't it just a few kilometers? Does it truly take that long? There are many arrangements that need to be made in advance, which will delay us for 2 or 3 days, but I will return as swiftly as possible. He released her and ruffled her hair. All right, let us head back. He turned to leave.
Wait.
Qi Jinnuo called out urgently. Teng Yuan halted, turning back. The moonlight seemed to bathe him in a soft glow, rendering him enchanting and causing Qi Jinnuo's heart to soften. After a moment of awkwardness, she stepped forward, head downcast. Your clothes and such are still with me. I'll fetch them for you. Teng Yuan nodded. All right. She retrieved a bag from her spatial storage and handed him 2 sets of clothing. After a moment's thought, she also stuffed in an assortment of canned fruits, chocolates, and drinks, covering them with the clothes. Teng Yuan observed her actions, and an unexpected softness enveloped his heart. He pushed her back into the darkness, pinning her against the wall. In that obscurity, sensations were magnified. The mingling of lips and teeth reached deep into the soul. Qi Jinnuo, blushing, returned to her room. A girl, noticing her flushed cheeks, inquired, Noah, what's wrong? Are you feverish? Why is your face so red?
Is it?
Qi Jinnuo touched her face, feeling a tinge of guilt. Perhaps it's just a bit warm. Your lips are swollen too. What happened? Did a bee sting you? Really? What's going on? The girls surrounded her with questions, while only Tao Ai Ling wore a knowing expression. It's nothing. I just bumped into something, Qi Jinnuo replied, her gaze evasive. Time for bed, time for bed. She hurried onto her bed, covering herself with the quilt. In the room on the third floor, Teng Yuan, however, found sleep elusive. His feet throbbed faintly. During their passionate moment, she had inadvertently stepped on him before fleeing. What a little rascal. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, restless, and unable to sleep. Gritting his teeth, he finally rose and took a cold shower in the middle of the night. Once he cooled down, he returned to bed to rest. Chapter 54. The Onslaught of the Zombie Horde. Lu Xingzhou and Teng Yuan set off at 8 in the morning. Among the 15 supernatural beings at the base, they took 7 with them, leaving 8 to guard the facility. They prepared 2 small trucks, though the contents remained a mystery. Lu Xingzhou turned to Tao Ai Ling, saying, "While I'm away for the next couple of days, I entrust the base to you. My uncle and the army will likely arrive tomorrow. Please see to their reception." Before Lu Xingzhou, Tao Ai Ling always appeared gentle and considerate. She smiled, "Rest assured, focus on your tasks. I'll take care of everything here." Lu Xingzhou nodded and turned around, only to find Teng Yuan gazing at a particular window on the second floor. Following his line of sight, he vaguely recalled that it was likely the girls' dormitory. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "We should be on our way." Teng Yuan withdrew his gaze and climbed into the vehicle. Qi Jinnuo, at the second-floor window, watched as the car slowly drove away, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. Perhaps it was because she had not been apart from Teng Yuan since her arrival. This sudden separation for 2 or 3 days felt quite disorienting. As everyone else busied themselves with their tasks, Qi Jinnuo decided to enter her space. Having not checked in for several days, she discovered that the vegetables had grown splendidly, lush and vibrant, while the fruit trees were in bloom. Upon inspecting the creek, she noticed the fish and shrimp had also grown significantly, nearly doubling in size since her last visit. Suddenly, a shimmering figure appeared. Qi Jinnuo was astonished to find that it seemed to be on the cusp of materializing. Previously, it had appeared somewhat ethereal. "You've been doing well these past few days. It seems your cultivation has progressed remarkably," the little creature chuckled. "The male lead has leveled up, so naturally, I benefit as well. His gain, your gain, my gain. This is truly a win-win situation." Qi Jinnuo scoffed. "You benefit from me. But how does the male lead gain anything? How can he not? You drink the spiritual spring water daily and consume the produce from the space, filling your body with spiritual energy. Naturally, he enjoys the benefits from your close contact." Intrigued, Qi Jinnuo probed further. "What specific benefits? For instance, you've become stronger. And your courage has increased." Qi Jinnuo shot him a glare, knowing he lacked any serious answers. This was hardly a reliable spirit companion. As if sensing her disdain, the shimmering figure retorted, "Do not underestimate the importance of physical strength. In a world ravaged by viruses, where the environment is harsh and filled with impurities, having a robust and healthy body is invaluable, especially when there are no medicines available." "You are right," Qi Jinnuo replied dismissively, turning her attention to the jade essence, which had accumulated significantly in the cup, forming a shallow layer. Just a drop a day. How precious it was. Qi Jinnuo lifted the cup, pondering how to consume a drop. Suddenly, a drop of jade essence flew directly to her before she could decide. Startled, she opened her mouth, and the essence entered her. It was cool and devoid of flavor. She turned to the shimmering figure. "Was that you just now?" "Of course. I have been in this space for a long time, and everything here is under my control." An idea struck Qi Jinnuo, and she placed the cup back down. "You always boast about your prowess. Do you have a way to grant me supernatural abilities?" If she possessed such powers, she could fend for herself against the zombies. While she didn't need to be as formidable as Teng Yuan, she at least wanted the ability to protect herself. "Not possible. My own strength doesn't equate to granting others power," the shimmering figure replied. "Then you are quite useless," Qi Jinnuo huffed. "Once I materialize, I will be able to protect you," it retorted defiantly. "You won't even need to lift a finger. I'll handle the zombies for you." "Just you?" Qi Jinnuo shot it a skeptical glance. Although it hovered in midair, it was merely a small creature, not even reaching her knee height, a creature slightly larger than a typical squirrel. Surely, it would be squashed by a zombie with a single step.
Hey,
I can't hear your thoughts. The shimmering figure protested. Don't underestimate me. I may be small now, but I am powerful. My true form is quite large. Once I materialize, those advanced zombies will be no match for me. Qi Jinnuo knew this was an unreliable creature. By the time it materialized, it would be ages from now. Then work hard. I'm counting on you to materialize soon and serve me well, protecting me. The shimmering figure merely huffed in response. Qi Jinnuo, uninterested in its complaints, harvested the ripe vegetables from the ground, stored them in the warehouse, and planted a new batch. With Tung Yuan absent, she felt lethargic all day, and after showering, she climbed into bed to sleep. Anyone could see her spirits were low. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a blaring horn. What is happening? She mumbled, half awake, and saw other girls standing by the window, chattering excitedly. Is it the zombies? Why such a commotion? What is going on? It's the zombie horde. One girl screamed. Qi Jinnuo jolted awake, rushing to the window. In the garden, countless zombies attempted to breach the electric fence. Sparks flew as the fence crackled, and one zombie fell to the ground, only to be quickly replaced by another. The smell of burnt flesh mingled with a nauseating stench of decay, making her gag. Only a few supernatural beings remained at the base, standing in a line at the wall, ready to fight. In an instant, fireballs, lightning orbs, and water spheres were unleashed upon the zombies, illuminating the night with a dazzling array of colors. Water spheres splashed against the zombies, while lightning struck down, incapacitating a group, which was then reduced to ashes by fireballs. Metal and earth barriers rose as the metal and earth supernatural beings joined the fray. Yet, even with their efforts, it was difficult to fend off the relentless horde. They surged forward, tireless, while the supernatural beings rapidly exhausted their powers. It's the minions of that previous mother zombie seeking revenge. The shimmering figure's voice echoed in her mind. Qi Jinnuo felt a wave of despair. They're back? Didn't Tung Yuan eliminate them last time? The minions of the mother zombie hold grudges. As long as they aren't completely eradicated, they will seek opportunities for revenge. It is estimated that they have been lurking around, waiting for the male protagonist and his companions to depart before launching their attack. This group is rather astute. Is it time to praise them now? Hurry, think of a solution. I cannot perish here. Qi Jinnuo felt a surge of urgency. Enin immediately responded. I can maintain my stealth for half an hour. It should be feasible to protect you as we exit this place. Qi Jinnuo glanced at the terrified girls. What about them? I am powerless. My abilities are limited at present. Just then, a voice shouted from downstairs. Come down quickly. Everyone come down. Chapter 55. The main force has arrived. Instantly, everyone rushed downstairs. Tao Ailing was speaking with one of the ability users when she turned around anxiously, exclaiming, Everyone, hurry to the basement. The ability users can barely hold on. As soon as these words were uttered, panic ensued among the crowd. However, before they could reach the basement, the electric fence was suddenly breached, and a zombie pounced on one of the ability users, tearing a large chunk of flesh from her face. The sound of her screams reverberated through the air, soon drowned out by the gnawing of zombies. The timid ones were paralyzed with fear, while the remaining ability users turned and fled. A high-level zombie with blue eyes leapt from the wall into the garden, letting out a roar as countless fireballs were hurled in its direction. This was a zombie endowed with fire abilities. Fireballs rained down upon the garden, igniting it almost instantly, illuminating the sky. Countless zombies surged forward under its command. The sight sent a chill down Qi Jinnuo's spine. How could there be so many zombies? Like a swarm of locusts.
Run.
Tao Ailing shouted. Qi Jinnuo pivoted and sprinted. A girl beside her collapsed in fear, and Qi Jinnuo attempted to pull her up, only for a zombie to seize her leg and drag her away.
Ah!
The girl's scream was abruptly silenced as her neck was bitten through. Enin had concealed Qi Jinnuo's presence, thus no zombies targeted her. Yet the overwhelming stench of blood, the carnage illuminated by flames, and the scream struck at her very soul. Since the apocalypse had ascended, such scenes had become commonplace. She should not have felt so shaken. Perhaps it was due to her bond with these individuals that made her feel slightly suffocated. What are you dawdling for?
Run.
Tao Ailing bellowed at her. Gritting her teeth, Qi Jinnuo turned to flee. Suddenly, a larger, faster, and more intensely burning fireball hurtled towards them, crashing directly into the horde of zombies.
À 32 explosions en Suède.
Sending countless zombies flying, as thick dust and smoke mixed with the acrid scent of charred flesh rolled in. As the smoke cleared, the ground was left with a large crater, littered with dismembered limbs of zombies. Qi Jinnuo was momentarily stunned as she looked towards the entrance. A military vehicle slowly drove in, atop which stood a tall man with a dark complexion and a square jaw, exuding an aura of military authority. More fireballs, lightning balls, and water balls rained down upon the zombies. A wall of earth swiftly rose, separating them from the undead. Although Qi Jinnuo could not see, she witnessed flashes of various abilities illuminating the sky. The scent of charred flesh grew, increasingly potent. Before long, the earthen barrier was lowered. Amid thin smoke, 5 military vehicles stood imposing. The door swung open, and soldiers leapt down. A middle-aged man, wearing a military cap and evidently older, strode forward. "Which one of you is Tao Ailing?" His authoritative gaze swept across the crowd. Tao Ailing hesitated before stepping forward. "I am." "You must be General Yan Weigua, the uncle of our leader, Lu Xingzhou?" Yan Weigua nodded. Xingzhou mentioned he would be away for a few days. "I did not expect trouble to arise here in his absence. The number of ability users at your base is still too few." Tao Ailing's expression darkened. "We did not anticipate such a sudden night raid by so many zombies." "Father." A girl in a long dress approached, affectionately linking her arm with Yan Weigua's. "Where's cousin? He wouldn't he have been scared into hiding by so many zombies, would he?" Yan Weigua replied, "Nonsense. How could your cousin be that timid? You can never be too sure. He once wet his pants out of fright when I scared him as a child." The girl retorted. Qi Jinnuo found the girl somewhat familiar and quietly stepped forward, recognizing her as Yan Huan, the young lady she had encountered previously. She had boasted about her father being a military leader. Little did she know he was indeed Lu Xingzhou's uncle. Truly, fate had a peculiar way of intertwining paths. She had a history with this young lady and, fearful of being recognized, hurriedly retreated to the crowd, lowering her head. "Among them is a level 2 ability user," Enin suddenly remarked. "A fire-type ability user at level 2? Quite formidable. I noticed it earlier." The power of the fireballs was such that they seemed to belong to a different league from the others. A few fireballs had sent those zombies scattering. Wasn't he cultivated through regular channels?" "What do you mean?" Qi Jinnuo inquired, puzzled. "What does it mean to not be cultivated through regular channels?" Yet, Enin fell silent. The remaining matters were left to the base's ability users. While Tao Ailing and Yan Weigua negotiated, the others could temporarily return, as they were of little use here. Upon returning to their room, the atmosphere was heavy. One of the girls here had been devoured by zombies, Xiaomei, someone Qi Jinnuo was relatively close to. Since arriving at the base, they had lived a stable life. But this sudden bloody massacre had thrust them back to the early days of the apocalypse. Soon, Tao Ailing returned. "Everyone need not worry. We can sleep soundly tonight. The General's unit has over 100 men, with 50 of them being ability users. With their protection, we are quite safe here." A hush fell over the room, soon broken by the sound of weeping. Xiaomei, a girl choked out. Tao Ailing gently patted her head, murmuring, "This was beyond our control." Qi Jinnuo also fell silent. After this upheaval, none of them felt inclined to sleep, yet they lay on their beds, for many tasks awaited them the following day. In her heart, Qi Jinnuo called out, "Enin, what is the matter? Why did you stop mid-sentence?" After a long while, Enin's voice echoed in her mind. "Don't ask. Just keep your distance from the military personnel, and I will tell you later." "Why can't you say it now? What would happen if you told me now?" Enin remained unresponsive once more. Qi Jinnuo sighed internally, her gaze fixed on the bed frame. At that moment, she particularly longed for Ting Yuan. Beside him, she would never have to worry about safety. The next day, as Qi Jinnuo descended the stairs, she saw Yan Huan, her demeanor haughty, gathering all the women in the base together. Qi Jinnuo immediately turned to retreat. "Stop right there." The young lady's voice rang out behind her. Qi Jinnuo felt vexed. She should not have stepped out of her room today. "I just called all the women to gather here. Why didn't you come?" Yan Huan demanded, displeased. Tao Ailing quickly interjected, "This is our leader's guest. She is not one of our base's people." I do not care if she is a guest or not. Is she not residing in the base now? Is she not eating and living here? My cousin is the chief of the base, and I consider myself half a master of this place. Henceforth, all of you shall heed my commands. You there, turn around. Yan Huan shouted at her. Chapter 56. Endure for a moment, the anger grows. Yan Huan felt that the woman's silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered her somewhere before, but could not recall at that moment. The women of this base toiled daily, performing arduous labor, their once delicate skin now coarse, their fair complexions tanned, and their faces bearing varying degrees of weariness, appearing rather drab. Only this woman's skin shone with an ethereal whiteness, delicate as if polished, exuding an air of pampered privilege. This reminded her of a particularly irritating woman. Qi Jinnuo lowered her voice. Miss, I've developed something unsettling on my face, quite frightful. So I shall spare you the sight and return to my room to avoid contaminating you. After saying this, she attempted to leave.
Stop.
Did I permit you to leave? The more Yan Huan thought about it, the more it felt amiss, so she hastened over and forcibly turned Qi Jinnuo's shoulder. Qi Jinnuo was unceremoniously spun around. Upon seeing that vexatious face, Yan Huan immediately scoffed. No wonder you look so familiar. It truly is you. Besides you, I cannot find anyone else so utterly detestable. Qi Jinnuo offered a hollow smile, stating, Since you find me so annoying, I shall not trouble your eyes any longer. Yan Huan snorted derisively, circling around her. How is it that you are here in my cousin's base? Where is your boyfriend? Why is he not by your side? The thought of that man still irked her. How could he have rejected her when she had so humbly lowered herself to him? Now, countless men sought to please her, ingratiating themselves, for her father commanded a formidable army of extraordinary abilities. Qi Jinnuo replied, He has gone out on business with your cousin. Yan Huan chuckled with pride. So your boyfriend is a subordinate of my cousin. Once indifferent to me, and now he has become one of my cousin's subordinates. Had he agreed to accompany me back then, would he have fallen to such a lowly position? He could have directly become the second in command in my father's army. He is not. Qi Jinnuo, observing her smug expression, understood her thoughts. Yan Huan, however, believed her to be too prideful to admit it, huffing, You come here. As long as you reside in the base, you shall heed my commands. Qi Jinnuo stood her ground, coldly regarding her. Tao Ailing, witnessing this, interjected, Miss Qi's boyfriend is indeed a guest of the chief. Miss Qi is merely. Did I ask you to speak? Yan Huan glared at her. I did not grant you permission to speak, so refrain from doing so. Tao Ailing's face paled slightly, her lips pressed tightly. Yan Huan turned her attention back to Qi Jinnuo and suddenly smiled. I have decided. From today onwards, you shall be my personal maid. Qi Jinnuo had no intention of causing trouble, especially since she was alone. After enduring much, she could no longer restrain herself upon hearing those words. Did you not hear Sister Ailing say that I am a guest of this space? Do you wish to play the role of the spoiled heiress before your father's army? Does it bring you such delight to bully those beneath you, like a jester? Your perspective is so limited, no different from a toad at the bottom of a well. Yan Huan's face turned pale with anger. You dare call me a toad? Who gave you the audacity? It seems you are oblivious to your situation. I am the heiress of this space, and you have the gall to speak to me in such a manner? Do you wish to be cast out? You have no authority to expel a guest of the chief. Qi Jinnuo coldly gazed at her, asserting that even if she were his cousin, she had no right to decide for him. I shall demonstrate to you just what authority I possess. Yan Huan glared icily at Tao Ailing and another woman. You too. Come here and seize her, throw her out. Tao Ailing and the other woman remained motionless. You dare defy my orders. Yan Huan was furious. If you do not obey me, I shall expel both of you as well. Though the other girls harbored grievances against Yan Huan, they dared not oppose her. Ultimately, Lin Yu stepped forward, coldly addressing Tao Ailing. Sister Ailing, shall we risk endangering us all? Tao Ailing's complexion turned slightly pale, and she remained silent. She cast a glance at Qi Jinnuo, closed her eyes tightly, and stepped forward. Very well, splendid, Yan Huan said with satisfaction, relishing in everyone's compliance. Qi Jinnuo furrowed her brow, unwilling to put them in a difficult position, especially since Tung Yuan had yet to return. Perhaps just one more day. If she could endure today, once Tung Yuan and Lu Xingzhou returned, she would be fine. You need not trouble them, Qi Jinnuo said coldly. I will comply with your demands. Have you capitulated? Yan Huan revealed a victorious smile. How much better it would have been had you recognized your situation sooner. I am already bestowing you a favor by allowing you to remain here. Qi Jinnuo maintained a stoic expression, saying nothing. Yan Huan waved her hand. All right. You all disperse and resume your tasks. The others cast sympathetic glances at Qi Jinnuo before scattering. Yan Huan glanced at her, a cold smirk on her lips.
Come with me.
Qi Jinnuo followed her into the villa behind. The expansive villa housed only Yan Huan, her father, and a few elite subordinates, while the rest camped outside. For the villa could not accommodate so many. Upon reaching the second floor in Yan Huan's room, she retrieved a set of old, faded, and coarse clothing from the wardrobe.
Put this on.
Qi Jinnuo glanced at the garment, recognizing it as something a servant would wear. The rough fabric would surely chafe her delicate skin. Noticing her hesitation, Yan Huan impatiently remarked, Did you not hear me? Change into this. I find your current attire unsightly. Hurry and remove it. Qi Jinnuo inhaled deeply, forcing a smile, and squeezed out a single word. Fine. She took the clothing into the bathroom, and shortly thereafter emerged wearing it. Though she was dressed simply, her luminous white skin and radiant face made Yan Huan find her presence exceedingly bothersome. Even after such an extended period in the apocalypse, how could her skin remain in such pristine condition? She glanced out the window to see women toiling in the fields. Day in and day out, exposed to the sun, their skin had darkened and roughened. An idea suddenly struck her. After enduring a lunch served by Yan Huan, Qi Jinnuo deliberately poured hot water over her arm, causing a burn that turned it red. Qi Jinnuo nearly lost her temper, but restrained herself, reminding herself, just one day. Just one day. But to her dismay, that woman, Yan Huan, took her to the fields in the afternoon, ordering her to weed and plant vegetables. The sharp blades of grass soon cut her tender palms, and she was forbidden to wear gloves, required to pull the weeds barehanded. Qi Jinnuo cursed her 1,000 times in her mind. Suddenly, a silvery voice echoed in her head. No worries, watch how I assist you in dealing with her tonight. Chapter 57. An embarrassment beyond measure. Qi Jinnuo glanced at Yan Huan, who was sipping juice beneath a sunshade, and in her fury, she flung the grass roots from her hands. Tonight, I want to give her a taste of her own medicine right now. She could no longer endure, having never faced such humiliation in her life. Rising in a fit of rage, she strode towards Yan Huan. What do you think you're doing? Yan Huan slammed her cup down. Did I instruct you to rise? Have you finished pulling the grass? You are not permitted to stop until it is done. Qi Jinnuo cast a fleeting glance at the cup, a smile gracing her lips. I see your juice has run out. Allow me to fetch you another glass. With that, she seized her cup. Yan Huan observed her newfound awareness of her role as a servant with satisfaction, thinking, at last, you have shown some initiative. Turning away, Qi Jinnuo muttered a soft curse under her breath and ventured indoors with the cup. After placing it down, and ensuring no one was around, she retrieved a small medicinal box from her space, opened it and poured a small packet of powder into the cup. What is this substance? A laxative. This was something she had collected from the pharmacy in a hasty manner, only realizing its presence during her subsequent organization. It was perfectly suited for Yan Huan, that wretched girl. So idle, always watching her work. Was she? Well, she would ensure that Yan Huan spent the entire afternoon in the restroom, running until her legs were weak. Let us see if she still has time to keep an eye on her. Feeling a single packet insufficient, she added another. After mixing it with watermelon juice, she carried it outside to Yan Huan. Miss, please enjoy. A standard smile graced her face, revealing her 8 pulley teeth. Yan Huan, believing that she had finally broken Qi Jinnuo's spirit after a morning of torment, lowered her head, feeling quite pleased. Well done, a teachable child. If you continue to please me, you shall have better days ahead. She lifted the glass of watermelon juice to her lips, finding it exceptionally refreshing and sweet, and took a hearty sip. Qi Jinnuo watched intently as she drank, a cold snort escaping her lips. Let's see how haughty you remain afterward. All right. You may return to your weeding. Yan Huan waved her off. Before Qi Jinnuo could retreat, Yan Weiguo approached with a group, crossing the garden towards them. Beside him was a young man, strikingly handsome, yet his gaze was frivolous, with dark circles beneath his eyes, giving him an air of being drained. It was clear he was not of good character, though his position seemed quite elevated, walking beside Yan Weiguo with an air of nonchalance. Huan, Yan Weigua called with a smile. Come here. Zhang Qing has arrived. Yan Huan frowned and muttered. Why is he here? She reluctantly set down her cup and walked over. Zhang Qing, this is Huan Huan. You two haven't met since the apocalypse. Yan Weigua smiled at the young man beside him. This is a perfect opportunity for you to get to know each other. His smile held a hint of ingratiation. Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but be curious about the identity of this individual, who could make Yan Weigua adopt such a deferential demeanor. Even someone as audacious as Yan Huan dared not be rude in his presence, politely greeting him, Mr. Yi, long time no see. Zhang Qing's gaze fell on her face, slightly furrowing his brow before quickly averting his eyes. Hello. His tone was rather stiff. Yan Weigua continued. You and Huan Huan were supposed to have your wedding by now. Had it not been for the apocalypse, it wouldn't have been delayed this long. Uncle. Let us discuss this later, Zhang Qing interjected abruptly. Yan Weigua's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly replied, Of course, you're not yet familiar with Huan Huan. You young people just then. A loud fart interrupted Yan Weigua's words, causing everyone to look incredulously at Yan Huan. The young lady appeared to be suppressing her embarrassment, her face flushed red as if she wished to dig a hole and hide. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, a distinct odor wafted through the air. Yan Weigua's subordinates maintained a stoic expression, pretending to be oblivious. Yan Weigua acted as though nothing had occurred and continued, This time, I've spoken with your parents about you too. Another, even louder fart erupted, accompanied by an even more potent scent. Yan Weigua's expression darkened as he prepared to chastise. Suddenly, Yan Huan burst into tears and turned to flee. The subordinates glanced up, witnessing the young lady's flowing white dress with faint yellow stains, the odor trailing after her. They wanted to cover their noses but dared not. Zhang Qing's face turned pale. Yan Weigua hastily exclaimed, Zhang Qing, Huan Huan Shi.
Unle, Yizeng kunege similet faintle.
I've been traveling day and night and am rather fatigued. I'd like to return to my room to rest. We can discuss matters later. All right. Yan Weigua's face flushed with embarrassment as he dared not say more, quickly instructing someone to escort him to rest before leaving with his subordinates. Qi Jinnuo could no longer contain her laughter, thinking, the young lady has surely lost face in this instant. Deservedly so.
Sudanli, Yizeng kunege haltet.
Turning to gaze at Qi Jinnuo, her laughter ceased abruptly, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be that this fiancé had discerned something? As she contemplated how to explain her earlier laughter, she found him staring intently at her, his gaze invasive and displeasing. Furrowing her brow, she was about to speak when he suddenly inquired, Qi Jinnuo? Taken aback, Qi Jinnuo wondered if he recognized her. She scrutinized him closely, but could not place him. Zhang Qing raised an eyebrow. What? Don't you remember me? It's me, Zhang Qing. Only now did she recall, this was a fish from the original owner's pond. The original owner, eager to marry into wealth, had flirted with various wealthy heirs. And Zhang Qing was the richest and most influential among them. His family not only engaged in business, but also held political ties. The original owner had charmed him into buying her numerous luxury items, intending to consummate their relationship and leverage it for a marriage proposal. However, upon learning that he had a fiancée from a wealthy and powerful family, she calculated that although Zhang Qing came from affluence, he was merely a fool destined to be coerced into a marriage by his family. His fiancée was certainly not someone to provoke, and she had no intention of entangling herself with such a figure, given that wealthy individuals were plentiful. Thus, she hastily ended their relationship and blocked him. To unexpectedly encounter him, here was quite the twist of fate. Oh, it's you, Qi Jinnuo said. Of course, I remember. What a coincidence, Mr. E.
Well,
I must return to work. I'll take my leave. As she attempted to slip away, Zhang Qing swiftly blocked her path. How did you end up here? And why are you dressed like that? His narrowed eyes scrutinized her. He had nearly failed to recognize her. The Qi Jinnuo he remembered was one who adored beauty, always adorned with exquisite makeup and lovely dresses. Now, though clad in drab servant attire, her skin glowed with a holy radiance, and her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Though she was barefaced, she possessed a fresh beauty that surpassed her former heavily made-up self. Even an inadvertent glance was enough to stir one's heart. The more he looked, the more his heart raced. Lowering his voice, he implored, Are you working in this base? Don't toil away. You must protect that delicate skin of yours. Come with me, and I shall treat you to a life of luxury. Qi Jinnuo gazed at him with a smile that held no warmth. Yishao, your fiancé happens to be the cousin of this base's owner. Your future father-in-law was just here. Do you truly think it appropriate to speak such words to me? Yizeng Qing was momentarily taken aback, stammering an explanation. She is not someone I wish to marry. My family insists upon it. Besides, she just embarrassed herself in public. His expression twisted with distaste. That girl committed such a vulgar act. Just the thought of her makes me feel nauseous. His gaze turned fervent as he looked at Qi Jinnuo, attempting to embrace her. But she swiftly evaded him. No, I wouldn't want to offend your fiancé. She just had me weeding. Look at my hands. She displayed her delicate palms, marred by scratches of varying depths. Yizeng Qing's heart ached at the sight, his hand reaching out instinctively. That venomous woman. Qi Jinnuo nimbly withdrew her hand, leaving him grasping at air. After a moment's pause, he gritted his teeth. She simply cannot tolerate anyone more beautiful than herself. It's always been this way. Rest assured. I will seek justice for you. Perhaps it's best not to. Qi Jinnuo feigned a pitiful demeanor. What if she seeks further trouble with me? Just let it be. With that, she turned and fled.
No.
Yizeng Qing attempted to pursue, but others quickly restrained him. Yishao, your room is not that way. Qi Jinnuo dashed to a secluded corner, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, she had escaped him. Yizeng Qing seemed not only dim-witted but also quite troublesome. She resolved to keep her distance. He was no good man, merely a dandy who indulged in revelry even in these dire times, as evidenced by his dark circles. Returning to her room, she retrieved some wound ointment to tend to the scratches on her hand, wrapping them in bandages. She truly got off lightly, Qi Jinnuo seethed. Next time, I shall ensure she pays dearly. And then there's me. A silvery voice echoed in her mind. Leave tonight to me. Yan Weigua ascended the stairs, spotting a servant stationed outside Yan Huan's door. Frowning, he inquired, where is Huan Huan? What happened? Why did she behave so ungracefully in front of Yishao? The servant was about to respond when a series of muffled sounds emanated from within the room. Pausing, she replied, Mrs. Currently not in a position to be disturbed. Yan Weigua's expression darkened, taking some time to respond. You take good care of her. He turned and strode away. The servant, unsure how long she had been standing there, felt her legs grow numb. Suddenly, a crash echoed from inside. Rushing in, she called out, Mississippi. Get out. A vase shattered at her feet, halting her in her tracks. Yan Huan, with red-rimmed eyes, was wreaking havoc, smashing anything within reach. That wretched girl. That wretched girl. It must be her. I only drank the juice she brought, and now look at me. I knew she couldn't have been so kind. Frustrated and hysterical, she cried, tears streaming down her face. The air was thick with an odd scent. The servant cautiously retreated a few steps. Miss, the wretched girl you speak of, is that?
Jinnuo.
Yan Huan glared at her. You don't even know that? The servant stiffened, paralyzed in place, as the scent grew more pungent. Get out! Get out! Yan Huan screamed and the servant bolted, shutting the door behind her. As night fell, Qi Jinnuo noticed an unusual silence from Yan Huan's direction. However, during mealtime, the others began to chatter. Did you hear? The young lady had an accident today. Is that true? No way. She's too old for that. Indeed, there were many witnesses. Her dress was soiled when she fled. Really? How could she? Apparently, her fiancé was present too. What a disgrace. Who knows? She hasn't shown her face since. Yan Weigua grew anxious. Why has she locked herself in her room all afternoon without eating? Is she unwell? The servant quickly interjected, No, sir. The young lady is merely tired and wishes to rest. She instructed not to disturb her. Yan Weigua frowned at the door. Is she truly all right? Should I summon the military doctor? No. The servant hastily protested. She's really asleep. If you wake her, she'll be furious. After considering his daughter's notorious temper, he relented. Very well. If anything arises, inform me at once. Once Yan Weigua was dismissed, the servant sighed in relief and hurried back inside. Approaching the bathroom door, she whispered, Miss, the sir has left. From within, Yan Huan's voice emerged. Continue to guard the door. Do not let anyone in. Understood. The servant turned to leave. Inside the bathroom, Yan Huan sat on the toilet, her eyes red and teeth clenched. Qi Jinnuo, I will not let you off lightly. As the night deepened, Qi Jinnuo shivered, feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched. Hey, you promised to help me take revenge tonight. You're not asleep, are you? The silvery voice replied, Of course not. I've already taken care of it. Taken care of? What did you do? Just wait and see tomorrow. Qi Jinnuo pondered that by tomorrow, Yan Huan would surely connect the dots and realize it was her doing, coming to seek trouble. However, even if she did, Qi Jinnuo was unafraid. Chapter 59. Old Acquaintances. Upon waking, Qi Jinnuo found herself alone in her room. She quickly sat up and peered out the window. Discovering the sun shining brightly, it was already late. Checking her watch, she confirmed it was past 9. She felt a pang of confusion. Had no one sought her out during this time? Given Yan Huan's temperament, wasn't she supposed to confront her immediately? I added a little something to her drink last night. She'll be flatulent all day and likely too embarrassed to leave her room. Qi Jinnuo blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. You're truly ruthless. How could you do that? The voice huffed. Compared to you, I'm still quite benevolent. Now reassured that Yan Huan wouldn't emerge today, Qi Jinnuo felt a sense of relief. At least she wouldn't be troubled. Yet, just as one nuisance faded, another emerged in the form of Yi Zhengqing. Descending the stairs, she spotted him and felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. Yi Zhengqing's eyes lit up upon seeing her as he hastened to her side. No, I've been searching for you. I just asked your roommate and was about to check on you. What do you want? Qi Jinnuo replied, irritated. We've broken up. You need to stop clinging to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhengqing unexpectedly laughed. In this apocalyptic world, how can you still speak such naive words? Do you understand how wretched life will be for a woman without a man as protection? What are you implying? Qi Jinnuo regarded him coldly. Return to my side. Yi Zhengqing declared, Though I am surrounded by numerous women, you have always been my favorite, my utmost preference.
Who cares?
How could he so brazenly utter such words? As if his favoritism were a benevolent gift. Yi Zhengqing continued, You don't believe me? No matter, I shall demonstrate my sincerity. Come with me. He seized Qi Jinnuo's hand and began to stride toward the exit. Are you out of your mind? Let go of me. Qi Jinnuo protested, struggling to pry his fingers apart. To her surprise, despite his seemingly drained physique, he possessed considerable strength, rendering her efforts futile. She was forcibly pulled to the doorway. I warn you, if you don't release me. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly spotted 2 trucks approaching, coming to a gradual halt. The door swung open, and Ting Yuanya leaped from the vehicle. His gaze locked onto her instantly, his sharp eyes fixating on the hand Yi Zhengqing held. Qi Jinnuo wasted no time. She kicked Yi Zhengqing and seized the opportunity to break free, hastening toward Ting Yuanya. You've finally returned. I've missed you so much. She exclaimed as she threw herself into his embrace. Ting Yuanya caught her, yet his expression darkened as he directed a glare at Yi Zhengqing. Witnessing the woman he thought was his suddenly depart, Yi Zhengqing stormed over in a fit of rage, only to halt abruptly upon recognizing Ting Yuanya's face. Aren't you Ting Yuanya? From the Teng family in the capital? Qi Jinnuo's heart sank. Oh no, it appeared Yi Zhengqing recognized Ting Yuanya, and they belonged to the same social circle. Moreover, Yi Zhengqing was aware of her relationship with Ting Yuanya. She quickly extricated herself from Ting Yuanya's embrace. Grasping his hand as she urged him inside, You must be tired. Let's hurry back to your room to rest. Wait a moment. Yi Zhengqing called after them. What's going on, Nuo? Haven't you two already? Shut your mouth. Qi Jinnuo retorted angrily. I've told you I have a boyfriend. So please stop pestering me. Your fiancé is Yan Huan. If she finds out you're so entangled with another woman, you'll be in for it. Be cautious. With that, she hurriedly pulled Ting Yuanya away. Yi Zhengqing stood bewildered, pondering, hadn't they already broken up? Had he misremembered? The news of Qi Jinnuo and Ting Yuanya's breakup had once stirred a great commotion, reverberating throughout the school. Even upon Ting Yuanya's return to the capital, it had become fodder for ridicule within their circle, with people jesting about how he, a distinguished man, had been led around by a woman. It was how he first learned of Qi Jinnuo's existence. Subsequently, on a chance encounter, when he casually mentioned Ting Yuanya, her face had twisted in disgust. How could they be together again now? He seized the arm of a passing Lu Xingzhou, inquiring, What is the relationship between Ting Yuanya and Nuo? Nuo? Lu Xingzhou glanced at him, noting the closeness with which he addressed his cousin's fiancée. Miss Qi is Ting Yuanya's girlfriend. Is that so? They've reconciled?
Gli Zheng e climate in surprise.
Tung Yuanya truly has no dignity. After being so played, he's become a laughingstock, yet here he is, back together with her. Lu Xingzhou shrugged off Yi Jingqing's grip, coldly remarking, "Young Master Yi, you are bound by an engagement to my cousin. I trust you will be mindful of your words and actions." Yi Jingqing watched Lu Xingzhou's retreating figure, sneering dismissively. In this world turned upside down, who still clung to notions of monogamy and fidelity. Every man with a modicum of ability had a harem of admirers. Women gravitated toward capable men without prompting. Which man could resist such temptation and steadfastly remain devoted to a single woman? Inside the room, Qi Jinnuo closed the door behind them, her head buzzing. Yi Jingqing was truly a nuisance. She needed to devise a way to prevent him from interacting with Tung Yuanya. Turning to face Tung Yuanya, she found herself ensnared by his deep gaze. "Aren't you going to explain?" he asked, a smirk playing on his lips. "He's just a lunatic. You needn't pay him any mind." Qi Jinnuo replied hastily, "He is Yan Huan's fiancé, you know, the one related to Lu Xingzhou. By the way, you might not know this, but Lu Xingzhou's uncle has come, an entire military regiment." Eager to change the subject, she continued, "Let me tell you. The night you left, a horde of zombies attacked the base at midnight. If it weren't for the military—" "I know," Lu Xingzhou informed me. Tung Yuanya interjected. "So, can you explain why he calls you Nuo?" Qi Jinnuo hesitated, her mind racing. If she didn't tell the truth, it might lead to even more severe consequences later. "He was my ex-boyfriend," she confessed candidly. "We broke up long ago, and you saw that I completely ignored him. It was he who kept pestering me." Tung Yuanya remained silent, his expression inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of whether he was angry or indifferent. "Are you jealous?" Qi Jinnuo ventured, probing for a reaction. "What's there to be jealous of over an ex-boyfriend I haven't seen in ages?" "Ages? How old are you? It seems you two dated quite early." "It's just a figure of speech. No need to take it so seriously." Qi Jinnuo laughed awkwardly, attempting to deflect. "Right now, I'm with you. You're the only one in my eyes, and I don't even glance at other men." Chapter 60. Little liar loves to speak sweet nothings. Tung Yuanya shot her a sidelong glance. "Is that so?" "Of course," Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, clinging to him, sweet words spilling forth effortlessly. "How could he possibly compare to you? He's just a showy playboy, a useless trifle. Unlike you, who is not only handsome but also skilled, has a great physique, and dotes on your girlfriend. Without you, where could I find such an excellent boyfriend? I'll cling to you for life. Don't ever think of shaking me off." He snorted, "All these sweet nothings. Not a single one is believable."
Just a little liar.
Yet, the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. Qi Jinnuo glanced up at him, noticing he was clearly amused despite his denial. "Not at all. Everything I say comes from the heart." She tightened her embrace, nuzzling against his chest. "I've missed you so much in these past 2 days." "Did you miss me?" "Miss you? Who was it that insisted on sleeping apart from me?" "That was because you made me angry. If you hadn't upset me, would I have been willing to sleep apart? So, it's all your fault then." Tung Yuanya had no retort. "You have no idea how hard the past 2 days have been for me." Qi Jinnuo raised her hands in a show of distress. "Look." Tung Yuanya noticed her palms wrapped in white bandages, immediately frowning. "What happened to your hands?" "It's that Yan Huan. Do you remember her? The one we encountered before. The arrogant young lady with a bunch of bodyguards, claiming her father is in the military district?" Tung Yuanya replied, "I have a vague recollection. We had a bit of a falling out, and once she saw me, she deliberately tormented me, making me her servant. She forced me to wear rough servant clothes, which rubbed my skin raw. She turned to show him the skin on her neck, which was indeed red and inflamed. She even made me pull weeds in the blazing sun without gloves. Those weeds are so sharp, they cut my hands." She unwrapped the bandages to reveal her wounds, her expression one of injured innocence. The once flawless, jade-like hands now bore uneven deep red scratches, reminiscent of exquisite jade marred by imperfections. Tung Yuan's expression darkened as he grasped her hand. "Have you applied medicine?" "Of course I have," she replied. Yet, in his presence, she feigned a pout. "I'm afraid it will hurt. Could you help me apply it?" Without hesitation, Tung Yuan lifted her into his arms and seated her on the sofa, allowing her to nestle against him. As she retrieved the ointment from her space, he took a cotton swab and meticulously tended to her wound. Qi Jinnuo lowered her gaze. observing how his stern brows softened with care as he applied the medicine. A sudden wave of emotion stirred within her. How wonderful it would be if she were the heroine, rather than the spiteful antagonist. "Does it hurt?" he inquired softly. "Yes," she replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Tung Yuan adjusted his touch, being more gentle. Once the ointment was applied, he used a fresh bandage to carefully wrap her hand. "You usually seem quite capable in front of me. How is it that you were bullied like this, when I was away? Where's your temper? Are you only bold in familiar territory?" he remarked, a hint of irritation in his tone. Qi Jinnuo felt even more aggrieved. But she is the only daughter of a general, Lu Xingzhou's cousin, half the mistress of the base. What could I possibly do? You weren't there. She even threatened to kick me out. Without any abilities, how could I survive outside? I had no choice but to endure. If you were by my side, you would definitely protect me. She leaned against him, her sadness palpable. Tung Yuan gently stroked her hair, murmuring, "But I won't always be by your side. In the future, should circumstances arise like this again, and he is unable to protect her, she would be left vulnerable." His eyes grew increasingly somber. The crystal core of the zombie queen was something he must acquire. "How could you not be by my side?" Qi Jinnuo felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and cautiously asked, "Are you?" "Don't overthink it," Tung Yuan interrupted, tapping her head lightly before placing her back on the sofa. "Rest in the room. I need to speak with Lu Xingzhou about something." "Oh," she nodded. As he reached the door, he turned back. "You should move back, right?" Qi Jinnuo smiled. "Move? Move." After a moment's thought, he added, "Since your hand is injured, stay in the room and don't go out. I'll bring your things back later." "All right, uncle." As Lu Xingzhou entered the study, he found Yan Weiguo, but did not see Yan Huan. "Where's my cousin? Didn't she come here with you?" "She has returned," Yan Weiguo replied, setting down his documents and gesturing for him to close the study door. Lu Xingzhou turned and shut the door. "What happened to your cousin?" "I can't believe she lost her composure in front of so many people, especially in front of Yishao. It seems Yishao is somewhat put off by her now." Lu Xingzhou frowned slightly. "That Yi Zhengqing doesn't strike me as a good person. He's a playboy and a fool. My cousin doesn't like him either. I think this marriage should be called off." "You don't understand." Yan Weiguo shook his head. "His foolishness matters little. What is significant is not him, but his family, the Yi clan behind him." Lu Xingzhou was puzzled. Why do you place such importance on the Yi clan? However, Yan Weiguo changed the subject. "What was the outcome of your reconnaissance of the zombie queen's lair?" Lu Xingzhou's expression grew serious.
It was a marshy area.
"We lay in wait there for 2 days, but did not encounter the zombie queen. However, there was an immense gathering of zombies, many high-level ones and countless low-level ones, all devotedly awaiting the awakening of their queen. We have planted explosives nearby, which should prove useful, and with your abilities, uncle, perhaps we can engage in battle. By the way, the Tung Yuan I mentioned to you before has plans to deal with those high-level zombies. I've asked him to come over shortly. We are cooperating." He discovered the zombie queen's lair first and stated that he only wants the zombie queen's crystal core. Everything else can be ours. "Do you know the purpose of the zombie queen's crystal core?" Yan Weiguo suddenly interrupted. Lu Xingzhou was puzzled. "What purpose?" Yan Weiguo gazed at him. "Obtaining the zombie queen's crystal core means acquiring her abilities." Lu Xingzhou was taken aback. "The crystal core of the zombie queen has such power? That's why that kid only says he wants the zombie queen's crystal core," Yan Weiguo sneered. "That little bit of sun and moon crystal pales in comparison to the zombie queen's core. You are still too naive." Chapter 61. The zombie queen's crystal core must not be given away. Lu Xingzhou finally understood. No wonder I wondered why he was so generous. This crystal core of the zombie queen must not be given to him. Yan Weiguo's voice turned cold. Such a valuable item must naturally be ours. Lu Xingzhou hesitated. "But uncle, I've already made a promise to him." "Xingzhou, you're still too rigid in your dealings," Yan Weiguo frowned. "It's fine to go back on your word. To achieve great things, one must be ruthless. How can such an important item be handed over so easily? This is the apocalypse. There's no need to adhere to the rules of civilized society. In this world, the one with the strongest fist will secure more resources. This crystal core can be used to give your cousin abilities, allowing her to protect herself." Lu Xingzhou frowned, feeling that what his uncle was suggesting was unethical. Yet he recognized the truth in his words. He had initially agreed without understanding the crystal core's significance, a misunderstanding stemming from Tung Yuan's prior concealment. However, uncle. Lu Xingzhou expressed concern. It may not be so simple. He is a level 2 ability user.
Oh.
Yan Weiguo was somewhat surprised. What is his ability? Lu Xingzhou recalled. During our outings these past 2 days, Tung Yuan did not display any abilities. When I first met him, he used ice abilities. He should possess ice abilities. With formidable area attack capabilities, capable of freezing all zombies in an instant. Ice abilities cannot compare to your lightning abilities or those of my subordinate's fire abilities, Yan Weiguo scoffed. Besides, we have the numbers. He is fighting alone. Even if we seize the zombie queen's crystal core, what can he do? You make a valid point. Lu Xingzhou nodded. A knock echoed at the door. Lu Xingzhou approached and opened it to find Tung Yuan standing outside. You've arrived, Lu Xingzhou greeted him with a nod, stepping aside to let him in. After closing the door, he introduced, this is Tung Yuan, as I mentioned to you, uncle. Tung, this is my uncle. Major General Yan Weiguo. Yan Weiguo scrutinized Tung Yuan, finding him sharp-featured, with deep-set eyes, taciturn and evidently not someone to be trifled with.
Tung.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Yan Weiguo smiled faintly. I often hear Xingzhou speak of you. Tung Yuan merely nodded. I'm here to discuss the battle plan. His lack of formality made Yan Weiguo frown slightly, sensing the youth's arrogance and disregard. He would inevitably learn a lesson. They deliberated in the study for an hour, ultimately finalizing the battle plan. They would set off tomorrow, aiming for a swift resolution, as any delay could awaken the zombie queen, making victory uncertain. As Tung Yuan exited the study, he encountered Yi Zhengqing in the corridor. Wait, Yi Zhengqing interjected, blocking his path. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? How can you reconcile with that woman? Though I concede she is indeed beautiful and has become even more so, you surely wouldn't sacrifice your dignity for her. Would you? Tung Yuan cast a cold glance at him, demanding to know what he truly wished to convey. All right, fine, I cannot meddle in your affairs. You are indeed a masochist. However, your Tung family has established a survivor base in Langdong, now a formidable force in its own right. Why do you not return to your family and instead choose to be someone else's subordinate here? Is there something amiss with you? He genuinely could not fathom it. Could there truly be individuals in this world who are innately drawn to suffering? Langdong? Tung Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. Do you know me? Are you acquainted with my family? Yi Zhengqing chuckled at his words. Are you out of your mind? Aren't we all part of the capital circle? While we may not interact regularly, we often cross paths at various banquets. It's impossible not to recognize one another. A smirk crept across Tung Yuan's lips. Thank you for sharing this delightful news. As Yi Zhengqing observed Tung Yuan's retreating figure, he felt increasingly perplexed. Why did he appear so peculiar? It seemed as though he did not recognize him at all.
Yi Shao.
Lu Xingzhou emerged from the study and spotted Yi Zhengqing standing in the corridor. What are you looking at? Nothing, Yi Zhengqing replied, retracting his gaze. Devoid of any desire to engage with Lu Xingzhou. I shall return to my room. Lu Xingzhou watched his retreating silhouette, his brow slightly furrowing. He approached the door of his cousin Yan Huan, only to find a servant stationed outside. Where is my cousin? What has happened to her? He inquired. The servant stammered. The young lady, she is feeling unwell and is resting in her room. Feeling unwell? Lu Xingzhou frowned. If she is unwell, why has no doctor been called? I recall there are military doctors in the army. Are there not? The servant appeared distressed. The young lady does not wish to see a doctor. She said a bit of rest would suffice. The key issue is, it would be quite embarrassing to call for a doctor. She had just eaten and was, well, quite gassy. How could she face anyone like that? This simply won't do. Lu Xingzhou's frown deepened as he reached for the door. I shall go in and check on her. The servant gasped in alarm. Young master, please don't. Suddenly, an odd sound emanated from within. Lu Xingzhou paused. What was that sound? The servant quickly blocked his path. Young master, the young lady is truly not in a position to see you. You know her temper. Please do not make this difficult for me. Reluctantly, Lu Xingzhou withdrew his hand. Very well. Ensure Huan Huan is taken care of. If anything arises, inform me immediately. The servant nodded fervently. Of course, of course. In the blink of an eye, dusk descended. When Tung Yuan entered the girls' dormitory, he immediately halted upon noticing a figure inside. He knocked lightly on the door. The girl turned her head, her round face marred by a furrowed brow filled with sorrow. I've come to collect my girlfriend's belongings. May I come in? Lin Yu, taken aback by the tall, handsome man before her, took a moment to respond. Yes, of course. Tung Yuan nodded and approached Qi Jinnuo's bed, beginning to tidy her bedding. Lin Yu regarded his retreating figure, a wave of intense imbalance surging within her. In the base, those with abilities were held in high esteem, enjoying elevated status, yet this man, an ability user and a guest of the leader, was personally tending to a woman's bedding. What did Qi Jinnuo possess beyond her pretty face? She was utterly delicate, incapable of lifting a finger, and even pulling a weed could result in injury. The notion of her doing laundry or cooking for a man was utterly out of the question. What could he possibly find appealing about her? Was it merely her beautiful visage? Truly, men were impressively superficial creatures. Chapter 62. Bringing her along. Sir. Lin Yu suddenly called out to Tung Yuan as he prepared to leave. Tung Yuan paused, turning slightly to look at her while holding the bedding. Are you aware that your girlfriend has been flirting with the fiancé of the young master while you were away? I even saw them holding hands. If I hear such slander elsewhere, I shall toss you to the zombies. Tung Yuan shot her a cold glance before striding away without another word. Lin Yu stood frozen, her face paling. Inside the room, Qi Jinnuo had taken out a plethora of fruits from her spatial storage, crafting a delightful fruit salad, complete with juice and various snacks. Reveling in her feast. Living in a shared dormitory made snacking inconvenient. One had to wait for moments of solitude to retrieve items from the space and consume them quickly, robbing the experience of its joy. Now, back in her room, she could indulge freely. As the door swung open, Qi Jinnuo saw Tung Yuan enter, cradling her soft pink bedding, a sight that elicited an indescribable amusement. A tall man, nearly 6 feet tall, tenderly carrying a bundle of pink fabric, was a stark contrast to his imposing demeanor. Unable to suppress a laugh, she quickly approached him. You're back. Thank you for your efforts. Are you tired? Let me give you a massage later, she exclaimed, adopting a remarkably subservient demeanor. Tung Yuan placed the items down and cast her a sidelong glance. Your hands are injured. What do you mean by a massage? Take care of yourself. I knew you cared about me, Qi Jinnuo replied, her words merely a playful jest. After all, flattery costs nothing. Come eat something. I'm sure the food outside was not to your liking. Have some fresh snacks. She beckoned him over. As Tung Yuan settled into a chair, Qi Jinnuo speared a strawberry with a fork and held it to his lips. Try this. Tung Yuan glanced at the berry. Its vibrant red hue and plump form glistening with white yogurt, exuding a sweet fragrance. Upon biting into it, the juice burst forth, flooding his mouth with delightful sweetness. How is it? Qi Jinnuo inquired. Quite good, Tung Yuan replied. Then have another. She fed him another strawberry. This is the very first batch freshly harvested from my space. Each one is plump and sweet. You cannot find strawberries this delectable outside. They are so good that you'll want to devour more, almost to the point of injury. Moreover, the produce grown in her space had the added benefit of purifying impurities within the body, making it beneficial to consume. Tung Yuan stated, We shall depart tomorrow to encircle the lair of the zombie queen. Upon hearing this, Qi Jinnuo quickly interjected, Then I shall accompany you. You cannot leave me here. I would surely be bullied to death by Yan Huan. Tung Yuan frowned slightly. I will discuss it with Lu Xingzhou. Don't. Does Yan Huan even listen to Lu Xingzhou? If you are not here, I will truly become a pitiful creature with no protector. Can you bear that? Qi Jinnuo raised her hands in a pitiful manner. Look at my hands. They have become like this. Do you not feel any sympathy? Tung Yuan fell silent for a moment, ultimately relenting. Very well, you may come along. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. Qi Jinnuo quickly assured him. I will find a spot to hide. Tung Yuan replied, I will use ice to create a small defensive shelter for you. You'll be quite safe inside. Is that truly possible? Qi Jinnuo exclaimed in surprise. Brother, you are truly amazing. Tung Yuan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? To you, it may seem trivial, but to others, it is quite remarkable. How can you be so incredible? Qi Jinnuo marveled. A smile involuntarily tugged at Tung Yuan's lips. Due to her injured hand, Qi Jinnuo found bathing particularly troublesome, taking nearly an hour to finish. After donning a silk nightgown, she reclined gracefully on her bed. At present, everything Tung Yuan consumed or utilized came from her spatial storage, and even his bathing was done with spring water. Thus, he bore no impurities within his body. As for the others, It is likely that by now, their bodies have accumulated a significant amount of impurities. Before long, the black rain sickness will erupt, and they will come to comprehend the importance of moon crystal purification. An excess of impurities within the body will also impede the speed of their abilities' advancement. However, Tung Yuan, devoid of impurities and blessed with the protagonist's halo, experiences a remarkably smooth progression. Soon, Tung Yuan emerged from his cleansing ritual. After a while, he dried his hair and lay down beside her. Qi Jinnuo caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of a shower gel, identical to the one she wore. Unable to resist, she subtly nestled closer. Tung Yuan glanced at her, then shut his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Such tranquility. She had expected that after being away for 2 to 3 days, he would be particularly eager, considering he was a man with considerable needs. Qi Jinnuo wriggled her body, seeking to nestle into his embrace. Tung Yuan furrowed his brow, opened his eyes, and playfully swatted her bottom, admonishing, "Be still."
Oh.
Qi Jinnuo responded, though her heart remained unconvinced. His hand rested on her waist, enveloping her. The fragrant softness of her body was a delicacy that only he truly appreciated. The subtle aroma wafted towards him, causing his breathing to quicken, and a sudden warmth enveloped him. At that moment, she unwittingly slid her calf over his leg, the delicate sensation prompting him to roll over and pin her beneath him. With a fierce tone, he declared, "I initially considered sparing you due to your injured hand, but since you are deliberately teasing me, you shall not sleep tonight."
Villainess.
What had she done? All she had expressed was her desire for him to hold her as she slept. His lips descended upon hers, silencing her protest. Tung Yuan swiftly pulled the blanket over them, concealing their forms. A pink silk camisole slipped from the covers, cascading gently to the floor, followed by his long pants, creating an indescribable atmosphere of intimacy and allure. Outside, the night deepened. In the study, Yan Weigua handed Lu Xingzhou a blue crystal core. This was Lu Xingzhou's first encounter with such a blue crystal core, which bore a different shape compared to zombie crystal cores. The zombies' moon and sun crystals were diamond-shaped, while this blue core was round. "What kind of crystal core is this?" Lu Xingzhou inquired. Yan Weigua replied, "This is a second-tier ability user-S crystal core." Lu Xingzhou was taken aback. A second-tier ability user-S crystal core. But it's merely the worthless Earth-type second-tier crystal core. Yan Weigua remarked nonchalantly. Ability user crystal cores are a tremendous boon for ability users. After a lengthy pause, Lu Xingzhou's expression became complex as he asked, "Uncle, what exactly is this crystal core?" "This is the endeavor of Yi Jingqing's parents," Yan Weigua stated coolly. "They study zombies, they research crystal cores. And this second-tier ability user crystal core was cultivated through special methods." Chapter 63. The Darkness of Humanity. Lu Xingzhou remained silent for a moment before asking, "What special methods?" Yan Weigua looked at him, enunciating each word. "They confine a group of zombies and feed them human flesh daily, which accelerates the zombies' evolution. Moreover, zombies that exclusively consume human flesh will develop sun crystals in their brains. These sun crystals can then be harvested for other ability users' advancements. Once they reach second tier, their crystal cores are extracted, and their bodies are fed to the zombies, creating a perpetual cycle." This gruesome method of cultivating crystal cores drained color from Lu Xingzhou's face, leaving him breathless. It starkly illustrated the brutality of the apocalypse and the collapse of humanity. He had never perceived the world as so dark. He gazed at the blue crystal core in his hand, which seemed tainted with blood, not knowing how many lives had been sacrificed to nurture it. "Xingzhou, you must grow strong swiftly," Yan Weigua said with a serious expression. "You must understand that this world is no longer the one you once knew." Lu Xingzhou murmured, "I don't understand why such methods are necessary for cultivation. If one desires sun crystals, wouldn't it suffice to kill zombies?" Yan Weigua explained, "Haven't you noticed? Among high-level zombies, the probability of moon crystals is greater, while the probability of sun crystals is lesser. You cannot ascertain whether a zombie contains sun or moon crystals. Relying on killing zombies to collect sun crystals is far too slow, and the quality of the sun crystals is uncertain. However, the sun crystals cultivated through this method are of exceptionally high quality and have a stable probability, allowing for the rapid production of a large quantity of sun crystals for low-tier ability users' advancement. Those less useful ability users, once they reach second tier, will have their crystal cores extracted and used by more powerful second-tier ability users to elevate them to third tier. You must realize that ascending from second tier to third tier is exceedingly challenging, but through this method, a second tier fire type ability user in my unit will reach third tier by tomorrow. There was an undercurrent of excitement in Yan Weigua's tone. This method could cultivate a super army of ability users for him. In this apocalypse, he would stand unyielding. Lu Xingzhou was stunned. Third tier? At this early stage of the apocalypse, even second-tier ability users were a rare breed, and yet his uncle's subordinate, a fire-type ability user, was about to ascend to third tier? Yan Weigua spoke with enthusiasm. The sun crystals nourished by the flesh of second-tier ability users will be of even higher quality. Just 5 will suffice to elevate a second-tier ability user to third tier. Do you know how long it would typically take for a second-tier ability user to ascend to third tier? An eternity. This crystal core from the zombie queen will undoubtedly be ours. Yan Weigua patted Lu Xingzhou's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Xingzhou, listen to your uncle. I will not harm you. I hope for your success. Just think, before long, we will dominate the apocalypse as an uncle-nephew duo. Are you not excited? Therefore, I must secure Yi Zhengqing at all costs. He then retrieved 2 more blue crystal cores from the drawer. Take these second-tier ability user crystal cores back with you. Typically, they are not meant for low-tier ability users due to their extravagance, but since you are my beloved nephew, that is another matter altogether. Absorb just 1, and you will elevate to second tier by tomorrow. Keep the rest. Lu Xingzhou lowered his gaze at the 3 crystal cores in his hand, remaining silent. Upon returning to his room, he placed the crystal cores on the table and stared at them for a long time. Finally, he picked up 1 crystal core, cradling it in his palm, and closed his eyes. Qi Jinnuo was awakened in the morning by Teng Yuan's call. Drowsily, she opened her eyes to find him already dressed, standing by the bed. It's time to rise. We need to set off soon. Qi Jinnuo glanced out the window. The sun was bright, and indeed, it seemed quite late. Yet, she still felt exhausted. I'm still so sleepy, she murmured. Having indulged too much the previous night, coupled with a minor quarrel between them, the aftermath left her feeling overwhelmed. Carry me, she half closed her eyes, extending her arms. Teng Yuan bent down, wrapping her in the thin blanket and lifting her effortlessly, carrying her into the bathroom. After they finished washing up, Qi Jinnuo was fully awake, changing into a white tracksuit that matched Teng Yuan's outfit perfectly. They had no time for breakfast and quickly gathered their belongings before heading downstairs. Qi Jinnuo grabbed a large backpack, filling it with various snacks and drinks before tossing it to Teng Yuan, as the hefty bag was too cumbersome for her to carry. Upon descending the stairs, Qi Jinnuo spotted Yan Huan storming towards her, fury etched on her face. Qi Jinnuo, you wretched woman. Observing her twisted expression, Qi Jinnuo realized that the young lady had come to her senses. She hurriedly sought refuge behind Teng Yuan. Yuan. Teng Yuan stood resolutely before Qi Jinnuo, casting a cold gaze upon Yan Huan. Upon seeing him, Yan Huan momentarily froze. Still captivated by his striking features and physique, yet he was merely a subordinate of her cousin. Get out of my way. Yan Huan spat. Do you dare to obstruct me? Do you even know who I am? Are you aware of what this wretched woman Qi Jinnuo has done to me? I must teach her a lesson. Qi Jinnuo peeked from behind Teng Yuan, deliberately taunting. Well, do enlighten me. What precisely have I done to you? You. Yan Huan's face flushed crimson. How could she articulate her grievance? Surely, she couldn't disclose that she had drugged her, causing her to embarrass herself in front of so many. These past couple of days had been humiliating as she stepped outside and felt the piercing gazes of others, their whispers mocking her. This had shattered her once proud demeanor. When had she ever faced such disgrace? The more she pondered, the more she realized something was amiss. She had been perfectly fine until she consumed the juice she had served. Who else could be responsible if not her? Sensing her struggle to voice her feelings, Qi Jinnuo pressed on with feigned innocence. Come now, do tell. What exactly did I do? Seeing the triumphant smirk on Qi Jinnuo's face drove Yan Huan to the brink of madness. Wretched girl. She attempted to circumvent Teng Yuan but was halted by Yan Weigua's stern voice. Huan Huan, what do you think you're doing? Come here at once. With her vision clouded by rage, Yan Huan bit her lip. Dad, she. Come here, Yan Weigua commanded, his expression unyielding. Left with no choice, Yan Huan shot Qi Jinnuo a furious glare before reluctantly approaching her father. Dad, why are you stopping me? Don't you realize that it was this vile woman who drugged me, humiliating me in front of everyone? I can't bear it any longer. Yan Huan stamped her foot, tears streaming down her face. Yan Weigua's expression softened as he pulled her aside. I know you've been wronged, but there's no need to rush. After today, you can take your revenge however you please, but not now. Why not? Are you afraid of her boyfriend? He is just a subordinate of your cousin. He is not merely your cousin's subordinate. I cannot explain right now, Yan Weigua replied. Just be obedient, and when we return, I shall bring you a crystal core from the zombie queen. I absolutely refuse. Yan Huan shuddered at the thought of that object being nestled within a zombie's brain, mingling with its gray matter. What good could such a thing possibly hold? Yan Weigua lowered his voice. Don't you desire extraordinary powers? The zombie queen's crystal core could grant you her abilities. Really? Yan Huan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What powers does the zombie queen possess? Yan Weigua shook his head. That remains unknown, as the zombie queen has yet to awaken. If she does, we may not stand a chance against her. However, given it is her power, it must be formidable. That is true. After all, she is the queen of the zombies. Yan Huan's mind raced as she glanced at Teng Yuan, observing him opening the car door to assist Qi Jinnuo inside. Flames of jealousy ignited within her. That wretched woman possessed nothing but a pretty face. She was utterly useless. Unlike Yan Huan, who had a major general for father and a formidable cousin. It was precisely because of these connections that she maintained her status as a young lady amidst the apocalypse, while that woman had no right to stand alongside her.
Dad.
I want to join you in the zombie hunt, Yan Huan declared. Yan Weigua frowned immediately. Do not be foolish. Do you understand how perilous it is? No one will be there to protect you. If that wretched girl can go, why can't I? Yan Huan pointed at Qi Jinnuo, who was seated in the car. I don't care. I'm going regardless. If not, she shouldn't be allowed to go either. She has chosen to bring her girlfriend along. What can I do about it? Yan Weigua maintained a stern demeanor. Without hesitation, Yan Huan flung open the door of the adjacent car and clambered inside, declaring, I don't care. I'm going. Yan Weigua, feeling exasperated, spotted Lu Xingzhou approaching and quickly exclaimed, Xingzhou, you've arrived just in time. Your cousin insists on joining us. Please talk some sense into her. Lu Xingzhou glanced at his cousin, who was signaling him with her eyes. He smiled. It's all right, uncle. Let her come along. We can have her wait at a safe distance and I will ensure she is protected. Yan Weigua's frown deepened, but he eventually conceded, very well. Then, Huan is in your hands. Lu Xingzhou nodded at Yan Huan, signaling that the matter was settled, then turned his gaze towards Teng Yuan and approached him. Upon seeing Lu Xingzhou, Teng Yuan immediately sensed a change. The energy radiating from him had grown immensely formidable, starkly contrasting with his previous state. Had he ascended to level 2? He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him. Teng Yuan was skeptical that Lu Xingzhou could have suddenly elevated his level overnight, especially since he had felt a considerable gap between them the day before. This disparity could not simply be bridged by an abundance of sun crystals, as there was a limit to the amount one could absorb at once. Alternatively, he may have employed other means. Suddenly, a tall man clad in green military attire, with a dark complexion, strode past, and Teng Yuan immediately sensed the unfathomable energy emanating from him, rendering it impossible to gauge his level. This was a first for Teng Yuan, as he observed the man approach Yan Weigua and salute him respectfully. He realized that this individual must be one of Yan Weigua's subordinates. It was surprising that Yan Weigua had such a formidable ally. He had heard Lu Xingzhou mention a level 2 fire ability user before, yet this man appeared to exceed that level. Teng Yuan's eyes darkened with intrigue.
Yuanye.
Lu Xingzhou approached him and glanced at Qi Jinnuo in the passenger seat. Is your girlfriend joining us too? Yes, if she wishes to go, let her, Teng Yuan replied. Qi Jinnuo smiled at Lu Xingzhou. I hope I won't be a burden. Not at all. My cousin also insists on coming along. Just stay near her at a safe distance, and I'll arrange protection for both of you, Lu Xingzhou reassured her. Qi Jinnuo's smile faltered slightly. She feared that being with Yan Huan might lead to immediate conflict. No need for that. I will ensure my girlfriend is well taken care of without your assistance. Teng Yuan interjected. Lu Xingzhou smiled faintly. Very well then. By the way, that individual is the level 2 fire ability user you mentioned, correct? Teng Yuan asked, gesturing toward the dark-skinned soldier ahead. Lu Xingzhou's expression shifted. Indeed, but I suspect you may have sensed something different about him, as I have, too. He has indeed ascended to level 3, just as Uncle mentioned. Such an astonishing rate of advancement. It's no wonder Uncle seeks to align with Yi Jinnuo. If this upgrading method were to become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly incite chaos.
Yes.
But I've heard from Uncle that he seems to be on the verge of a promotion as well. I'm not sure if he has succeeded. Lu Xingzhou vaguely replied before finding an excuse to depart. Ting Yuan maintained a stoic expression as he watched him leave. Lu Xingzhou has also advanced to level 2. The voice echoed in his mind. Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. So soon? It's not a legitimate upgrading path. You always say it's not a legitimate upgrading path. Can you tell me what exactly makes it irregular? Qi Jinnuo was genuinely curious. She had initially failed to read attentively, resulting in her overlooking numerous pivotal plot points. I was uncertain before, but now I am convinced that they carry the scent of human blood. What does that mean? I don't quite understand. It signifies that they utilize human flesh and blood as nourishment for their evolution. A chill suddenly coursed through Qi Jinnuo. How is this any different from zombies? The distinction lies in the fact that they do not directly consume human flesh and blood. I suspect they have extracted the crystal nuclei from ability users to absorb them for their advancement. That second-level fire ability user has now ascended to the third level through the same means. Lu Xingzhou, surprisingly, Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. She had believed Lu Xingzhou to be a person of integrity, only to discover he was also someone who would resort to unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals. Be cautious of being schemed against. Enin warned. What do you mean? They might attempt to seize the zombie queen's crystal nucleus, possibly using the male lead as a scapegoat. Qi Jinnuo instinctively glanced at Ting Yuan as well. This person hardly seemed like a pawn. To scheme against him would be akin to courting death. However, he was currently only at level 2 and would certainly be outmatched by so many ability users, especially with a third level one among them. What are you looking at me for? Ting Yuan inquired. Qi Jinnuo leaned in closer and whispered, remember that I found a mother zombie's crystal nucleus? Why not absorb it now? Ting Yuan narrowed his eyes. Do you know something?
No, Yi Jinnuo instinctively denied.
Though a hint of guilt crept in. What could I possibly know? I'm merely worried about your safety and want you to grow stronger. Do not worry, Ting Yuan assured. What you fear will not come to pass. Chapter 65, The Offensive Begins. Qi Jinnuo, perplexed, asked, You know what I'm worried about? Ting Yuan replied slowly. Regardless of your concerns, they will not materialize. Such confidence? Qi Jinnuo was somewhat bewildered. Did he possess some kind of winning artifact? Soon the assembly was complete, and they were set to depart. The convoy left in a grand procession, heading toward the lair of the zombie queen. After approximately an hour, they reached their destination, having encountered several hordes of zombies along the way, which delayed their progress. The convoy halted a kilometer away from the marshy terrain. Qi Jinnuo observed a few soldiers nearby, frantically setting up a sunshade for Yan Huan and arranging tables and chairs, which she found quite unseemly. Had she come for a picnic? Yan Huan initially appeared quite normal, but upon spotting Qi Jinnuo, she transformed into an irate rooster. Qi Jinnuo thought she was about to charge at her, but to her surprise, Yan Huan merely shot her a fierce glare before turning her attention elsewhere. Gritting her teeth, Yan Huan suppressed the fury simmering within her. Once she obtained the zombie queen's crystal nucleus and acquired her abilities, she would make Qi Jinnuo pay dearly. Anyone who dared to embarrass her would face her wrath, no matter how far she had to go. Lu Xingzhou cast a glance at Ting Yuan, signaling him to approach. Ting Yuan instructed Qi Jinnuo, Stay here and don't move. I'll be back shortly. If you feel the heat, you can wait in the vehicle. All right, Qi Jinnuo nodded. Ting Yuan approached Lu Xingzhou, Yan Weiguo, and the third-level ability user, who were already present. Lu Xingzhou unfurled a rudimentary map they had drawn after their reconnaissance that day. According to our plan, we will first dispatch a small team to infiltrate from the east, drawing the attention of a portion of the zombies and luring them to the location where we have buried explosives, which we will ignite. At that moment, the other zombies will be attracted by the commotion and swarm over, allowing our people to take advantage of the situation. However, some zombies will remain stationed at the marshy area. The location of the zombie queen is encircled by marshland, making it exceedingly difficult for us to advance, Ting Yuan stated. I will freeze the marsh, and you all can lure another group of zombies onto the ice. I will swiftly melt the ice, causing them to plunge into the depths of the marsh. These two strategies should eliminate a significant portion of the zombies, but it is still far from sufficient. Teng Yuan glanced at the third-level fire ability user. When the time comes, I will need your assistance. The other nodded, acknowledging the necessity of his involvement. Teng Yuan continued. I will use ice to transport gasoline to the zombies' vicinity. When the time comes, you will ignite it. Zombies fear fire, and this tactic will effectively strike against them. Yan Weiguo looked up at the sun. It's nearly noon. Let us have a meal first. We need our strength, and we can depart in an hour, all right? That works, Teng Yuan agreed. As he turned, he suddenly sensed a surge of psychic energy, causing him to pause and glance into the depths of the forest. Lu Xingzhou noticed his behavior. What's wrong? Nothing, Teng Yuan replied casually, turning away. Yet, as he did, a shadow fell over his expression. The recent psychic wave was likely from the zombie that had initially brought him here, attempting to use him as nourishment for the zombie queen. Under its influence, he had glimpsed some past memories and learned the secret of the zombie queen's crystal nucleus. It was presumably the foremost general under the zombie queen, possessing absolute dominion over the horde. Teng Yuan had peered into its memories, aware of the secret regarding the zombie queen's crystal nucleus, as well as the queen's vulnerabilities. It was unaware that he also possessed psychic abilities. Upon realizing that he had uncovered these secrets, it had flown into a rage, intent on killing him. Yet, he had managed to evade capture. Now, it had sensed his presence and would likely prepare in advance. However, this was fortuitous. Watching a dog bite another dog was far more entertaining. Upon returning to the vehicle, Qi Jinnuo had already prepared lunch. As he entered, she handed him a portion of hot food, topped with steak and fresh vegetables, along with a few vibrant and delectable cherry tomatoes, the first harvest from her space. How is it? Qi Jinnuo inquired. Teng Yuan replied, we depart in an hour. And I? Should I just wait in the car for you? Teng Yuan pondered for a moment. You should come with me. I will ensure you are placed in a safe location. All right, Qi Jinnuo nodded. Teng Yuan regarded her. Aren't you concerned? What if I bring you along, and then abandon you? Would you? Qi Jinnuo blinked innocently. How could you bear to treat your beautiful, adorable, gentle, and kind girlfriend so poorly? Without me, you would be so lonely in the future. A smile crept across Teng Yuan's lips. I'll take you to see a grand performance. That smile made Qi Jinnuo feel a sense of impending doom. Yet, she reasoned that it was unlikely to be her misfortune. Rather, it was likely someone else who would face the consequences. An hour later, everyone gathered and set off. Yan Huan was still leisurely enjoying her meal under the sunshade when she suddenly spotted Qi Jinnuo walking alongside Teng Yuan and sprang to her feet. Why is she going too? She narrowed her eyes and beckoned to a nearby ability user. The ability user approached, perplexed. Miss, what's the matter? Yan Huan, observing Qi Jinnuo and Teng Yuan's retreating figures, whispered, we will follow them closely. The ability user, taken aback, exclaimed, no, miss. The general and the boss instructed me to keep you safe. It's far safer for us to remain here. I said I'm going, so I'm going. You only need to obey. Don't waste your breath. Yan Huan coldly snorted in discontent. With my father and cousin's formidable army of superhumans here, what can zombies possibly do to me? The superhuman attempted to reason with her. Young miss, this is not a jest. Yan Huan disregarded him, turning her head away. Once the main force set off, she followed closely behind. The two superhumans, unable to deter her and, fearing for her safety, had no choice but to accompany her. It was the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly. Although zombies were not averse to sunlight, they preferred not to emerge under the harsh rays, as it hindered their movement. They were most active during the night. The decision to launch an attack at this hour took this into consideration. According to the plan, a squad of superhumans first attracted the zombies' attention and subsequently lured them to a location where explosives were buried. The operation proceeded flawlessly. As the explosives detonated, the deafening explosion shattered the zombies caught in the blast, limbs flying in all directions. A severed leg landed before Yan Huan, still dripping with putrid flesh and blood, nearly causing her to retch. When she looked up again, she realized that Qi Jinnuo and Teng Yuan were nowhere to be seen. Where could they be? Chapter 66, The Great Battle. Teng Yuan led Qi Jinnuo to a safe grove. At that moment, all the zombies were fixated on the superhumans ahead, oblivious to their surroundings. He fashioned an ice shelter with his powers. Stay inside for now. It may be a bit cold, but it's quite safe. You can use the blankets from the space for warmth. Qi Jinnuo asked, but will it melt if it feels the warmth? Tung Yuanya shook his head. Not at all. As long as I wish it, it will not melt. Oh. All right then. I'll wait for you here. Qi Jinnuo nodded obediently. Another massive explosion erupted, startling a flock of birds into flight. Smoke billowed into the sky, and the air was thick with gunpowder. I'm off, Tung Yuanya said as he withdrew his gaze. After he left, Qi Jinnuo hesitated, contemplating whether to enter the small ice shelter. It must be quite cold inside, although it would be safe. Don't go in. I can sense if zombies approach me, and I will inform you. Moreover, I can now conceal my presence for an hour. The voice of Silver echoed in her mind. So impressive? Qi Jinnuo exclaimed. Have you evolved again? Indeed. Silver proclaimed proudly. I am advancing rapidly. Before long, I shall gain a physical form and be able to leave the space. Remarkable. It seems the day when you can emerge from the space to protect me is not far off. Another thunderous explosion rocked the forest. Qi Jinnuo gazed deeper into the woods, recalling Tung Yuanya's obsession with the zombie queen's crystal core, and could not help but ask, do you think he knows the function of the zombie queen's crystal core? He does. He knows? How does he know? That I cannot ascertain, as I cannot probe the male lead's memories or invade his mental domain. However, he must know, otherwise, why would he be so determined to obtain that crystal core? Qi Jinnuo pondered this and concluded that he must indeed be aware, hence his intense focus. Tung Yuanya returned to the battlefield. The second and third waves of zombies had already been detonated, obliterated into countless pieces. The outermost defenses of the swamp were composed of these lower-tier zombies, and utilizing explosives against them proved to be the most efficient means, conserving considerable manpower. Once the lower-tier zombies were dealt with, they would advance further into the swamp. The zombie queen lay deep within the swamp, awaiting her awakening. The low-level zombies dwelling at the swamp's periphery would not dare to cross into the depths, while the higher-tier zombies within the swamp had their methods to navigate freely.
Now,
their task was to lure the higher-tier zombies to this vicinity and eliminate a portion of them using the swamp. Tung Yuanya approached the edge of the swamp. Sensing the depths of its eerie expanse, a singular zombie had unleashed its mental domain, observing their every move. How long would it endure? Tung Yuanya was genuinely curious. He summoned a chilling white light within his palm and struck the ground forcefully. An icy layer swiftly spread from beneath his hand, enveloping the entire swamp. After retracting his hand, he frowned slightly, standing up. It's done. This was his first large-scale ice manifestation, and the exertion had taken a toll on his energy, leaving him feeling somewhat unwell. Lu Xingzhou turned to the nearby superhuman squad and nodded at them. The squad promptly set forth, stepping onto the icy surface and advancing deeper into the swamp, feigning an attack. Soon, a horde of higher-tier zombies emerged with a deafening roar, launching a massive fireball towards the superhuman squad. Just as it was about to reach them, a metallic wall rapidly ascended, blocking the fireball's assault. The superhuman squad seized the opportunity to retreat. As the metallic wall vanished, the zombies surged forward. Simultaneously, spheres of lightning, fire, and water began raining down upon them. Tung Yuanya stood at the swamp's edge, his gaze fixed upon the enraged higher-tier zombies, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. The other superhumans sprang into action, engaging in combat with the zombies. The Tier 3 fire superhuman hurled a colossal fireball, directly obliterating a cluster of zombies. Yet, the bodies of these higher-tier zombies were not as fragile as those of their lower-tier counterparts, as long as the crystal core within their brains remained intact. They could continue to fight. Essentially, they were akin to an undying army. After launching a lightning sphere, Lu Xingzhou turned to Tung Yuanya, shouting, "Quickly withdraw the ice sheet." "What are you waiting for?" However, Tung Yuanya remained unmoved, coldly observing the higher-tier zombies charging across the ice. What was he waiting for? Naturally, he was anticipating the scenario of the clam and the snipe contending, with the fishermen reaping the benefits. Yan Weigua immediately sensed Tung Yuanya's intentions, his expression shifting dramatically as he yelled, "He won't withdraw the ice sheet. He intends to let us battle the zombies, while he goes after the zombie queen's crystal core." What? Lu Xingzhou gritted his teeth, glaring at Tung Yuanya, but a higher-tier zombie launched an attack, forcing him to engage in battle, leaving him no room for distraction. The other superhumans also found themselves embroiled in combat, and for a moment, no one was watching Tung Yuanya. "You reckless boy. With such grand ambitions at such a young age, are you not afraid of being overwhelmed?" Yan Weigua glared coldly at Tung Yuanya. "You've been plotting this from the very beginning, haven't you?" Tung Yuanya replied nonchalantly, I initially intended to cooperate sincerely, but you breached the agreement first. You have only yourselves to blame. You knew. Yan Weigua's complexion paled. Could it be that the young man had eavesdropped outside?
Impossible.
His people were stationed all around. How could he have overheard anything? Tung Yuanya's lips curled into a mocking smile. Since you lack virtue, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Damn it. After all these years, this is the first time I've been so outmaneuvered. Enraged, Yan Weigua drew his gun, firing several rounds at Tung Yuanya. An ice wall swiftly rose before Tung Yuanya, its strength formidable enough to withstand the bullets. As the ice wall receded, Tung Yuanya, with a smirk that bordered on disdain, remarked, You all can take your time playing with the zombies here. I shall take my leave first. Yet, just as he took a step forward, a fireball hurtled toward him. His expression darkened as he swiftly dodged. The fireball left a deep crater in the ground where he had stood, still smoking. He furrowed his brows, gazing at the dark-skinned man ahead. In the opponent's hand, a colossal fireball was clenched tightly as he coldly declared, If you wish to leave, you must first pass my test. Do you truly believe I was unprepared? Such naivety, young one. Yan Weigua sneered. You, a mere second-tier ability user with ice powers, are utterly disadvantaged against my fire abilities. Not to mention, I am a level higher than you. Today, this place shall become your grave. The fireball hurtled towards Tung Yuan with incredible speed, prompting him to hurl an ice sphere in retaliation. However, in the instant the two collided, the fireball effortlessly obliterated the ice sphere, surging directly towards Tung Yuan. Chapter 67. The True Form of the Zombie Queen. Tung Yuan barely had time to evade. A wall of ice rapidly rose but was shattered in an instant by the fireball's impact, causing a shockwave that forced him several steps back. Coupled with the recent extensive use of his abilities, he found himself in a precarious state. The disparity between a second-tier and a third-tier ability user is indeed vast. He pondered, furrowing his brow. The current situation was exceedingly troublesome, and his gaze drifted towards the depths of the swamp. What was that advanced psychic zombie waiting for? The sounds of battle grew increasingly intense. Qi Jinnuo glanced towards the smoky horizon, her brow furrowing in concern, uncertain of the battle's progression. Not good. The male protagonist intends to incite Yan Weigua's ability army to engage with the zombies, while he himself seeks to retrieve the zombie queen's crystal core. Yet he is presently entangled with a third-tier fire ability user. Qi Jinnuo felt a wave of anxiety. As a second-tier, could she truly contend against a third-tier? Was this to be her end? No, the protagonist will not perish. However, he cannot extricate himself in the short term. Qi Jinnuo bit her lip, falling silent. You could sneak in and steal the zombie queen's crystal core.
Me?
Qi Jinnuo gasped, hastily retorting. You can't be serious. You want me, a powerless individual, to steal the zombie queen's crystal core? Are you wishing for my demise? But I will be with you. I will cloak your presence for an hour, surely. You can manage to steal it then? Surprisingly, Qi Jinnuo felt a flicker of temptation. After a moment's hesitation, she reflected, I cannot possibly defeat the zombie queen either. The zombie queen remains dormant. She is still in slumber, and even you could handle her. What a splendid opportunity. It would be a pity to let it slip away. Shall we? It's time to seize the chance. You succeeded last time. Surely you can again. Qi Jinnuo rubbed her arms, a chill running down her spine, and protested, Speak properly. This is revolting.
Go.
Go, go, go. Qi Jinnuo could no longer bear it and urged, Quickly, conceal my presence. However, if I simply stroll past, those individuals will undoubtedly prevent me. Although the zombies were oblivious to her, the ability users could still see her. I know of a small path. You can bypass the swamp and reach the depths where the zombie queen sleeps. Very well. The allure of the zombie queen's crystal core was too great to resist, and she was determined to take the plunge. Drawing a tang knife from her spatial pocket, she followed Silver's guidance towards the narrow path leading deeper into the swamp. Yan Huan observed as Qi Jinnuo brandished a long knife and headed in another direction, scoffing, I knew this wretched girl would not remain still.
Come.
Let us follow her and discover her intentions. An ability user attempted to intercept her, but fell silent under Yan Huan's fierce glare. The so-called narrow path was a dimly lit creek. A small stream meandered into the dark abyss, rendering everything invisible. Qi Jinnuo shivered. Isn't this a bit too terrifying? What are you afraid of? Your presence is cloaked, and the zombies cannot detect you. I know, but I can still feel fear. This pales in comparison to the significance of the zombie queen's crystal core. Hurry, take advantage of the chaos. Such an opportunity is rare. Taking a deep breath, Qi Jinnuo resolved to proceed. Gritting her teeth, she advanced with her knife in hand. The creak emitted faint sounds, and the only other noise was her footfalls, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. Qi Jinnuo retrieved a flashlight from her spatial pocket, then hesitated and asked, "The light from this flashlight won't attract the zombies, will it?" "No, and besides, there are no zombies here. They've all gone to battle with the ability users." That's a relief, Qi Jinnuo thought, feeling somewhat reassured. Uncertain of how long she had been walking, she eventually arrived at the deepest part, where 3 cave entrances loomed before her. Standing in the center, she felt perplexed. Which entrance should I choose? The left one. Without hesitation, Qi Jinnuo followed the advice and ventured into the left cave. Upon entering, she was startled by a swarm of bats densely clustered above the entrance, causing her flashlight to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. The rustling of the bats sent shivers down her spine. Why are there so many bats here? This is terrifying. There's no choice. Bats are fond of lingering at cave entrances, but don't worry, they won't bite. Bending down to retrieve her flashlight, Qi Jinnuo gritted her teeth and hastened deeper inside, afraid to lift her gaze lest she faint from fright. Finally reaching the cave's end, she was greeted by a brilliant sight. A towering tree stood before her, adorned with numerous bubbles. It was difficult to describe, resembling oversized soap bubbles, within which lay slumbering zombies. They appeared as fruit born from the tree, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent hues. The roots of the tree delved deep into the swamp, flourishing with leaves, while the trunk bore crimson veins akin to human arteries, seemingly nourishing the zombies within their bubbles. What is this? Look at the golden bubble on the main trunk. I see it. It's incredibly conspicuous. I noticed it right away. That is the slumbering zombie queen. Qi Jinnuo directed her gaze towards the zombie in the bubble. And what of these? They are the mother zombies birthed by the zombie queen. So many mother zombies. It's not excessive. Only the zombie queen can give rise to mother zombies. When a mother zombie awakens, the bubble falls like a ripened fruit. Qi Jinnuo began to comprehend. No wonder you said mother zombies are all progeny of the zombie queen. There is not just one zombie queen. Zombies, like ability users, are classified into 6 tiers. Those that reach tier 6 are exceedingly rare, but once one surpasses tier 3, they possess the potential to become a king. Once a mother zombie fully awakens, she will metamorphose into a zombie queen, reigning supreme over her domain. However, this process is arduous. Qi Jinnuo cautiously approached the golden bubble. The slumbering zombie queen within did not resemble the grotesque forms of ordinary zombies. Instead, she bore the visage of a zombie bride. Her face and body were pale with a bluish tint, marked by mottled patches, yet her features were delicate, framed by flowing silver hair. What should I do? Should I pierce the zombie queen's bubble? Before Silver could respond, a sharp female voice pierced the air behind her. What are you doing here, you wretched girl? Did you come to seize the zombie queen's crystal core? Yanhuan emerged from the shadows, scoffing. You think you are worthy? The zombie queen's crystal core is mine alone. Yanhuan. Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. What are you doing here? 2 ability users followed closely behind her. Why am I here? Naturally, I accompanied you here. Did you not expect this? Yanhuan declared with pride. Fortunate that I had a contingency plan. Chapter 68. The Jade Essence has such an effect. Qi Jinnuo cursed inwardly. Why didn't you remind me that Yanhuan was following me? Een retorted. I was only focused on the zombies. I had no idea someone was tailing you. This is disastrous. What shall we do now? The adversary has 2 ability users. She is utterly outmatched. Qi Jinnuo decided to take the initiative, turning to reach out towards the bubble of the zombie queen. Yanhuan shouted, seize her. One of the ability users, wielding wood powers, unleashed vines that swiftly ensnared Qi Jinnuo. She struggled fiercely, unable to restrain her ire. Yanhuan, I have tolerated you for far too long. I discovered this first. By what right do you claim it? If it weren't for your father being a major general and your formidable cousin, you would be nothing but a waste. The feeling is mutual, Yanhuan sneered. But who's to blame for your misfortune? She waved her hand, instructing the ability user to drag Qi Jinnuo aside. Let me go. Release me. Qi Jinnuo glared at the female ability user in indignation. The latter remained impassive, entirely disregarding her. Is there any way out? The zombie queen's crystal core is about to be seized. You must help me escape. Do not fret, I am assisting you. However, I lack a physical form and my spiritual power is feeble. I need some time. This is the zombie queen? Yan Huan approached the golden bubble, her eyes gleaming with delight. Once she procured her crystal core, she would gain her powers. She failed to notice the sudden change in expression of the two ability users upon hearing her words. Yan Huan's eyes glinted with avarice as she turned to the ability user on her left. You, come here, break this bubble for me. Just as the ability user stepped forward, Yan Huan reconsidered. Never mind, I shall do it myself. Step back and hand me the dagger. If the crystal core were to be snatched away, it would be disastrous. The ability user silently passed her the dagger. Yan Huan grasped it tightly, her gaze fervently fixed on the zombie queen within the bubble, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. The moment her hand made contact with the bubble, both ability users surged forward, simultaneously gripping Yan Huan's shoulders. Her expression shifted and she bellowed, "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death?" The female ability user coldly responded, "My apologies, young lady, but who wouldn't he desire the powers of the zombie queen? We serve you. Yet you may not even appreciate our efforts. Whoever seizes the crystal core shall claim it." Another ability user added. Enraged, Yan Huan retaliated, but the female ability user released vines to bind her. As they attempted to pull Yan Huan away, the golden bubble suddenly emitted a radiant light, drawing all three of them inside. Qi Jinnuo, witnessing this scene, gaped in astonishment. The instant they were absorbed into the bubble, their bodies transformed into a crimson liquid, akin to concentrated blood, dark red in hue, enveloping the zombie queen and gradually being absorbed. This is a disaster. They have become nourishment for the zombie queen, and she is about to awaken. What? Does this mean I am doomed? You must release me from this vine immediately, Qi Jinnuo urged desperately. A thunderous boom echoed across the sky. Tung Yuan emerged from the billowing smoke, a fireball hurtling towards him. He swiftly manipulated the nearby zombies with his psychic abilities, placing them before him as a barrier. The fireball obliterated the zombie corpses, forcing Tung Yuan to stagger back, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The level 3 fire ability user, clutching the fireball, sneered, "It seems you have reached your limit. A level 2 ability user cannot contend with a level 3. You are acutely aware of the disparity." Tung Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling utterly drained. This adversary was indeed formidable. Using two abilities simultaneously drained his energy rapidly, and he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue creeping in. What is that psychic zombie waiting for? Tung Yuan frowned, glancing towards the depths of the swamp. A fireball suddenly struck him, sending him tumbling. He landed on the ground, surrounded by black smoke. His clothing burned with numerous holes and his skin scorched. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain. The fire ability user looked down upon him. "Since the beginning, you have been glancing towards the depths of the swamp. I am curious. What captures your attention?" Tung Yuan coldly regarded him, remaining silent. "Not going to speak? No matter. You shall die here." His expression turned menacing as he conjured an even larger fireball. Suddenly, a lightning sphere hurtled toward him. He swiftly dodged, astonished. "Young Master Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Xingzhou's eyes were vacant, and he remained mute, swiftly launching another lightning sphere. The fire ability user, incensed, retaliated with a fireball, which collided with a lightning sphere, producing a tremendous sound. The shockwave knocked Lu Xingzhou to the ground. However, he quickly rose, resuming the battle. A water sphere materialized above the fire ability user's head. He was startled and looked up just as the water sphere burst. The lightning sphere, coincidentally arriving at that moment, struck him with double the force, incapacitating him and contorting his face in agony. Following this, numerous lightning and water spheres rained down. He gritted his teeth and hastily evaded, shattering them with fireballs. "Have you all lost your minds?" he bellowed. To his bewilderment, the ability users who had been fighting the zombies began to turn on one another. Some injured ability users were directly devoured by zombies, consumed whole. A number of ability users simultaneously attacked him, leaving him no time to comprehend the situation as he scrambled to evade. Tung Yuan leaned against a tree trunk, exhaling in relief. At last, he could act. Yet in his current state, he might not be able to contend with that advanced zombie. How can I avoid it and obtain the zombie queen's crystal core? Tung Yuan furrowed his brows. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Qi Jinnuo was nearly fuming with impatience, while Yin, that incompetent fool, continued to dawdle. Do not rush me. I am almost done. Finally, Qi Jinnuo felt the vines loosen around her, and she quickly broke free, turning to flee. Don't run. Don't run. You have yet to obtain the zombie queen's crystal core. Are you foolish? She is about to awaken. How can I still retrieve it? She hasn't fully awakened yet. Quickly, while she is still incomplete, take a drop of jade essence. Mix it with the spiritual spring water and splash it on her. What effect does that have? The jade essence is the purest liquid. The spiritual spring water has purifying properties, which can severely injure the zombie queen's body, riddled with impurities. The jade essence has such an effect. I never expected that the jade essence I had been accumulating for so many days would come in handy here. She hurriedly retrieved a bucket from her space, filled it halfway with spiritual spring water, and added a drop of jade essence, then dashed towards the zombie queen to splash it on her. Chapter 69. The crystal core in hand. The bubble shattered instantly, the spiritual spring water cascading onto the zombie queen, sizzling and emitting smoke. Qi Jinnuo seemed to hear a wail of agony. She discarded the bucket and seized a nearby tang knife, swinging it towards the zombie queen's head. However, the body of the zombie queen was as impervious as steel, and no amount of hacking could inflict any harm upon it. There's a sword in the space. Use that. In the blink of an eye, a sword adorned with rubies materialized in her grasp. The scabbard was intricately carved with rippling water patterns, reminiscent of the jade pendant that hung at her neck. This sword invoked a sense of familiarity within her, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. Though the memory eluded her, deep within her soul, a faint tremor stirred. Suddenly, the zombie queen's eyes snapped open, startling Qi Jinnuo, who immediately drew the sword and struck downwards. In an instant, the zombie queen's head rolled to the ground. On the battlefield, the zombies controlling the powers of others to engage in mutual slaughter suddenly sensed something amiss. They emitted a furious roar and turned to rush towards the depths of the marsh. Tung Yuan furrowed his brow. Their haste to return to the swamp could only mean that something had transpired with the zombie queen. Qi Jinnuo swiftly used the tip of her sword to extract a large, red, diamond-shaped crystal core. Its hue as vivid as fresh blood and its luster unparalleled by any gemstone in existence. She hurriedly stowed the crystal core into the space and, just as she prepared to retreat, an angry roar pierced the air. A red-eyed zombie charged towards her. Qi Jinnuo's heart raced, but, to her astonishment, it completely ignored her and barreled straight for the zombie queen's body, emitting a mournful wail. The concealment aura hasn't expired yet, run. All right. You've finally proven your worth. Qi Jinnuo turned and fled. This time, instead of heading towards the cave entrance, she bolted directly into the marshland. She noticed that the swamp had been frozen by Tung Yuan, and there was a chance she might encounter him. After all, she already possessed the zombie queen's core and had no reason to linger. She would pull him along to escape together. Upon exiting, Qi Jinnuo discovered that the awakened abilities users were slaughtering one another, clearly under mental manipulation. She was taken aback. Could this be Tung Yuan's doing? Surely. His psychic abilities couldn't exert such control. What are you doing here? A familiar voice called out. Qi Jinnuo turned to see Tung Yuan striding towards her. His clothing tattered and multiple burns marring his skin. Even his handsome face was marred by wounds. This was the first time she had seen him in such a disheveled state. What happened to you? Who did this to you? Qi Jinnuo asked anxiously. Tung Yuan glanced towards the depths of the swamp, his brow furrowing. You need to find a place to hide quickly. I have something very important to attend to. Is it the zombie queen's core? I got it. Qi Jinnuo replied hurriedly. Tung Yuan paused. What did you say? You got it? Yes, I got it. There's no time to explain. Let us get out of here. Qi Jinnuo urged, grabbing him as they fled. It was perilous here. The red-eyed zombie would surely be enraged upon discovering its queen's demise and would seek revenge, making their escape uncertain. Once they reached a deserted area, Qi Jinnuo immediately summoned a vehicle from her space. Since Tung Yuan was injured, she allowed him to sit in the passenger seat while she took the wheel. Her nerves were taut, and she dared not relax for even a moment, driving forward without knowing the direction. Meanwhile, Tung Yuan, exhausted from the recent battle and drained of energy, succumbed to unconsciousness as soon as he relaxed. Qi Jinnuo had no sense of time as she drove. When she finally came to her senses, she realized they had arrived at an entirely unfamiliar location. She pulled over to the roadside to assess Ting Yuan's injuries, only to find them quite severe, particularly the burns, which left patches of charred skin. Her eyes brimmed with tears. He had never been injured so gravely before. Remembering that the jade liquid had healing properties, she retrieved 3 drops from her space and administered them to him, then took out some ointment to treat his wounds. Some injuries were in more concealed areas, requiring her to cut open his clothing with scissors. After applying the medicine, she bandaged his wounds, leaving her drenched in sweat. As the sun began to set, signaling the impending activation of the zombies at night, she needed to find a safe place to await Ting Yuan's awakening. Qi Jinnuo continued to drive forward, but the surroundings were desolate, devoid of any signs of habitation. Anxiety began to creep in. Suddenly, Ting Yuan stirred awake. "You're awake? That's wonderful. I thought you might take a while to regain consciousness." Seeing him awake filled Qi Jinnuo with relief. Ting Yuan glanced at the bandages on his body, realizing she had tended to him, then looked out the window. "Where are we headed?" "I don't know. I didn't check the map and can't discern the direction," Qi Jinnuo replied, nearly in tears. "I was just focused on escaping that place, so I kept driving forward." "It's all right. Escaping that place was the right choice." Ting Yuan recalled the frenzied psychic zombie, his eyes darkening. Those left behind will face dire consequences. They will become the target of that zombie's wrath and vengeance. After driving for a while longer, they finally spotted a villa district. By now, the sun had set and the last vestiges of twilight were fading. They chose an unoccupied villa to take refuge in. The villa was locked, likely uninhabited for years, but Ting Yuan fashioned a key out of ice and opened the door. Once inside, Qi Jinnuo's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she collapsed onto the sofa, motionless. Ting Yuan regarded her for a moment before speaking slowly. "Shouldn't you explain to me about the zombie queen's crystal core?" Qi Jinnuo opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. "Well, I was bored alone and discovered a hidden passage. Out of curiosity, I decided to explore curiosity." Ting Yuan regarded her with a bemused smile. "You're so terrified of zombies and lack abilities. What made you dare to go in?" "All right, it was actually Yan Huan." Qi Jinnuo feigned exasperation. "Yan Huan found me, and she had ability users with her, forcing me to go along." From her space, she produced the glimmering crystal core of the zombie queen. "Here it is." It was originally meant for Yan Huan, but she was too reckless and, after coming into contact with the bubbles, she and the 2 ability users with her became nourishment for the zombie queen. "Bubbles?" Qi Jinnuo proceeded to describe the scene with the tree and the bubbles to Ting Yuan, emphasizing that it was Yan Huan who had coerced her into seeking the crystal core, only for herself to become the zombie queen's sustenance, leaving the core to her. "So, Yan Huan is dead?" Ting Yuan inquired, his expression grave. "Dead as a doornail," Qi Jinnuo replied. The 3 of them were engulfed by the zombie queen's bubbles and instantly turned into a pool of blood. That scene remains etched in my memory. It was more shocking than juicing. Not even the pulp was visible. The bodies transformed into blood in an instant, without even a scream. It was truly terrifying. If Yan Huan hadn't had the ability users tie me up, I would have likely met the same fate. Ting Yuan gazed down at the zombie queen's crystal core. "With Yan Huan dead, will Lu Xingzhou and her father come after us?" Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but feel concerned. Ting Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Whether they can leave alive is questionable. Even if they do survive, I'm not afraid of them." He handed the zombie queen's crystal core to her. "Try to see if you can absorb this core." Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. "This crystal core is meant for me?" Ting Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Otherwise? I already possess 2 types of abilities. Do you think I need it?" Qi Jinnuo stared at him in a daze, then exclaimed as she hugged him tightly. "How can you be so wonderful? I thought you would keep the zombie queen's crystal core for your own use, but it turns out you intended it for me from the very start." A faint smile played at the corners of Ting Yuan's lips as he patted her head and softly said, "Who else could make me go to such lengths if not you? What can I do? After all, I am your sweetheart. If you don't worry about me, who else will you worry about?" Qi Jinnuo giggled, burying her face in his neck. After a moment, Ting Yuan gently patted her lower back. "All right, give it a try."
Oh.
Qi Jinnuo obediently released him, only to realize that he had numerous burn injuries, and she had just embraced him so tightly. She hurriedly said, "I forgot for a moment. I'm so sorry, does it hurt? Not at all. Tung Yuan shook his head. Really? Qi Jinnuo, skeptical, tugged at the bandages. Does it truly not hurt? Ting Yuan replied, it did hurt before, but after I woke up and you bandaged my wounds, I no longer felt any pain. Qi Jinnuo thought it might be due to the jade fluid, combined with his innate powerful healing abilities. Likely, his injuries would be mostly healed by tomorrow. She looked down at the crystal core in her hand, pondering how to absorb it. Try placing it in your palm, close your eyes, and see if you can sense a flow of energy, Tung Yuan instructed. Following his guidance, Qi Jinnuo placed the crystal core in her palm and closed her eyes. Instantly, she sensed a vigorous red energy coursing through her palm and gradually flowing into her veins. Find a quiet place. You will need a day and a night to absorb it, followed by at least 2 days to transform it. During this time, you must not be disturbed. A silvery voice resonated in her mind. Qi Jinnuo immediately clenched the crystal core and opened her eyes. What happened? Tung Yuan inquired. I just sensed it. After all, this is the crystal core of the zombie queen, and its power is formidable. As a mere spatial ability user, I will need at least 3 days to fully absorb it. During this period, I cannot be disturbed. Ting Yuan contemplated for a moment and suggested, then let us go to the room. They ascended to the main bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa, pushing the door open to reveal a space devoid of excessive decoration, thick with dust, indicating it had been unoccupied for quite some time. After inspecting the room and confirming its safety, Tung Yuan left a thread of mental energy behind. I'll leave a thread of my mental energy here, just in case. If you're in danger, I will sense it immediately. All right, Qi Jinnuo replied with a smile and a nod. Once Tung Yuan exited, she locked the door behind her and sat cross-legged on the bed. Do you know what the zombie queen's ability is? I don't know. But the queen's ability must be quite powerful. I am about to gain abilities myself. Just thinking about it makes me quite excited.
Soon.
I will be able to wield great power and be revered by others. You should hurry and focus. You're so boring, Qi Jinnuo pouted, closing her eyes. Tung Yuan expanded his mental realm, thoroughly checking the villa. Everything was in order. Night had fully descended. It was time for dinner. Only then did he realize he had forgotten to ask Qi Jinnuo to leave some clothes and food behind. The large bag she had packed earlier had been left in Lu Xingzhou's car, and due to the urgency of the situation, they had not been able to return for it. He rummaged through the kitchen but found nothing to eat, as the house had been uninhabited for a considerable time. Just as he hesitated about whether to venture outside to gather supplies, a commotion sounded from outside. He expanded his mental realm, observing 3 vehicles parked outside, from which men and women disembarked. A group of people emerged from the opposite villa, hauling supplies back into their home. Hey, boss, the lights are on over there. No one has been living there since we arrived. Why are the lights on now? They probably, like us, fled here and randomly chose an unoccupied villa to stay in. Let's go see what they're about. After a while, a knock echoed at the door. Tung Yuan withdrew his mental energy and approached to open the door. Outside stood a man with yellow hair wearing a floral shirt, his newly grown black hair blending awkwardly with the yellow. He was swaying slightly, giving off a disreputable air. He stood at a height of no more than 1.7 meters, lacking any presence in front of the nearly 1.9 meter tall Tung Yuan. The yellow-haired man stared blankly at Tung Yuan, instinctively sensing he was not to be trifled with. He took 2 steps back, turning to a man beside him. Boss. The man, although dressed in a business suit, exuded a rogue-like aura that clashed with his attire. He scrutinized Tung Yuan with a calm demeanor, smiling as he said, Brother. Just moved in? Tung Yuan nodded. Is there something you need? The man glanced inside, feigning nonchalance. Is it just you? Tung Yuan did not answer, but reiterated. Do you have something to discuss? No, just asking out of curiosity, the man laughed. You carry on if you have time, come over for a visit. We're right across. Before he could finish, Tung Yuan had already closed the door. The yellow-haired man hurried back to his companion. Boss, why did you talk so much with him? We could have barged in just now. Easier said than done. Would you dare? The man retorted. That guy doesn't he look easy to mess with? But he is alone. What is there to be afraid of? Who knows? Let's observe for a couple of days first. They turned and returned to their villa. Tung Yuan continued to monitor the movements outside, and once they had gone back, he expanded his mental realm once more to investigate the situation at the opposite villa. Chapter 70 1-2 Factions at Odds. There were approximately 50 people across the way, half of whom were ability users, men and women, with a higher number of men than women. Excluding the ability users, there were 12 women without abilities. And the rest were men. All were low-level ability users, posing no real threat to him. Tung Yuan retracted his mental realm, choosing not to keep watching. However, for safety's sake, he decided not to go to his room to rest that night, opting instead to sleep directly on the sofa. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by a cacophony of lewdness. Since his abilities had reached level 2, his senses had sharpened, allowing him to hear the sounds from next door clearly. Moans and various taunts mingled together. Tung Yuan furrowed his brow, directly muffling his hearing. An hour later, he released the block only to find that the ruckus had yet to subside. After another 2 hours, it finally quieted down, and Tung Yuan was able to close his eyes once more. The morning sun refracted off the floor, its intense glare rousing Tung Yuan from his slumber. To his dismay, the sounds from next door resumed. However, this time, it concluded rather swiftly. Tung Yuan scoured the villa for disposable toiletries and freshened up. Upon unwrapping the bandages, he discovered his wounds had healed, so he took a shower and donned the old clothes of the villa's previous occupant. They were slightly short, but for now, they would have to suffice. He sensed the thread of mental energy left in Qi Jinnuo's room. There was no activity. This villa area appeared relatively safe. The villa had its own power supply, so while the rest of the area was in darkness, this place remained lit. He sealed the doors and windows of Qi Jinnuo's room with ice before stepping outside. To his surprise, as he emerged, a figure from across the way also exited. It was the man in business attire from last night, flanked by the yellow-haired individual who had knocked on the door, along with a woman clad in leather. Evidently an ability user. Tung Yuan exchanged glances with them but said nothing and proceeded to leave.
Wait.
The woman abruptly halted him, her curiosity piqued. You must be the one who moved in across the way yesterday, right? Alone? Do you possess any abilities? Would you be interested in joining our team? Tung Yuan replied coolly, step aside. However, the woman seemed to disregard his words, smiling as she approached him. Don't be so aloof. Think about it. Our team. As her hand reached for his shoulder, Tung Yuan swiftly stepped back to avoid her touch. The woman paused, nonchalantly retracting her hand, and continued with a smile. Ah, a cold and handsome type. It's going to be quite challenging to survive in the apocalypse without a team. Consider it? Tung Yuan simply circumvented her and walked away. It seemed this was the first time she had faced such disregard, and her expression soured slightly. The yellow-haired man chuckled. I never thought our usually unstoppable and charming sister, Yen, could be so easily ignored. How rare. Mind your tongue. The woman narrowed her eyes, threatening him. Say one more word, and I'll toss you to the zombies. The yellow-haired man scoffed, muttering a curse under his breath. The man in business attire interjected. Enough with the delay. We still need to collect last night's supplies. Let us hurry before someone else does. That advanced zombie from last night should have left by now. With no further ado, they all climbed into their vehicle. Tung Yuan cruised through the district, eventually finding a supermarket. Upon entering, he discovered it was completely bare, having been thoroughly looted by other survivors. He had no choice but to continue his search. In another area, he stumbled upon an imported supermarket. He parked his car and stepped out. The supermarket was devoid of lights, and in the shadowy corners where sunlight could not reach, it appeared rather dim. Unlike the other supermarkets he had seen, which had been stripped clean, this one still boasted a plethora of goods on its shelves. This was indeed peculiar. Using his mental power, Tung Yuan scanned the interior and detected 2 advanced zombies on the verge of leveling up to second-tier status. They were also endowed with abilities. It became clear why the supplies remained untouched. Likely, no one dared to venture inside due to the presence of these 2 formidable zombies. Just as Tung Yuan was about to enter, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Stop. Tung Yuan halted, turning around to see a group approaching him. At the forefront was a young man adorned with tattoos on his arms and neck, sporting a gold chain and dressed in a hip-hop style, followed by a cadre of burly men who appeared to be his bodyguards. This supermarket was our find first. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Did you consult me before entering? The hip-hop man snapped. The group of muscular men swiftly surrounded Tung Yuan. With a hardened gaze, Tung Yuan prepared to retaliate when another voice interjected. What are you doing here again? What do you mean you found it first? We clearly saw it first. Tung Yuan turned to see the yellow-haired man and his companions rushing over. Is this supermarket your family's? Just because you claim it doesn't make it yours. We're in an apocalypse now. Do you really think anyone cares what you say?
Yang, you traitor.
The hip-hop man's eyes blazed with fury upon recognizing the yellow-haired man. How dare you show your face before me? The yellow-haired man retorted coolly. What betrayal are you talking about? Such harsh words. While I once served your family, I am not bound to you now. Why would I continue to endure humiliation? You lack both skill and temper. You're constantly dancing around that woman, wenching. How embarrassing for a grown man to be commanded by a woman. We had our eyes on this supermarket long ago. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave. What a bold claim. The hip-hop man sneered. Let us see who can outdo whom. Come on, are you afraid? The yellow-haired man retaliated by hurling a water balloon that struck the hip-hop man squarely in the face. Fuming with humiliation, the hip-hop man shouted, I'll make you pay for that. One of his henchmen immediately unleashed vines to ensnare the yellow-haired man.
Boss, help.
The yellow-haired man cried out, struggling. A powerful gust of wind swept through, slicing the vines off him. Tung Yuan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by the wind-based ability, this was his first encounter with it. Freed, the yellow-haired man dashed back to the side of the businessman. The hip-hop man seethed. With your useless water abilities, you can't defeat me without others to back you up. How dare you criticize me? You're the one without abilities. Your audacity knows no bounds. Just as he was about to retaliate, one of the bodyguards reminded him, Young master, Miss Jean is still waiting for you to bring back skincare products, perfume, and clothing. Recalling the matter at hand, the hip-hop man gritted his teeth and declared, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Whoever grabs it first gets it. He then led his group into the supermarket. Chapter 72. Astonished. What the hell? How shameless can this person be? Stop! The yellow-haired man yelled, attempting to rush inside. Suddenly, a cacophony of zombie growls erupted from within. Instantly, 2 zombies charged out, lunging at the hip-hop man and his crew. The hip-hop man, witnessing the 2 red-eyed zombies, screamed in terror. His bodyguards unleashed their lightning and fire abilities against the zombies, while one of them used vines to pull him away. The lightning balls and fireballs struck the zombies, yet only inflicted minor surface wounds. How is this possible? The zombies roared and surged toward them, their bodies evolving to be as hard as steel. The group scrambled to evade. Young master, we can't handle these 2 zombies. We should retreat. But what about the items that Qing wanted? I can't go back empty-handed. The hip-hop man trembled, still mindful of his promise to his love interest. The bodyguard urged, we can't worry about that right now. As they spoke, the zombies closed in, one clawing at them. Vines wrapped around the waists of both men, urgently pulling them back. Watching from the sidelines, the yellow-haired man and his group felt a chill run down their spines. Boss, I didn't expect there to be 2 zombies, not just 1. We couldn't even handle 1 last night, let alone 2. We should retreat, he whispered to the businessman. Before they could withdraw, one of the zombies had already noticed them and turned to charge. The woman in leather conjured a pair of large iron hammers seemingly out of thin air and charged at the zombie, engaging it in combat. The advanced zombie had a body as hard as steel, impervious to ordinary weaponry. However, weapons wielded by metal ability users could harm it. Observing the woman's swift and powerful movements, Tung Yuan deduced that she must have been a martial artist before the apocalypse and had likely awakened dual abilities, metal and immense strength. Seeing this, the businessman gritted his teeth and declared, There's no escaping now, we must fight. With that, he activated his wind abilities to assist the woman in leather. As Tung Yuan noted that both factions were embroiled in battle with the zombies, he simply turned and entered the supermarket. Hey! You! Don't you dare go in! The hip-hop man shouted in frustration. What audacity they have, engaging fiercely with the zombies, only to let some unknown brat take advantage in the end. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, yet as a zombie turned its head and roared at him, he hastily recoiled in fear. Tung Yuan entered the supermarket, first grabbing a large bag as he meandered along the shelves, collecting various convenience foods, canned goods, and some seasonings. Most of the fruits and vegetables had spoiled, but he managed to gather a few edible ones as well, filling his bag to the brim. As he slowly dragged the heavy bag out, he noticed that both sides were gradually exhausting themselves, with the zombies gaining the upper hand. One zombie slashed its claws across the blonde's chest. tearing through his clothing and leaving 3 deep gashes. The blonde, pale with fright, wailed, "Ah, I've been scratched by a zombie. Am I going to turn into one?" A woman in a leather jacket struck the zombie with a heavy hammer, but it proved futile as the zombie kicked her away and lunged toward her. She fell to the ground, quickly conjuring a metal plate to shield herself from the zombie's assault, and scrambled back to her feet.
Damn.
These zombies are tough to deal with. The businessman cursed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Tung Yuan had opened the car door and stuffed the large bag of supplies into the back seat. The blonde rushed over, grabbing Tung Yuan's hand. "You can't leave. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Why should we fight the zombies only for you to benefit?" Tung Yuan's eyes darkened as he pulled away. The blonde, desperate, declared, "If I'm going to die, then let's die together." He clung tightly to Tung Yuan, refusing to let go. Just as Tung Yuan was about to shake him off, a zombie suddenly lunged at him. Its maw gaped wide, sharp claws poised to strike, its leaping ability astonishing. As if it were launched from a catapult. Just as its claws were about to make contact, a flurry of snowflakes drifted by, freezing the zombie midair into a solid ice sculpture. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, as the ice sculpture shattered upon hitting the ground. A rather unclear moon crystal rolled out from the remains. Tung Yuan promptly kicked the blonde away, bent down to retrieve the moon crystal, and stowed it in his pocket. The businessman and the hip-hop guy were wide-eyed in disbelief. What had just happened? Was it that man's doing? What had he accomplished?
Another zombie,
Enraged by the loss of its companion, let out a furious roar and charged at Tung Yuan. A flash of white light flickered in Tung Yuan's eyes. And that zombie too became an ice sculpture, crashing to the ground in pieces. Another moon crystal rolled to Tung Yuan's feet, which he picked up as well. "What the hell?" The hip-hop guy exclaimed excitedly. "What kind of ability is that?" "It's incredible. An ice-type ability." Tung Yuan ignored him and turned to open the car door. "Hey, buddy." The hip-hop guy rushed over, throwing an arm around Tung Yuan's shoulder. "Do you have a team? Would you consider joining mine? My family runs a security company. Even though my dad and brother manage it, I can still have a say. If you join us, I'll make you the captain." Tung Yuan replied coldly, not interested. "Let go. Think about it. If you have any family or friends, they can come too. My family is large. You won't be disappointed." The hip-hop guy persisted. The blonde stepped forward, pulling the hip-hop guy away. "Who do you think you are to recruit him? We just met last night. If he's joining, it should be with us. Going to your side means being bossed around by that woman, Qi Jinnuo. What does that have to do with you? Get lost." Tung Yuan, uninterested, got into the car and drove off. The hip-hop guy was left hopping in frustration. "Don't leave. Give me a straight answer. Where do you live?" Yet the car quickly vanished from sight, leaving only exhaust fumes behind. The businessman snapped back to reality, realizing the zombies had been dealt with, and urged, "Quick, let us go in and grab supplies." Hearing this, the hip-hop guy also came to his senses and rushed in with his bodyguards. Upon returning to the villa, Tung Yuan used his mental energy to check for any intruders. Finding none, he went to the kitchen to boil water, made himself some instant noodles, and opened a can. After satisfying his hunger, he checked on Qi Jinnuo's room. Finding it still silent, he reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, when he heard a commotion. The group from across the way had returned, followed by a series of knocks on the door. At first, Tung Yuan ignored them, but the knocking grew increasingly insistent, with shouts echoing from outside. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he hurled several ice arrows outside. The arrows grazed the side of the blonde's face, embedding themselves in the wall, freezing him in place with fear. "Boss, what should we do?" The blonde stammered, looking to the businessman. The businessman frowned, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Let us head back for now." Upon returning to the villa, he began to ponder, what must we do to persuade him to join us? The others remained silent.
boss.
"In my opinion, he isn't interested in joining us," one remarked. "Indeed," the blonde chimed in, "he's so powerful, he alone is worth more than our entire team. What reason would he have to join us? Unless..." The businessman inquired, "Unless what?" The blonde shrank back. "Unless you, boss, take the lead." "Are you tired of living?" The businessman feigned a slap, causing the blonde to quickly dodge. The businessman narrowed his eyes, refusing to give up. "I need to think of another way. That kind of combat strength right across from us. Missing out on him feels unbearable." For the next 2 days, Tung Yuan remained indoors, ignoring anyone who sought him out. When he became annoyed, he would simply throw out a few ice arrows, and silence would fall outside. Inside the room, Qi Jinnuo finally opened her eyes. She sensed a powerful force within her, swirling in her dantian and meridians. It felt as though the dantian was a reservoir of energy, and she could feel all her strength emanating from that point. Was this similar to a second-tier ability user possessing a crystal core within them like zombies? Did she now have a crystal core too? How do you feel? A voice, silvery and melodic, echoed in her mind. I feel an incredible energy within me. I feel so powerful. Qi Jinnuo couldn't contain her excitement. You should try and see what kind of ability you have. Qi Jinnuo focused intently, and after a moment, a bubble suddenly formed at her fingertips. Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, "What?" The silvery voice replied, "What kind of ability is this?" "I don't know," Qi Jinnuo said, puzzled. "Why is it just a bubble? Surely the zombie queen's ability can't be that lackluster." She attempted again, producing another bubble which left her utterly speechless. Could it be that because the zombie queen was birthed within bubbles, her ability was bubble-related? Two bubbles floated in the air, and upon colliding, they burst, releasing a cascade of raindrops, followed by a flash of lightning. The rain and electricity reaction triggered an explosion that obliterated the nightstand, startling Qi Jinnuo, who quickly ducked for cover. Downstairs, Tung Yuan heard the commotion and rushed upstairs, kicking open the door. "What's going on?" Qi Jinnuo turned to him, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed at the shattered nightstand. Look. Tung Yuan's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that the mental thread he left behind would fail to sense an intruder. His words were left unspoken as Qi Jinnuo excitedly embraced him. "It's me. It's my special ability," she exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless. "I can hardly believe how powerful I've become. I'm truly amazing. From now on, I will be a significant figure as well. It's wonderful. I shall protect you." Tung Yuan took a moment to comprehend her enthusiasm, chuckling as he replied, "You protect me? I can protect you."
Look.
Instantly, she conjured two distinct bubbles, one containing water and the other, electricity. The moment they collided, a thunderous clap resonated, leaving a crater in the ground. Tung Yuan was taken aback. This bubble had two forms? "It seems there is more," Qi Jinnuo teased, blowing a kiss. And as her hand left her lips, a pink bubble emerged. When it burst upon reaching Tung Yuan's face, he momentarily lost focus, only to quickly regain clarity, exclaiming, "Mental control?" "It's a form of mental control, perhaps better described as enchantment," Qi Jinnuo replied with a smile. "Enchanting? So this pink bubble requires a kiss to be released?" He raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. What's wrong with that? In that case, use it sparingly, if possible. Refrain from using it altogether."
Why?
Qi Jinnuo asked, puzzled. But soon her expression transformed into a fit of giggles. "You don't want me to kiss anyone else, do you? In any case, use it less," Tung Yuan insisted, ignoring her question. "Are there other forms?" Qi Jinnuo contemplated, releasing a faint golden bubble. "What is the function of this bubble?" she was asked. Without hesitation, she retrieved a knife from her spatial pocket, intending to cut her hand. However, the thought of pain deterred her, prompting her to grasp Tung Yuan's hand instead. Making a small incision, the golden bubble descended upon his wound, shimmering as it burst, instantly healing the injury. Healing? Tung Yuan marveled, astonished by the versatility of the zombie queen's abilities. Indeed, isn't it incredibly powerful? Qi Jinnuo beamed. "From now on, not only can I fight, but I can also heal." "Well, at least you now possess the ability for self-preservation," Tung Yuan remarked. Qi Jinnuo gazed at him, unable to resist another embrace. "What's wrong?" Tung Yuan looked down at her, gently patting her head. "I just wanted to hug you," she purred against his chest. "I just realized I didn't leave you any clothes or food. What have you been eating these past 3 days?" "No need to worry. I went out to gather supplies," Tung Yuan replied. "What did you eat?" "Instant noodles, canned food, bread."
Instant noodles?
Qi Jinnuo immediately released him, aghast. "Is that tap water?" "What's the problem?" Tung Yuan asked, confused. Qi Jinnuo recalled that she had forgotten to mention the impurities. "Do you remember that storm of black rain? Ever since that fell, everything on Earth has been tainted with impurities. Water, soil, everything has been contaminated. Even what grows from the ground is filled with impurities. If consumed, they accumulate within the body. Ting Yuan's gaze deepened as he inquired, what happens when impurities accumulate in the body? It leads to black rain disease. If the impurities aren't purified in time, one may go berserk, lose their sanity, and ultimately perish, Qi Jinnuo explained earnestly. Tung Yuan was left speechless. The purpose of moon crystals is to purify the impurities within the body. I see. I remember collecting quite a few moon crystals. They should be in your space, right? Yes, but you won't be able to use them, Qi Jinnuo said with a smile. Everything you eat and drink is from my space, pure, untainted, and free of impurities. Moreover, the spiritual spring water in my space can purify with daily consumption. However, you still need to be cautious outside. Refrain from eating anything from the outside world. She cautioned. Understood. Tung Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 74. Killing zombies is too simple. After 3 days without bathing or eating, Qi Jinnuo was ravenous. She retrieved ingredients and water from her space, instructing Tung Yuan to prepare a meal before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After thoroughly washing up and donning a comfortable silk camisole dress, she felt infinitely better. When she descended, she found Tung Yuan had already prepared the meal. Qi Jinnuo devoured 2 large bowls, finally feeling revived. Are you full? Tung Yuan asked, gently wiping a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. Absolutely. Your cooking is exceptional. I feel so fortunate, she replied with a radiant smile. Tung Yuan's lips curled into a slight grin, satisfied that she was content. Once you finish, we'll be heading out. Qi Jinnuo glanced out the window. Darkness had already enveloped the sky. Why go out in the dark? We might encounter zombies. I would prefer to encounter them, Tung Yuan said calmly. Come with me to practice using your abilities to kill zombies. Qi Jinnuo, taken aback by this intention, hesitated. Can we skip it? There will certainly be opportunities in the future. We don't need to specifically practice now. I've only just awakened. My back aches and my head is spinning. I feel I need to rest. No, Tung Yuan said, seeing through her excuses. She was merely being delicate, finding zombies disgusting, and reluctant to go. Though you possess abilities, you lack combat experience. When faced with real zombies, you won't be able to react. Tung Yuan was strict in this regard. Well, I didn't say I wouldn't practice, just that we could postpone it. Considering today is my first day out, could you let me off the hook? I beg you. Don't you care about me? She flopped into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Begging in a sweet voice, just tomorrow, please? Tomorrow, all right? If we wait until tomorrow, you'll find another excuse, Tung Yuan replied with a knowing smile. Lifting her up and carrying her upstairs, he placed her on the bed, saying, You have 10 minutes to change and come downstairs. If you're not down by the time I finish setting the table, you know the consequences, understood? With that, he left the room. Qi Jinnuo, fuming, rummaged through her clothes to change. When she finally emerged, dressed in a white tracksuit with her hair pulled into a high ponytail, Tung Yuan couldn't help but smile at her youthful yet pouting expression. Let us go, he said, leading the way. As they drove away, they were spotted by a group across the street. Boss, I just saw that kid leave with a very pretty woman. It turns out he's not alone. One of his subordinates reported urgently. The businessman glanced at the thick darkness outside, puzzled. It's dark out. It's dangerous outside. What on earth are they doing? Where did that woman come from? We've been watching for 3 days and haven't seen any women. The blonde-haired man expressed his confusion, looking at his boss. Should we follow them? It's dark and there are so many zombies outside. Do you really want to go? The businessman replied irritably. The blonde-haired man immediately fell silent. Though Qi Jinnuo now possessed abilities, she remained tense. After exiting the vehicle, she clung tightly to Tung Yuan's hand. It's too dark here, she murmured. It's eerie and terrifying. What if a zombie appears that we can't handle? That won't happen, Tung Yuan reassured her. I've used my mental energy to scan. There are no particularly formidable zombies here. Qi Jinnuo felt frustrated. Well, she admitted that she simply wanted to indulge in laziness. To rest a little longer, but unexpectedly, he forcibly dragged her out. Tung Yuan also halted abruptly. Ahead of them stood a zombie. Upon hearing his words, Qi Jinnuo immediately straightened her posture and gazed ahead. A zombie with a single eye glowing blue loomed before them, its eerie gaze intensified under the moonlight. Qi Jinnuo had encountered this blue-eyed zombie once before at the Lixingza base, on the night of the zombie army's ambush. It seemed that such zombies possessed extraordinary abilities.
Indeed.
Once the blue-eyed zombie noticed them, it let out a terrifying roar and promptly unleashed a ball of lightning towards them. Tung Yuan pulled Qi Jinnuo aside and nodded towards the confrontation.
Go.
You want me to face it like this? Qi Jinnuo stammered, anxiety creeping in. What if I am no match for it? Do not worry, I shall watch from the sidelines.
Go on.
Qi Jinnuo's attempt at a pitiful expression bore no fruit. She clenched her teeth and advanced. She summoned bubbles of water and electricity, both soaring towards the zombie's head, and at the moment of impact, a resounding thunderbolt struck down. The blue-eyed zombie, momentarily baffled by her ability, failed to evade in time and was struck by a powerful bolt, smoke rising from its charred body. Enraged, it let out a furious roar and charged towards Qi Jinnuo. Startled by its menacing visage and gaping maw, Qi Jinnuo instinctively released a multitude of bubbles, both water and electricity. The bubbles enveloped the zombie, unleashing a barrage of thunderous strikes. The air was filled with explosive sounds and flashing lights. When the chaos subsided, the blue-eyed zombie lay on the ground, its body charred black and emitting thick smoke. A faint golden crystal rolled to Qi Jinnuo's feet. In disbelief, she pondered, "Is that it? Have I truly defeated it?" Tung Yuan beamed with satisfaction. Well done. Qi Jinnuo finally realized what had transpired and picked up the crystal at her feet, feeling bewildered. Is this really my doing? I thought my ability was a single target attack, but it seems to be an area attack instead. Tung Yuan approached her. Killing zombies is not as daunting as you imagined, is it? Far from it. It is exceedingly easy. Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, her excitement rekindling. Let us seek out more zombies. Tonight, I shall make them fall like blossoms in a storm. Tung Yuan shook his head. As you wish. Let us move on. They continued down the street. Every zombie they encountered met its end at Qi Jinnuo's hands, leaving Tung Yuan with no opportunity to intervene. Qi Jinnuo collected 2 golden crystals and 8 silver ones. They also stumbled upon a horde of low-level zombies, which had yet to develop crystal cores within them. Thrilled by her success, she proudly brandished the cores in her bag, declaring to Tung Yuan, all of these are obtained through my own prowess. Truly impressive, Tung Yuan remarked, ruffling her hair. This shall suffice for tonight. We should head back. Qi Jinnuo, now no longer averse to slaying zombies, felt a tinge of addiction. Shall we return tomorrow? Tung Yuan replied, tomorrow night. I shall take you to confront stronger zombies. He had meticulously surveyed the area, ensuring no formidable zombies lurked nearby, thus bringing her here to hone her skills. In a shadowy corner, a pair of eyes silently observed them. Chapter 75, Punin Base. Having slain zombies to the point of perspiration, Qi Jinnuo felt exhilarated. Previously, upon encountering zombies, she would merely scream and flee, but now the roles had reversed. It was the zombies that would flee from her. This sensation was intoxicating. In the future, whenever she encountered zombies, she vowed to annihilate them without mercy. Upon returning, she could hardly wait to take a bath, as remnants of zombie blood still clung to her, making her feel uncomfortable. She retrieved a gas stove and gas canister from her storage, both of which she had gathered from a previous gas station expedition. Next, she produced a large pot and filled it with spring water, an inexhaustible resource that flowed through her space as abundantly as a river. The truly precious item was the jade essence. After boiling the water, Tung Yuan assisted her in carrying it to the bathroom, pouring it into the tub. Qi Jinnuo removed her outer coat, revealing a simple white camisole underneath, accentuating her alluring curves and delicate collarbone. She tossed her coat aside, only to realize Tung Yuan stood still, his gaze fixated on her. His smoldering stare made her feel flushed and uneasy. What are you still doing here? I'm about to bathe. Tung Yuan slowly approached and embraced her from behind, whispering in her ear, perfect timing, I haven't bathed yet either. Qi Jinnuo bit her lip tightly. Outside the villa, a yellow-haired man and an accomplice were stealthily peering from the balcony. Did you see anything? Nothing. They must be upstairs. I distinctly saw them return. The yellow-haired man had heard of a stunning beauty residing there and was curious about her appearance. Is she as beautiful as Sister Yen? She is the most beautiful here, radiant and sensuous, though unfortunately, quite temperamental. Suddenly, a sound akin to a cat's meow echoed from the second-floor window. The yellow-haired man glanced up. Did you hear that noise? What noise? I didn't hear anything, his accomplice replied, shaking his head in confusion. The sound echoed again, This time both men heard it. They exchanged glances, and the yellow-haired man muttered an expletive under his breath. They crouched below, listening intently, their bodies heating up and their throats parched. Suddenly, two ice arrows shot through the air, narrowly missing them and embedding themselves deep into the wall. Startled, the two men held their breath, their faces paling. And all lascivious thoughts vanished as they hastily scrambled away. When Qi Jinnuo awoke, she found herself nestled in Tung Yuan's embrace. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed the sunlight streaming in through the window, yet she still felt drowsy, having slept little the previous night. She nuzzled against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist, wishing to continue her slumber, but a muffled groan interrupted her. The man in the morning was quite susceptible to her teasing. Tung Yuan gritted his teeth and, with a swift motion, flipped her over, pulling the blanket over them both. A sound of protest emerged from beneath the covers, but soon faded away. When Qi Jinnuo awoke once more, Tung Yuan was no longer beside her. She lay with her eyes closed for a while until she heard the sound of the door creaking open. Opening one eye, she spotted Tung Yuan entering the room. "Are you awake?" he inquired. Feigning sleep, Qi Jinnuo remained silent. She soon felt the corner of the bed dip, followed by a gentle pinch on her cheek. "Stop pretending. I know you're awake." Qi Jinnuo swatted his hand away, opened her eyes, and glared at him. "I haven't slept enough. You know why, don't you?" Tung Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, but he refrained from responding. "Not well rested? Then let us get up, eat something, and you can sleep again." "I don't want to eat." Qi Jinnuo turned her back to him, covering her head with the blanket. Tung Yuan pulled the blanket away, revealing an enticing sight that left him breathless. Observing the marks upon her skin, he felt his breath catch. Qi Jinnuo gasped in irritation, yanking the blanket back. "Don't pull. It hurts." Tung Yuan cleared his throat, gently wrapping her in the blanket and lifting her up, soothingly assuring her. "I'll help you with the ointment later, all right?" Qi Jinnuo huffed, turning her head away to ignore him. Without hesitation, Tung Yuan carried her to the bathroom. By the time they finished, the afternoon had already arrived. Tung Yuan descended the staircase while cradling Qi Jinnuo, settling down and placing her on his lap. He gently used chopsticks to feed her morsels of food, softly coaxing her to eat. After much persuasion, she managed to consume only half a bowl before refusing to eat any further, leaning back against him, drowsy. He then laid her down on the sofa, propping her up with a cushion and covering her with a blanket. A cautious knock echoed through the air, timid and soft, as if a little more pressure would render it inaudible. Tung Yuan's gaze darkened as he approached the door and swung it open. "Do not disturb me again, or I shall end you," he spoke with a menacing tone. The businessman and the yellow-haired youth stood frozen in fear. "Well," the yellow-haired one stammered. "Our boss wishes to invite you to our place." "Leave," Tung Yuan replied impatiently, shutting the door with finality. The yellow-haired youth sighed in relief, hastily pulling the businessman away. "Boss, give it up. He doesn't look like someone who would join us," he complained. "It's been so many days. Why are you still thinking about this?" The businessman wore a troubled expression. "I don't want to risk offending him by repeatedly bothering him. But I heard some unsettling news today." "What news?" the yellow-haired one inquired. "The Punin base is planning to establish a branch here, and I've heard the location is in this villa area," the businessman whispered. The yellow-haired youth gasped. "Is this true?" He had been aware of the Punin base's intentions to set up a branch, but had not known where. "It's likely true," the businessman sighed. "This villa area, being a haven for the wealthy, has relatively robust security measures that have somewhat fended off zombie invasions. Once the Punin base establishes itself here, will we not be forced out? Where will we find a safer refuge?" The yellow-haired youth pondered. "What if we join them? Do you think it's that simple? Leaving aside whether they would accept us, just consider the Punin base as conduct." The businessman frowned. "In any case, they are no benevolent entities. The Punin base wields significant power. If they covet this territory, even if you enlist that big shot as help, what difference would it make?" The yellow-haired youth remained perplexed. "Forget it. Let fate decide." The sky gradually darkened. Qi Jinnuo finally awoke, noticing Tung Yuan seated at the opposite end of the sofa. His eyes fixated on the moon crystal in his hand, lost in thought. Awake? Upon seeing her stir, he tucked away the moon crystal and moved beside her. Supporting her, as she leaned against him, he softly asked, "Did you sleep enough?" Chapter 76. The Master of the Villa. Upon hearing his question, Qi Jinnuo understood his intentions. She nuzzled her head against his neck and playfully replied, "Not really. I'm still quite exhausted, and my head feels fuzzy. Can we just rest for the night?" Tung Yuan regarded her with a half-smile. "Didn't you say you were addicted to killing zombies? Just last night you asked if we were going out tonight, and now you wish to stay in?" Qi Jinnuo gazed at him, her voice wistful. "Isn't it all your fault? I still feel unwell." Tung Yuan caressed her head, murmuring, "If you're not feeling well, then we shall not go out tonight. Just rest." "Really?" Qi Jinnuo exclaimed with delight. "Indeed. I knew you cared for me." She laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck and snuggling closer. Tung Yuan rested his chin atop her head, holding her tightly. "I only wish for you to protect yourself. I do not require you to become exceptionally powerful." With her beauty, if she lacked the means to safeguard herself, she could one day fall victim to those with ill intentions. Beauty without ability is but a burden, a harbinger of disaster. The two remained in a quiet embrace, and Qi Jinnuo, struck by a thought, retrieved a sun crystal from her space. "Since we aren't going out tonight, would you like to upgrade?" They had amassed an entire bag of sun crystals, yet Tung Yuan had not found time to absorb them. Tung Yuan glanced at her. "That works. I've sensed that I might be on the verge of an upgrade." "Sensed?" Qi Jinnuo paused, suddenly recalling that Yin had mentioned the jade marrow liquid possessed energy that could facilitate upgrades, akin to a high-quality sun crystal. When he was injured, she had given him 3 drops of the jade marrow liquid in one go, which was why he claimed to feel as though he might upgrade. She had forgotten about this detail. Had she known, she would have secretly administered a drop daily. However, it seemed that excessive consumption could pose a risk, as the body might struggle to absorb too much energy at once, potentially causing harm. While Tung Yuan absorbed the sun crystal, Qi Jinnuo ventured into her space to take a look. A flash of light appeared, and she was astonished to find that Yin had taken on a physical form. "You have a physical form now?" The creature before her, a white-furred squirrel with red-lined eyes and a bushy tail, wagged its tail proudly. "Indeed. After you absorbed the zombie queen's crystal core, I manifested physically. However, to prevent the male lead from becoming suspicious, I have remained hidden for the time being." Qi Jinnuo found this fascinating and reached out her hand. Yin glanced at her with mild disdain but eventually perched itself in her palm. "Truly astonishing." Qi Jinnuo stared into its golden and blue eyes, which were strikingly beautiful. "Are you male or female? Our divine beasts possess no gender."
"No yandere?"
"Then how do you reproduce?" Qi Jinnuo inquired with curiosity. "Why do you ask such a vulgar question?" Yin huffed. "That is not for me to ponder." "Uy, yinoskofed." How could the question of reproduction be deemed vulgar? It was indeed a matter of great importance. She released her grip, contemplating. "However, if you suddenly appear by my side, it would undoubtedly arouse the male lead's suspicions. Perhaps you should wait a bit longer until I find a suitable excuse to bring you along." "Humph, understood," Yin replied, swaying its large tail. Qi Jinnuo checked on the growth of the fish and shrimp, which were flourishing. Upon inspecting the fruits and vegetables, she found a bountiful harvest. She gathered the produce into her storage and replanted a new batch. "Do you think I should raise some chickens, ducks, or geese?" Yin grimaced. "Don't raise chickens. I detest chickens." "You detest chickens?" Qi Jinnuo found it both amusing and perplexing. "What is your aversion to chickens? Were you harmed by one in the past?" The creature turned its head with an air of pride. "How could that be? I simply dislike them. No reason at all." Qi Jinnuo believed that given its personality, even if it had indeed suffered at the hands of a chicken, it would never confess. After advising it to behave, she exited the space. Noticing Tung Yuan still with his eyes closed, absorbing the sun crystal, she stood up, feeling a bit restless, and wandered to the window. To her surprise, she spotted a yellow-haired individual on the balcony of the opposite villa, staring intently at her. She furrowed her brows and drew the curtains shut. On the opposite balcony, the yellow-haired youth's eyes widened as he was suddenly startled by a pat on his shoulder, causing his heart to nearly leap from his chest. Turning to see a familiar face, he pressed his hand against his chest to calm himself. "You scared me. Why were you so quiet?" "I thought what?" the other inquired. "Nothing," the yellow-haired youth huffed. Of course, he thought it was that formidable individual across the way. The fear of an unseen weapon striking at any moment had left him with a psychological shadow. "What were you looking at?" "Admiring a beauty," the yellow-haired youth replied. excitement bubbling within him as he clapped a hand on his companion's shoulder. You must admit, the boss woman is extraordinary. She is stunningly beautiful. Though distant, her skin gleamed with an ethereal radiance, her face petite, akin to the size of a palm, and her figure reminiscent of a serpent. He gestured with his hand, smacking his lips. If only she were not the consort of a formidable figure. The other, skeptical, questioned, is she truly that beautiful? Surely you jest. The golden-haired one retorted. What gain do I have in spinning such tales? Am I truly so idle? Regardless, I find it hard to believe that there are still beauties in this vicinity untouched, especially with the Poonan base planning to establish a branch here. Their second-in-command is notoriously enamored with exquisite women. One of his subordinates possesses the extraordinary ability of invisibility, allowing him to stealthily traverse any location, scouring for beauties to present to their second-in-command. How could such a prodigious ability exist? The golden-haired one felt an imbalance, lamenting why he had not awakened such powers himself, instead being bestowed with a water-based ability of little consequence. Alas, such is fate. What can be done? Let us depart. There is nothing more to see. The two turned and retreated indoors. Qi Jinnuo meandered through the spacious villa, which spanned 2 lavishly decorated levels. She entered a study, where the shelves stood barren, devoid of any books. However, upon the desk lay a picture frame. Turning it around, she beheld a stunning woman clad in a black gown, adorned with a grand hat. The woman displayed signs of experience and maturity, yet the aura of worldly weariness about her was disconcerting. Qi Jinnuo scrutinized the woman's visage, feeling an odd familiarity. Suddenly, fragments of memories surged in her mind, leaving her agape. Was this not the mother of the original owner? This villa was indeed hers. What strange twist of fate had led her to this house? Qi Jinnuo flipped the frame face down, furrowing her brow as she turned to leave. In truth, this bore no relation to her. She would never acknowledge this woman as her mother. As she descended the stairs, she noted that Tung Yuan had also opened his eyes, prompting her to hasten towards him. Chapter 77. If you do not leave, you shall perish here. Have you finished absorbing? How do you feel? I have leveled up. Tung Yuan replied to level 3. Is that all it takes to level up? Qi Jinnuo was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed far too effortless. A stark contrast to his previous experience. This time, he appeared to progress as effortlessly as one might eat or drink, whereas last time he had been unconscious for 2 to 3 days. With each level he ascends, his physique undergoes transformation, allowing him to better adapt to the burgeoning power, thus making the process considerably easier. I see now. Now that you are at level 3, does that mean you can absorb the crystal core from the mother zombie? Qi Jinnuo retrieved the core from her space. Of course not. He has only just reached level 3. Do you wish to see him explode from overexertion? I have just leveled up. I cannot absorb that much yet. Tung Yuan stated, let's discuss this later. Oh, very well. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from her stomach, and Qi Jinnuo shyly glanced at him. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you? Tung Yuan could tell she was hungry, having only consumed half a bowl of rice that afternoon, and despite his coaxing, she had refused to eat more. I will cook. What would you like? He inquired as he headed towards the kitchen. Anything will do? Qi Jinnuo followed him into the kitchen, unabashedly placing her order. Then I would like sweet and sour ribs, braised fish, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Very well. Those are all home-style dishes, quite simple to prepare. After Qi Jinnuo produced the ingredients from her space, Tung Yuan swiftly got to work. She watched him with childlike curiosity, questioning every step. Though she could cook, her skills were rather rudimentary, and she fell short in comparison to Tung Yuan. Yet, she was eager to learn. She trailed behind him in the kitchen like a devoted shadow. Once the sweet and sour ribs were ready, Qi Jinnuo could hardly contain herself, snatching a piece and popping it into her mouth despite its heat, only to gleefully give a thumbs up. Delicious, delicious. So hot, yet so tasty. As she winced from the heat, tears brimming in her eyes, her lips flushed red, she grinned through gritted teeth, praising his culinary prowess. Unable to resist, Tung Yuan extinguished the flame and scooped her onto the countertop. He propped himself behind her with one hand, his gaze darkening as he leaned closer. Is that so? Allow me to taste just how delectable it is. The kitchen fell into silence, save for the bubbling of the pot. Time passed unmeasured before Qi Jinnuo was finally set down. Her lips were rosy, her cheeks flushed, and she obediently stood behind him, daring not to utter a word or make any unnecessary movements. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, the two washed up and retired for the night. In the morning, Qi Jinnuo was roused by a vigorous knocking at the door. She groggily opened her eyes, irritated by the early disturbance. Who could it be, knocking so early? Stay put. I will check, Tung Yuan replied as he rolled out of bed. Upon descending the stairs and opening the door, he was met by the sight of the hip-hop enthusiast from days past, the one with the bodyguard company. Brother, I finally found you. Upon seeing Tung Yuan, the man's eyes glistened with tears, nearly spilling over. Quick, you must come with me. I have something of utmost importance to ask of you. Without waiting for a response, he attempted to drag Tung Yuan away. However, the moment he turned, the hand grasping Tung Yuan was encased in ice. Pale with fright, he cried, Brother, spare me. I mean no harm. I genuinely need your help. There will be compensation. The bodyguards behind him were on high alert. Tung Yuan withdrew his hand, his voice icy. Do not touch me without permission. The ice dissipated from the hip-hop enthusiast's hand. All right, I won't touch. I promise. The man, visibly shaken, took a few steps back and added, I had no choice but to seek you out. Qing has been captured, and my father and brother refused to send anyone to find her. I had no alternative but to come to you. At this moment, the golden-haired one, who had been observing, chuckled. Oh dear, could she have been abducted by the Punan base? Serves her right. That woman, Qin Wenqing, has finally met her comeuppance. Silence. The hip-hop enthusiast glared at him in anger. What does this have to do with you? And how do you know she was taken by the Punan base? Was it you who did this? Do not cast unfounded accusations. This is none of my business. I merely heard rumors that the Punan base is establishing a branch here, and their second-in-command has reportedly arrived with his entourage. This second-in-command has a penchant for beauty, and he possesses a subordinate with the ability of invisibility who scours for women to please him. At this point, the golden-haired one inquired, Is it true that Qin Wenqing vanished suddenly, and there were no signs of a break-in? The hip-hop enthusiast blurted out, How did you know? Then it is settled. The golden-haired one declared, She cannot escape. She has undoubtedly been taken to the second-in-command of the Punan base. What shall we do? The hip-hop enthusiast's face paled. He had heard of the notorious reputation of the Punan base. It was said that the leader of this base was a prisoner, a ruthless criminal who was to be executed until the apocalypse granted him a reprieve. The headquarters of the Punan base was established within a famously notorious prison, which had now transformed into a sanctuary for survivors. The prison's stringent escape prevention measures had inadvertently become an ideal fortress against the encroaching hordes of the undead. The cadre of the Punan base predominantly comprises serious offenders, each far from virtuous, which has tarnished the reputation of this establishment. They are notoriously unreasonable and devoid of integrity. If something piques their interest, they will resort to any means necessary to acquire it. Their formidable influence deters most from provoking them. Currently, the Punan base is in a phase of expansion, with rumors swirling about the establishment of a new branch, unexpectedly chosen to be located here. Brother, help me. The hip-hop enthusiast gazed at Tung Yuan as if he were a lifeline, pleading, If you can assist me in rescuing Qing, I will comply with any demands you may have. Huang Mao, standing nearby, relished the situation. That woman, Qin Wenqing, has been captured by the Punan base. She has likely already been sullied. I advise you to abandon hope. Shut up. Do you want to die? The hip-hop enthusiast fumed. Huang Mao merely shrugged, falling silent. I cannot assist you. Tung Yuan replied coldly, You should leave. Desperation surged within the hip-hop enthusiast. You haven't even tried. How can you claim you cannot help? My family does have some influence and resources. What do you desire? Supplies? Energy crystals? Tung Yuan, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, If you do not leave at once, you shall meet your end here. His darkened gaze radiated menace, suggesting he was not jesting. The others instinctively took a step back. Chapter 78. Abducted under his nose. The hip-hop enthusiast opened his mouth to protest, yet the door had already closed. Unwilling to concede defeat, he shouted, My residence is at 777 Pingnan Road. Whenever you come to your senses, seek me out. The bodyguard could no longer contain himself, advising, Young master, we should return swiftly. If the master and the eldest young master discover you have sneaked out, they will surely be furious. Ching ching, my ching ching. The hip-hop enthusiast lamented, waiting in vain for a response from inside before departing in despair. As Ting Yuanye turned away, he spotted Qi Jinnuo, drowsy and leaning against the stair railing. I heard everything. Do you know him? No, Tung Yuanye replied, but we have crossed paths once. Is that so? Qi Jinnuo remarked, that ability is remarkable. The power of invisibility is rather unfair, isn't it? Tung Yuanye recalled Huang Mao's words about the second-in-command's penchant for collecting beautiful women. He furrowed his brow, deciding not to venture out today. Hey? Qi Jinnuo blinked. Are you afraid I might be taken? Tung Yuanye gazed at her, remaining silent. It's all right, with you here. Who could possibly take me under your watch? Qi Jinnuo said, shaking his hand playfully. Besides, I have my own means of self-defense now. Tung Yuanye cautioned. This ability remains elusive. It is prudent to exercise caution until we comprehend it fully. Fine, I will heed your advice and remain indoors. With the door barred, Qi Jinnuo resolved to explore her power within the confines of the house. Do you think my ability requires enhancement? The Zombie Queen's ability does not necessitate upgrades. Its effectiveness is entirely contingent upon your personal understanding. Is that so? Qi Jinnuo conjured a small bubble of water, followed by a bubble of lightning. But fearing she might cause havoc, she swiftly retracted them. The bubbles she produced were diminutive, easily held within her palm. What if I create a larger bubble? She pondered, clasping her hands together to form a substantial bubble, approximately 1 meter in diameter. The bubble floated before her, devoid of any contents. She prodded it, discovering it was resilient and elastic, unlike ordinary bubbles that burst at the slightest touch. In a whimsical moment, she leapt onto the bubble, surprisingly managing to balance on it. Moreover, she found she could maneuver the bubble to her desired location, akin to a steed. Yuanye, look! Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, guiding the bubble toward Ting Yuanye. He glanced at it, astonished. This bubble can support a person? Isn't it amazing? Qi Jinnuo beamed. In the future, when we tire from travel, I can simply sit on the bubble and float through the air to enjoy the scenery. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Come, try it. Qi Jinnuo beckoned him eagerly. Ting Yuanye observed her sitting atop the bubble, reminiscent of a fairy from a tale, the scene enchanting. However, he dismissed the notion of a grown man sitting on a bubble. If one can sit on it, could one also enter it? Tung Yuanye mused. It could serve as a means of concealment beneath water. What a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? Qi Jinnuo attempted to reach into the bubble. And to her astonishment, she could indeed enter. She submerged herself within the bubble, feeling no sensation of suffocation. Truly feasible. This means I can navigate freely underwater. Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, emerging from the bubble with excitement. I'm going to try this in the bathtub. Without waiting for Ting Yuanye's response, she dashed upstairs. Ting Yuanye shook his head, recalling Huang Mao's words, his expression darkening. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He extended his mental domain to scan his surroundings, detecting no anomalies, and subsequently retracted it. However, upon doing so, he realized something was amiss. It seemed Qi Jinnuo's presence had vanished from his mental domain. His expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the upstairs room, kicking open the bathroom door to find it utterly empty. Only the open window remained. His countenance soured as he noticed damp footprints leading downstairs. He leapt from the window, following the trail of prints. As he pursued, he activated his mental domain once more, yet found nothing. The footprints ceased at the edge of the garden. Tung Yuanye halted, his expression grim. How could they have abducted her right under his nose? The Punin base. His visage darkened with fury as he returned to the villa, entered his vehicle, and headed to the address provided by the hip-hop enthusiast. When the hip-hop enthusiast learned of his arrival, he was elated and rushed out to greet him. I thought you wouldn't come. I'm pleasantly surprised you did. Speak. What is it you desire? Tung Yuanye seized him by the collar, asking coldly. Where are those people from the Punin base currently residing? The hip-hop enthusiast flinched. What's the matter? I ask you again, where do they reside? Tung Yuanye reiterated. The bodyguard's expression turned grave, ready to intervene, but the hip-hop enthusiast raised a hand to stay him. I've heard they are temporarily residing in the affluent area in the southwest. There are rumors they're planning a branch there. Tung Yuanye released him and turned to leave. Are you planning to confront them? You can't just barge in like that. They have numerous powers. Can you guarantee your safety in such a situation? The hip-hop enthusiast shouted after him. Tung Yuanya paused. Hastily, the hip-hop enthusiast added, moreover, I've heard they possess a plethora of peculiar abilities, including that invisibility power, and supposedly someone has the ability to reverse time. Truly bizarre. Tung Yuanya's eyes narrowed with intensity. He had experienced the invisibility ability firsthand today. It was indeed strange that even his mental powers could not detect it. Furthermore, it seemed that items touched by the invisibility user also became hidden. Otherwise, how could he explain his inability to sense Qi Jinnuo? Had it not been for that, how could she have escaped right beneath his gaze? Why not step inside, so we can discuss this further? The hip-hop man suggested tentatively. We can collaborate, and I will fully cooperate with you. Tung Yuan maintained an impassive expression as he turned and entered the room. The hip-hop man breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to follow him. When Qi Jinnuo awoke, she found herself locked in a room. A heavy iron chain bound her hands, with the other end anchored to the wall. Where am I? What has happened? Qi Jinnuo only remembered intending to try the bubbles in the bathtub, but as soon as she entered, a cloud of powdered drugs suddenly enveloped her face, causing her to lose consciousness. What on earth is going on? You're awake, a cold voice echoed. Qi Jinnuo turned her head and discovered that she was not the only one imprisoned in this room. The cramped space held 7 or 8 women, all of whom were stunningly beautiful. Particularly striking was the one who had just spoken. Her elongated eyes and fox-like features exuded an icy beauty that could easily ignite a man's desire for conquest. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qi Jinnuo inquired, How did you all end up here? A girl with large eyes timidly replied, Suddenly, a cloud of powdered drug came over me, and I passed out, only to wake up here. And you all? Qi Jinnuo glanced at the others. They nodded in unison, confirming their shared fate. Frowning, Qi Jinnuo asked, Do you know where this place is? A heavy silence fell upon them. One girl hesitantly spoke up. I've heard that the second-in-command of the Punin base has a penchant for beautiful women. We might have been captured for that reason. So, it is indeed the Punin base. It doesn't take much thought. It must be that invisible ability user. Such a power is truly unfair, snatching her away right under Tung Yuan's nose. She glanced down at the iron chain in her hands and attempted to struggle against it. It was tightly bound, chafing her wrists until they reddened. Unable to use her powers to escape, she feared that striking too close might harm herself. Eneen, are you there? I am here. I was just training and didn't expect you to be captured. Quick, think of a way to get me out. How did that invisible ability user manage to take me right under the male lead's nose? Invisibility means complete concealment. Even mental abilities cannot detect it. Is it really that formidable? However, such peculiar abilities are exceedingly rare. Do you have any solutions? I currently do not. Qi Jinnuo furrowed her brow. It seemed she wouldn't be able to escape for now. She could only wait for someone to arrive to free her from the chains before devising a way to leave. Suddenly, she recalled that when that person sought Ting Yuan's help for a rescue, he mentioned a woman named Qin Wenqing. She scanned the room and asked, Is there anyone here named Qin Wenqing? The girls exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Only the cold beauty beside her spoke up, I am Qin Wenqing.
Do you know me?
You are? Qi Jinnuo stared at her in surprise. No wonder that wealthy heir was so anxious. She was indeed stunning. Your boyfriend, is he the one with tattoos on his neck and arms, dressed in hip-hop style? Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Wenqing interjected coldly, He is not my boyfriend. This left Qi Jinnuo momentarily at a loss for words. Did he send you to find me? Before Qi Jinnuo could respond, Qin Wenqing asked.
No.
He came to find my boyfriend to save you. My boyfriend refused, and I happened to overhear, Qi Jinnuo explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenqing replied icily, still so useless. She appeared to hold a disdainful view of the hip-hop man. Was he the one who forcibly kept her by his side? What is your name? Qin Wenqing suddenly asked. You look somewhat familiar. Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. Could she be an acquaintance? She scrutinized her, mentally searching for recognition, but confirmed she did not know her. Yet, there was something familiar about her. She resembled the protagonist, Qin Yoxia. My name is Qi Jinnuo. Upon hearing her name, Qin Wenqing's expression shifted. She let out a cold snort and said, So you are Qi Jinnuo. Qi Jinnuo, sensing her tone, probed, Do you know me? I've heard your name. Qin Wenqing replied. I've heard you are materialistic, favoring the wealthy, and it's widely known that you cling to a well-off boy despite his clear refusal, causing quite a stir. The other girls regarded Qi Jinnuo with incredulity. Qi Jinnuo thought, that wasn't me, it was the original owner. She would never behave so obsessively. You're so beautiful, yet you still need to chase after a boy? The girl with large eyes exclaimed in disbelief. Is it possible that any boy could refuse you? Indeed, for such a stunning beauty, is chasing after boys necessary? A mere beckon would surely attract a throng of suitors. Alas, being captured by the Punin base. Such beauty has become a curse, the girl with large eyes lamented. Just as her words faded, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Four men, bearing fierce and grotesque features, entered. Their filthy clothes and the stench of sweat filled the air, causing Qi Jinnuo to hold her breath in disgust. The men's lecherous gazes roamed over the women, unabashed and repulsive. This batch is quite promising. Every one of them is stunning, especially this one. The leading man's eyes gleamed with awe as he looked at Qi Jinnuo. You did well this time. Where did you find such top-tier goods? The short, thin man chuckled. I stumbled upon them. Your boyfriend is quite formidable. I waited for a long time for the opportunity to strike. Truly a boon for her boyfriend. The man's eyes appraised Qi Jinnuo from head to toe, his lecherous gaze making her feel utterly repulsed. The captain is truly fortunate. I wonder if he will share his new acquisitions with the brothers, just like the previous ones. He surely will. The captain grows tired of new things quickly. Last time, that woman was a big star, and he grew bored after half a month, passing her on to us. That star is now a faded flower. It's no longer entertaining. Another man scoffed. Madam Qi, hasn't he grown tired yet? She is still by the captain's side. Madam Qi? Qi Jinnuo's ears perked up at the mention of the surname. Sharing the same last name, her mind instinctively conjured the image of the original owner's mother. Yet, that couldn't be possible. The original owner was only 19, and even if her mother had her at 19, she would now be 38. Stop wasting time. Hurry and take them away, the leading man snapped. Qi Jinnuo remained composed, waiting for them to unlock her chains before springing into action. However, she overheard the short man say, a few big shots have arrived today, researchers. They say they have a way to help ability users level up quickly. And they're discussing it with the captain, which is why he is willing to bring new goods over. Don't mess this up. It must be those sent by the E family. They specialize in dubious practices, not fearing the day they might backfire. The boss's son is also here. Is that true? The leader's son did not remain at the headquarters. What brings him here? It is said he is here to assist the captain in expanding the branch. The man scoffed disdainfully. The girls, trembling with trepidation, were chastised by a short, slender man. Move faster. Do not dawdle. Chapter 80. The Unscrupulous Breeding Base. Qi Jinnuo squeezed along with a few girls, recalling the words they had just exchanged. The E family, is it the same E family as Yi Jingqing's? Is the method for rapidly upgrading abilities akin to that employed by Yan Weiguo and Lu Xingzhou? Qi Jinnuo suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. She wished to see if she could eavesdrop on any useful information. So, according to you, the leader's son from the Punin base headquarters has also come today? Teng Yuan inquired in a low voice. The hip-hop boy replied, based on what I overheard from my dad and brother, that is indeed the case. They want my dad to join them, but he is still contemplating. Regrettably, my father does not care for Qingqing and refuses to send anyone to rescue her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be seeking your help, the hip-hop boy lamented. Teng Yuan turned to leave. Where are you going? Wait for me. The hip-hop boy hurriedly followed, asking, where are you going? Aren't you going to save her? Teng Yuan now realized that the hip-hop boy was utterly useless. He held no power at home, and the only people who followed his orders were a few bodyguards. While he was not dependable, the information he provided regarding the abilities of some individuals at the Punin base sufficed. Although he might not be able to simultaneously confront numerous ability users unscathed, it appeared that no one at that base posed a threat to him. Go save her, Teng Yuan stated calmly. I will accompany you. I'll bring some people, the hip-hop boy suggested, turning to count heads. However, when he turned back, he found that Teng Yuan had already vanished. Qi Jinnuo and the group of girls were led into a room. She quickly scanned the area, but did not see Yi Jingqing's figure. A man approached a middle-aged man with a scarred face, ingratiatingly bowing. Team leader, the people have been brought. The scarred man lifted his head, and his gaze immediately landed on Qi Jinnuo. You, come here.
Me?
Qi Jinnuo looked at him. Typically, women in such situations would be flustered and at a loss. Yet, this woman remained composed and dared to meet his gaze, which intrigued the scarred man. Yes, it is you. Come here. It was not out of the question to comply. As Qi Jinnuo was about to approach, a younger, plump man suddenly interjected. I have taken a liking to her as well, team leader. Why not let me have her first? The smile on the scarred man's lips remained, but his eyes grew distinctly colder.
Young master, you jest.
Since you have taken a liking, it is naturally yours. Why should we discuss sharing? Young master? Qi Jinnuo glanced at him, repulsed by his corpulent figure. The scarred man directed his gaze towards Qin Wenqing. You, come here. Qin Wenqing, likely unaccustomed to such humiliation, stood frozen, her face resolute. The scarred man's expression darkened. Did you not hear me? Come here. Qin Wenqing's complexion paled. After several seconds of standoff, she finally moved forward. As Qi Jinnuo reached the side of the young master, his lecherous gaze fell upon her, and he extended his large hand, attempting to embrace her. Qi Jinnuo evaded him, winking playfully and chiding. What's the rush? She placed a finger on her lips and blew him a kiss. The young master beamed with delight, finding her quite perceptive and accommodating. Suddenly, a pink bubble floated from her lips, drifting towards his face. Just as he was puzzled, the bubble burst, causing his eyes to lose focus. Turn your head. Don't speak. Just drink, Qi Jinnuo murmured, as she did not wish to face that unappetizing visage. The young master complied, turning away to drink silently. The scarred man had his arm around Qin Wenqing's shoulders. She resisted fiercely, yet the more she resisted, the tighter he held her. Some men are inherently twisted. The more a woman fights back, the more exhilarated they become. After toying with Qin Wenqing for a while, the scarred man suddenly turned his attention to a bespectacled man. Addressing business, you mentioned you have mass-produced solar crystals. Is that true? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. Indeed, it is true. As long as you can meet the price. We can provide as many as you want, and they are of high quality. With these solar crystals, you can assemble a formidable team of ability users. Now is the prime time for factions to vie for territory. This will give you a competitive edge. The scarred man pondered. What do you want in return? What is the value of one solar crystal? The bespectacled man replied, 1 solar crystal for 1 truckload of food. Does that seem unreasonable? A truckload of food is hardly unreasonable? The scarred man scoffed. You should know. I can kill zombies myself, and the solar crystals are free for the taking. Not the same. The bespectacled man shook his head. Our solar crystals are of superior quality, and... He lowered his voice. We can also provide ability user cores. Upon hearing the phrase ability user cores, the scarred man nearly spilled his drink. Ability user cores? With ability user cores, you can upgrade much faster. It only takes 5 second-level ability user cores to reach the 3rd level, the bespectacled man explained. The scarred man's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he learned that ability user cores could also facilitate upgrades. Suddenly, he recalled a mysterious organization that had recently been recruiting ability users. Is it you? The bespectacled man confirmed. Indeed, it is us. The ability user cores must surely come from those ability users, correct? Talking to an intelligent person is indeed effortless, the bespectacled man replied. Qi Jinnuo was left in shock. These unscrupulous individuals actually hunted ability users to seize their cores. So this is how rapid upgrades are achieved. No wonder Yin mentioned that Lu Xingzhou had the scent of blood on him. The ability user cores are essentially nourished by human flesh and blood. It is not impossible for us to collaborate long-term, the scarred man contemplated, glancing at the young master. However, it ultimately depends on our young master's wishes. The young master lowered his head, remaining silent. Noticing something amiss, the scarred man called out, "Young master?" The young master still did not respond. The scarred man abruptly stood up, realizing that the young master's eyes were unfocused. He shouted, "We have intruders." Instantly, everyone in the room became alert. Seeing this, Qi Jinnuo abandoned her pretense and stood up. The scarred man was taken aback. "It's you." Ignoring him, Qi Jinnuo directed her gaze at the bespectacled man. "Where is your base where you breed these solar crystals and ability user cores?" The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Qi Jinnuo smiled slightly. "Naturally, I plan to smash it. Unaware of your own insignificance. Capture that woman." The scarred man bellowed. The ability users all lunged toward Qi Jinnuo. Chapter 81 Mother. They assumed Qi Jinnuo possessed no abilities, seeing her beautiful face. They refrained from using their powers against her. After all, the captain was notoriously fond of beautiful women. Should her face be marred, it would be difficult to account for. However, while they were hesitant, Qi Jinnuo held no such reservations. She unleashed countless bubbles and electric bubbles. These bubbles floated into the air, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The assailants paused, gazing upward at the bubbles. What is this? A magic trick? A circus act? Qi Jinnuo chuckled, I am merely sending you on your way. As her words faded, bubbles burst, merging rain and lightning, and a series of thunderclaps struck down. One by one, the individuals were rendered into mere stick figures. Their bones illuminated as if under X-ray, and amidst the cacophony of thunder, they all fell like charred remnants, smoke rising from their forms. Scarface was taken aback. What kind of extraordinary ability was this? He had seen many with bizarre powers under his command, yet this was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon. What on earth was that bubble? The bespectacled man, caught off guard by her prowess, attempted to flee. Qi Jinnuo conjured a large bubble that swiftly enveloped him. Trapped within, the bespectacled man panicked as the bubble whisked him back to Qi Jinnuo's side. This technique is rather impressive. Is it your own creation? Silver inquired, astonished. Sort of, Qi Jinnuo replied. I drew inspiration from the male lead. With a snap of her fingers, the bubble erupted, causing the bespectacled man to tumble to the ground. Now then, Qi Jinnuo lifted her chin and crouched before him. Can you finally divulge the location of your malevolent breeding facility? The bespectacled man's complexion paled as he stared at her in terror, stammering, You Scarface seized the moment and hurled a lightning sphere at Qi Jinnuo.
D.
Qi Jinnuo glanced back momentarily, then created a bubble to envelop the lightning sphere. Scarface exclaimed in disbelief, Hot. Qi Jinnuo extended her index finger, directing the bubble to spin around before standing up with a smile. Oh dear, you truly are unfortunate. Your ability shares a common origin with mine. Thus my bubble can consume your lightning sphere. However, should you unleash a fireball, my bubble may not be able to contain it. What in the world is your ability? Scarface seethed in anger. Qi Jinnuo feigned innocence. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's a bubble ability? Here, your lightning sphere is returned. With a flick of her hand, the bubble containing the lightning sphere soared above Scarface's head, burst open, and unleashed a bolt of lightning that sent him shrieking to the ground. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open, and a throng of ability users rushed in, encircling Qi Jinnuo. Gritting his teeth, Scarface forced himself upright and signaled to a slender man standing nearby. Qi Jinnuo caught sight of this and remarked, Are you planning to have that invisible ability user deal with me again? I've learned my lesson and one tea fall for twice. She smiled, blowing a kiss that formed a pink bubble. The bubble floated to the slender man's face and burst, rendering his gaze blank. Qi Jinnuo winked and said, Just stand there and don't move. The slender man obediently replied, All right. Scarface, now furious, shouted, Kill her. Everyone attack. Instantly, the ability users unleashed their powers against Qi Jinnuo. Yet, a multitude of bubbles descended upon them, followed by a barrage of thunder that swiftly incapacitated them. Although she had only practiced for one night, Qi Jinnuo had already become quite adept at wielding this ability. Scarface's expression was anything but pleasant. The notorious and formidable Punin base was suffering such a humiliating defeat at the hands of a mere woman. Qi Jinnuo turned her gaze back to the bespectacled man and coldly inquired, Will you speak now? If not, that's quite all right. She placed her hand over her lips, ready to release an enchanting bubble. The bespectacled man hastily said, It's located in the South Mountain at the backstage. There's a hidden breeding facility there. The South Mountain? Qi Jinnuo was unfamiliar with this place, but she was certain someone would know of it. Thank you for your cooperation, she said as she lowered her hand, allowing the bespectacled man to breathe a sigh of relief. Realizing it was time to return, lest Tung Yuan grow anxious, Qi Jinnuo turned to leave. Suddenly, she glanced at the girls and asked, Would you like to come with me? Before they could respond, a strikingly crimson figure abruptly entered. Brother Tiger? What has happened? The woman's voice was alluring and melodic. Qi Jinnuo turned to face her and was astonished to find that she bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman in the photograph she had seen in the villa's study. Time had left no marks on this woman's face, yet her greedy, calculating eyes betrayed her ambitions. Clad in a red spaghetti strap gown, Her alluring figure was on full display as she sashayed, exuding an air of irresistible charm. It was the biological mother of the original owner, Qi. "Don't come in. Run and get help," Scarface shouted. Qi paused, glancing at Scarface before turning her attention to Qi Jinnuo. You are Noa? Qi Jinnuo was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, turning her head away. "I am not." "You are," Qi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she approached and grasped Qi Jinnuo's hand. "You are my daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy. How could I not recognize you? This face is mine to claim, and you are my greatest masterpiece." Scarface was taken aback. "She is your daughter?" "Indeed, Brother Tiger, she is the daughter I mentioned before."
"We know."
Qi enthusiastically introduced Qi Jinnuo to Scarface, squeezing her hand as she continued. "After the apocalypse, I've sent people to look for you everywhere. I had nearly lost hope, but to see you alive is simply wonderful." Qi Jinnuo felt a surge of complex emotions and was unsure of what to say. Just then, a man rushed in. "Captain, there's a third-level ability user outside. They're about to destroy us. We can't hold them off." "What?" Scarface's face darkened as he roared. "How can there be a third-level ability user? What nonsense are you spouting?" The man, his face a mask of despair, replied, "It's true. It's truly a third level. Or perhaps not, but they are far too powerful for us to resist." Before he could finish, a 2-meter-wide ice pillar burst through the left wall and emerged from the right, standing imposingly before them. Qi Jinnuo raised an eyebrow. "So, this is the third-level ice ability?" Suddenly, the ice pillar was riddled with cracks before shattering into countless shards. Amidst the frigid air, a tall figure slowly emerged from the breach. Chapter 82. Kill the Young Master. The sound of footsteps drew closer, and within the swirling white frost, a sharply featured face gradually became discernible, its shadowy eyes emanating an intense sense of pressure. Scarface fixated on the figure in the cold mist, instinctively swallowing hard. This young man appeared to be quite young, yet his presence was overwhelmingly powerful. "See, Captain," a trembling voice came from his subordinate. "It's him." Scarface gritted his teeth. "Hey, kid," as Tung Yuan entered. His gaze immediately landed on Qi Jinnuo, striding towards her. "Are you hurt?" He assessed her. "Not at all," Qi Jinnuo replied with a smile. "They couldn't harm me. Rather, I left them in tatters." She gestured to the incapacitated ability users strewn across the floor. Hearing this, Tung Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given his newfound power as the zombie queen, self-preservation was more than assured. Damn it! At that moment, a furious curse rang out. The young master, having slowly risen to his feet, was in quite a foul mood. When Tung Yuan's ice pillar had crashed through the wall, it had inadvertently sent him flying. This impact had disrupted Qi Jinnuo's enchantment. Who the hell did this? Step forward. He touched the blood on his forehead, cursing furiously. The room fell into an eerie silence, no one daring to utter a word. Tung Yuan cast a cold glance in his direction. The prince noticed Tung Yuan and spoke with evident irritation. "Who is this? Zhang Hu, is this person also one of your guests? And what on earth happened to this perfectly fine room? Who is responsible for this?" The scarred man spoke up. "Young master." The prince abruptly turned his attention to Qi Jinnuo. "What did that wretched girl just do to me? All I saw was a pink bubble flying towards me. And then I lost consciousness. What kind of supernatural ability are you wielding?" Qi Jinnuo replied, "Guess." "Zhang Hu, what are you waiting for?" The prince shouted at the scarred man. "This is your territory, and yet you can't even capture a woman. Look at what has happened to your men. With this incompetence, how do you expect to lead a division?" The scarred man's expression darkened, and he fell silent. "Why haven't you captured that wretched girl yet?" The prince pointed at Qi Jinnuo, fuming. "This insolent creature dares to toy with me. Once I have her in bed, I will." Tung Yuan's eyes darkened, a flash of white light flickering within them. Before the prince's finger could descend, his incessant prattle ceased, and he was transformed into an ice sculpture. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. The scarred man exclaimed in shock, "Young master?" He quickly glanced at Tung Yuan, his eyes filled with trepidation, wariness, and fear. "What have you done? This is the son of our Pu-Nan base leader. Should you dare to harm him, our leader and the Pu-Nan base." Before he could finish, the ice sculpture exploded into a flurry of crimson snowflakes, cascading to the ground. The henchman recoiled in terror, collapsing onto the floor. The scarred man watched in disbelief as a living being turned into an ice sculpture and then into snowflakes. A chill crept up from his feet, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, a primal fear of the powerful. Who possesses the invisibility ability? Tung Yuan inquired. Qi Jinnuo pointed to a corner where a frail man stood. His gaze vacant. It's him. Tung Yuan's lips curled into a fierce smile. This is the first time someone has evaded my mental probe. I shall not allow any loose ends to pose a threat to me. In an instant, the frail man was encased in ice, only to explode into blood-red snowflakes moments later. The scarred man's expression darkened further as he turned to Tung Yuan. Brother, do you realize you've just killed our Poon and Base's prince? And what of it? Tung Yuan replied coldly. Are you seeking vengeance for your prince? You seem quite confident in your abilities. The scarred man laughed. Revenge is unnecessary on my part. Our leader and the Poon and Base headquarters will avenge the young master. You may not be aware, but the supernatural beings here are merely a small fraction. We are only here to establish a branch, not even a proper division. Our headquarters is teeming with powerful individuals. Once our leader gets serious, escaping will not be so straightforward for you. Tung Yuan responded. You need not concern yourself with that. You misunderstand my intention, the scarred man continued. I mean, we could collaborate. Together, we could establish a base. With the various factions vying for territory, it would be a shame for someone of your caliber not to develop your own power. I have no interest in establishing a base. Seek another, Tung Yuan stated. The scarred man, taken aback by the rejection, was momentarily speechless. Beside them, Qi suddenly laughed. Jinnuo, who is this person to you? You seem to share quite a bond. Qi Jinnuo glanced at Qi, discomfort flooding her as she detected the calculating glint in her mother's eyes. Instinctively, she distanced herself, leaning closer to Tung Yuan. Tung Yuan wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, and looked at Qi. And who might this be? Understanding their relationship, Qi beamed. Are you Jinnuo's boyfriend? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Jinnuo's mother. Tung Yuan frowned slightly, glancing down at Qi Jinnuo. Is that so? Yes, Qi Jinnuo nodded reluctantly. Despite her aversion to Qi, she recognized her as the original mother. Oh dear, what a turn of events. It seems we've all misunderstood one another, Qi chuckled, casting a glance at the scarred man. He too realized the gravity of the situation. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. My subordinates brought Miss Qi here, without my knowledge. Tung Yuan, uninterested in their lengthy explanations, took Qi Jinnuo's hand and declared, Let us go. Qi, sensing their intent to leave, quickly intervened. Wait. Jinnuo, you're just going to walk away? After all this time, don't you miss your mother? Qi Jinnuo shot her a glance, but remained silent. Why don't you stay for a while? Let us host you properly, Qi suggested tentatively. The scarred man chimed in eagerly. Yes. Consider it an apology from us. Tung Yuan turned to Qi Jinnuo. What are your thoughts? He was mindful that she might wish to converse with her mother, to catch up. Qi Jinnuo glanced at Qi and nodded slowly. All right. Qi's smile brightened. I'll make the arrangements right away.
Wait.
Qin Wenqing suddenly interjected. What about us? Only then did Qi Jinnuo remember the group of girls, turning to the scarred man. Release them all. The scarred man smiled nervously. Of course. They're free. Chapter 83. That was close. I nearly gave myself away.
Hold on.
Qin Wenqing called out to Tung Yuan. He paused, turning to glance at her. Qi Jinnuo's heart raced. Could it be that she knew Tung Yuan? Qin Wenqing gazed at him, slowly asking, Are you Tung Yuan? I've seen your photograph, she added. And so? Tung Yuan replied. Do you remember a girl named Jinnuo? Jinnuo. Wasn't she the female protagonist? Clearly, Qin Wenqing had ties to the heroine. Qi Jinnuo tightened her grip on Tung Yuan's hand, not wanting him to continue the conversation, and pouted, I feel dizzy. Let's go rest, shall we?
Dizzy?
Tung Yuan's attention shifted entirely to her, and he swiftly scooped her into his arms. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qi Jinnuo clung to his neck. Feeling wronged. I just started feeling dizzy. Qin Wenqing watched as Tung Yuan carried Qi Jinnuo away, her teeth clenched in frustration. You truly don't remember Jinnuo? Yet the man did not look back. Instead, Qi Jinnuo lifted her head from his shoulder to glance at her. Qin Wenqing's expression darkened. Convinced that Qi Jinnuo was doing this deliberately. She was aware of Qi Jinnuo's past, thanks to her sister Jinnuo. During high school, Her sister had confided in her about a girl who constantly sought to compete with her, harboring resentment after losing. Later, when she developed feelings for a transfer student and finally mustered the courage to confess in a letter, she returned home in tears one day, revealing that the transfer student was now dating the girl she despised. Eventually, her sister discovered that the girl had never liked the transfer student. She had merely seen the love letter and pursued him out of spite. After being with the transfer student, she was also secretly dating other boys. The younger sister brought the transfer student to the scene, confronting the girl. The girl admitted that she did not love the transfer student. She was merely with him to seek revenge. The younger sister believed that she would finally have a chance to be with a transfer student. However, he suddenly vanished. It was only upon entering university that the younger sister finally reunited with him, determined to pursue him relentlessly. Just as they were beginning to make progress, the girl reappeared out of nowhere. It was rumored that after the transfer student's disappearance, the girl too had vanished for a year. Some said she had undergone an abortion, others claimed she was kept by a wealthy benefactor, and yet others said she had gotten married. This girl entered the capital university a year later than her, becoming her junior. Upon discovering that the transfer student had become the heir of a wealthy family, she shamelessly pursued him, attempting to rekindle their relationship despite being repeatedly rejected, becoming the subject of ridicule at school. The younger sister had shown her pictures of Qi Jinnuo and Yuanya, so when she first laid eyes on Qi Jinnuo, she felt an odd familiarity. However, what was the story with Yuanya? Hadn't he repeatedly turned down Qi Jinnuo's attempts at reconciliation? How could they now appear so inseparable? Qin Wenqing furrowed her brow. She had yet to locate her sister and remained unaware of her current state, alive or dead. Were it not for her lack of abilities, she would never have stayed beside that useless Feng Huahao.
Ching.
Ching. At that moment, Qin Wenqing's thoughts were interrupted by a man rushing toward her without regard for his appearance. What is this huge hole? Feng Huahao questioned, perplexed when he ran in but quickly broke into a broad smile. Qing, you're safe. That's wonderful. Qin Wenqing responded coolly with a hum. Let us hurry back. We owe it all to that big shot. If it weren't for him, we... The big shot you mentioned, is it Yuanya? Qin Wenqing suddenly inquired. Feng Huahao was taken aback. I don't know his name. He didn't say, but he's tall and handsome and possesses ice-type abilities. That's him. Qin Wenqing replied slowly. Indeed, it's thanks to him. He is my savior. Please arrange for him to come over for a meal. I wish to express my gratitude in person. Feng Huahao felt an ominous premonition. Worried that Qin Wenqing might develop feelings for Yuanya and also concerned that she might perceive him as stingy. But that big shot, he should. Is there a problem? Qin Wenqing's tone turned cold. Feng Huahao hurriedly responded, no problem. I'll find someone to inform him right away. All right. Qin Wenqing acknowledged. Qi led Yuanya and Qi Jinnuo to a room on the third floor. You may stay in this room for now. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Yuanya directly picked up Qi Jinnuo and carried her inside, placing her on the bed and allowing her to lean against him.
How do you feel?
Is your head still spinning? He asked softly. Yes, Qi Jinnuo replied pitifully. A kiss from you would make it all better. Nonsense. Qi observed the man tenderly comforting her daughter without a hint of impatience. Although she feigned disapproval, she planted a kiss on her cheek, satisfied with her daughter's ability to charm a man. She then exited, choosing not to disturb them further. Once Qi left, Yuanya cast a bemused glance at the girl in his arms. Are you still pretending now that everyone is gone? How do you know I'm pretending? What if I'm genuinely dizzy? Qi Jinnuo pouted, pulling away from him. Yuanya pulled her back into his embrace and whispered, What more do you want me to do to show I care for you? Am I not here, indulging your whims? What whims? Qi Jinnuo huffed. What if I truly felt unwell? What if? Yuanya replied with a teasing smirk. Shouldn't you clarify the situation regarding that woman? What woman? The one who called out to me. Do you know her? No, I don't. Qi Jinnuo quickly replied. She must have mistaken me for someone else. Why are you suddenly bringing her up? Do you have feelings for her? Let us be reasonable. She just mentioned my name, and you claim she doesn't know you? See, you remember her so clearly and still deny having feelings for her. Men are all the same, easily enamored by new faces. Go ahead, find her, she exclaimed, shoving him away in anger. Yuanya could only pull her back into his embrace, continuing to console her. Are they in the room? Scarred Man asked upon seeing Qi Jinnuo emerge. Qi Jinnuo nodded, confirming they were temporarily settled. Thank goodness for you, Ro. Scarred Man sighed in relief, gripping her hand gently. If the young master had died here, the boss would undoubtedly pursue the matter. If he escapes, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. And the boss would surely unleash his wrath upon me. Unbeknownst to him, a thin spiritual thread, as fine as a hair, was leaping across his shoulder. Chapter 84. Speak again, and I shall be angry. Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. Didn't you say you wanted to establish a base with him? My subordinates are already half dead. How can I establish anything?
Scarred Man scoffed.
It's merely an excuse to keep him around. Besides, setting up a base isn't easy. The Punin base is already well established with numerous abilities. Even if he is incredibly powerful, can he withstand the onslaught of so many? At this time, aligning with him is akin to courting death. I must stabilize the situation and await the boss's orders to provide a proper explanation. Scarred Man sighed in relief. I've already sent someone to report to the boss. Ro, you must help me maintain their composure. Once I become the division leader, you shall be the madam. No one will be able to shake your position. Qi Jinnuo smiled. I'll follow your lead. What's wrong? Qi Jinnuo noticed Tung Yuanye's distraction and asked angrily. Are you still thinking about that woman? Tung Yuanye snapped back to reality, denying it.
No.
Qi Jinnuo knew he couldn't possibly like Qin Wenqing. But she wanted to provoke him, diverting his attention from the previous incident. Really not? I don't believe you, you must. Before she could finish, she was suddenly tackled by him, her lips sealed, leaving her unable to utter another word, lost in the moment of intimacy. After a long while, her eyes glazed over and her cheeks flushed as he released her. Her lips resembled ripe cherries. That's enough. If you continue, I will be angry. He caressed her cheek, his voice low and husky. Okay. She relented, resting in his embrace in silence. That evening, Scarred Man hosted a banquet, preparing a lavish feast to welcome them. With half of his ability users eliminated, he now had only a handful left. They sat scattered, looking sparse. Qi Jinnuo, seated beside Scarred Man, appeared pampered and privileged as she raised her glass to them. Here's a toast to you all. Just as Qi Jinnuo lifted her glass, a warning echoed in her mind. Don't drink, the wine is problematic. Qi Jinnuo hesitated, glancing at Tung Yuanye and then at the wine in his hand, signaling that it might be tainted. Tung Yuanye understood and did not raise his glass. Qi Jinnuo observed him. May I ask your name, sir? Tung Yuanye, he replied. Tung? Qi Jinnuo's expression subtly shifted before she smiled and said, that surname is rather uncommon. I recall the leader of the Langdong base is also surnamed Tung. I wonder if there's any relation? I don't know him, Tung Yuan replied indifferently. Qi Jinnuo chuckled, realizing it was merely a misunderstanding. Why aren't you drinking? Do you not like this wine? Qi Jinnuo interjected. He doesn't enjoy drinking. He has an allergy to alcohol. I see, Qi Jinnuo remarked with a smile. Then I shall drink with your mother. Cheers. Qi Jinnuo took a sip, but discreetly spat it out when no one was watching. She glanced back at Qi Jinnuo, her brow slightly furrowed. What was this woman's intention? Surely she must be aware that the wine was spiked. What exactly was she plotting? As the banquet progressed, the Scarred Man's subordinates, intoxicated, dragged several women into the fray. The atmosphere was rife with crude jesting, public flirtation, and lewd performances. Those women were stripped of all dignity and subjected to humiliation. Qi Jinnuo felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Although she knew that such scenarios would only escalate in the future, she found it intolerable. I need some fresh air, Qi Jinnuo announced, rising abruptly. Where are you going, Nuanua? Qi Jinnuo called after her. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I just need to step outside for a moment. I'll accompany you. Qi Jinnuo replied with a smile, standing up. You're unfamiliar with this place. I wouldn't want you to get lost. Let me show you around. Without waiting for a response, she approached and linked her arm with Qi Jinnuo's, offering no chance for refusal. Tung Yuan, maintaining his composure, subtly released a thread of mental energy that clung to Qi Jinnuo's hair. The two exited together. This affluent district was vast, and the Scarred Man occupied the prime location, characterized by beautiful surroundings and bright lights. Guards were stationed all around, ensuring safety. Is something amiss? You don't seem particularly happy about reuniting with your mother, Qi Jinnuo suddenly remarked. There's nothing wrong, Qi Jinnuo replied, though in truth, the bond between the original owner and her mother had never been strong. At heart, Qi was a selfish woman who had initially sought to elevate her status through her daughter. When that failed, she unhesitatingly left her daughter in their hometown while she pursued affairs with men. She dreamt of marrying into wealth, and this aspiration inevitably influenced the original owner when she was brought to live with Qi during her middle school years. Eventually, as Qi grew fond of her daughter's beauty, she treated her with a semblance of kindness, but it was all for ulterior motives. The original owner's fear of dropping out stemmed from Qi's desire to marry her off to a wealthy old man. She incessantly brainwashed the original owner, extolling the virtues of the old man's wealth and claiming that he wouldn't live long, thus ensuring that the inheritance would belong to her. The original owner was indeed swayed by her words. However, upon witnessing the old man's frailness and lecherous gaze, she fled in terror. Eventually, she realized that if the old man were truly so wonderful, why didn't Qi marry him herself? Nonetheless, the original owner refrained from severing ties with Qi, believing that she might find her useful in the future. What do you know about that, Mr. Ting? Qi inquired. Qi Jinnuo cast her a glance, replying, I'm not entirely sure. He hasn't divulged much to me. Qi disapproved. You ought to inquire further. Men can be quite cunning. You must ascertain his background to avoid being manipulated. He won Qi Jinnuo countered. How can you be so sure? A man must be trustworthy. Even a sow can climb a tree. What did I always teach you? We must never invest genuine feelings. If he holds no value, he should be discarded. Surely, you haven't truly fallen for him? Why wouldn't I? He is handsome, capable, and treats me well. Is it not natural to fall for someone like that? Foolish. Qi exclaimed, her eyes filled with disdain. If I say you're naive, you truly are. You're wagering everything on him. What if you lose? What will become of you? Qi Jinnuo remained silent, uninterested in Qi's lecture. She was aware of her own boundaries. What is it you wish to convey? I'm heading back, she declared, turning to leave. Qi grasped her arm, her face clouded with displeasure. Why the haste? I haven't finished speaking. I am your mother. Must you be so impatient with me? After a moment's contemplation, Qi Jinnuo understood. Qi was likely waiting for the drug in the wine to take effect. It made sense that she had followed her out, incessantly prowling on. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what Qi truly intended. I feel a bit dizzy, Qi Jinnuo admitted. Perhaps I'm just tired. I'd like to rest.
Dizzy?
A glint of excitement flashed in Qi's eyes. It must be the alcohol affecting you. You're not accustomed to drinking. Sitting down for a moment will do you good. She led Qi Jinnuo toward a wooden bench in the garden. After a moment's deliberation, Qi Jinnuo closed her eyes and feigned unconsciousness. Qi steadied her, letting out a cold snort before signaling to two individuals to carry Qi Jinnuo to a concealed room. As Qi Jinnuo lay on the bed, she heard the creaking of the door as it opened. She's passed out? Came the voice of the scarred man. Indeed, Qi replied. This is a safer option. In my observation, that boy cares deeply for my daughter. If we can control her, we can control him. The scarred man grinned. Darling, you truly are my lucky star. Thank goodness you're here, otherwise I wouldn't know how to report to the boss. Enough. You promised that once you became the branch leader, I would be the big sister. Don't forget. Never. I wouldn't dare deceive you. However, if we proceed like this, your daughter may face dire consequences. At most, the boss will take her for her beauty. Would you mind? Why would I care? Qi scoffed. She is my flesh and blood. I gave her life. Without me, could she possess such beauty? Survive until now? I'm merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. What's the issue? I bore her, and she must repay this debt.
So, this is how you think.
Qi Jinnuo's eyes snapped open, her gaze icy as she regarded Qi. Both Qi and the scarred man were taken aback. You're not unconscious. Qi Jinnuo fixed a cold stare upon Qi. You poisoned my drink, disregarding my life for your ambitions. Truly, you are a splendid mother. Qi's expression hardened. Am I mistaken? I gave you life. That is a monumental favor you can never repay.
Besides,
what is there for you with that boy? Alone, he has killed the son of the Punan base leader. He is bound to meet his demise. Align with the leader of the Punan base and you'll live a life of privilege. I'm doing this for your own good. What a noble justification, Qi Jinnuo retorted, rising from the bed. The moment you disregarded my life for your own ambitions, the bond of mother and daughter between us was severed. Initially uncertain about how to navigate her relationship with Qi Jinnuo now understood precisely how to proceed. She had grown up in a loving family, cherished by her parents and brother. A mother like Qi was truly an eye-opening experience. Are you threatening me? Qi seethed. If it's over, then let it be. Do you think I care? The scarred man gritted his teeth and quietly cautioned, you should say less. Your daughter possesses extraordinary abilities, remarkable ones. She has abilities? Qi cast a doubtful glance at Qi Jinnuo. That must be a ruse. How could she possibly have such powers? Observing her seemingly frail demeanor, it was hard to believe she possessed any extraordinary gifts. In response, Qi Jinnuo summoned bubbles of water and lightning. The scarred man's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the spectacle, causing him to retreat several steps, clearly shaken. Calm down. Let's discuss this rationally, he stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. This was all your mother's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Qi looked up, furrowing her brow at the bubbles. What exactly are those? Qi Jinnuo regarded her mother with a piercing gaze. I want to ask you one last time. Have you ever loved your daughter? Qi Jinnuo? Even for just a fleeting moment? Qi coldly met her gaze.
No.
If you had been a son, perhaps I could have married into a wealthy family. You should be grateful I didn't smother you at birth. Very well, I understand. Qi Jinnuo showed no mercy. The bubbles burst, unleashing a thunderous storm. The scarred man could only watch in horror as a captivating beauty before him morphed into a mere stick figure, smoldering and collapsing to the ground in a cloud of ash. His face drained of color, lips trembling, he found himself rendered speechless. Qi Jinnuo turned her gaze toward the scarred man and you. The scarred man shouted in desperation, don't do anything rash. You've already killed our leader's son. If you take my life too, what hope will you have? Should you spare me, perhaps I could still vouch for you before the leader. His words were abruptly cut short as a flash of white light engulfed him, transforming him into an ice statue. Qi Jinnuo paused, glancing toward the entrance. Ting Yuan slowly stepped inside, no need for words. When did you arrive? Qi Jinnuo asked in surprise. When you fainted, Ting Yuan replied. However, seeing you confront your mother, I thought it best to allow you to handle this matter on your own. He regarded her with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Well done. Qi Jinnuo remarked, since she has not acknowledged me as her daughter, I see no reason to regard her as my mother. Let us go. Tung Yuan extended his hand. Qi Jinnuo grasped it, and together they departed. As they stepped out of the room, the scarred man's icy form shattered behind them. Crimson snowflakes fluttered through the air, resembling torn souls, soon blanketing the ashen corpse below. Outside, a group of several ability wielders armed themselves, encircling Qi Jinnuo and Ting Yuan. With an impassive expression, Ting Yuan took a step forward, causing them to retreat in fear. They had witnessed his formidable prowess and were unnerved. Yet, with their leader slain at his hands, they were left uncertain of their next move. Ting Yuan's eyes held an emptiness, devoid of any preparatory motion, as he directly led Qi Jinnuo away. After a moment of silence, one among them finally activated their ability. Unfortunately, they merely raised their hand, failing to unleash any power, and were instantly frozen. Panic spread among the others as they turned to flee. Yet, the moment they turned, they too became statues of ice. Tung Yuan, expressionless, guided Qi Jinnuo past the frozen figures. Once they had distanced themselves, the ice statues erupted in an instant. The swirling crimson snowflakes blanketed the ground, resembling the petals of a sinister mandala flower, evoking a haunting silence of death's passage. Chapter 86, An Unexpected Anomaly. As Qi Jinnuo and Ting Yuan traversed the garden, a group of women rushed out, kneeling before them in unison. Qi Jinnuo took a startled step back. What are you doing? Please, take us with you. We can do anything. Each woman was scantily clad, disheveled and bearing signs of distress, gaunt and pallid. Qi Jinnuo noted their once fair skin now appeared dull and lifeless, indicating that the impurities within them had accumulated dangerously. Soon, the black rain sickness would erupt. They lacked abilities to purify themselves with moon crystals, and without intervention, they were doomed. Qi Jinnuo felt sympathy for them but was truly at a loss. I'm sorry, but we cannot take you with us. She shook her head. Please, We can do anything. They cried, desperation evident in their voices, glancing pleadingly at Ting Yuan. One bold woman even grasped Ting Yuan's pant leg. Sir, if you take me in, I will do anything for you. Whether it be cleaning or warming your bed. Qi Jinnuo was about to push the woman away when Ting Yuan took a step back himself. Sir, we truly cannot assist you. Qi Jinnuo's expression hardened. The ones who imprisoned you are no longer here. You can escape on your own, wherever you wish. But where can we go? One woman broke down in tears. The streets are teeming with zombies. If we venture out, it's certain death. You could try taking up arms to fight the zombies. At least there's a glimmer of hope. If you do nothing, you will surely await your demise. Among the crowd, a woman with a resolute expression appeared contemplative upon hearing her words.
I'm sorry.
Qi Jinnuo could no longer bear to look, pulling Ting Yuan away. They were indeed pitiable, yet countless others suffered in this apocalypse. Where do we go now? Qi Jinnuo inquired as they exited the villa. Ting Yuan replied. Night has fallen. It's unwise to travel. Let us return to our previous location to rest for the night. Ting Yuan parked the car nearby and they climbed in, driving back to their former residence. Along the way, they encountered a few low-level zombies, which Ting Yuan effortlessly dispatched. Not long after their departure, a figure stumbled out from the villa, watching the direction they had gone before turning to another path. As Qi Jinnuo and Ting Yuan exited the car, they noticed the businessman and his companions, including Huang Mao, peering out from the opposite villa. Upon seeing them return, the businessman hurried over. You really brought her back? Impressive. You really are something. Huang Mao expressed disbelief, though it was merely the second team from the Punan base. That team is formidable, filled with powerful ability wielders. How did you manage to bring your woman out unscathed? By the way, did you rescue that woman, Qin Wenqing? Ting Yuan cast a glance at them, finding their incessant chatter irritating. Were they familiar enough for such banter? He ignored them entirely, striding into the house. Qi Jinnuo curiously observed them before closing the door. The businessman shot a glare at Huang Mao. Look at you, so noisy. She doesn't even want to acknowledge you. Boss, don't you have something important to discuss with him? Huang Mao chimed in. The businessman smacked his forehead, having forgotten in his excitement. You go knock on the door. Huang Mao hesitated. Why don't you go? I won't. The fear of narrowly escaping the icy arrow still lingered in his heart, rendering him too afraid to approach. Useless. Coward. The businessman scolded. Yet he too lacked the courage to knock. After lingering at the door for a moment, he and Huang Mao slinked away defeated. As night deepened, Qi Jinnuo finished her shower and quickly burrowed under the covers. After a while, Ting Yuan emerged. He stood beside her, his upper body bare, towel in hand, drying his hair. Qi Jinnuo concealed her face beneath the blanket, leaving only her eyes exposed as she discreetly stole glances. His physique. With broad shoulders tapering into a narrow waist, the definition of his muscles and the faint veins visible on his arms was undeniably remarkable. Suddenly, Ting Yuan turned to face her, catching Qi Jinnuo in the act of watching him. She stammered, I was just thinking about whether I should get you a hairdryer. A playful smile graced Ting Yuan's lips as he tossed aside the towel and approached her. With each step he took, Qi Jinnuo's heart raced faster. Her gaze fixated on his upper body, unable to tear herself away. A sudden warmth enveloped her, and her face felt flushed. At that moment, it was evident that she was blushing fiercely. He sat at the edge of the bed, yanked the blanket away, and upon seeing Qi Jinnuo's rosy cheeks, raised an eyebrow. Why are you blushing? It's nothing, she replied, awkwardly averting her gaze. Is that so? Then why can't you bear to look at me? He teased, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Qi Jinnuo's eyes subtly drifted over his abs. You should hurry and put on some clothes. You might catch a chill. He had deliberately dressed this way to entice her, hadn't he? Ting Yuan's gaze deepened as he suddenly grasped her hand, pulling her closer. Do you like it? He asked softly. The touch of his sculpted abs was exquisite. He had intentionally tensed them, and Qi Jinnuo blurted out, I like it. Ting Yuan's eyes glimmered like a predator stalking its prey, drawing her in slowly, his voice laced with allure. If you like it, then it's all yours. Qi Jinnuo's mind exploded with thoughts, and she couldn't help but leap towards him. The next morning, she awoke with a sore back and a deep sense of regret. She truly was too susceptible to temptation and needed to reflect on her actions. Such indulgence was detrimental to her well-being. After freshening up and changing into a new outfit, she packed all her belongings. If all went according to plan, she would be on her way today, leaving this place behind. As she descended the stairs, Ting Yuanya had already prepared breakfast. "You're up, let us eat," he said. Qi Jinnuo was still a bit dazed. She sat down, took a sip of milk, and bit into a freshly made sandwich, which tasted exquisite. Unable to resist, she took another generous bite. Ting Yuanya suddenly reached out, lifting her chin. "Don't move." She looked at him, puzzled. He leaned in closer, his striking features magnified, a commanding aura enveloping her. Qi Jinnuo felt warmth wash over her face, as if something heated had brushed against her skin. He then pulled back and said, "You've got sauce on your face." Her heart raced, her mind momentarily blank. Since last night, he had become unexpectedly gentle, radiating charm like a peacock displaying its plumage, and had suddenly become quite flirtatious. What had transpired? She struggled to recall. Then it hit her, last night in the garden. Qi had asked if she was truly falling for Ting Yuanya, to which she had replied that it was impossible. Had he overheard her? Was that why he was acting so differently now? Chapter 87. The Bounty Order. Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but chuckle. How adorable. What's so funny? Ting Yuanya shot her a sidelong glance. Unable to contain herself, Qi Jinnuo leaped into his embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek and nuzzling against his neck. "It's nothing, I just like you." The corners of Ting Yuanya's mouth curved upwards uncontrollably as he held her close, retrieving the half-eaten sandwich. "Want some more?" Qi Jinnuo took a bite, her cheeks puffed out, then offered the sandwich to him with a smile. "You eat." Ting Yuanya took a bite as well. They shared the sandwich, taking turns until it was gone. As they tidied up and prepared to leave, a rapid knock echoed at the door. "Boss, are you in there? Something has happened. Open up." It was the voice of the rapper. Qi Jinnuo went to the door and opened it. The rapper paused upon seeing her, as he had never met Qi Jinnuo before.
Who are you?
"Is the boss in?" The one called Ting Yuanya. "Has he left?" He peered inside, and, spotting Ting Yuanya approaching, exclaimed, "Something has happened, boss. The Punin base has issued a bounty order for you." He quickly presented the bounty notice to Ting Yuanya. "A bounty order?" Qi Jinnuo inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "Bounty. This individual is named Ting Yuanya, who brutally murdered the son of the Punin base leader, along with the entire second squad, including the captain. Whoever can kill him and present his head will be immediately promoted to captain of the second squad at Punin base. Those who provide information will receive a high-quality solar crystal as a reward." It even included a photo of Ting Yuanya. When had it been taken? The rapper exclaimed, "This is serious. It's a bounty order from the Punin base, and they are being quite extravagant with their measures. I saw this from my dad. This bounty order has surely spread far and wide. The Punin base still holds considerable clout. Are you considering joining us? Although our influence isn't great, at least we have some manpower. It's better than going solo." A bounty order from the Punin base. Huang Mao leaned in, snatching the notice away. "Do you have any manners?" The rapper retorted crossly. "Boss, look quickly." Huang Mao hurriedly handed the bounty order to the businessman. The businessman glanced at it, breaking out in a cold sweat. "That was close. I was just about to suggest he become our leader, who knew he was being hunted by the Punin base. Thank goodness. Does he even want to be your leader?" The rapper scoffed, reclaiming the bounty notice and turning to Ting Yuanya. "Boss, what are you thinking?" Qi Jinnuo couldn't help but ask, "Is this the only bounty order? Just for him?" "Yes," the rapper replied, bewildered.
Why?
"Shouldn't there be more than one person?" Qi Jinnuo was merely surprised that she wasn't mentioned at all. Did the Punin base still not know of her existence? Had those people not reported her? She felt she was no weaker than him. How frustrating. No need for that. Ting Yuanya coldly rejected the rapper. "I will not join any team." The rapper was perplexed. "Don't be so hasty to refuse. Think it over. You might not understand the Punin base. It used to be a prison, housing the most heinous criminals. They now wield immense power, arguably the strongest of all bases. Being pursued by them means you will face endless troubles." Ting Yuanya spoke slowly. "Who is truly the trouble remains to be seen. I know you're formidable, but I've heard from my dad that the people at the Punin base have recently acquired a method for rapidly upgrading their abilities. You're strong now, but what about in the future? Are you sure you can stand against so many of them alone? You killed their leader's son. They will not let that go lightly." Qi Jinnuo suddenly interjected, the method for rapidly upgrading abilities, it must be that, the ability user's crystal core. You know? The rapper was taken aback. But it's true. This news has circulated widely, and nearly everyone knows by now. In the future, not only will we have to guard against zombies, but we'll also have to watch our own kind. The rapper frowned deeply. Huang Mao looked terrified. What? Using ability user crystal cores to upgrade? Who came up with such a brutal method? The rapper shot him a glance. You're not even at level 2 and have no crystal core. What are you afraid of? I'd rather never reach level 2. Huang Mao exclaimed. It's too terrifying. With my water ability, which isn't very aggressive, if I reach level 2, 1T I just become a tool for others to upgrade. At that moment, one might be regarded as an aberration by others. Tung Yuan pondered for a moment. Currently, there were not many secondary ability users. Even if they wished to upgrade using ability crystals, they could hardly find a sufficient number of secondary ability users. There is one place, Qi Jinnuo said gravely. Where? The South Mountain cultivation base for ability crystals. Qi Jinnuo gritted his teeth. This unscrupulous cultivation base, under the guise of recruiting ability users, has deceived many into their midst.
Now,
those ability users have likely become mere fodder for others to upgrade. Yes, I've heard of this too. The jovial man urged once more. Boss, do you consider it? No need. Tung Yuan decisively rejected him, opening the car door and gesturing for Qi Jinnuo to enter. The businessman fell silent, not daring to utter a word, as he did not wish to invite calamity upon himself. Alas, the jovial man could only sigh. Well then, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out anytime. Remembering something, he hurriedly ran to tug at Tung Yuan's car window. By the way, my girl Qingqing said she owes her freedom to you and wishes to treat you to a meal. Would that be convenient for you? Tung Yuan glanced at him, brushed his hand aside, and raised the window. Not convenient. The jovial man shouted at the departing vehicle. Is it truly inconvenient? Could you make an exception? If you don't come, my Qingqing will be furious. However, the car had already vanished from sight. Qi Jinnuo was still deep in thought about the cultivation base for ability crystals. Do you think we should pay a visit? Tung Yuan inquired. Where? The South Mountain. Qi Jinnuo replied. This nefarious cultivation base should not exist, allowing them to cultivate so many crystals and slay numerous ability users. Before the zombies could inflict sufficient damage, humanity has already begun to turn on itself, and those ability crystals may pose significant troubles in the future, especially since you are being pursued now. Although he is currently a tertiary ability user, he is not invincible. A single secondary ability user may not be able to handle him, but what about 10 or 20? Moreover, upgrading through such methods could very well result in the emergence of another tertiary ability user, which would be a colossal headache. Just as Tung Yuan was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. Chapter 88. A Decision to Visit. The figure was tall and slender, their black cap pulled low, revealing only the lower half of a delicate face. They stood squarely in the middle of the road, emanating an air of hostility. Rather than applying the brakes, Tung Yuan accelerated, intending to plow through. Qi Jinnuo quickly turned to him. Hey. Before the car could reach the person, they suddenly unleashed a vine as thick as an arm, ensnaring the entire vehicle and attempting to fling it aside. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Tung Yuan's eyes, and the vine wrapping around the car was swiftly frozen. The frost spread rapidly along the vine towards the individual. Startled, the person decisively severed the vine. The vine that had coiled around the vehicle exploded, causing it to crash to the ground with a jolt. Qi Jinnuo gritted his teeth. Who on earth is this person? Daring to block their car. Unyielding, the individual unleashed a flurry of vines, attacking the vehicle from various angles at astonishing speed. Yet, before the vines could make contact, the surface of the car was encased in ice. The frost quickly spread along the vines. The individual reacted swiftly, severing the vines, but their left hand was entirely frozen. Had they been a moment slower, their entire arm might have succumbed to the ice. Clutching their left hand, they hastily thawed it, revealing a swollen, crimson palm. Gritting their teeth, they raised their head. No wonder they could kill the son of the Punan Base's leader, annihilating an entire team. This was indeed a formidable character. As they lifted their gaze, Qi Jinnuo caught sight of the upper half of their face, marred by a grotesque scar that stretched from their left eye along the cheekbone to the ear. Without the scar, they might have been quite handsome, possessing a delicate, somewhat feminine appearance. Tung Yuan opened the car door and stepped out, coldly regarding the individual. You dare to pursue me? This Poon and base ISNT making it clear. ISNT that inviting unnecessary deaths. The individual gritted their teeth and cursed under their breath, throwing down the assassination order they had pulled from their pocket. I overestimated my capabilities. I thought I could handle it easily, but I never expected to encounter such a tough opponent. Just consider me as never having shown up. They turned to leave, only to find their feet frozen in place, unable to move. Their complexion paled, cold sweat trickling down. Big brother, I was wrong. I merely sought to gather some resources. Please let me go. Qi Jinnuo also exited the vehicle, picking up the discarded assassination order. How did you come by this assassination order? The Poonan base printed many copies and scattered them everywhere. Though the dissemination speed is not what it once was, many have likely received it, at least this area has. He forced a sheepish smile. I just wanted to test my luck. You are formidable. I cannot win. Might you spare me? I can provide you with more information. Qi Jinnuo appeared intrigued. Oh, what information could you possibly provide us? Their gaze shifted to Tung Yuan. He replied, the son of the Poonan base leader whom he killed was an only child. Now the base leader is furious. Rumored to have gathered all available personnel to hunt him down. Their base boasts over 100 ability users, and with the newfound methods to rapidly enhance abilities. Once they locate you, escaping may prove exceedingly difficult. However, he emphasized, though I have seen you, I shall not disclose your whereabouts, I assure you. Qi Jinnuo scoffed. Mere words are not enough. Why should we trust you? Then what must I do for you to believe me? I am a man of my word. I will not go back on my promise. My sister is waiting for me at home. She is disabled, and without me, she cannot survive. Playing the emotional card? Qi Jinnuo remarked. The individual grew frantic. I truly have not. If you do not believe me, you may accompany me home to see. Observing the urgency in his demeanor, Qi Jinnuo felt he appeared sincere. She glanced at Tung Yuan, who subsequently released the ice. Thank you, thank you. The individual exhaled in relief, quickly adding, you must find a place to hide. Although I said I wouldn't disclose your whereabouts, I cannot guarantee that others won't. Even with your strength, it will be difficult for just the two of you to contend against the entirety of the Poonan base. Thank you for the warning, Qi Jinnuo replied. The individual soon vanished from sight. Qi Jinnuo turned to Tung Yuan. What are your thoughts? Let us pay a visit. Tung Yuan sneered. To that cultivation base for ability crystals. Qi Jinnuo nodded. A visit would be prudent. They climbed back into the vehicle. The Chuan Mountain base. Another batch of new ability users had joined, and Lu Xingzhou was reviewing their profiles. A person entered. Boss, your uncle is looking for you. Lu Xingzhou replied. Understood. He furrowed his brow slightly, setting down the documents, and stepped out of the room. Since the last fierce battle, they had suffered significant losses. Nearly all ability users had fallen. Lu Xingzhou had narrowly escaped with his uncle, alongside a tertiary ability user, after a zombie endowed with mental abilities went berserk, controlling all ability users on site and inciting them to turn against one another. They were unable to awaken her and ultimately had to relinquish hope. Subsequently, my cousin never returned, no matter how hard we searched. It was not until later that an escaped ability user claimed to have seen her following Qi Jinnuo in another direction. The outlook appeared grim. My uncle could not come to terms with my cousin's demise and continuously dispatched individuals to search for her, only to face repeated disappointment. In recent days, he had been despondent, leaving the affairs of revitalizing the base entirely to Lu Xingzhou. They needed to recruit new members and establish their own power to secure their position in this apocalyptic world, lest they be swept away by the currents of others. Lu Xingzhou pushed open the study door. Uncle, you called for me? Yan Weigua stood with his back to him at the window, his silhouette appearing significantly aged, with a considerable amount of gray hair now adorning his head. Take a look at that on the table, he said in a somber tone. Lu Xingzhou picked it up and found it to be a wanted notice issued by the Poonan base. Tung Yuan as well? He exclaimed in astonishment. He was alive? Yan Weigua turned around, snorting coldly. Not only is he alive, but so is his girlfriend. I suspect she is responsible for Huan's death, due to their conflict. Lu Xingzhou furrowed his brow. That seems unlikely. Miss Qi does not strike me as that sort of person. How can you say that? Your cousin is gone. Whose side are you on? Yan Weigua, exasperated, took a moment to catch his breath and continued. The E family wasted no time in severing ties with us upon learning of your cousin's disappearance. They no longer prioritize supplying us with ability crystal cores. Chapter 89. Another wanted notice arrives. Is it not evident that they believe my influence has waned with my people gone? Fickle as the wind. I may not be able to deal with the E family for now, but I will not let the one who harmed her cousin escape justice. Lu Xingzhou's brow remained furrowed. What do you intend to do? Our power is still in its infancy. It may prove difficult. Just issue a wanted notice. The Pinyin base has issued one. We shall do the same. I wish to see who dares to claim their heads. Half an hour later, Lu Xingzhou had drafted the wanted notice and entrusted it to his subordinates, instructing them to disseminate it throughout various corners and organizations. Meanwhile, in the southern region, Qi Jinnuo and Teng Yuan's vehicle continued its journey southward. The road was eerily quiet, devoid of any encounters, not even a single zombie. As lunchtime approached, they arrived at a gas station. Shall we refuel? Qi Jinnuo inquired. Yes, Teng Yuan replied, exiting the vehicle. He surveyed the fuel tanks, finding they still contained gasoline, then proceeded to the gas station's small supermarket. Upon entering, a low-level zombie lunged at him, but he swiftly dispatched it with a wave of his hand. Inside the small supermarket, he found barrels of oil, beckoning Qi Jinnuo to assist him in storing them in their space. The shelves were stripped bare. The remaining barrels likely left behind because they were too cumbersome to transport. Teng Yuan then procured a few empty bottles, filled them with oil outside, and had Qi Jinnuo store them as well. He subsequently filled the vehicle's tank to the brim. Just as he finished, a convoy of vehicles approached, comprising dozens of cars led by an off-road vehicle. The convoy halted, and a tall figure emerged from the lead vehicle. Boss, there's a gas station and a supermarket here. We can refuel and check for supplies, a stout, tattooed man said, beaming with eagerness. The man referred to as boss was robustly built, dressed in a tank top that revealed his muscular arms, exuding an unkempt odor. All right, let us take a look, he responded, signaling the man to follow. Lighting a cigarette, he soon noticed Teng Yuan and Qi Jinnuo, who were concealed behind a fuel tank, making them difficult to spot at first glance. Well, what do we have here? The tattooed man approached with a cigarette in his mouth. Upon seeing a young girl clad in a white t-shirt, black shorts, and marten boots, her high ponytail accentuating her alluring curves, his eyes lit up. A woman? Qi Jinnuo found him filthy and repugnant, retreating behind Teng Yuan. With a sharp gaze, Teng Yuan exuded an intimidating aura, making it clear he was not to be trifled with. The tattooed man halted, chuckling, Hey there, little brother, where are you two from? Teng Yuan merely glanced at him, ignoring the question as he protected Qi Jinnuo and attempted to leave. At that moment, the tattooed man rushed over. Boss, the oil tanks are empty. There's no fuel. No fuel? The boss immediately appeared displeased, glaring at Teng Yuan. Did you take all the oil? That's pretty inconsiderate. You should leave some behind. Teng Yuan halted, calmly stating, Are you unfamiliar with the principle of first come, first served? I want to give it to you. Do you intend to rob me? The boss's expression darkened as he and Teng Yuan stood in tense confrontation. The chilling intensity of Teng Yuan's gaze unnerved him, making him feel as if he were staring at a corpse. Unsettled, the boss quickly changed his tone. I was merely asking. If there's none, then so be it. Forget about it. Teng Yuan, recognizing his understanding of the situation, chose to ignore him. This gas station appeared notably safe and spacious. It was a wise choice to have lunch here before departing. He turned to Qi Jinnuo. Shall we eat here before moving on? That sounds good, Qi Jinnuo replied. Feeling a bit hungry and hesitatingly added, I'd like something warm, if that's all right? Of course, Teng Yuan reassured her. With him around, who would dare cause trouble? Qi Jinnuo smiled, pretending to retrieve a folding table from the car, but in reality, she produced it from their spatial storage. She also brought out 2 folding chairs, a portable stove, a gas canister, and a pot. To their surprise, as they prepared their meal, the convoy's occupants also decided to stop and eat before continuing their journey. Men and women alike disembarked from their vehicles, and several exhausted women retrieved tables, chairs, pots, and ingredients, igniting a fire on the spot. Their skin appeared ashen, their hair disheveled, and some of their clothing was torn, failing to conceal the marks of their plight. They seemed utterly indifferent, embodying exhaustion and numbness. While weakly preparing lunch for the men, The strong men stood idly nearby, smoking and chatting, occasionally glancing at Qi Jinnuo. Yet not a single one offered to assist the women. Qi Jinnuo felt a wave of disgust wash over her. At that moment, a woman emerged from the back seat of the first off-road vehicle. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading, she possessed delicate features. Though her face bore signs of weariness, traces of a once refined upbringing could still be discerned, albeit her skin was also dulled. This was indicative of the impurities accumulating within her body. In these times, both men and women appeared ashen. They remained unaware of the true reason behind their pallor, attributing it to the hardships of their recent escape, lack of rest, and exposure to the elements.
Bingi.
The woman cooed, sashaying toward the tattooed man.
He,
cigarette in mouth, flashed a roguish grin, opening his arms wide. "Ah, my darling, are you awake?" She nestled against him, feigning annoyance. "Why didn't you wake me when we stopped? I saw you were sleeping so soundly. I couldn't bear to wake you. Did you rest well? Let me see." The boss engaged in flirtation with the woman, lifting her chin with a casual hand before kissing her in plain sight. Qi Jinnuo could even perceive their whispered exchanges, sending a shiver down her spine. The man in the tank top, smoking, appeared to have halitosis, his appearance unkempt, leaving one to wonder how that woman could bring herself to kiss him. At that moment, the woman noticed Qi Jinnuo, pushing the man aside. She gasped and looked at Qi Jinnuo, somewhat displeased, and inquired, "Who is that?" The man squinted at her, unfamiliar with the individual, merely a chance encounter. Just then, the water began to boil, and Qi Jinnuo instinctively reached to lift the lid, only to be scalded. "Ouch! Did you burn yourself?" Tung Yuan also set down the vegetables he was holding and rushed over to grasp her hand. Upon seeing her delicate fingertips redden from the burn, he tenderly took her fingers into his mouth. "Hey you!" Qi Jinnuo was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. In the midst of a crowd, it felt rather embarrassing, yet her heart swelled with warmth, akin to consuming honey. After a moment, he withdrew her hand, asking, "Does it still hurt?" "Not anymore," Qi Jinnuo replied, shaking her head. "You sit aside. Let me handle this." Chapter 90. Not interested in joining you. Tung Yuan insisted that Qi Jinnuo sit down while he placed the noodles into the pot and covered it. The woman, observing Qi Jinnuo's fair skin and ethereal beauty, realized she was well cherished. Since the apocalypse, such women had become a rarity. Moreover, seeing how the man doted on her, merely a minor burn had him insisting she sit aside while he cooked. An intense sense of imbalance surged within her. "Bingo, can I go over there?" She glanced at the man in the tank top. He exhaled smoke, squinting. "Go ahead." The woman promptly approached Qi Jinnuo. "Are you university students? A couple?" She glanced at Qi Jinnuo and then at Tung Yuan. "Yes," Qi Jinnuo replied. "Is there something you need? Just the two of you?" The woman stood, her gaze directed at Qi Jinnuo with a condescending undertone. Qi Jinnuo disliked being spoken to in such a manner, her eyes darkening slightly. "Yes, just the two of us." The woman cast her eyes towards their table and noticed the abundant beef, canned meat, and even fruits. Since the apocalypse, beef had become an exceedingly rare commodity, as had fruit. Canned goods were manageable, but fruit was nearly impossible to preserve, akin to a luxury. Yet their table displayed several varieties of fruit, including vibrant strawberries, plump and alluring, making one's mouth water. The woman could scarcely recall the last time she had indulged in such delicacies, even as the partner of the leader. She was fortunate to receive only a single can, and that was a meat can laden with fillers that, before the apocalypse, she would have scorned, now rendered precious. The absence of fruit since the onset of the apocalypse was even more pronounced. "You have quite a good spread," the woman remarked, eyeing the strawberries several times before looking back at Qi Jinnuo. "I propose you consider joining us." Qi Jinnuo found it amusing. "Join you?" "Yes," the woman lifted her chin. "It's just the two of you. How will you fend off zombies? We have many people and several possess abilities. If you join us, we can protect you." She paused. "Of course. All your supplies would need to be surrendered." Qi Jinnuo laughed. "I'm afraid we have no intention of joining you." "Are you certain? Think carefully. Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." The woman scoffed. "Not needed," Qi Jinnuo responded. "You may leave now." At that moment, Tung Yuan's noodles were ready, and a savory aroma wafted through the air. The woman could not help but swallow hard, peering into the pot. Tung Yuan divided the noodles into two portions, handing one to Qi Jinnuo. As she reached out to take it, he evaded her grasp, saying, "Your hand is injured. Let me handle this."
Oh.
Qi Jinnuo retracted her hand. The woman glanced into Qi Jinnuo's bowl, which was filled with a generous amount of beef, fresh green vegetables, and more meat than noodles. She gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of indignation, and turned to Tung Yuan. "Handsome, I just asked your girlfriend if she wanted to join us and she refused. What do you think? Isn't it a refusal?" Tung Yuan shot her a cold glare. "Then what are you still doing here?" The woman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned away in anger. The aroma of the cooking meat continued to drift towards the men across the way. Those men, having not tasted fresh meat in ages, looked up, eyes wide with longing, repeatedly swallowing. "What are they cooking that smells so good? I can smell the meat." Upon the woman's return, the man in the tank top asked, "What did you say to them?" "I asked if they wanted to join us, and they actually refused. They truly don't know what's good for them." The woman fumed. "Wait until they encounter zombies. They will be compliant." "Indeed, quite ungrateful." The man in the tank top snorted, then inquired, "What are they cooking that smells so enticing?"
Did you see?
They seem to be enjoying a good meal. Boiling noodles with beef, fresh vegetables, and fruits.
What?
They are eating that well? The man furrowed his brow, glancing over. It doesn't make sense. It's just the two of them. Where did they get such good supplies? Bingo, it's just two of them. We could easily seize their supplies. The woman suggested in a low voice. They refuse to join us and yet act so arrogantly. The man in the tank top pondered for a moment. "Let us not act rashly. Observe for now. I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. Let us watch them first." Just then, the woman called out that lunch was ready. The men rushed over in a flurry. In the large pot, they found instant noodles accompanied by some wilted greens. And that was all. The men, bowls in hand, eagerly slurped the noodles, supplementing with canned goods to satisfy their hunger. The women could only watch from the sidelines. Even the leader's woman received only a bowl of thin broth, while the man in the tank top opened a can and devoured it voraciously. His gluttonous display was rather off-putting. The woman longingly eyed the man's can, hoping he might share a bit. But he was too engrossed in his meal to notice her. She then turned her gaze elsewhere. Observing Qi Jinnuo take a few bites of noodles and meat, she delicately declared she was full, pushing her bowl towards the man. He coaxed her to eat a few more bites of meat, but she insisted she couldn't eat, instead opting for a large strawberry, taking a bite. The sight of the juicy red fruit only intensified the woman's cravings. Looking down at her own bowl of thin broth and glancing at the man who was still gorging himself, she felt a surge of frustration. "Why do you always eat so little of the staple and so much fruit?" Tung Yuan frowned at Qi Jinnuo. "No wonder you're so thin." "I simply love fruit." Qi Jinnuo smiled, popping a strawberry into his mouth. "Here, have some." Tung Yuan shook his head. Once the men had their fill, it was the women's turn. The women observed the sparse noodles and broth in the pot, numbly dividing what little was left, having grown accustomed to it. The man in the tank top wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and offered the last remnants of his canned meat to the woman beside him.
For you.
She quickly brightened. "Thank you, bingo." But upon seeing the meager portion left in the can, she couldn't help but curse silently in her heart. After finishing their meal, Tung Yuan conscientiously tidied up all the bowls, chopsticks, and furniture, while Qi Jinnuo leisurely indulged in her fruit, embodying the demeanor of a pampered princess. The sunlight bathed her in a warm glow, accentuating her porcelain-like skin, as if it had been smoothed to perfection. A group of men stared at her. Their desires stirred, for it had been a long time since they had encountered such an exquisite woman. Chapter 91. Encounter with the glasses. Man. Qi Jinnuo suddenly looked up and noticed a group of men across from her, gazing at her with the hunger of wolves eyeing their prey. Startled, she quickly stood and hurried to the car. The tattooed man whispered to the man in the tank top, "Boss, are we really just going to let such a gem slip away?" The man in the tank top spat, "Absolutely not. Since we've stumbled upon them, there's no way I'll let them escape. There are only two of them. We'll follow closely and wait for our chance." The tattooed man felt frustrated, thinking, "What opportunity are we waiting for? There are just two of them. And we are 30 strong. What do you know? Just trust me." The man in the tank top replied curtly. Once Tung Yuan's vehicle set off, their convoy followed closely behind. The woman glanced discontentedly at the tank top man. Seeing him trailing the two individuals, she understood his intentions. Before the apocalypse, Women's status was already inferior to that of men, and it had only worsened in the New World. She had exhausted herself trying to please a greasy, filthy man, only to receive such treatment in return. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have even glanced at a man like him. She regretted not awakening any powers and being forced to rely on men to survive. She recalled that flawless-skinned woman who appeared delicate and weak, seemingly devoid of any powers. Why was she deserving of a man's affection while she had to endure this? The world is truly unfair. The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt inside. Qi Jinnuo observed in the rear-view mirror that the convoy was still following them and immediately frowned. "Those people are tailing us." "I see them," Tung Yuan responded. "No need to worry. Once we enter the city, they won't be able to keep up." Qi Jinnuo was not genuinely concerned. She merely felt a bit nauseated. They soon entered the city. Tung Yuan activated his mental abilities to scan the area and detected several low-level zombies, alongside a dozen high-level ones. He exerted his psychic powers to control them, directing them toward their location. As their vehicle crossed the first street, a horde of zombies suddenly appeared, blocking the path of the pursuing convoy. "Boss! Zombies! So many zombies!" the tattooed man exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. "Damn it! How did so many zombies suddenly appear?"
Quick!
"Tell them to get out and deal with the zombies," the tank-top man snarled. The supernatural beings disembarked and engaged in battle with the zombies. Tung Yuan and Qi Jinnuo's vehicle passed through the street unimpeded, and he noticed a large supermarket nearby. "Shall we replenish our supplies?" he inquired. Although the resources in their space could sustain them for a lifetime, one could never have too many supplies. "Let's take a look," Qi Jinnuo replied. Tung Yuan pulled over and the two exited the vehicle, entering the dimly lit supermarket, which lacked illumination. In the shadowy recesses, an air of hidden danger lingered. Tung Yuan sensed someone lurking in the darkness and immediately grasped Qi Jinnuo's hand. Though he said nothing, their unspoken understanding made Qi Jinnuo aware that something was amiss in the supermarket. She halted her steps. A glimmer of white light flashed in Tung Yuan's eyes, and moments later, a scream echoed through the supermarket. "My hand! My hand!" A man wearing glasses stumbled out, his right hand encased in a layer of chilling ice. As he emerged, Tung Yuan swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick, sending the man with glasses flying. The glasses man crashed against the wall and then fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Qi Jinnuo focused intently and realized this was the same glasses man who had previously encountered the scar-faced man. He had been discussing the crystal cores of supernatural beings with the scar-faced man, and in the chaos of dealing with those supernatural beings, she had momentarily forgotten about him. Who would have thought he would reappear at this moment? "He is from the supernatural crystal core cultivation base," Qi Jinnuo remarked. "Oh?" Tung Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he approached slowly. The glasses man, still dazed, suddenly noticed the tall man with a sinister smile advancing toward him and was instantly terrified. Who are you?" he stammered. "Don't you recognize me?" Qi Jinnuo raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the glasses man recognized her and nearly fainted from shock. "It's you. I was just worrying about how difficult it would be to find you at the Nan Mountain base, and here you are. What perfect timing," Qi Jinnuo said with a meaningful smile. The glasses man's expression was one of frustration. "I've already told you everything I know. I'm just a lowly minion. Capturing me is of no use. On the contrary, this gentleman here has a bounty on his head from the Pu Nan base, and their people are likely on their way here. You should find a place to hide." "I don't need your advice on what to do," Tung Yuan replied coldly. "You're talking too much," Qi Jinnuo threatened. "Take us to the back of Nan Mountain right now and be compliant. Otherwise, I'll take care of you." She menacingly conjured a bubble. "Stop!" a sudden sharp voice called out. Qi Jinnuo turned around just as a whip crackling with electricity lashed toward her. Tung Yuan's eyes turned icy as he instantly froze the whip, shattering it into several pieces. The woman stared, dumbfounded, at her severed whip, momentarily at a loss for words. Qi Jinnuo observed that the woman was clad in knee-high leather boots, shorts, and a long trench coat, her figure voluptuous and her hair elegantly pinned up, exuding an air of dominance. "Who are you?" The woman frowned at Tung Yuan. "Was that ice-type ability you used? Your ice powers seem quite different." Among her subordinates, there were also ice-type abilities, yet none were so formidable. "May I ask who you are?" Why did you attack me? Qi Jinnuo questioned, feeling somewhat irritated. The woman huffed, You tried to bully this gentleman first. What I detest the most are those who, having awakened powers after the apocalypse, take advantage of ordinary people. She continued, The world may have changed, but one should not lose their sense of morality. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and a zombie? You seem to be mistaken, Qi Jinnuo said solemnly. You have no idea who he is, or what has transpired, yet you presume we are the ones bullying him? At that moment, a voice called out from a distance.
Boss.
A panting group of men and women rushed over. Boss, how did you run off so quickly? You disappeared in the blink of an eye. They noticed Qi Jinnuo and Teng Yuan and questioned, Who are they? That man looks familiar. Isn't he the one being hunted by the Punin base?
What?
The woman was taken aback. One of her subordinates quickly retrieved a bounty notice, stating it had just arrived today and they hadn't had a chance to show it to her yet. Chapter 92. The Righteous Sister. The woman took the bounty notice and glanced at Teng Yuan once more. You've got quite the audacity to challenge the son of the Punin base leader. Aren't you afraid of being hunted? Teng Yuan replied, What, do you want to become a second team leader? The woman chuckled, tearing the bounty notice into shreds. Regrettably, I harbor no interest in such matters, and those within the Punin base are hardly virtuous individuals. However, having slain the prince of the Punin base does not render you a good person either. I have always preferred to steer clear of such troublesome affairs. Noticing her demeanor, my subordinates hesitated to speak. The woman turned her gaze towards the bespectacled man behind them, stating, Yet you cannot exploit your abilities to bully ordinary people devoid of powers. I have always detested such behavior. Qi Jinnuo was taken aback. Rare it was in this apocalyptic world to encounter someone so principled. Though the sister was clad in wild attire, her conduct was commendably upright, exuding an aura of righteousness. Qi Jinnuo's irritation at her sudden attack dissipated in an instant. She stepped aside slightly and gestured towards the trembling, bespectacled man cowering in the corner. Do you know who he is?
Who is he?
The woman sensed that the identity of this man might be significant, so she urged him to speak. Have you heard of the ability user crystal core cultivation base? Qi Jinnuo inquired. The woman frowned. The ability user crystal core cultivation base? What manner of place is that? Can crystal cores even be cultivated? Qi Jinnuo replied nonchalantly. A secondary ability user generates a crystal core within their body. You must be aware of this, correct? This cultivation base, under the guise of recruiting ability users, employs special methods to elevate them to the second level, subsequently extracting their crystal cores to upgrade other ability users. The woman's expression soured. Such inhumane methods exist? Who on earth devised this heinous upgrading technique? It is precisely this ability user crystal core cultivation base. Qi Jinnuo pointed at the bespectacled man. He is affiliated with that base. The bespectacled man trembled, attempting to defend himself. I am merely a minor lackey, running errands and delivering messages. I am not responsible for these actions. You are clearly one of their accomplices. How dare you quibble here? Qi Jinnuo wished she could strike him with a thunderbolt. When he had first discussed the ability user crystal core with a scar-faced man, he had been brimming with pride and vigor, a stark contrast to his current pitiful state. What do you intend to do? The woman, regaining her composure, queried. Need you even ask? We shall naturally destroy this cultivation base, Qi Jinnuo asserted without hesitation. This base ought not to exist. After a moment of contemplation, the woman concurred. My thoughts align with yours. This base should indeed be eradicated. How about this? Come to my place. I possess some influence, with nearly 100 subordinates, many of whom are ability users. Since you are being hunted, it would be wise to seek refuge with me for the time being. I have a vested interest in this ability user crystal core cultivation base. And we can deliberate on a plan. One of her subordinates could not help but exclaim, Boss, you are being too impulsive. How can we possibly contend with the Punin base? He glanced at Qi Jinnuo and Teng Yuan, lowering his voice. They have killed the only son of the Punin base's leader and wiped out the second team. The Punin base has lost face and will surely not let this slide easily. Do not invite disaster upon yourselves. The woman frowned, casting an annoyed glance at her subordinate. If everyone is so fearful, it will only embolden these individuals and render the future survival of humanity even more precarious. Now is the time to stand firm and unite against them. The subordinate, growing anxious, insisted, but you must also consider the safety of our base. Do not act so rashly. The woman paused, contemplating something. Within their base, there were many who lacked abilities, being relatives and friends of ability users. Qi Jinnuo discerned her concerns. No need to worry. While your sense of justice is commendable, we do not wish to be a burden to you. The woman hesitated briefly. But what about you? They cannot do anything to us for the time being, Qi Jinnuo replied. It was not mere confidence. Teng Yuanye was already a third-level ability user. In this era, second-level ability users are scarce, let alone third-level, unless they have employed special upgrading methods. Who could possibly match his rate of advancement? Although Teng Yuanye might struggle against a group of second-level ability users, she was present, and besides, they were not intending to confront them head-on. Let it be this way. The woman said, provide me with the address of that ability user crystal core cultivation base. Once I have resolved my matters here, I shall join you. Qi Jinnuo was utterly surprised. Are you serious? The woman's expression turned serious. I am indeed serious. This ability user crystal core cultivation base has harmed the interests of all humanity. How could I allow such a base to persist? I am confident there are many who share my sentiments, and I will find a way to gather them together and head to you. At this moment, Qi Jinnuo genuinely admired her. Having only heard her brief words, she had resolved to provide substantial assistance. Given the grand scale of the ability user crystal core cultivation base, the forces behind it must be considerable. It would be challenging for just her and Teng Yuanye to contend with it. Well then, I thank you in advance. She turned to the bespectacled man. Rise, and draw a rough map indicating the location of the base. The bespectacled man cowered, looking at her without moving. Teng Yuanye raised his hand, prepared to unleash ice, startling him into immediate action. He stammered, it's not that I'm unwilling. Do you understand the magnitude of the forces behind this base? They dare to act so brazenly because they have substantial backing. You cannot expect to oppose them with your ragtag group. I am doing this for your own good. Abandon this course, or you will pay with your lives. Qi Jinnuo scoffed, then enlighten us. Just how formidable is the force behind this base? I cannot divulge that. The bespectacled man's face was contorted in anguish. Please do not press me. I only possess fragmentary knowledge. As a mere lackey, what could I possibly know? However, this base is far from simple. Do not confront it. You are outmatched. Are you attempting to intimidate me? The woman summoned a sphere of lightning into her palm, threatening coldly. Will you draw it or not? If not, I shall end your life right here. The bespectacled man blanched. Why do you refuse to heed my warning? Very well, I tire of wasting my breath. He pulled out paper and a pen from his pocket and hastily sketched a rough map. This location is called the South Mountain of the Backstage. You will not find it on any map, as it is exceedingly secretive. Chapter 93. The people from Punan Base are pursuing. Qi Jinnuo took the map, glancing at it with disdain. What on earth is this you've drawn? The bespectacled man replied, while it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it is practical. Follow this map, and you will surely find it. You are not deceiving us, are you? Qi Jinnuo regarded him with suspicion. The bespectacled man forced a smile. How could I dare? To be frank, I am merely trying to earn a living. I harbor no feelings for this base. In other words, I carry no burden in betraying them. Qi Jinnuo handed the map to the woman. Take a look. By the way, what do you go by? I am Miao Qi, and you? The woman received the map. I am Qi Jinnuo, and this is Teng Yuanye, Qi Jinnuo introduced. Are you a couple? Miao Qi inquired, observing their youthful countenance. Are you university students? Qi Jinnuo nodded.
Yes.
Very well. Miao Qi tucked away the map. You may go ahead. I shall catch up with you shortly. Rest assured. I will not go back on my word, and will bring people to join you. If I fail to arrive, it will only mean one thing. I have encountered an accident. Though they had only just met, Qi Jinnuo sensed an extraordinary charisma about this woman. She believed wholeheartedly that she would not renege on her promise. Thank you. Qi Jinnuo smiled. Qi Jinnuo, having abandoned the items from the supermarket, decided to leave them for Miao Qi and her companions. She and Teng Yuan set off with the bespectacled man in tow. How long will it take to reach Nanshan behind the backstage?
We know it.
The bespectacled man replied, approximately 5 to 6 days. So far? Qi Jinnuo exclaimed, astonished that it would take such an extended period. The bespectacled man continued, it might have been quicker in the past, but now, due to the apocalypse, many routes have been destroyed, necessitating a longer detour. With a glint in his eye, he added, have you truly considered the forces behind the cultivation base? They are far more formidable than the Punin base, and you cannot possibly contend with them. Can you spare me the drivel? Qi Jinnuo threatened, raising her fist. The bespectacled man fell silent, his demeanor awkward. His limbs were not bound, and he sat alone in the back seat. While Tung Yuan had left a thread of mental connection on him, should he dare to flee, he would meet a dire fate. On the first street, the man in a vest, along with his subordinates endowed with abilities, fought valiantly but found themselves utterly exhausted, unable to withstand the onslaught of the advanced zombies. The advanced zombies roared as they lunged toward them. Just when they believed their demise was imminent, a fireball hurtled through the air, sending the leading advanced zombie flying. Subsequently, a barrage of abilities rained down, and in the blink of an eye, the advanced zombies were eradicated, leaving only a sun crystal and 6 or 7 moon crystals on the ground. The man in the vest sank to the ground, still shaken. A pair of marten boots appeared in his line of sight as the stranger bent down to collect the sun and moon crystals. When he looked up, he was met by a man sporting a slick-back hairstyle, a dark complexion, and scars across his face, exuding an intimidating aura. He had always thought himself fearsome. Yet this man surpassed him. The man examined the quality of the sun crystal, muttering a curse before tossing the sun and moon crystals to someone behind him. His skin bore the texture of orange peel, and he appeared quite irritable.
Hey.
The man shouted at the one in the vest. Startled, he stammered, "Be brother. What is your command? Have you seen this man?" The stranger brandished a wanted poster bearing Tung Yuan's likeness. The man in the vest glanced at it and quickly replied, "I've seen him. He was accompanied by an exquisite beauty. We were following them just a while ago. They shouldn't have gone far." Upon hearing this, the man bellowed, "Did you hear that? Hurry and pursue." A group of individuals jumped into vehicles, and 6 or 7 cars sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Qi Jinnuo felt a pang of hunger, yearning for some fruit. But with the bespectacled man in the back, she hesitated to reveal her space. After much contemplation, she pretended to rummage through her backpack and pulled out a meat sausage. The sausage was indeed real, containing 99% meat. As soon as the packaging was torn open, the rich aroma filled the entire compartment. The bespectacled man, previously drowsy, awakened instantly at the scent. Qi Jinnuo took a bite of the sausage and offered it to Tung Yuan. The bespectacled man, eyeing them greedily, gulped. "What are you eating? Share some with me. I've gone a whole day without food. If I starve, who will lead you to Nanshan?" Qi Jinnuo shot him a glance and tossed him a dry piece of bread. The bespectacled man expressed dissatisfaction but dared not complain, obediently tearing open the packaging. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, nearly sending the bespectacled man crashing into the window. What just happened? Tung Yuan's expression darkened as he gazed at the 6 or 7 cars blocking their path. "Is it the Punin base pursuing us?" Qi Jinnuo asked, her face tense. The bespectacled man glanced up and quickly affirmed, "Indeed, it is the Punin base. I recognized them when I went to negotiate for the ability crystals." The leader among them, known as Mad Bull, flashed a menacing grin, revealing yellowed teeth. "Kid, stop hiding in the car and come out. You killed our prince and still think you can escape? Your life ends here today." The bespectacled man warned. Their base collaborates frequently with the cultivation base. They have many second-tier ability users. You may not be their match. It would be wise to surrender. Speak another word and I'll toss you to the zombies. Do you believe that? Qi Jinnuo glared at him. The bespectacled man no longer dared to speak. "What should we do now?" Qi Jinnuo anxiously turned to Tung Yuan. "You stay in the car. I'll go take a look." Tung Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Upon seeing a coldly indifferent youth emerge, Mad Bull sneered. "You've got guts. Coming out alone, do you look down on us? Then you shall perish here." Mad Bull's face contorted with rage as he slammed his fist into the ground, causing several fissures to rapidly spread across the earth. The concrete floor heaved, and even the vehicle jolted. Tung Yuan skillfully avoided the cracks, his brow furrowed. Mad Bull was a second-tier ability user, and so were his subordinates. "Get him. Take that mud-ass life."
Mad Bull roared.
One ability user unleashed vines to ensnare Tung Yuan, but as soon as they wrapped around him, they were frozen and shattered. Fireballs and lightning orbs surged toward him, and Tung Yuan swiftly evaded. The 2 orbs struck the ground, resulting in a thunderous explosion. These second-tier ability users were beyond Tung Yuan's mental control, as doing so would significantly deplete his energy and ultimately leave him exhausted. Observing the situation, Qi Jinnuo hastily pushed open the car door, releasing water bubbles and lightning bubbles. The group of ability users stared at the bubbles overhead, and one of them turned pale, shouting, "Take cover. That woman-esque bubbles are strange." Just as they scrambled to evade, countless bolts of thunder rained down, obliterating the ground and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust.